loyalty, yet no action. Well, it seems the Emperor's grace has finally descended upon us, the fragile beings of the 21st century. However, the Emperor's gifts are not abundant, for our protagonist is neither an Astartes nor a Psyker, nor even a member of the Astra Militarum, but merely a local PDF, planetary defense force. Of course, in a universe where chaos reigns, and all manner of calamities swirl in a tumultuous waaagh, merely subsisting as a local PDF could be considered a blessing, a serene existence amidst the turmoil. Yet, gazing upon the vast rift that cleaves the galaxy and the throngs of maddened traitors before him, along with the elusive beacon of Terra, our protagonist realizes that failing to honor the Emperor's far-reaching benevolence might render even the desire for a swift demise a distant luxury. Fortunately, our protagonist has awakened a system. Any endeavor he personally undertakes will yield 100-fold positive feedback. Initially, he believed this system to be mundane, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a remarkable concept. Years later, as our protagonist leads the ascendant Fourth Catastrophe in a climactic battle against the Tyranids at the galaxy's edge, he remains unfazed, declaring, "Your swarms dwindle by the moment, while my Astartes brethren are limitless." Asterisk Chapter 1. Loyalty. No action. Asterisk. The end of the 41st millennium. In the nebulous star sector, within a certain hive city. Heavy clouds shroud the entire continent. Ethereal blue crystals descend, mingling with the towering hive structures that pierce the heavens, landing in the labyrinthine trenches below. Before they can fully melt, a pair of military boots stamp down, shattering them into powder. Sith, donned in the uniform of a planetary defense force commander, tilts his youthful visage upward beneath his broad-brimmed hat, observing the crystalline fall above. He extends his hand to catch a falling crystal. As it melts, the frigid cold seeps through his gloves, penetrating his skin and chilling him to the bone. Wincing from the pain, he inhales deeply, the air slicing through his throat like an icy blade, prompting an involuntary grimace. Feeling this stark reality, Sith clenches his right hand, crushing the ice crystal in his grip. Damn, the Emperor truly has brought me here. Beneath the brim of his hat, Sith's countenance is a portrait of utter frustration. He yearns to refer to the Emperor as that yellow-skinned creature, yet the words falter on his lips. After all, he had only ever proclaimed loyalty online, never contemplating the possibility of actual service. Now, awakening to find himself in the glorious, magnificent, and radiant human empire, he has become a mere commander of the planetary defense force in this hive city, ready to serve the Emperor faithfully. However, glancing at the looming figure of the Commissar awaiting him, the frustration on Sith's face transforms into a sense of despair. The Commissar's icy gaze pierces through him. Suppressing the urge to recoil, Sith steels himself and steps onto the frozen trench, approaching the Commissar. "Commander Sith of the 101st Regiment, reporting to you." With a sharp sound, his hard boots strike the ice as he stands at attention. The Commissar's expression remains unchanged, scrutinizing Sith for any signs of disloyalty. Satisfied that the young man exhibits none, he finally raises a hand in return. "I am here to remind you that you and your regiment are to launch an assault on the traitors' position in half an hour. This is not a request, but a command." Sith's peripheral vision catches sight of the enemy's stronghold. Despite his mental preparations, he cannot suppress a flicker of apprehension. The fortified position, constructed from extensive plasteel, bristles with a multitude of weapons. Before it lies an expanse of endless corpses, littering the ground with no space left to stand. What he sees is merely a fragment of the battlefield, yet the number of dead far exceeds that of his entire regiment. The bitter feeling wells up within him, yet he dares not show any sign of it. After all, in the eyes of the Astra Militarum, the planetary defense forces are little more than expendable pawns, unworthy even of the term cannon foddered in defensive battles. Despite the local forces bearing the brunt of casualties, their contributions are seldom acknowledged, while victories remain unmentioned and failures are scapegoated. Moreover, due to various reasons that impede communication on the battlefield, the planetary defense force is often blamed as the root cause of all problems, culminating in collective punishment to appease the higher ups. In essence, before the higher echelons of the Astra Militarum, Sith is powerless to voice any dissent, nor is he permitted to do so. Seeing that Sith poses no issues, the Commissar nods, somewhat satisfied. "Prepare your men. In half an hour, I want to see you storming out of the trenches." Sith snaps back to reality, instinctively glancing at his soldiers that a group of terrified individuals huddles in the trench, lacking even a single piece of plasteel armor, their uniforms shockingly thin, ill-suited for the biting cold. On the brink of an assault, the entire regiment has no means of warming themselves, reduced to trembling together, breath clouding in the frigid as the Commissar prepares to depart. Sith hastily reaches out to stop him. The Commissar halts, casting a displeased frown at Sith, his icy demeanor returning. Sith feels a surge of courage, uncertain of where it stems from. Having already extended his hand, he hastily stands at attention. Sir, I wish to request some promethium fuel for the soldiers, to provide warmth before the battle. The words catch the Commissar off guard, and even the surrounding soldiers stare at Sith in astonishment. The Commissar scrutinizes Sith, confirming that he genuinely harbors this thought, rather than seeking to delay the attack, and his brow relaxes slightly. Yet, his gaze remains frigid. The Empire's resources are precious. They must not be squandered on frivolous matters. With that, the Commissar disregards Sith and the nearby soldiers, striding away without another word. Sith retracts his hand in resignation, glancing around at his bewildered comrades, who, despite their shock, harbor a flicker of appreciation toward him. Exhausted from the futile endeavor to appear as a compassionate leader, Sith listens to the distant sound of the first bugle, signaling that 5 minutes have elapsed. He quickly wraps his somewhat warm military coat tighter around himself and finds a crowded spot to lie down. 25 minutes left, I'll relish every second. Sith reclines, preparing to surrender to despair, when suddenly, a line of text appears before his eyes. 100-fold increase. Everything I personally engage in will receive 100-fold positive feedback. Sith murmurs instinctively, processing the information, and after a moment of stunned silence, he mentally recites several names. The yellow-skinned creature, the old second, the bluebird. After completing the mental list, he promptly closes his eyes, bracing for any potential repercussions. Yet, after waiting in vain, he slowly opens his eyes, confirming that this is not some grand joke. His previously lethargic gaze returns with newfound vigor as he reviews the revelation. 100-fold for everything? After a moment's contemplation, Sith extends his hand, grasping a section of the ice, which bears only the imprint of a spade. With a slight exertion, the ice shatters. His breath catches as he momentarily pauses, then swiftly readies his sidearm in hand. The speed is such that even the soldiers nearby fail to react. The soldiers merely wonder when their commander had drawn his weapon. Sensing the bewildered stares of his comrades, Sith slowly lowers his firearm. Strength, reaction, speed, all enhanced 100-fold. Yet I can't shake the feeling that this 100-fold enhancement is more complex than it seems, Sith pondered, his gaze sweeping continuously around him, until it suddenly settled on the numbed soldier beside him. As long as I am involved, there will be 100-fold positive feedback. What if I were to train them in combat? Sith's eyes brightened abruptly, but with the emergence of this training notion came an even bolder idea. If training can yield 100-fold, then if I lead them through a battle, does that not imply that each of them would become a seasoned warrior? Chapter 2. The veteran of 100 battles is merely a threshold. What is the 101st Regiment engaged in? It seems they are undergoing military training. In front of the trench, amidst the other planetary defense troops, with the supervisory starbound army behind them, and even distant rebels watching in astonishment, Sith stands before the entire regiment, weapon in hand, leading the soldiers in practice of shooting and close combat. It must be said, the 101st Regiment is more elite than I had anticipated. Observing their increasingly proficient combat maneuvers and ever more accurate marksmanship, I could not help but fixate on Sith. Ever wary of the political officer who might flee, yet my attention was swiftly drawn to the soldiers' exceptional performance. Although they may not rival the finest of the starbound army, Sith's 101st Regiment stands out as elite among the poorly trained and equipped planetary defense forces. After all, in just 20 short minutes, Sith soldiers have engaged in thousands of combat drills and fired thousands of rounds. While this pace may not be rapid, considering the dire state of his troops, Sith has reached the limits of what he can train them to achieve. Another military horn sounded from behind the trench, and Sith exhaled a cloud of breath, reloading his magazine as the area around him became a bustling hive of activity in response to the call. A throng of soldiers, urged by their commanding officers, rose to their feet, their faces etched with despair and dread. Instinctively, they glanced towards the rebel positions, only to be frightened into closing their eyes by the sight of countless corpses ahead. At this moment, the sound of gunfire was the only thing that could anchor their trembling bodies firmly to the front line amidst the chilling winds. The echoes of gunfire continued, while the political officer patrolled the line. After a brief survey, his gaze ultimately fell back on Sith. Despite the officers from behind walking to and fro, Sith's entire regiment displayed unwavering loyalty. Conversely, the morale of Sith soldiers was exuberantly high. Sith cast a sidelong glance at the astonished political officer and the doubtful supervisory officers behind him, feeling a sense of realization. This 100-fold increase truly is an extraordinary concept. The morale of my soldiers has indeed multiplied 100-fold. Though their spirits were initially low, they now possessed a fighting will that overshadowed their peers. If their initial morale had been slightly higher, would they not have been clamoring to seek out battles after this 100-fold increase? With a touch of irony, what had once been a military horn sounding every 5 minutes began to echo every minute. The more frequent calls spurred even more soldiers to emerge from the trenches. The cold wind swept across the hardened earth, weaving through the crowd, yet it no longer felt frigid. An abundance of eyes fixated intently on the densely packed enemy fire points and the weapons aimed in their direction. There were no words, no hopes. Only the grip of hands on their weapons turning white with strain, until the final horn sounded amidst the mournful wind, punctually declaring, "For the Emperor, for the human empire." The officers bellowed, firing their pistols skyward, followed by a deep inhalation and the ensuing roar of the charge. Waves of humanity surged forward, accompanied by a hail of bullets and fervent shouts. The machine guns unleashed long crimson streaks, sweeping through the dense mass of soldiers. The unarmored planetary defense forces, confronted with the relentless fire from the rebels, were instantly obliterated, their bodies reduced to mere remnants of flesh and blood. As a result, the comrades behind had to brave the torrential rain of blood and limbs, continuing to shout as they launched their charge. With laser rifles in hand, they relentlessly pulled the triggers, heedless of the consequences, directing their ammunition towards the direction of the insurgents. Ultimately, these desperate beams of light merely left behind scorched black marks before the insurgent stronghold, an identical charge, an identical death. The supervising officer could only helplessly withdraw his gaze, while the Star Realm soldiers exchanged glances, finally directing their attention to the commander. The commander's expression was cold and indifferent. As he was about to avert his gaze as well, the dissipating smoke of battle revealed a scene that rooted him to the spot. His eyes widened in astonishment, and those around him, taken aback, followed his gaze. What unfolded in the distance left them all wide-eyed. They charged forward? The crowd was stunned, and witnessing the line finally breached, the entire insurgent force was compelled to abandon their stronghold and plunge into the trench, engulfed by the relentless tide of battle against the Sith. After a brief moment of astonishment, the commander abruptly turned to the messenger beside him. "Quick, all artillery. Regardless of friend or foe, unleash all shells." The Star Realm troops sprang into action, their demeanor devoid of surprise, merely a sense of inevitability. At that moment on the front line, the Sith wielded a pistol in his left hand and a military knife in his right, standing atop a heap of corpses. Surrounded by insurgents who, packed closely together, gazed at him with terror, too afraid to approach. Then, a heavy artillery shell landed amidst the chaotic throng. Limbs and blood rained down, stunning the soldiers of both sides who had been fiercely engaged in combat. Standing atop the mound of bodies, the Sith fired at a distant insurgent who attempted to unleash heavy fire upon him, then gritted his teeth as he glanced back at the Star Realm troops, who were readying their artillery for an overwhelming barrage. This cannonade indeed obliterated many enemies. However, it would have been better if he could have distanced himself a bit before the bombardment commenced. There was no time for curses. The Sith raised his weapon once more, dispatching another unyielding insurgent beside the heavy artillery. Amidst the increasingly dense gunfire surrounding him, he directed his fellow soldiers forward. "Advance. Press on. To survive. We must cut through this pack of traitors." The surviving soldiers, their eyes fierce, swiftly eliminated their immediate foes at the command of the Sith, following him as they surged toward the insurgents. Caught off guard by the artillery, the insurgents were astonished to find a group of resolute fighters daring to traverse the entire battlefield, cleaving through any enemy that obstructed their path. Particularly, the foremost officer seemed to be blessed by the Emperor, firing his pistol with the rapidity of a machine gun, rendering the enemy strongpoints incapable of even pulling their triggers. Meanwhile, the Star Realm troops, amidst the gaps of artillery fire, witnessed the continued assault of the Sith. The sight of them traversing the sea of flames, piercing through the insurgent defenses under heavy bombardment, left even the most stringent political officer speechless. Had they known, they would never have sent them to the front lines. The commander could not help but feel a twinge of regret, for he had initially believed he was merely sacrificing a worthless grain of sand bestowed by the Emperor, only to realize, upon closer inspection, that it contained a remarkably resilient luminescent silver coin. The coin, an Astartes, recognized as silver, was the highest commendation for a mortal force. However, the commander's moment of regret was fleeting. As he witnessed Zeiss leading his men to breach the entire rebel defense line, he glanced at the map before him, noting a solitary position surrounded by a multitude of red dots. After a brief contemplation, the commander gestured towards Zeiss, instructing him to send a message to the unit, urging them to advance, and provide support to the besieged supply station. The crowd observed with slight apprehension. After all, delving deep behind enemy lines to aid a potentially lost stronghold seemed akin to courting death. Yet, with supplies dwindling and a breakthrough unit finally emerging, the commander resolved to take a gamble, assigning the reconnaissance task of the supply route to Zeiss. At that moment, smoke billowed around them, and the rebels on the front lines suffered heavy casualties from the bombardment, daring not to leave their fortified positions. Only in the rear, distanced from the front line, did General Zeiss stand with his blade embedded in the ground, catching his breath amidst the fallen corpses while assessing the surviving soldiers under his command. Observing their seemingly renewed faces and the palpable intensity of their murderous intent, Zeiss became resolute in one conviction. In this tumultuous galaxy, where chaos reigns, his forces would emerge as battle-hardened veterans. Chapter 3. The Spirit of the Machine Sword. As the stars descended, the toxic clouds that perpetually enshrouded the hive city rendered the night pitch black. Enemies and allies were intermingled, and apart from the tightly held positions, no campfires dared to flicker in the wilderness. It was not until dawn the following day, when the flames were no longer glaring, that small fires for warmth began to kindle in secluded corners. In the remote wilderness, sheltered from the wind, a cluster of soldiers armed with rifles huddled together, some squatting, others standing, striving to share warmth. Without flames or hot meals, each soldier clutched a piece of cold, hard, compressed starch that might have been older than their own grandfathers. Yet, unlike the previous expressions of youthful trepidation, they now bore faces marked with vigilance, calmly melting their meager rations in silence. The crowd remained quiet until a series of crisp sounds echoed from afar, the sharp impact of hard military boots striking the frozen ground. "Commander!" The soldiers stood at attention, greeting Zeiss as he approached, returning their salutes swiftly while noting the pitiful rations in their hands. With supplies interrupted, the scant resources had been prioritized for the starbound army, leaving them with only a few blocks of compressed starch. Observing the situation, the logistics officer offered an explanation, and Zeiss averted his gaze, turning his attention to a corner of the hillside where a neatly dressed messenger from the starbound army awaited. Upon seeing Zeiss approach, particularly with the dried blood of their enemies still staining his uniform, the messenger lost the previous indifference he had exhibited towards the planetary defense forces. Bowing deeply as Zeiss drew near, "Commander, I bring orders from the command post." The messenger presented a piece of parchment, and after a casual acknowledgement, Zeiss accepted it, quickly scanning its contents, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment, he tucked away the orders, replying, "Understood, my unit will proceed to the objective immediately." The messenger, relieved to have Zeiss's acceptance, carefully surveyed the surrounding soldiers. For reasons unknown, even under the mere glance of these soldiers, he felt an unsettling chill race down his spine, not to mention the palpable scent of blood emanating from the nearby Sith. After the messenger saluted, he fled as if pursued, leaving the soldiers to gaze at the Sith, awaiting their captain's command. "How much longer can the starch last?" the Sith inquired, to which an officer promptly replied, "If we can serve, it can barely sustain us for 2 more days." Upon hearing this, the Sith turned his gaze towards the distant Nest City, which loomed like a colossal mountain breaking through the sea of clouds. After a moment's contemplation, he exhaled softly, "Then we must hasten our pace. There is no returning. We cannot perish from hunger, nor can we betray our loyalty. To survive, the only path for the Sith is to proceed to the supply station as ordered." Minutes later, in the shadow of a hillside corner, thousands of seasoned veterans, lightly equipped, sprinted towards Nest City, rifles in hand. The sky was both bright and dark, and as another day's sunlight pierced through the clouds, the 101st Regiment, having galloped for a day and night, finally approached their objective. The soldiers, panting heavily, took refuge in the shadows of dilapidated buildings outside Nest City, beneath enormous supply pipelines stretching straight ahead. The Sith, sheltered in the shadow of the pipeline, surveyed the distance through binoculars. Laser beams, roars, and explosions erupted before a grand gate, where hundreds of Star Realm soldiers and planetary defense troops were entangled in a fierce struggle against the rebel onslaught. Thankfully, it appeared that the supply station had yet to fall. The Sith sighed in relief and turned to the soldiers behind him, their breathing gradually steadying. Their eyes met, and the Sith nodded. "Consume all the starch. We shall launch our assault in 10 minutes. The veterans, in perfect unison, swiftly consumed the last remnants of starch, while simultaneously checking their firearms and filling their magazines with the final rounds of ammunition. As the Sith calculated the time, a sudden series of violent explosions erupted in the distance. He witnessed a soldier embracing a pack of explosives, perishing in a mutual destruction with the invading rebels, and felt a sense of helplessness, disregarding the countdown. Drawing his sidearm, He grasped his already dulled military knife in his right hand. The veteran below, who had been gazing up at the Sith, promptly affixed a bayonet to his rifle. Without the need for encouragement, the Sith turned and charged towards the gate. The sudden appearance of reinforcements momentarily stunned the rebels, but upon realizing they numbered only a little over 1,000, their fury ignited in retaliation. The morale of the defenders, briefly uplifted by the arrival of reinforcements, plummeted upon recognizing their meager numbers. After all, the rebels had established numerous defenses on the perimeter. Though not as fortified as permanent structures, the firepower could indiscriminately slaughter the unprepared planetary defense troops. As insults flew between the two sides, a red laser sliced through the air, silencing the bickering. The rebels were physically silenced, while the defenders were startled. The battle held little suspense. The veterans' marksmanship was terrifyingly precise. Not to mention the enhanced capabilities of the Sith. The fire points quickly turned into death sentences for the rebels. Anyone daring to approach the machine guns would find their head exploding in an instant, until the Sith and his men breached the rebel lines. Those positions had not fired a single round. The rebels, initially confident in their numbers, prepared to overwhelm the Sith in close combat, only to be swiftly awakened to reality under the education of blades and bayonets. The battle concluded swiftly and under the relentless assault of seasoned veterans. The rebels were swiftly routed. As the conflict drew to a close, the defending troops, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, noticed a group of reinforcements hastily approaching from the depths near the Grand Gate. By the Emperor's decree, who dares to claim that those scoundrels have breached our defenses? A robust figure, bearing a heavy machine gun, rushed forward, flanked by a dozen soldiers of noticeably superior caliber. The defenders, upon hearing his voice, finally diverted their attention from the fierce onslaught of the adversaries, allowing the imposing man to pass through. However, upon spotting the blood-soaked troops emerging from the fray, the initially brash soldier lowered his weapon in trepidation. Sis furrowed his brow and aimed his sidearm at the newcomer. The man froze, acutely aware that any movement towards the trigger would result in dire consequences. As he swallowed hard, a soldier swiftly approached to explain the situation. Only then did the man lower his weapon, though the tension in his eyes lingered, replaced by a palpable displeasure. Did those bastards not promise us an entire Star Legion? How is it that only this handful has arrived? He refrained from uttering more vulgarities, stifling his frustration upon observing the 1,000-strong contingent and the recent battlefield reports. Sis, disregarding the foul-mouthed soldier, directed his gaze towards the Grand Gate, where a mechanical priestess was busily attending to an apparatus aimed at the entrance. The sight of her only deepened the man's scowl. If that half-wit from the mechanicus hadn't taken so long to breach the gate, we wouldn't have been stuck out here. Sis remained silent, glancing at the man's insignia before striding forward towards the gate, casually remarking as he passed, "Here, my rank supersedes yours. You are now under my command." The man, taken aback, instinctively opened his mouth to unleash a string of expletives, but upon meeting Sis's steely gaze, he hesitated. Faced with Sis's uniform, stained with both fresh and old blood, and the formidable presence of the 101st Regiment, he felt a long-lost sense of decorum resurface. His 200 battle-hardened comrades began to organize defenses. Sis approached the gate, observing the mechanical priestess, her face a mask of confusion as she anxiously circled the device. How can this be? Why is the power output so low? Could it be that the machine spirit is displeased? The priestess spoke to herself, oblivious to Sis's presence as he placed his hands upon the apparatus. The moment his fingers grasped the trigger, the device emitted a frantic alarm, drawing her attention back to the surging energy levels far exceeding its intended design. Could it be the machine spirit is elated? Chapter 4. Rewards. Beyond the door, a colossal beam of energy erupted from the apparatus. The surrounding crowd, bathed in the radiant light, squinted against its brilliance as their hair was tousled by the surging winds of energy. Meanwhile, the once impenetrable alloy gate began to melt under the relentless assault of the powerful energy. Anna stared wide-eyed, her face a canvas of confusion as she gazed at the instrument she had painstakingly assembled with her own hands. Despite each component being the product of her labor, witnessing it unleash such a formidable beam of energy filled her with an overwhelming sense of the unknown. Anna was indeed the dazed mechanical goddess. On the other side, Brunnock rested his machine gun upon his bulging muscles, his gaze equally captivated by the wild energy before him. The might of this power could easily serve as the main cannon for a knight's mech. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback until the energy began to wane and eventually dissipate entirely, allowing Zeiss to finally release his grip on the apparatus. "Why has it stopped?" Brunnock inquired impatiently, his annoyance evident as he observed the door, which had only partially melted. The veteran soldiers of the 101st Regiment, witnessing Brunoc's disrespect, could not help but draw their blades, glaring at him with menace. Brunoc's expression stiffened under the intensity of their scrutiny, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He quickly silenced himself, feeling a strange unease settle in his heart. Brunoc had risen to the rank of deputy commander through sheer experience, proving his mettle in countless battles. In this dire world, simply surviving to this point was a testament to his strength. Thus, he not only dared to show disrespect towards Zeiss, but even went so far as to call Anna, the mechanical disciple, a half-wit in private. It was well known that in the human empire, no one dared to display any contempt towards the mechanists, even if the individual was merely a low-ranking acolyte. However, the unexpected emergence of the 101st Regiment and its young commander, along with the soldiers under him, each of whom could easily intimidate Brunoc, was profoundly unsettling. In the presence of these veterans, he felt like nothing more than a rookie. Brunoc was acutely aware that there were certainly beings more formidable than himself, not just throughout the galaxy or the star sector, but even on his own planet. He could accept the existence of a few powerful individuals, but the idea that an entire regiment could be filled with such prowess was utterly baffling. Now, this formidable group glared at him with disdain due to his perceived disrespect towards their commander, who was also his nominal superior. The energy has depleted. I will replace it immediately, Anna said, rushing over in her vibrant red mechanist attire, her auxiliary prosthetic arm assisting her as she opened a valve at the back of the apparatus. A plume of white smoke accompanied by high temperatures hissed forth as she carefully extracted the energy block, which appeared to have been fully developed, revealing aspects she had never witnessed before. For reasons unknown, a sense of discomfort lingered within her. Yet, this feeling was swiftly cast aside as Anna, brimming with excitement, began to hop joyfully towards the new energy block. I knew it. I am a genius, she exclaimed, quickly replacing the energy block and, after a few deft maneuvers, activated the device herself before Zeiss could take over. Without the instantaneous surge of overwhelming energy, Anna activated the device, which sluggishly began to turn amidst the puzzled gazes of those around her. After what felt like an eternity, it finally managed to emit a faint trickle of energy, which landed on the already solidifying breach of the door. Rather than mending the hole, it appeared to be heating the molten alloy instead. Anna's expression of excitement was abruptly frozen, and Brunoc's eyes widened in shock. He felt compelled to express his frustration but dared not show disrespect to SYTH or the mechanical doctrine in front of him. Brunoc could only suppress his anger, his face flushing crimson, before he exhaled sharply and shifted his heavy machine gun to the other shoulder. What is causing this discontent? Anna wondered, her face a portrait of helplessness, with the glimmer of tears in her eyes. While the high-ranking priests of the mechanical doctrine might have been devoid of emotion, Anna, still new to this sphere, exhibited apparent emotional fluctuations. Let me take over, SYTH interjected, seizing the device. Aware that he was now utterly out of resources and that the retreating rebels might return with greater numbers at any moment, he could not afford to waste time. As SYTH took command, Anna's face remained clouded with disappointment and contemplation. Just as her head drooped, almost without pause, a furious surge of energy was unleashed, sending blinding light and scorching winds toward everyone present. The hot gusts swept through the air, ruffling the soldiers' hair, who rejoiced at the instrument's revival, while Anna, momentarily stunned, soon fixed her gaze upon SYTH with a dawning realization. I understand now. To please the mechanical spirit of my brilliant invention, it is essential to incorporate this critical step operated by you. The mechanical doctrine, both rational and superstitious, adhered to a meticulousness that could be illustrated by a simple tale. Although the reason for dancing around the machine before activation remained a mystery, it was a practice that had been followed successfully in the past, thus establishing its significance. Now, Anna grasped this truth. It was not her invention that was flawed, but rather her omission of SYTH's pivotal role. She hurriedly documented the procedure for using her device, emphasizing the necessity of SYTH's direct involvement. While Anna busily recorded her findings, the soldiers, who had initially dispersed, gradually encircled her. The once predominantly melted alloy door began visibly transforming into a torrent of orange-yellow molten metal. The once massive door had now become alarmingly thin, and at its center, a faint beam of energy could be seen penetrating through. Both the 101st Regiment and Brunoc's ragtag remnants instinctively licked their lips, yearning to access the supply station within the nest for a hearty meal. However, as the door grew ever thinner, SYTH's expression tightened with concern, mirrored by the veterans of the 101st Regiment and Brunoc, who shared a deepening gravity in their demeanor. Finally, at the critical moment when the door was on the verge of fully opening, SYTH fixated on the darkness beyond the gap. his eyes widening suddenly as he withdrew his hands from the instrument. The surging beam of energy gradually waned, leaving the battered door just a breath away from being fully ajar. Yet, instead of joy, the veterans bore expressions of tension, swiftly aiming their weapons at the door. A thundering explosion erupted from within. As the final obstacle vanished with the explosion, the long-sealed gate slowly creaked open from within. The narrow and profound entrance of the nest was shrouded in shadows, teeming with indistinct figures. When the sunlight streamed in through the open portal, even the Sith could not help but feel a flicker of surprise at the scene before him. Behind the door lay a horde of rebels, imprisoned for an unknown duration. An entire nest of insurrectionists. Chapter 5. How do we emit red light? The Sith raised his hand and fired a shot, the laser piercing through the heads of at least 3 unprotected rebels with precision. He then brought down his blade, cleaving a frenzied rebel wielding a large axe to the ground. The blade, long dulled, was now less a tool for cutting than a weapon for bludgeoning. He dispatched 4 more defiant rebels, and soon the ground around him was littered with corpses, his own form drenched in blood once more. Even the maddened rebels, upon witnessing the sight before them, recoiled in terror, encircling him, yet daring not to approach. Seizing the opportunity, the Sith reloaded his weapon while surveying the surroundings. At the gate, an endless tide of rebels surged forth from the dark passage, as if they would never cease. Outside, the remnants of Bunok's forces and the veteran soldiers of the 101st Regiment clung desperately to every weapon at their disposal, fighting back against the relentless onslaught. Yet, their numbers barely reached 2,000, and before the seemingly infinite ranks of rebels, they found themselves scattered, each forced to confront several rebels at once. The veteran soldiers fared slightly better, bolstered by the experience of over 200 battles, but the newly enlisted remnants, despite their unwavering loyalty to the Emperor, suffered tremendous losses. Only after enduring the initial overwhelming assault did they begin to stabilize their formation. Having reloaded, the Sith observed the throng of eager rebels surrounding him, and he discarded his general's blade, casting his gaze around before retrieving a somewhat untrustworthy, serrated sword from the pile of corpses at his feet. As if signaling a new wave of chaos, the moment the Sith stood tall once more, the dense crowd of rebels surged forward again. In the initial skirmish, the rebels had managed to put up a fight, but after such prolonged combat, with at least 10,000 rebels having fallen outside the gate, the remaining soldiers of the Sith had undergone a profound transformation. Each rebel they slain felt as if they had vanquished hundreds, leading to a remarkable elevation in their strength. The tide of battle shifted. What began as a struggle against the rebels transformed into a fierce counterattack. The speed at which the rebels poured forth from the passage paled in comparison to the rapidity with which the Sith soldiers dispatched them. As the carnage escalated, the soldiers' combat prowess reached extraordinary heights, almost as if they were accumulating experience points. The Sith, immersed in his duty to the Emperor amidst the pile of rebel corpses, paid little mind to his surroundings. Meanwhile, the commander of the rebels, tasked with directing the assault, stood rigid, his face contorted with rage and his bloodshot eyes fixed upon the unexpected emergence of the Imperial forces. The corpses lay in heaps beneath the Sith, forming a mountain so formidable that the insurgents were compelled to look up as they advanced. Observing the bodies of his comrades tumbling down the corpse hill, the insurgent commander resembled a desperate gambler, his frustration boiling over as he pointed at the Sith and his soldiers, exclaiming with fury, "Is this even human?" The commander felt stifled, and his fellow officers were even more suffocated by the reality of their situation. While he appeared to be venting his anger, his words held an undeniable truth. After all, even the stellar army could not possibly hold back tens of thousands of insurgents with fewer than 2,000 men. It was not merely that he had a few thousand soldiers left. Rather, he had sent out tens of thousands since the onset of this battle. The insurgents, shielded from the unfolding horror outside, were somewhat emboldened by the fanaticism of their cause. Otherwise, such a massacre would have shattered their morale long ago. Yes, it was a massacre. At that moment, the insurgent commander could think of no other word to describe the carnage outside. Perhaps we should retreat for now? Several hesitant officers suggested, but the commander shot them a fierce glare, his already reddened eyes gleaming with rage. Raising his hand, he executed the officer who had proposed the retreat, and amidst the chilling silence of the onlookers, his face bore the manic expression of someone reluctant to leave the table. "Send more men. I refuse to believe they can grow more emboldened with each kill." As darkness descended, the Sith forcefully withdrew his serrated sword, kicking a more elaborately dressed insurgent down the mountain of corpses. His chest heaved like a bellows, the long sword planted into the ground as he gasped for breath. The remaining insurgents frantically surged back to their stronghold. Even those who had just emerged recoiling in terror upon witnessing their commander dispatched by a humanoid demon atop the corpse hill. Only the bloodthirsty Burac, with his empty machine gun, continued to fire at the fleeing insurgents, each trigger pull echoing ominously in the night, striking fear into their hearts. The Sith glanced around, assured that the insurgents would not be returning for the time being, and finally discarded his sword, plopping down onto the heap of bodies. His weary gaze swept across the remnants of his forces, which had dwindled significantly since the onset of battle. The survivors, having confirmed their temporary safety, lay down without a care, their blood-soaked forms indistinguishable from the surrounding corpses, their chests still heaving violently. Silence enveloped the scene as the darkness deepened, broken only by the intermittent sounds of labored breathing. As night fully enveloped the world, cloaked in clouds of despair, a chilling wind began to sweep through, accompanied by a sudden, loud growl of hunger that shattered the stillness. The Sith sprang upright from the mound of corpses, casting a glance at his foul-mouthed aide, Burac. But the anticipated response did not come. Instead, Burac's brow furrowed even deeper. The sound of hunger had originated from him, for they had been out of supplies for more than a day. Understanding the unspoken question in the Sith's eyes, Burac answered directly. As Sith turned his gaze towards the distant land behind him and the void of the pitch-black night sky, his hopes for a supply airdrop from the command center were swiftly extinguished. All the surviving veterans looked to Sith, for even the mightiest warriors require sustenance. Indeed, many had already begun to fixate on the corpses of the insurgents. However, upon noticing this, Sith's eyes hardened. No cannibalism. A chill ran through the soldiers, who hastily averted their gazes. It was not that Sith felt compelled to uphold humanity in such a wretched world. After all, the starch from corpses was a delicacy of the Empire, and many would have to wait in line to partake. Who could say whether any of these insurgents bore the cunning or nefarious gifts of a malevolent deity? Sith had no desire to unwittingly find himself embroiled in the Horus heresy over a single meal, nor to suddenly believe that the Emperor ought to possess 4 arms. In the wake of the carnage, the crowd dared not show any disrespect towards Sith. Even Burac quickly regained the decorum he had lost over the years, confronted by the mountain of corpses at Sith's feet. Thus, with Sith's prohibition, the notion of cannibalism was entirely quashed. Yet, the hunger within the crowd did not dissipate simply because Sith forbade it. As their spirits revived, the sounds of hunger began to echo more prominently. With no other option, Sith reluctantly turned his gaze towards the profound darkness of the nest. According to the map, the supply station would not require them to venture deeply. Sith gazed at the passageway's entrance. Burac glanced at it as well, then raised his empty machine gun. Observing Brunac's signal of having no ammunition, Sith exhaled a plume of white vapor, examined his own energy-depleted sidearm, contemplated briefly, and discarded it. The nest was constricted, and they would employ the insurgents' blades. Sith spoke, and the surrounding soldiers, momentarily taken aback, promptly discarded their already battered rifles, burying their heads in the search for suitable weapons among the insurgent remains. Moments later, as the crowd armed themselves and stood at the threshold, Sith was momentarily taken aback by their appearance. Already lacking armor and weary from continuous combat, their clothing was tattered. At that moment, a group of burly men stood bare-chested, their bodies drenched in blood, wielding exaggerated close combat weapons such as serrated swords and great axes. Particularly, without his machine gun, Burac had transformed into a dual-axe berserker, standing defiantly at the forefront. Were it not for Sith's own knowledge, an outsider might have mistaken them for fanatical sadists emerging from the shadows. Perhaps it was due to the excessive slaughter they had just committed. But as the soldiers donned their melee weapons, the sight that greeted Sith rendered him utterly speechless. Lowering his gaze, he looked at the serrated sword in his hands and at the veteran before him, who was beginning to radiate a faint glow. Sith was left in astonishment. Why are we glowing red? Chapter 6. Is this reasonable? Aside from the tower's summit, the nest remained perpetually shrouded in darkness. Thus, day and night within the nest were merely distinctions marked by the clock's hands. Dim lights flickered in the intricate maze of passages and structures. Once boisterous factories had fallen silent. And even the Emperor's statues, once ubiquitous, had been defaced or adorned with blasphemous imagery. However, the nest serves as the ultimate solution for accommodating humanity's burgeoning population. With billions of civilians, not all of whom have aligned with the rebels. As a faint clamor began to emanate from the entrance, the civilians, concealed in the shadows, gazed expectantly towards the dimly flickering lights. With an increasing number of rebels charging forth, roaring towards the threshold, the anticipation in the hearts of the civilians reached a crescendo, illuminated by the increasingly vibrant pathway ahead. Suddenly, their hopes plummeted into despair. Who were these madmen? The civilians stood in stunned silence as they finally discerned the scene before them, their minds consumed by a singular thought. For what emerged from the entrance was not the valiant Star Realm army, nor the planetary defense forces, but a horde of melee lunatics, brandishing exaggerated blades and axes. Their torsos bared. Some civilians even witnessed a makeshift bullet from a rebel pierce through the surging crowd, striking a burly man wielding dual axes. To their astonishment, a faint red glow flickered to life, and the man continued, seemingly unfazed, to cleave the approaching rebels into pieces with his exaggerated weapons. As the civilians surveyed the scene, they realized that there were indeed thousands of such madmen beyond the long corridor. In stark contrast, the rebels appeared to be the more rational faction. The relentless advance of the rebels continued, their bloodshed intensifying as the death toll rose. Many of the newly arrived rebels, even before spotting the enemy, were overwhelmed by the acrid scent of blood, betraying their evident fear. Originally fierce in their charge, many rebels began to scatter, seeking refuge under various pretexts. The most common being to return with warnings. At that moment, in a small encampment shielded by protective walls, several blood-soaked rebels, faces marked by terror, stumbled in. The insignia once belonging to the Imperial Ministry of Military Affairs lay shattered on the ground, trampled by the passing rebels. The encampment's walls were lined with vigilant rebels, armed with an array of weapons, many equipped with standard-issue laser rifles from the Star Realm Army, yet a greater number wielded makeshift firearms. As more panicked rebels returned, a surge of fury erupted from deep within the encampment. Clang! An alloy goblet was hurled to the ground as a towering figure, his arms bearing evident mutations, stood up, glaring menacingly at the subordinate, who claimed to have returned with news. Fixing his gaze upon the trembling, pale-faced crowd below, the giant's rage boiled over. You might as well say that the Astartes have arrived. At least then I might have had reason to believe you. The faces of the rebels turned even paler, and as a few terrified souls attempted to explain, they realized that their previous words seemed increasingly irrational. The towering figure, seething with indignation, retorted through gritted teeth. What do you mean a horde of glowing madmen has cut through the entire corridor? The names of the four divine beings were utterly unknown to ordinary mortals. Even those who had allied with various cults often had to wait until much later to be deemed worthy of encountering their existence. Thus, they were utterly oblivious to the terror and blessings bestowed upon them, merely perceiving that the subordinates returning were all afflicted with madness. The rebels knelt upon the ground, yearning to weep but finding themselves unable to do so, their lips twitching in futile attempts to smile, before ultimately suppressing their expressions. The formidable figure, observing his silent subordinates, could no longer contain his frustration and kicked over the table, scattering the imperial supplies strewn upon it across the floor. Grasping an exaggerated machete in one hand and a laser rifle in the other, he forcefully pushed through the crowd, striding forth. The surrounding rebels, witnessing his actions, hastily followed suit, their countenances pale with terror, save for those remaining in the camp, who eagerly trailed behind him, filled with fervor. At last, as the burly man laboriously ascended the ramparts with his cumbersome frame, the first sight that met his fierce gaze was one he had desperately wished to deny. Deep within the passageway ahead, a relentless tide of rebels surged forth from every direction of the nest. Yet, at the end of the throng, he discerned an unsettling absence of light. The passage, which should have been engulfed in darkness, was instead pulsating with a dim crimson glow, accompanied by the constant spattering of blood, as the red light appeared to swell even more violently. Those rebels, originally fearless and swayed by various cults, began to show signs of panic, scattering in terror, coupled with the alarming report from his subordinates. The man could not help but draw in a sharp breath at the thought that this lunatic might have indeed carved a bloody path from the entrance straight to this very spot. Instinctively, he glanced around, seeking a mysterious preacher to impart wisdom, for as a minor leader capable of overseeing supply stations, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the deities he revered. At that moment, a harsh truth he was loath to acknowledge lay stark before him. A horde of imperial lunatics, bearing the blessings of terror, was advancing relentlessly towards him. Despite the undeniable reality, he could not fathom the rationale behind it. How could one bestow blessings upon their foes? The burly man, lacking a profound understanding, was perplexed. Yet the sight before him was none other than the imposing figure of Zeiss, who suddenly brightened at the sight of the camp. With a swift motion, he hurled his serrated sword, its immense force toppling the two frail rebels ahead. He then seized one rebel by the throat, lifting him effortlessly before using the enemy's own blade to cleave his body in twain. Observing the terrified rebels retreating in disarray, Zeiss pointed towards the camp. The supply station lies just ahead. As he spoke, his soldiers intensified their violent assaults, yet they maintained a semblance of composure. efficiently dispatching the waves of incoming rebels. Although the blessings of terror were met with satisfaction back home, neither Zeiss nor his soldiers succumbed to a frenzied desire for slaughter. Initially anxious about his men devolving into mindless killers, he now realized that both he and his soldiers had inexplicably enhanced their resistance to subspace corruption 100-fold. This passage illustrates the one-sided benefits of terror, devoid of its drawbacks. Under Sith's leadership, the group surged towards the supply station, while the rebels atop the walls unleashed a relentless barrage of fire. Although the dense hail of bullets felled some soldiers, many others pressed forward, shielded by blessings and using the corpses of their fallen foes as shields. As they drew nearer, a multitude of blades and axes were hurled into the fray. The sight of the rebels being swiftly dispatched left the burly man beside them devoid of any bravado. Trembling, he descended from the ramparts, seeking an escape through the gateway. Yet, as he approached the entrance, the great doors were suddenly flung open, and a host of glowing figures charged in. Among them, the foremost officer cast a glance in his direction. Startled, the man dropped his weapon, and, in a display of agility that belied his bulk, he knelt before the oncoming tide. Long live the Emperor! He cried in terror, yet the expected death did not come. Instead, he witnessed Sith and his men storming into the camp. Anna, come with me to the warehouse. The rest of you, take positions on the walls and retaliate with the rebels' weapons. Sith commanded swiftly, and the seasoned soldiers executed the orders with remarkable efficiency. At that very moment, as Sith pressed deeper, it seemed the entire nest had awakened, an endless swarm of rebels converging from all directions upon the small encampment. Brannock turned to face the incoming chaos. Amidst the whizzing bullets, he bellowed in defiance as he struggled to shut the shattered doors, then directed his soldiers to barricade them with corpses and materials. More soldiers ascended the walls, firing their weapons at the relentless onslaught. As the rebels' bullets wove a tapestry of light overhead, incessantly streaking past the veterans, Sith, undeterred by the turmoil outside, dashed alongside Anna and a handful of seasoned fighters to the heart of the supply station. As Anna swiftly unlocked the door using her mechanical privileges, a blinding light spilled forth, revealing a vast cache of resources sufficient to sustain the entire Star Legion. Chapter 7. There are at least hundreds of millions of rebels around us. The shattered clock by the corridor pointed to 12. Its meaning lost, whether it was noon or midnight remained uncertain. As the cacophony faded, the oppressive darkness of the nest enveloped them, interrupted only by distant flames accompanied by echoes of manic laughter and terrified wails. Deep within the corridor, the sounds of rustling and movement mingled with the flickering light, concealing an unknown multitude. Realizing that mere foot soldiers could not vanquish Sith, the rebels chose to retreat temporarily, plunging the battlefield into an eerie silence. Within the supply station, bonfires sprang to life. Apart from the watchful soldiers, others gathered around the flames, extending their hands towards the warmth, basking in the comforting heat. Meanwhile, numerous helmets rested atop the bonfires, releasing enticing aromas as they cooked. The soldiers gazed at the helmets with eager anticipation, while Brannock, carrying a food box, made his way to the semi-subterranean office of the supply station. Upon entering, the light illuminated rows of tightly packed bookshelves, brimming with inventory records. Before him stood a grand table, at which Sis was seated, perusing the report meticulously organized by Anna. "My lord, your meal," Brannock announced after a moment of hesitation, uncertain whether to label it lunch or dinner. The dish comprised starchy cubes stewed with protein blocks, generously seasoned with salt and oil. As he placed the food container before Sis, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, finally drawing Sis' attention away from the inventory list. Raising his gaze to the pale yellow starch and white protein in the thick soup, Sis, having endured several days of cold, hard rations, accepted the food container. The scalding steam enveloped his palms. He first sipped the steaming broth, the long-lost warmth coursing through his body. Then, with fork and spoon in hand, he combined the starch and protein, devouring it with gusto. The heavy seasoning made it surprisingly palatable, and after a hearty gulp, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment settle in his belly. The high-calorie meal, rich in oil and salt, was eagerly absorbed by his famished body, transforming into strength that coursed through his limbs. "Have the soldiers eaten?" he inquired. "Yes, they have. The supplies are ample. Each person received 5 times their rations," Brannock replied. Nodding, Sis swiftly finished 1 can of food before reaching for a second. After Brannock made 2 more trips, Sis contentedly tossed 6 containers onto the table. Anna showed no surprise at his appetite, and Brannock maintained a neutral expression. Relishing the brief moment of tranquility after his feast, Sis exhaled deeply and lifted the inventory list. "In addition to food, the supply station has an abundance of equipment. Our men will be outfitted from head to toe." Bunnock glanced at the list, nodded in agreement. And Sis rose, enveloped in warmth as he exited the room. Inside the supply station, soldiers had already begun to feast heartily, a group gathered around the bonfire. Engrossed in their meals, while helmets atop the fire continued to bubble with food. Was Sis' consumption excessive? The seasoned veterans outside indulged no less than he did. Upon seeing Sis emerge, the veterans promptly stood at attention with their food containers. "My lord," they greeted, earnest and respectful. Not only the 101st Regiment, but even the remnants bowed their heads in deference to Sis. He acknowledged them with a casual nod, his gaze drifting to a corner where a throng of civilians crouched, watching the veterans feast with longing. They were the civilians captured by the rebels and brought to the supply station. Bunnock explained, but Sis, observing the crowd's expressions of panic and hunger, pointed decisively at the civilians. "Provide them with adequate rations." Bunnock's expression turned to confusion, and even Anna furrowed her brow. To them, offering food to civilians at this moment seemed an immense waste. Yet before Bunnock could voice his dissent, Sis had already approached the wall. A calm voice emanating from his silhouette. "They are now my new recruits." On the wall, Sis gazed out into the world beyond. The desolate land was stained with blood, and the bodies dragged away by the rebels were now transforming into the scent of meat wafting from the distance. Although the rebels had retreated, this concession did not ease Sis' concerns. Instead, he scrutinized the horizon, his brow furrowing even deeper. Once they withdrew, they would establish a defensive line and had summoned considerable heavy artillery. Bunnock trailed behind, fulfilling his duties as an aide. Sis surveyed the area and suddenly fixed his gaze on a heavily fortified position. After a moment of disbelief, he chuckled incredulously. Explosive machine guns? Such weaponry is standard for elite forces like the Astartes or Battle Sisters. However, when these formidable armaments fall into the hands of mere mortals, they transform into heavy artillery, capable of being deployed as a critical point of firepower. Now, without the means to engage in close combat, and with the blessing of terror long since faded, the flesh and blood of mortals stand no chance against explosive ordnance. Even if one were to bear the weight of several corpses, they would merely end up reduced to a pulp. Bunnock silently cursed under his breath for several moments before finally voicing his concerns. "Moreover, we have no cover in this terrain. We can only charge through the passage in a tight formation, coordinating with the surrounding firepower. I fear that a direct assault would be tantamount to a death sentence." Sis readily concurred, and Bunnock offered no rebuttal, as it was evident that he shared the same sentiment. Retrieving his gaze, Sis scanned the entire rebel stronghold once more. The rebels seemed to have been thoroughly intimidated by Sith's prowess in close combat. Now, every position was fortified with an array of firearms, lying in wait for Sith to lead his men out from behind the barricades, ready to drown them in a hail of bullets, leaving no opportunity for close engagement. After surveying the scene and recognizing that retreating through their previous path was impossible, Sith reluctantly turned his attention behind him. In the camp, several captured rebels were bound and kneeling in a corner. What could they possibly say? Bunnock's expression darkened further. "The entire lower nest has fallen, all around us." The number of rebels could very well be in the billions. Despite having prepared for the worst, Sith couldn't help but feel a jolt of anxiety at this revelation. In a world where nests often housed hundreds of billions, a single nest accommodating tens of billions was not unusual. These rebels, widespread throughout the nest, could not all be converging solely to target them. However, the thought of facing an enemy force that outnumbers their ammunition was undeniably disheartening, regardless of any enhancements to their physical capabilities. Yet, the grim tidings did not end there. From the depths of the distance, the aroma of flesh grew ever more potent, accompanied by the cacophony of frenzied howls becoming increasingly loud and violent. Sith's attention was drawn to this commotion, and as he looked in that direction, an unusual sound began to emerge from the den. Sith furrowed his brow slightly, and the seasoned soldiers around him sensed the shift, pausing their meals to glance over in curiosity. Moments later, the sight that emerged from the passage left Sith momentarily stunned. A tank? Bunnock stood in shock. But after a careful appraisal, Sith slowly shook his head. "It is a Chimera infantry fighting vehicle equipped with explosive guns." Bunnock grimaced, in his eyes. Whether it be an infantry fighting vehicle or a tank, there was little distinction for their flesh and blood comrades. Bunnock's expression soured, while a sigh of relief escaped Sith. The fall of the lower nest implied that the upper nest and the tower remained intact, did it not? Bunnock widened his eyes in confusion, instinctively nodding, only for even greater perplexity to surface. Although the number of rebels would be significantly reduced higher up, and they could potentially establish contact with the command center via the signal tower at the top, how could they navigate past the rebels lurking beneath their very noses? Moreover, the reason the nest has yet to succumb is that the upper echelons have decisively locked the gates, completely severing any ingress or egress. With only individual firearms at their disposal, breaching the gates is an impossibility. Bunnock hesitated. Yes, but how do we get past? Sith maintained a calm demeanor. His gaze fixed solely on the chimera operated by the treacherous planetary defense forces. Even the most rudimentary armored vehicle could, after 100-fold enhancement, function as a formidable mech. Chapter 8. He took what he wanted and departed. The insurgents would not afford us much time. We must change into our gear immediately after our meal, allowing the veterans to take turns resting. We should seize all supplies we can carry. If any are left behind, they shall serve as bait. Once the insurgents enter, we will detonate all munitions. Within the supply station, Sith gathered Bunnock, Anna, and a dozen officers around a map. The group nodded in unison to Sith's orders. And after an exchange of words, Sith suddenly lifted his gaze towards Bunnock. What are the recruits? How many have we enlisted? Bunnock replied decisively, over 4,000 recruits, along with the veterans, forming a fully staffed infantry regiment. Such a number? Sith was taken aback, for there were not that many civilians within the supply station. Bunnock elucidated. The nearby insurgents were repelled, resulting in numerous survivors seeking refuge with us. Sith glanced at the recruits in the distance, changing into their gear, both male and female, yet all remarkably fit. After all, only the physically capable could have survived as laborers in the nest. Nodding in affirmation, Sith refocused, ensure the recruits are well fed, and commenced training immediately. As he spoke, Sith checked his wristwatch, which continued to tick. From now until departure, we have precisely 12 Terra hours. During this time, the most skilled veterans must oversee the training. A mere half-day, multiplied 100-fold, would equate to 50 days of rigorous preparation. While it may not transform these recruits into elite soldiers, it would at least set them firmly on the path of becoming soldiers. The officers nodded vigorously and promptly began to make arrangements. Sith cast another glance at the map, observing the lengthy route from their corner of the nest to its apex, and stood up with a serious demeanor. The others quickly followed suit, and Sith turned his attention to his soldiers. Commanding a core-level supply station capable of supporting tens of thousands, even the recruits were outfitted with complete sets of plastic steel chest armor, helmets, laser rifles, and fragmentation grenades. Coupled with pristine military uniforms, they exuded a certain imposing presence. However, witnessing the recruits who had just begun their training, their faces still bearing traces of apprehension, Sith could not harbor high hopes of leading them all safely through this path of exodus. His focus could only rest on the seasoned veterans who had survived to this point. Armed with formidable combat experience, the veterans boasted equipment of even greater lethality. Now, shedding their previous fearsome berserker appearances, they donned the tri-faceted ballistic helmets originating from the Cardian Assault Corps, complemented by the latest respirators and goggles. With their entire heads thoroughly encased in protective gear, this not only effectively safeguarded their heads, but also shielded them from toxic gases and blinding glare. Simultaneously, the body was clad in military-grade winter clothing, equipped not only with a plastic steel chest plate, but also with additional shoulder guards, wrist guards, and knee pads. The weaponry had been upgraded to a brand new laser rifle. However, the rifle was merely standard issue at this moment. The veterans' armament was laden with an abundance of gear. Magazines and fragmentation grenades adorned their bodies, and among the most distinguished veterans, a few precious thermite grenades hung at their waists. These veterans no longer wielded the eternally unchanged laser rifles. Instead, they were armed with flamethrowers or grenade launchers. Coupled with sidearms, military knives, and daggers for close combat, the veterans, lacking only some high-tech backpacks, had transformed into a formidable elite force, rivaling even the Cadian shock troops. From their humble beginnings as an inconspicuous planetary defense force, they had been led by SYSS through 3 battles. Observing these veterans, SYSS nodded slightly, and then redirected his gaze towards the distant, unmistakable rumble of tank tracks, just one step away from executing their breakout. Select 50 of the most elite veterans. I will lead them to seize the armored vehicles. SYSS fixed his gaze on the direction of the tanks, and Bunnock nodded in agreement. In this damned galaxy, there was no notion of noble status exempting one from peril, especially under the example set by Kiraman, where from the Imperial Regent down to the battle group leaders, the preferred course of action was to lead the charge with a blade against the enemy. Oh no, against heretics. Soon, 50 fully armed veterans assembled, including 1 grenade launcher and 2 flamethrowers among them. Once the formation was complete, SYSS uttered no extraneous words. He merely loaded his sidearm and took his position at the exit, quietly awaiting the moment to strike. At this moment, in the distant corridor of the supply station, a Chimera infantry fighting vehicle was stationed at the center, surrounded by a dense array of cover occupied by rebels and various fire points. The traitorous crew members sat atop the vehicle, savoring freshly roasted meat brought by the lower-ranking rebels. Meanwhile, behind the vehicle, a group of trembling rebel officers knelt on the ground, facing a man with a forked horn on his forehead, meticulously polishing a long blade. With 1,000 men, they had not only blocked tens of thousands, but had also carved a path from the entrance straight to the supply station. How am I to believe such words? How can the Lord believe them? The horned man spoke with a serious demeanor, and when mentioning the Lord, he performed a curious and devout gesture. As he spoke, the kneeling rebel officers lowered themselves even further, their bodies quaking more violently. After finishing his admonition, the horned man did not continue the punishment, but gazed at the infantry vehicle he had brought, encircled by his own forces, with a keen eye. Your lies will be personally unraveled by me. Once I eliminate all hindrances in my path, the Lord shall come to decide your fate. As he spoke, he had hoped to see more terror reflected in the faces of the officers beneath him. However, to his surprise, instead of cowering in greater fear, the officers exchanged cautious glances and sighed in relief. This scene left the horned man momentarily stunned. Why did it seem as though they feared he would not strike? Deep within, a sense of doubt lingered, one that he had already rationalized internally, yet even now, he was reluctant to concede its truth. The astonishing revelation was that the officers under his command were indeed speaking the truth. For if their words held any veracity, this assault would not only alleviate their burdens, but would also exonerate them entirely from their unjust plight. The man with the horned helmet darkened in countenance, casting a malevolent glance at the kneeling officers before lifting his gaze to the solitary supply station in the distance. Casting a furtive glance at the time, he found no inclination to adhere to his predetermined schedule. Instead, he raised his hand decisively, signaling the attack. The infantry fighting vehicles roared to life, and in accordance with prior protocols, began to soothe the machine's spirits. The engine's growl seemed to serve as a signal, reverberating throughout the nest. The supply station, which was destined to meet its demise, erupted with a deafening explosion as the barricaded doors were blasted open. Before the astonished eyes of the rebel forces, dozens of Star Realm soldiers emerged, charging through a hail of bullets. The sequence was rather unremarkable in his estimation. A throng of individuals burst forth, slicing through their own ranks, leaping onto their vehicles, delivering a resounding slap to the original crew, and brazenly commandeering the vehicle back. As the vehicle roared to life, the surrounding rebels, momentarily paralyzed by uncertainty, awaited a signal in silence. Yet, after a prolonged pause, the horned man, with clarity restored to his eyes, turned to undertake another task. Grasping the communicator, he addressed the microphone with utmost seriousness. Yes, dozens of them. They pierced through our ranks. Indeed, they commandeered our vehicle and obliterated several of our fire points. No, not merely returning. General, to be precise, they trampled back. Chapter 9. Piercing through the entire nest. Upon concluding his earnest report, the officers below were left in the dark as to the contents of the conversation on the other end of the communicator. However, when the horned man turned back around, the previous disdain had vanished from his visage. In stark contrast to the scene he had witnessed firsthand, he was now more terrified of the narrative his subordinates had depicted. The mere thought of the supply station housing over 1,000 frenzied individuals armed with blades, ready to tear through the entire corridor, filled him with regret for having taken on such a perilous task. Yet, the regret within him morphed into madness under the reprimands from the communicator. Raising his head once more, his eyes gleamed with fierce determination. Unleash all firepower. It is but a single infantry fighting vehicle. I refuse to believe it can withstand our onslaught and return. The horned man issued his command, and the officers immediately complied. The previously subdued fire points erupted back into action under the officers' shouts. Physical bullets, energy beams, rocket launchers, and even explosive shells began to weave a fiery net in midair, relentlessly pounding down upon the infantry fighting vehicle. In an instant, the entire vehicle was engulfed in a cascade of explosive sparks. Though the spectacle was electrifying, the horned man, after a moment of hesitation, began to feel a sense of dread. How could it withstand such an onslaught? As the commander of the infantry fighting vehicle, he was acutely aware of its limitations. Faced with such concentrated close-range firepower, the vehicle might endure for a brief period, but it could not possibly withstand for long. At present, the infantry fighting vehicle not only stands firm, but, perhaps due to an illusion, the rugged warrior perceives that the vehicle remains unscathed despite the relentless barrage of fire, which seems to have merely cleansed the intricate designs adorning its surface. Only the rocket launcher, which should have rendered the vehicle inoperable with a single shot, has managed to leave a mere fist-sized dent on its armor. How could this be? The rugged warrior is perplexed, and the subsequent scene only serves to tighten his tension to a breaking point. The mounted explosive machine gun begins to roar. The vehicle surges forward, unleashing a barrage of unprecedented power and density that sweeps across the throngs of people ahead. In an instant, the crowd, once numbering in the thousands, is transformed into a gruesome corridor of blood and mud, leaving behind only the scattered remnants of carnage and indistinguishable human remains. The surviving crew members, witnessing this horrific spectacle, collapse to the ground, exchanging glances that yield a singular, grim realization. The machine's spirit is far from being a mere triviality. In the heart of the Nest City, chaos erupts due to the sudden emergence of a Star Realm infantry regiment. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the city, as yet another wave of planetary defense forces falls, the officers of the Star Realm begin executing the unfortunate soldiers who manage to escape. Amidst the sharp echoes of gunfire, the command center of the Star Realm is inundated with verified intelligence reports. The political commissar, adorned in resplendent military garb, stands stoically to the side, while a white-haired general seated at the table wears a grim expression. So what we face is not a band of rogue rebels, but an entire Nest City. The political commissar nods in affirmation, causing the old general to slump in despair. This realization implies that all his meticulously crafted plans have been rendered futile, reduced to mere acts of self-sacrifice from the very beginning. The thought that his long struggle has culminated in nothing but a senseless demise fills him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. His concern does not stem from the loss of soldiers, as loyalty to the Emperor is paramount everywhere. Rather, he laments the senseless squandering of resources amid the increasingly dire situation on this planet, particularly for the elite forces that had far exceeded his expectations, which he unwittingly sent into the heart of the rebel stronghold. Contemplating this, the general feels a profound frustration at the squandered potential. How beneficial it would have been to deploy them elsewhere. With a heavy heart, he resigns to this fate, while the political commissar, observing the general's acceptance of the situation, pauses before gently suggesting, "Sir, should we halt the next wave of attacks?" The general, momentarily regaining his focus, nods in agreement after a brief pause. Just as he prepares to issue the command, the door swings open with a loud bang. The general and the political commissar turn towards the commotion, where a breathless messenger, burdened with a communications pack, approaches them, brandishing a parchment. Before the general can speak, the political commissar interjects, and the messenger, filled with excitement, exclaims, "The Nest City has raised the imperial flag." The general? The political commissar? The two exchange bewildered glances, and it is the political commissar who steps forward to take the military report, handing it to the general. Simultaneously, he directs his attention to the densely packed monitors, scanning them before pointing to the upper left corner, saying, "Focus on this angle, magnify it." The technical officer promptly executed the command, swiftly adjusting the display to the main screen and maximizing it. The members of the Star Realm army within the command center gazed intently at the unfolding scene, their eyes widening in astonishment. Over 2,000 bloodied soldiers stood upon a platform atop the Nest Tower, where the Grand Imperial flag was once again hoisted, accompanied by a battered Chimera war chariot that had endured untold firepower. Although the ordinary soldiers were unfamiliar with the featured battalion, the appearance of a striking mechanical adept triggered a momentary recollection, causing the political commissar and the veteran general to awaken from their stupor. They were still alive. The veteran general, taken aback, swiftly rose to his feet from behind the table, casting a glance at the political commissar, who bore an expression of equal shock. 4. In juxtaposition to the fact that the Sith remained alive, another piece of information conveyed through the screen was even more terrifying. Could they have breached the entire nest? The veteran general murmured in disbelief, while the political commissar, despite his steely demeanor, could not help but draw a deep breath to alleviate the shock within him. A profound silence enveloped the command center, and it was not until a considerable time later that the veteran general resumed his seat, his face etched with greater resignation. What a pity. The political commissar lowered his head slightly, his expression somber. If only we had known sooner. Their conversation remained unfinished. For at that very moment, an unexpected roar erupted overhead, unleashing a violent tremor across the ground. Following this was an overwhelming barrage of anti-aircraft fire directed skyward. The veteran general regained his composure, ignoring the dust that fell from above, as he organized the military report and withdrew the blue flag representing their forces significantly away from the nest where the Sith resided. Outside the previously representative red flag of the insurgents lay a dense array of massive green flags, resembling a city, along with a verdant tide that enveloped the entire map. Upon completing these tasks, the veteran's gaze fell upon the solitary blue flag far from the main forces. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed, "Dispatch a fighter aircraft to convey the battle situation to them. The rest is up to them." Atop the nest tower, The Sith observed as the aircraft flew overhead, dropping a package before hastily retreating, his expression darkening. Not far away, Brannock, accompanied by several soldiers, retrieved the package, opened it for a swift inspection, and then returned to the Sith, holding up a small booklet. First, there was a military report. News from the command center indicated that a new group of alien foes had arrived, prompting our main forces to contract their controlled territory. Aliens? The Sith was momentarily taken aback. Aliens referred to extraterrestrial races. Those alien races that had managed to endure under human dominion for the 42nd millennium remained active, each possessing remarkable skills that could elicit genuine smiles from humanity upon encounter, excluding the Titanium Lord. However, Brannock's countenance bore no trace of the Sith's dismay. Instead, he lifted another small booklet with a casual expression. However, according to the military department's operational manual on alien combat, this group of aliens does not pose much of a threat. Observing Brannock's confidence, the Sith furrowed his brow as he took the booklet, which indeed bore the authoritative seal of the military department. As the Sith, filled with skepticism, turned the page, the first sentence that greeted him rendered him utterly speechless. The brave soldiers of the Empire could effortlessly topple their green-skinned foes in close combat with a shoulder throw. Huh. Raising his head in confusion, the Sith could scarcely comprehend how such words could be combined. Green-skinned? Close combat? Shoulder throw? Chapter 10. Here lies the Vigilant Star. On the platform, the manual regarding the green-skinned adversaries had already been disseminated by the Department of Military Affairs. Initially tense due to the emergence of alien threats, the soldiers soon found themselves at ease, bolstered by the authoritative propaganda from the military department, which significantly lifted their spirits. The Sith surveyed the surroundings, observing the native soldiers who had never encountered or even heard of any alien nests. Their faces bore no signs of fear, only eagerness to confront the green-skinned foes. The false propaganda had engendered a genuine morale boost. The information was not scarce, even flowing freely. When Anna approached the Sith and earnestly stated something, shortly thereafter, a servo skull flew before him, and after a series of rapid electronic sounds, Anna nodded in approval at the military manual. After calculations, the nearly negligible cost had elevated the initial combat morale of the entire unit by an astounding 200%, a highly efficient maneuver. Of course, the price would be the loss of at least 2/3 of their lives post-battle, a grim necessity for them to truly understand their enemy. Maintaining the extreme rationality of the mechanical doctrine, Anna felt the weight of the Sith's gaze upon her, causing the rationality that had just blossomed on her face to wane, making her hesitant to meet his eyes. Whether as a crucial component of her own grand invention or due to the exaggerated combat prowess displayed by the Sith throughout their journey, Anna felt an overwhelming tension towards him, a sentiment that was entirely new for her. Yet, contrary to her imagined rebuttal of a commander who cherished his soldiers, the Sith merely regarded her earnestly before turning his gaze away. Even with prior knowledge, many would still perish, perhaps even more. Anna abruptly looked up, surprised by the calmness on the Sith's face. In this wretched world, if one were to discuss humanity, it would indeed be a sign of madness. Perhaps in a future golden age, such topics might be broached. But for now, the paramount concern was merely surviving until the next day. Anna gazed at the Sith, astonished that he could accept such a small facet of the Empire's darkness with such tranquility, and her own expression turned somewhat guilty, cold and rational. These were the virtues recognized by the Empire. However, for those around him, the presence of a commander who embodied these traits inevitably stirred a sense of fear in their hearts. Anna, unable to hold the Sith's gaze, found his eyes fixed upon her. In an unexpected turn, the Sith posed a peculiar yet astute question. Anna, what is the name of this planet in the lexicon of your mechanical doctrine? In the world of nests, a staggering 99% of the populace is illiterate. Not only are they unaware of the name of their planet, but they do not even know the name of the nest they inhabit. Previously, the Sith had little time to ponder, but now, with an entire nest having succumbed to the rebels, and the main force of the Star Realm army having been repelled by the Greenskins, the dire situation compelled the Sith to seek counsel. If it were merely an obscure world, it could be dismissed. However, should it pertain to a renowned battle, the Sith would genuinely express gratitude towards the Emperor for his esteemed regard. Anna, perplexed by the Sith's unexpected concern, furrowed her brow and cast a fleeting glance at him before responding earnestly. It is the Vigilant Star. We are located at the Vigilant Star of the nebulous star domain. The familiar name elicited an involuntary twitch at the corner of the Sith's eye. If one were to categorize the war zone, securing the support of a space marine would typically lead mortals to contemplate victory. Gaining a squad of space marines? That would ensure stability. And if an entire company were to arrive, one could at least anticipate a glorious demise. However, to aspire for even more. Mortals would likely only consider how to die with greater ease. Yet, the Vigilant Star was not merely a squad or a company. It was the leader of the Primarchs. The legendary commander Calgar, who, under the Emperor's regency and prior to the Lion's return, was mandated by the original Primarch Guilliman to personally lead nearly all of the Primaris Space Marines to assist. Accompanying him were the knightly houses, the Titan legions, and the Imperial Navy's desperate crew members. Even the Mechanicum, which did not primarily revolve around warfare, mobilized countless Scutarii to join this brutal melee, fighting to the last breath. Moreover, with the Greenskin onslaught and the swift arrival of the four gods of chaos, led by the warlord Abaddon, it was sufficient to bring forth genuine smiles from the mortals of the Vigilant Star. Not to mention, as the factions grew increasingly bloodthirsty, they began to miniaturize the Exterminatus-class whirlwind torpedoes, relentlessly bombarding the surface with regular weaponry. Now, this lone force, abandoned by the main contingent, found itself amidst this imminent grand drama. Had Calgar arrived? The Sith silently expressed gratitude for the Emperor's recognition of him. Steeling his resolve, he hastily inquired about the timeline. Anna's confusion became more pronounced. As a legendary figure among the Primaris Space Marines, she was certainly aware of Calgar. She merely wondered how this small planetary defense force commander, who had never even ventured into space, had come to know such a name. Perhaps he had overheard something? After all, he was a well-known figure. Anna shook her head, saying, "Indeed, external requests for assistance have been sent forth, but as of now, no Primaris Space Marines have arrived." The Sith sighed in relief, though his brow tightened further. Calgar had yet to arrive, and thus Abaddon had not come either. It seemed the chaos at the Vigilant Star was only just beginning, and for the time being, no one had succumbed to madness. However, this also meant he had to devise a means to survive the entire tumult. The more he contemplated, the more grim his expression became, his brow furrowing deeply. Recalling the chaotic battles at the Vigilant Star, he remembered that out of over 1 trillion inhabitants, fewer than 100 billion remained after the war. Now, amidst this horrifying demographic decline, the Sith had to find a way to endure until the very end. Standing atop the tower, lost in thought as he gazed at the hazy land beneath the sea of clouds, it was uncertain how long he had been in this reverie. Even the distant Bunok cast a questioning glance, prompting Zeiss to suddenly take a deep breath. At least the air at the pinnacle was relatively fresh, providing Zeiss with a moment of indulgent pleasure. Subsequently, he turned sharply and strode purposefully towards Bunok. The previously relaxed soldiers around him instantly stood at attention. Whether they were the seasoned veterans of the 101st Regiment or the recently joined survivors, all exhibited a remarkable discipline, their expressions stern as they regarded Zeiss. The dried blood on their bodies bore testament to their hardships, yet each individual displayed a level of prowess surpassing that of ordinary Star Realm soldiers. The collective gaze followed Zeiss until he reached the front of the ranks, where they halted with a crisp sound, aligning themselves perfectly. "Bunok, according to the rebels, has the tower's summit not completely fallen?" Bunok responded with a salute. "It has not fallen. At least there are still numerous refugees hiding in the upper areas." Upon hearing this, Zeiss did not immediately proceed but instead reflected on the bloody turmoil surrounding the alert star, taking another deep breath to savor the absence of any foul odors in the air. The crowd remained silent, respectfully observing Zeiss until he exhaled the heaviness from his chest. His voice emerging with a steely edge, "I shall expand our forces." Bunok's eyes brightened, yet Zeiss suddenly halted. Pondering for a moment, he opted for a different phrase. "No. I shall unleash a surge of troops." Chapter 11. The frenzy of recruitment. The unremarkable sunlight illuminated the towering summit. Above was a somewhat profound azure sky, while below lay an endless expanse of dark clouds. In a region near the center, a group of figures strode briskly beneath the majestic Gothic architecture. The buildings loomed so high that the figures below resembled mere ants. "Sir, ahead lies the refugee zone." Bunok led the way, flanked by the most elite veterans. With Zeiss at the center, Zeiss lifted his gaze to admire the towering, sacred structures surrounding him, as a residence for the apex of the Nest's elite. The architecture here was constructed with seemingly limitless resources, resulting in a strikingly grandiose spectacle. Although the road beneath his feet spanned hundreds of meters in width, akin to traversing a vast, uniform football field, it still felt constricted in the shadow of these imposing edifices. Pulling his gaze back, ignoring the fearful eyes peering from a few windows above, Zeiss focused on the direction indicated by Bunok. Ahead stood a grand and expansive national church, its wide square devoid of any presence, save for the cold wind sweeping through, stirring up clouds of dust. This dust danced towards the statue of the Emperor, settling upon his formidable figure. Through the sculpture, Zeiss noticed the church's doors slightly sway, revealing a terrified silhouette that slipped into the crevice behind the entrance. Bunok's expression turned slightly awkward. They have kept the doors tightly shut. We have visited several times, yet they remain unyielding. After all, being at the tower's summit. And within the national church, even Bunok dared not show a hint of disrespect, resorting instead to several polite attempts at visitation. Zeiss, however, surveyed the surroundings. And under the watchful, fearful gaze from behind the door, he unexpectedly began to walk towards the church. Bunok and the others attempted to follow, but Zeiss raised his hand, signaling, "You stay here." As he spoke, Zeiss publicly disarmed himself of his sidearm and military blade, handing them over to Bunok. He then approached the statue of the emperor, removing his gloves to pick up a cleaning tool nearby. Undeterred by the biting cold, he used his bare hands to chip away the ice encasing the statue, diligently wiping away the dust that had accumulated on the emperor's form. This scene left Bunok and the other veterans momentarily stunned, their initial respect for Zeiss deepening into reverence. Although the emperor was not favored by his kin, his faith remained a crucial pillar sustaining the empire to this day, even with a body amplified 100-fold. The frigid air rendered Zeiss's hands of vivid crimson. At last, as the final remnants of ice melted away, the once dusty statue was rejuvenated. Zeiss stood silently before the emperor's likeness, offering a silent prayer until Bunok and the others became increasingly devout, and the fearful eyes behind the door began to soften. When Zeiss finally opened his eyes, he strode purposefully towards the church. This time, as his unblemished visage came into clear view, the long-closed doors finally creaked open a narrow gap. An elderly man clad in priestly robes mustered the courage to step forward. "Has the God Emperor answered our prayers and sent you to guide us away?" the elder asked with hopeful anticipation, while Zeiss gazed past him into the now illuminated church. Beholding the throng gathered beneath the grand dome, Zeiss turned back to the priest and slowly shook his head. "It is the emperor who requires your unwavering loyalty." 3 days later, the church became the epicenter, surrounded by numerous buildings filled with refugees. More displaced individuals flocked along the broad avenues, converging from various heights of the tower. A small fire flickered to life, a large iron pot boiling over with steaming hot starch water. Countless refugees formed an almost endless line, huddled in coarse fabric against the biting wind, awaiting the nearly invisible bits of starch in their hot porridge. A contingent of soldiers clad in black uniforms maintained order around them. The soldiers wore vigilant expressions, apprehensive of potential theft, until figures emerged from the distance, approaching the church. Only then did the black-clad soldiers snap to attention and salute, exclaiming, "Commander!" Acknowledging the salute with a casual gesture, Zeiss's pace did not falter. He merely cast a curious glance at the soldiers' dark uniforms, puzzled by where Anna had procured so many. Zeiss had been fervently recruiting, yet the nobles had absconded with nearly all supplies, leaving even uniforms in short supply. However, uniforms were indispensable to Zeiss, as they visually transformed civilians into soldiers, instilling a sense of collective identity and morale that was as valuable as imperial currency. With the looming threat of various monstrous entities, he would not overlook any means to bolster his soldiers' fighting spirit. Yet, even Zeiss was intrigued by how Anna had conjured these uniforms, particularly why they were black. Bunok, displaying a hint of exasperation, cautiously glanced around for Anna's presence before speaking up. "These are not true military uniforms. They are civilian garments modified to resemble them." Anna simply concocted several batches of liquid fuel and dyed these clothes black before distributing them. Bunok, with a flourish, lifted his pristine military uniform to reveal the darkened skin at his cuffs. Sith was momentarily taken aback. Was this not akin to smearing oneself with oil? He wished to express his bemusement, yet upon observing the neatly arrayed soldiers in their uniform black attire, which indeed rendered them quite formidable in appearance, he restrained himself. In merely 3 days, Sith had managed to expand his forces by 100,000, forming a total of 20 infantry regiments. Acquiring enough uniforms had proven to be an arduous task. Admittedly, in this apocalyptic conflict, 20 regiments were not particularly substantial, with only 2,000 seasoned veterans at his disposal. A ratio of 1 to 50 was the utmost limit of what could be managed by the veterans' fervent shouts, not to mention the challenge of arming them without logistical support. It was worth noting that even the armory atop the tower had been completely stripped bare during the nobles' evacuation. Instead of lamenting the oil-stained uniforms, Sith passed by the porridge pot, gazing at the clear, starchy broth, and shifted the topic. "Are the soldiers' rations sufficient?" Bunok's expression darkened further. "According to the minimum standards, the supplies are barely adequate. However, the intensity of training is considerable, and soldiers often awaken in the dead of night, famished." He then glanced at the bustling scene of porridge distribution and lowered his voice. Is it possible to allocate a portion of the civilians' rations? Bunnock was cautious in his approach, for the food currently available, aside from what was brought from the supply station, largely came from the national reserves. Providing the majority of food to Sith was already at the limits of what the state could offer. After all, one cannot truly expect faith in the Emperor to serve as sustenance. Though Sith did not articulate his thoughts, his piercing gaze conveyed his discontent. As for another more direct and efficient option, Sith's attention turned to the soldiers diligently training, but the notion was quashed almost immediately. Among the refugees, many had family members who were soldiers. Reluctantly pulling his gaze away from the recruits, Sith fell into a moment of silence. His eyes suddenly drawn to the profound passage leading deeper into the nest. The rebels must possess ample resources to sustain such a multitude. Chapter 12. I pretend to be dead, so you cannot strike me in a corner of the nest. The tense rebels kept a vigilant watch around them, particularly wary of the passage leading to the tower. The rebels, once curious and bustling with life, now cowered behind their defenses and structures, scarcely daring to expose even a fraction of themselves. A palpable sense of dread hung over the very heads of the rebels, who were typically the harbingers of terror. At this moment, in the very core of the rebel faction, within a deep underground fortress, Du Jiao sat in a chair, his prominent horns and an expression of frustration marking his features. Du Jiao was the very same horned figure who had previously supplied Sith with armored vehicles. As a chamber of the heretical rebels, Du Jiao's room was not only exceptionally bright, but also ablaze with light. Were it not for the eclectic array of peculiar rebel soldiers surrounding him, one might mistakenly believe they had stumbled upon a sanctuary of illumination. Given how little Du Jiao's appearance harmonized with such radiance, once again, he cast a sweeping glance over every illuminated corner of the room, reassured that he remained safe within its confines, and the terror etched upon his brow began to dissipate. He reached for a bottle of potent liquor to pour himself a drink, but just as he grasped the bottle, the front door swung open with a resounding bang. The rebels behind the door and those nearby turned their puzzled gazes toward him as the bottle filled with spirits slipped from his hands and shattered on the floor, spilling its contents. Witnessing the waste of the precious drink, the rebels exhibited expressions of regret and swallowed hard in unison. Yet, as he observed the figures at the doorway and confirmed they were merely his own rebels, his expression softened somewhat. However, before the rebels could utter a word, an overwhelming sense of frustration began to cloud his features. What fresh calamity was this? Helplessly, he stared at the rebels at the door, his heart burdened as if it carried an entire weight of dread. Ever since he had celebrated the departure of the formidable Sith to the summit, he had hoped for a night of undisturbed slumber. Yet, scarcely had time passed when those very fiends returned uninvited. Their method of descent was particularly displeasing to him. The words of the rebels at the door confirmed his fears. Over 3,000 had stormed their supply point, seizing the provisions that had only just arrived. His heart raced with anxiety, and instinctively, he reached for his glass, only to realize the bottle lay shattered and drained upon the floor. His cheeks twitched with suppressed rage as he withdrew his hand, while the rebels at the door observed him with a mixture of fear and submission. We fortified the defenses. Over 10,000 were deployed. He seethed, yet they dared to attack again? The weight of despair settled heavily upon him as he recalled that a mere 3,000 had breached the defenses of his forces, which numbered in the tens of thousands. And it was the smaller contingent that had launched the assault. His teeth ground together in frustration, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping him. Trembling from the tumult of his emotions, he shakily returned to his chair, reluctant yet compelled to pose the question he had asked countless times before. What of the scouts? Have any familiar faces been spotted? The rebels at the door shook their heads stiffly, revealing yet another group of unfamiliar recruits. With that, all strength fled from him, and he slumped down in despair. The malevolent deity confronting him was undeniably sinister. Even if you possessed a couple of thousand fierce warriors, it was one thing to accept that such prowess could cut through the ranks of his hundreds of thousands. It was quite another to suggest that such warriors could be produced in abundance. When the Sith descended from the summit to seize rebel resources and casually rack up kills, he initially failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He merely thought that these fierce individuals, lacking sustenance and unwilling to adopt the cannibalistic tendencies of their kind, were seeking provisions from him. However, after several encounters, he began to realize the unsettling truth. Despite his own efforts to eliminate a few, the enemy numbers seemed to swell rather than diminish. It was then that he assigned a group of astute rebels to observe closely. After a few more skirmishes, he received a dread-inducing revelation. The formidable group across the way seems to change with each visit. The implications of this reality leave Du Jiao, even now, unwilling to accept the truth. As a mid-level commander of the rebel faction in this stronghold, He is well aware that there are no Imperial forces atop the tower. Were it not for the fear of the aerial superiority of the Empire, they would have long since seized the summit. Thus, these new warriors cannot be the same ones who previously hid at the top. They must have emerged only after Shixi's ascent. The thought that this signifies Shixi's ability to rapidly summon such a formidable force within a short span leads Du Jiao to a singular, unsettling conclusion. Only the presence of a certain malevolent deity could account for this. Realizing that he is not merely facing a small band of wandering Imperial soldiers, but rather an authentic malevolent god, a wave of dread washes over him, intensifying the discomfort in his throat that had previously seemed non-existent. Boss, should we bolster the supply points? The rebel at the entrance, cautious in his approach, is met with silence from Du Jiao. Suddenly, he straightens up. Bolster? What do you mean bolster? They merely seek some supplies. And you wish to send someone to refuse them? Do you not understand the concept of courtesy? Du Jiao's expression takes on an edge of madness. Having witnessed Shixi's various exaggerated feats, he is now utterly convinced that he is indeed confronting a deity in flesh. The realization that he has repeatedly denied the malevolent god's requests for tribute sends chills down his spine. The more he contemplates, the greater his fear grows. Du Jiao abruptly rises from his seat. Send the order down to withdraw all fire points. If that esteemed individual from above returns, no one is to resist. After all, the supplies are continuously produced from the lower stronghold, and maintaining the few at the top is hardly significant. The rebels exchange glances, but soon breathe a sigh of relief. Nodding in agreement, the rebel at the entrance, fearing Du Jiao might reconsider, swiftly turns to implement the order. After all, Du Jiao's fear of being used for experience by Shixi's forces is far greater. Yet, no sooner had the rebels departed than Du Jiao, still unsettled, was startled back by a sudden panic. Stammering while pointing towards the tower's summit, he uttered, They all. Du Jiao, filled with rage, glared. What do you mean by all? What is this all? The rebel, taken aback, inhaled deeply, his face a mask of terror. The people atop the tower have all descended. They have all come down. The air thickened instantly. Even the lights overhead flickered ominously. Du Jiao's face drained of color, replaced by the palpable fear of impending doom. Yet, the anticipated clash of conflict did not ensue. After waiting in silence for what felt like an eternity, confusion clouded Du Jiao's mind. Without questioning the rebel at the entrance, he strode out himself, his gaze widening as he beheld the scene before him. Numerous broad passages were filled with an overwhelming throng of black-clad soldiers, marching in unison into the stronghold. Strangely, these soldiers did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, they arranged themselves on the ground, awaiting further orders. Is this an offensive? Du Jiao murmured to himself, then carefully observed the positioning and formation of Shixi's legion. Suddenly, his gaze shifted towards the passage leading from the stronghold to the outside world. No, this is an escape. Atop the tower, there exists neither supplies nor factories, nor any populace. This is not a safe haven that can endure the chaos of a war-torn star. For the Sith to survive the turmoil, the only path available is a breakout towards the safe zone. However, the Sith anticipated a fierce confrontation against the entire rebel faction, but upon discerning the Sith's intentions, the rebels veered off course. The malevolent deity intends to depart. Suppressing the involuntary smirk creeping at the corners of his mouth, Du Jiao's face flushed crimson, and he abruptly turned to the nearby rebels. Who dares to obstruct me? I shall turn them into mincemeat. Chapter 13. I still lack a few tanks. 100,000 soldiers formed 20 dense formations, their backs against the passage, resembling a mountain of humanity in the expansive plaza of the nest. At the forefront stood Bunnock and Anna, flanking the Sith, while behind them were over 2,000 meticulously selected battle-hardened recruits. All eyes were fixed upon the Sith, who extended his wrist to scrutinize the ticking second hand of his watch. As the seconds completed another revolution, the hour hand once more pointed directly upwards. With the day-night cycle of the tower, the Sith understood that this 12th hour signified midnight. Raising his gaze, the Sith drew his sidearm. The battle-hardened recruits behind him followed suit, albeit wielding not rifles or conventional arms, but rather daggers suited for stealth or silenced pistols. Upon successful execution of the plan, I will signal, at which point the entire force will charge through the passage, striving to breach the nest before more rebels can react. The Sith spoke, and Bunnock saluted gravely from behind, while Anna cast a concerned glance. After all, this was a pivotal component of her illustrious invention, and her concern for the Sith was undeniably sincere. Subsequently, the Sith advanced, and the 2,000 recruits hastily followed, silently creeping towards the rebels who lay in wait. The Sith was preparing to launch an ambush against the rebels before the full-scale assault commenced, aiming to mitigate casualties during the official attack as much as possible. As he approached, the Sith's eyes frequently darted towards the deep passage leading out of the nest. The 100,000 appeared formidable once outside the nest. Faced with the surging tide of green-skinned foes, any force seemed exceedingly precious. The Sith had no desire to squander these resources on a nest destined for annihilation. Lost in thought as he proceeded, the Sith's gaze gradually sharpened, his focus shifting to the immediate surroundings. Casting a puzzled glance around, he suddenly raised his right hand. Without a sound, the 2,000 recruits in the shadows halted abruptly. Without movement, the Sith surveyed the area once more, particularly scrutinizing his soldiers, confirming that thus far, not a single rebel had been slain. The confusion in the Sith's eyes morphed into intrigue, even casting another uncertain glance around. Reassured that he had indeed ventured deeply into enemy territory, the Sith straightened, an expression of bewilderment etched upon his face. Even without concealing his form, despite standing under the lights, the crowded rebel stronghold remained eerily silent. Behind him, both Bunnock and Anna wore expressions of confusion. Initially, observing the Sith infiltrate, they had felt elated, believing their forces too elite for the rebels to notice. As they gazed upon the Sith standing boldly in the spotlight, the rebels remained astonishingly unresponsive, prompting both individuals to sense an unsettling anomaly. Though disbelief lingered, a singular thought surfaced in their minds. Hesitant, Bunnock surveyed the surroundings before ultimately turning to the undeniably astute Anna. Could the rebels be feigning sleep? As a practitioner of mechanical philosophy, Anna was expected to engage solely in rational calculations. Yet, despite the incessant computations emanating from her servo skull, a perplexing confusion clouded her expression. The calculations indicated a 97.26 probability of them being in a state of pretense. After articulating her thoughts, Anna confronted the ironclad reality, her round eyes brimming with profound bewilderment. But why? The servo skull remained mute, unable to provide an answer, while Bunnock scrutinized the rebel encampment, gradually coming to a realization. This band of rebels, they have been frightened into submission. They wish for us to depart, Bunnock declared, and the point was not lost on the Sith. After all, in a camp of over 100,000 rebels, where everyone appeared to be sleeping like dead pigs, not a single snore could be heard. The Sith even glanced at several nearby rebels, noting that their sleeping positions were remarkably uniform. All fortuitously turned away from him, his expression filled with incredulity. He straightened his posture, no longer treading cautiously. Behind him, Bunnock hurried over, his footsteps unmistakably loud. Observing that such evident sounds failed to rouse any rebels, the Sith saw no need for pretense and boldly seated himself beside the nearest rebel's makeshift bed. As his military blade struck the ground, it produced a sharp metallic clang. The Sith took a moment to regard the rebel beside him, who remained with eyes tightly shut, though his complexion had turned a shade akin to that of pig liver. Bunnock cast a sympathetic glance at the sleeping rebel before addressing the Sith. "My lord, should we not hasten our retreat?" The moment Bunnock spoke, the rebel's expression softened. The once ashen visage quickly regained some color, and even his breathing grew visibly labored. However, the Sith did not respond as anticipated. Instead, he observed the surrounding silence among the rebels and, after a brief contemplation, raised his voice. "Our ammunition reserves are insufficient. It would be prudent to gather some before our departure." Bunnock's countenance stiffened, aside from the Sith's voice echoing through the stillness. He suddenly realized that his commander was quite frugal. Before Bunnock could articulate his thoughts, a package of ammunition unexpectedly fell at the Sith's feet. Following closely, a cascade of ammunition rained down across the entire rebel encampment, creating a rustling sound. At this moment, Bunnock found himself at a loss for words. He could only watch in awe at this utterly astonishing spectacle. A multitude of individuals simultaneously sleepwalking, all coincidentally dreaming the same dream of dropping ammunition, a true galactic wonder. The surrounding soldiers, equally bewildered, bent down to retrieve the ammunition that had fallen at their feet, their eyes gradually lighting up with immense anticipation as they gazed upon the rebels' densely packed arsenal. The Sith rose, pointing directly at the laser rifles of the nearby rebels. Bunnock, in a state of bewilderment, clumsily removed the rifle, prompting the soldiers surrounding him to abandon all pretense and stride directly towards the cache of weapons held by the rebels. It is essential to note that the Sith were rapidly expanding their forces, facing immense pressure for supplies. Even uniforms were in short supply, let alone weaponry. Many new recruits were still wielding substandard homemade arms, and one entire battalion had resorted to using melee weapons. Seizing such an opportunity to gather resources, the Sith could not possibly let it slip away. Observing the vast rebel stronghold before him, the Sith gestured to more soldiers behind him. directing them to systematically clear the rebels' arsenal. Laser rifles were merely the standard. At some critical fire points, soldiers even brought out several explosive machine guns. Conventional heavy weaponry such as rocket launchers, flamethrowers, and laser machine guns were piled high, with some soldiers even swapping their gear on the spot. Once the entire rebel armament was cleared, every Sith soldier was equipped with advanced firearms, significantly bolstering their firepower. A sense of exhilaration spread among the ranks as they looked towards their commander, prepared to execute their planned retreat from the nest. The rebels, too, breathed heavily, an indescribable joy permeating the air. Bunnock, satisfied, had switched to an explosive machine gun. However, just when everyone assumed the situation would continue in a standard manner, the Sith, observing the rebels disarmed and his soldiers fully equipped, did not hesitate. With an air of nonchalance, he drew his sidearm, raised it skyward, and pulled the trigger. The gunfire echoed thunderously in the silence, and amidst the shocked expressions of both rebels and soldiers, the Sith kicked over a nearby rebel pretending to sleep. Get up. I still need a few tanks. Chapter 14. Do you think I am the most waaagh? Toxic clouds crowded the sky. In a world riddled with cracked soil, gusts of yellow sand swirled in relentless whirlwinds. Outside the nest, an Imperial Legion clad entirely in black uniforms stood resolutely around a multitude of vehicles. They found themselves entirely trapped within the nest as the passage behind them was violently obliterated by the rebels, effectively sealing them inside and preventing the Sith from entering. The soldiers bore expressions of utter bewilderment. At the heart of the Legion, the Sith gazed at the imposing figure of Leman Russ, reflecting on the audacity of the rebel leader known as Dujiao, who had somehow managed to procure tanks for him. At this moment, although the Sith's forces still fell short of the heavy weaponry standards of the Astra Militarum, their equipment level far surpassed that of other planetary defense forces. A gust of yellow sand swept through the crowd, and through the howling cold wind, faintly echoed the war cries of the green-skinned warriors amidst the dust storm. One soldier took up a canister of promethium, using the black substance to cover the blasphemous rebel insignia that adorned the tank. Behind Leman Russ, 2 Chimera infantry fighting vehicles stood ready, their new crews hastily familiarizing themselves with the machines. However, the overwhelming firepower that the Sith had once wielded to breach the nest had vanished in his absence. At this moment, the infantry fighting vehicle was merely a standard unit, with only the crew members benefiting from a 100-fold increase in experience. However, this did not dishearten Zeiss. For once the soldiers had completed the cleaning and repainting of the Laymanris, he took his position as commander within the vehicle. Suddenly, the engine roared to life with a feral growl, echoing across the parched earth. This startled Anna, who had just finished inspecting the tank, as she recalled that the Laymanris's engine could not possibly possess such terrifying power. With a bit more enhancement, it could even serve as the engine for a light night mech. Meanwhile, a rumble of motorcycle engines approached as Brunok rode in, accompanied by several soldiers equipped with communication devices, racing in from the distance. The massive tires stirred up clouds of dust on the gravel-strewn ground. Not daring to approach the black tank directly, Brunok halted his motorcycle upon spotting Zeiss and swiftly dismounted to walk towards him, raising his hand in salute. Brunok's face glowed with excitement. All supplies have been loaded onto the transport vehicles, albeit with slightly less food than originally planned. However, the fuel tanks are filled to the brim, and they even received an extra supply. Zeiss, who had been familiarizing himself with the Laymanris, paused his actions and glanced back at the now completely isolated Nest City. He was acutely aware that the lurking dangers outside the city posed a threat. He could not afford to linger in Nest City any longer. After all, no one knew when cargo would arrive. Zeiss had to reach the safe zone before the various lunatics of the Vigilant Star began mistaking their annihilation weapons for conventional arms. Without further comment, Zeiss turned back. In the distance loomed an endless sandstorm, its howling winds growing ever more thunderous. Faced with this impending chaos, Zeiss gently pressed the accelerator. The Laymanris emitted a powerful roar, and as he gazed upon the approaching clouds of dust and the multitude of loyal soldiers at his side, Zeiss donned his commander's headset and gestured forward. Brunok's motorcycle unit surged ahead as scouts, plunging into the swirling sands. Following closely behind, the Laymanris carved 2 deep furrows into the earth, leading the charge, flanked by 2 Chimera infantry fighting vehicles. Trailing behind them was a substantial force, comprising a mix of supply vehicles and a staggering 20 infantry battalions, all painted in black. Zeiss's legion appeared as a dark tide sweeping across the desolate landscape of swirling yellow sands. Thus, the dark tide, accompanied by the roar of engines, plunged into the rolling sands. The yellow sands remained undisturbed. The barren world outside Nest City plunged into desolation once more, silent save for the faint whimpering of the landscape. as if the human legion had never existed. Time passed, though it was impossible to tell how long, when suddenly, amidst the howling storm of yellow sand, a resounding waaagh reverberated through the earth. Flames erupted, tearing through the sandstorm, followed closely by the deafening blast of a tank cannon, amplified 100-fold. Raising his arm, he fired. Through the obscured vision of the storm, a green-skinned warbike careened into the fray. The surrounding recruits instinctively dodged, but the violent explosion still claimed several of their number. Sith emerged partially from the command position of the Leman Russ, bracing against the ferocious wind while pressing his earphones firmly against his head. With one hand, he pulled the trigger of his sidearm, while with the other he shouted incessantly through the headset. Amidst the swirling sandstorm, the Chimera intermittently unleashed explosive rounds, 2 fiery whips erupting from the secondary gun turret, etching blazing trails across the yellow sands. Avoid close combat. Do not employ shoulder throws. Utilize ranged weaponry to eliminate this horde of aliens. With another shot, he dispatched a roaring green-skinned giant, and he barked orders to the soldiers nearby. Simultaneously, his commands reverberated through the tank's communication system, reaching every infantry regiment under his command. At that moment, the entire legion advanced with Sith as the spearhead, concentrating their firepower in an unrelenting assault that felled the menacing green-skinned foes emerging from the sands. Occasionally, enemy fire rained down upon them, claiming a few unprepared soldiers, yet astonishingly, the casualties among the humans were outweighed by those inflicted upon the green-skinned adversaries. This carnage only served to incite the green-skinned warriors' fervor for battle. As Sith slew more of their kind, the tide of green-skinned combatants surged forth rather than dwindling. Gunfire, treads, whack. Time lost all meaning as Sith felt that his world was reduced to these 3 sounds. The green-skinned foes seemed inexhaustible, while the thunder of Leman Russ artillery never ceased, and the treads were slick with blood and flesh. Just as Sith reloaded his magazine and prepared to eliminate any threatening green-skinned opponent, the once all-encompassing sandstorm abruptly vanished with a gust of wind. The world fell into a sudden silence, not due to some mysterious force sweeping away the sand, but because Sith had charged through the storm, cutting a path against the green-skinned foes. The soldiers around him erupted in jubilant cheers as visibility improved, allowing humanity to unleash even deadlier firepower upon their adversaries. Following Sith's swift execution of a green-skinned leader, the enemy finally lost its composure, turning to flee into the sandy abyss. This spectacle further galvanized the human soldiers, though their exultation was short-lived as a motorcycle surged forth at a previously unmatched speed, pursuing the retreating green-skinned. Why is the commander charging ahead alone? Brennock urgently inquired of the officers beside Sith, but they merely gazed in bewilderment at Sith's pursuit of the green-skinned, their faces etched with confusion. The commander declared he had a question to pose to the greenskins. Brennock was left in a state of disbelief. Was it merely the sand that had muddled his ears, distorting his understanding? The onlookers could only wonder what pressing inquiry their illustrious commander might have for the green-skinned foes. Meanwhile, unseen by all, Sith encircled a cluster of panicked greenskins on his motorcycle, and under their terrified gazes, pointed at himself and declared, "So, do you think I am the most waaagh?" Chapter 15. This human is quite waaagh. The technology of the greenskins is most peculiar. To the eyes of other normal races in the galaxy, the technology of the greenskins appears almost magical. All their advancements stem from a mysterious force known as I think. It is akin to an oil-burning engine that, once captured by the greenskins, can be installed in their vehicles. Faced with an absence of fuel, as long as a sufficient number of greenskins believe they can burn Earth, that engine will indeed burn Earth. Furthermore, I think can not only empower technological creations, but can also be applied to any endeavor. For instance, if enough greenskins deem you to be sufficiently waaagh, then you truly are waaagh. In human terms, you are indeed formidable. At this moment, Syth rode his motorcycle, circling a group of greenskins, his firearm aimed at them, instilling fear among the young greenskins. When confronted by Syth, they briefly appeared puzzled, then hesitantly responded, "I think you are." One of the younglings took the lead, and the others nodded in agreement. Seeing his objective achieved, Syth revved the throttle and pursued other greenskins. The same encirclement, the same question, and upon receiving the same answer, Syth continued to repeat the process, leaving the Legion soldiers, who were entirely baffled by Syth's actions, wearing expressions of confusion. Only after the greenskins fled, propelled by a sudden rumor of the most waaagh human emerging towards the desert, did Syth turn his motorcycle back towards the Legion. Such a small number of greenskins could hardly instigate a significant shift in perception, yet Syth remained unperturbed. For even if only 100,000 greenskins believed themselves to be sufficiently waaagh, the multiplier effect would yield millions of greenskins' thoughts. And if it reached 1 million or even 10 million, while it may not be said that the influence could resonate throughout the galaxy, at least within the confines of their stronghold, SYEH would continue to grow in strength under the greenskins' conviction. As the motorcycle returned through a cloud of dust, a sandstorm swept swiftly past the army. At this moment, all soldiers formed a defensive formation under the clear sky, quietly sitting on the ground to consume compressed starch. Handing his motorcycle to the soldiers, SYEH briskly walked back to his Leman Russ. As the spearhead, his Leman Russ had endured the brunt of the fire. Yet, thanks to its armor, which was far sturdier than a chimera's, the vehicle sustained only minor dents, remaining in nearly pristine condition. What is the casualty situation? SYEH inquired as he approached the tank, taking a hearty sip from his water flask. Although Blinnock and others remained curious about SYEH's recent actions, none dared to ask. Producing a report, Blinnock unfurled it on the tank's armor plate. According to the latest statistics, we have suffered nearly 10,000 casualties. Upon mentioning the casualty figures, not only Blinnock but also the surrounding officers displayed a sense of pride. Blinnock continued to point to the lower section of the report, which detailed the greenskin casualties. We have inflicted at least 70,000 casualties on the greenskin Xenos. The Mortal Legion, lacking heavy firepower, vehicles, and artillery support, managed to engage a numerically superior force of greenskins in the wilderness, and astonishingly, did not suffer complete annihilation but instead achieved an exaggerated casualty ratio of 1:7. If this record were to spread, it would undoubtedly lead the Imperial Ministry of Military Affairs to classify this unit led by CIS as experts in countering greenskins. It is well understood that the greenskins not only possess advanced technology, but also exhibit a physically imposing stature that can, in a fray, even topple an Astartes. The disparity in physique between ordinary mortal soldiers and the greenskins is astoundingly vast. To bestow such a title upon a mortal unit under these circumstances, should it come to light, would elevate the reputation of the 101st Regiment of CIS to rival that of the most elite Imperial legions, such as Cadia. The pride on the faces of Bunnock and his comrades was palpable, and their gazes towards CIS brimmed with newfound respect. They were acutely aware that their remarkable achievements were wholly attributable to CIS leadership. Setting down the water can, CIS briefly scanned the report before refraining from commenting on their accomplishments. He diligently tightened the canister, organizing his equipment as he spoke. Let us proceed. Leave a few men to incinerate the bodies of the fallen, allowing them to return to the earth. The officers, including Bunnock, paused in surprise, exchanging glances as they observed the weary faces of the soldiers who had just emerged from a brutal skirmish. After a moment of contemplation, it was Bunnock who cautiously suggested, "My lord, should we not allow the soldiers a bit more time to rest?" CIS disregarded the suggestion, leaping onto the tank and retaking his position as commander. Donning the tank commander's headset, he surveyed the vast desert before him, where the distant silhouettes of greenskins lingered, and retrieved his binoculars to survey the horizon. The greenskins will return soon, and in greater numbers. Remaining here is tantamount to waiting for death. As he set down the binoculars, CIS firmly struck the tank's armor, producing a resounding thud that heralded the roar of the tank's engine. There would be ample time for rest upon returning to the Emperor. Waiting for death was not an option. With that, Leman Russ surged forward once more. The surrounding officers, taken aback by CIS' resolution, hastily stepped aside, their astonishment evident as they regarded his strategy. Not daring to meet CIS' gaze directly, they exchanged glances without uttering a word, and after a brief silence, turned to execute his commands. Soon, flames erupted from the earth, and the 90,000 soldiers rose again, their weary bodies traversing the desert at the swiftest pace they could muster. Meanwhile, CIS, atop the tank, swayed with Leman Russ's movements, his gaze fixed upon the fleeing greenskins. With a slight closing of his eyes, a suppressed smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. In the direction he was observing, a peculiar force traversed the vast expanse, steadily infusing itself within CIS. This power was ascending at an alarming rate as time passed. In the distance, a new sandstorm rapidly approached, while beyond its swirling chaos, the greenskin speeders kicked up clouds of dust, lingering at a distance from CIS' regiment. The fleeing greenskin had returned with news of the most waaagh of humanity, which would serve as a catalyst, igniting the already beleaguered greenskins into a fervor. A greater, stronger, and more formidable horde of greenskins begins to converge within the depths of the desert. This time, it is not merely the war cries of the greenskins, but an array of war machines and mechs produced by the ingenious minds of greenskin technology. The roar of engines reverberates through the sandstorm as, in the distance, greenskin bombers emerge from the sky, heralding a new tempest that envelopes the warlord in its awe-inspiring might. Observing the bombs carelessly dropped by the greenskin aircraft being scattered by the storm, igniting explosions far from their ranks, the warlord retracts his gaze. He adjusts the mask shielding him from the swirling dust, revealing only his eyes beneath the broad-brimmed hat, and peers into the heart of the storm. The thunderous waaagh, accompanied by the rumbling of engines, surges forth towards the soldiers. The soldiers wear grave expressions, while the warlord raises his firearm, turning to face the soldiers behind him. He nods towards the tempest, declaring, "We shall pierce through this alien horde." Chapter 16. Pierced through? On the outskirts of a greenskin scrap city in the core of the desert, a chaotic settlement arises, constructed from an assortment of scrap metal, wood, tin, and even bone. The ground is littered with greenskin excrement, which mingles with the sand, nurturing clusters of vibrant greenskin fungi. A few squigs, with legs sprouting directly from their heads, bounce around these fungi until a heavy thudding of footsteps interrupts the scene. The squigs, sensing the presence of their master, joyfully leap forward. Suddenly, a colossal steel foot kicks one of the squigs away. The remaining squigs, now even more exhilarated, chase after their unfortunate companion and, in the distance, tear it apart, returning triumphantly with its remains in their mouths. Yet, their master has vanished into the dense throng of greenskins. Here, we have waaagh. Here, the greenskins engage in an unending brawl. Towering above, the greenskin war boss, whose stature far exceeds that of mere mortals, seems to dwarf the younglings around him. Raising his exaggerated claw, entirely fashioned from scrap steel, the war boss, known as Claw, is met with fervent cheers from the throng of eager greenskin youngsters below. However, just as the cheers erupt, Claw raises his hand to silence them. Gazing at the endless sea of greenskin youngsters and the surrounding chaos of roaring bikes and scrap vehicles, Claw inhales deeply, his voice booming. That human also has waaagh, but none can compare to our waaagh. His amplified voice erupts in a fierce roar, and the previously suppressed excitement among the greenskins is released, igniting a fervent waaagh across the landscape. With the fervent waaagh shaking the very grains of sand, Claw, brimming with rage, descends from the high platform. He roughly pushes aside the youngsters in his path, his ironclad form resembling a towering steel giant as he navigates through the greenskin tide. That human is nearby. Let us show him who truly embodies the mightiest waaagh in this realm. Claw commands, and the greenskin horde, primed for battle, erupts into an even more fervent war cry. A dense throng of green-skinned creatures, interspersed with numerous motorcycles and battle vehicles, hurriedly departed from the wasteland city. Countless large feet trampled across the desert, their fervor for warfare causing them to jostle against one another, even resorting to violence for a more advantageous position. Above them, a multitude of makeshift helicopters, crafted almost entirely from scrap materials and offering scant protection, surged forth in a frenzy. Ultimately, this tumultuous energy coalesced, piercing the heavens as they charged toward the desert's edge, where the figure of Sis awaited in the distance. In that very direction, a flat expanse of desert bore witness to rising plumes of smoke, as scattered groups of greenskin youths fled in terror, dispersing in all directions. Meanwhile, where the youths had fled, tens of thousands of green corpses, along with numerous destroyed motorcycles and battle vehicles, blanketed the ground. A handful of human soldiers trudged through the sea of corpses, their rifles held limply, their bodies trembling from exhaustion. Struggling to breathe, their eyes, nearly unfocused, scanned the remains for any surviving comrades. Not far off, the remnants of a Lehman Russ tank, engulfed in thick flames, erupted violently, buried beneath mounds of green corpses. Survivor soldiers instinctively glanced at the source of the explosion. And amidst the fiery glow atop another mound of bodies, a solitary figure remained standing. Fixating on this silhouette, the soldiers' unfocused gazes finally began to sharpen. Lacking the strength to cheer, they nonetheless straightened slightly, casting reverent looks towards Sis and the mountain of green corpses at his feet. Black smoke wafted across the ground as Sis' chest became a bellows, drawing in acrid air, each breath igniting a fierce burn within. Lifting his gaze to the horizon, he sensed that while the battle had just concluded, deeper within the desert, the echo of even greater green war cries began to emerge. Feeling the weight of the soldiers' gazes upon him, Sis refrained from sitting down, drawing his attention back from the depths of the desert to the soldiers still stirring beneath the corpse mound. Of the 100,000 who had entered the desert, half had already perished. Those who remained bore a fierce resolve in their eyes, a ferocity that could instill fear even in the hearts of the green-skinned. Indeed, the multitude of green corpses scattered across the ground served as testament to their combat prowess. A motorcycle sped swiftly from the outskirts of the battlefield, and moments later, Blahnik, clad in a black military uniform wrapped in bandages, gritted his teeth as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to reach Sis. My lord. Another horde of even larger green-skinned creatures is surging forth from the depths of the desert. Gritting his teeth, Blahnik's facial muscles twitched, for these green-skinned beings seemed inexhaustible. In the days since entering the desert, it had been a relentless cycle of slaying one wave only for another to follow. No matter how many were defeated, more would always emerge. Furthermore, as news spread, the greenskins learned of a particularly formidable group of humans here, prompting even greater numbers and stronger warriors to rush forth for battle. This influx even attracted the attention of Steel Claw, the greenskin warlord who ruled over an entire refuse city. Sis glanced briefly in the direction pointed out by Blahnik, then returned his focus. Lightly leaping from the mountain of corpses, witnessing Sis' effortless descent from the towering mound, Blahnik's gaze faltered slightly, uncertain of the reasons behind it. Blahnik felt that his combat prowess had significantly increased from the prolonged battle against the greenskins. However, the Sith opposite him exhibited an even more remarkable escalation. With each greenskin that fell, the Sith seemed to grow increasingly formidable in a remarkably short time. The blade pierced the desert sands as the Sith took a deep breath, finding a semblance of composure. They were on the verge of leaving the desert, and it was unlikely that any more greenskins lurked behind this band. Blahnik kept his gaze lowered, hesitant to meet the eyes of the Sith. So what now? He ventured, contemplating whether to suggest a brief respite. Upon hearing this, the Sith cast a glance around. Although his demeanor remained that of a cold and resolute commander, an inner sigh of resignation escaped him. The soldiers were at their limits. They desperately required a moment of rest. Yet, as the Sith surveyed the weary troops and the distant storm of sand rising ominously, he remained silent. It was evident to him that this was no natural sandstorm, but rather a tumult of dust stirred by the overwhelming number of greenskins. Move out immediately, he commanded. We have little time, whether it be for reinforcements or supplies. Blahnik's eyes twitched at the urgency, observing the exhausted soldiers, summoning courage against the backdrop of the Sith, who had already turned to lead the advance. He implored, my lord, at least allow the soldiers 5 minutes to eat. His request, tinged with trepidation, was met with the Sith's unyielding composure, as a calm voice resonated from his retreating figure. Compressed starch can be consumed on the move. On the battlefield, the remaining soldiers quickly gathered around the last few supply vehicles, continuing their march toward the main force. Deep within the sandy expanse, the storm of greenskins drew nearer, while in the distant land, the towering nest, piercing the clouds, gradually revealed itself. Yet within the nest, a multitude of eyes were drawn to the approaching steel pincers. However, as they turned their gaze toward the pincers, their attention was swiftly diverted by an unexpected and impossible figure. In the command center of the nest, a profound silence reigned. Monitors lining the hall focused intently on a single direction. For in that direction, a human legion was slowly emerging from the sandy sea. A chilling realization broke the stillness. Have they breached through? Chapter 17. Why have I never heard of this battle group? The command center remained enveloped in silence. This astonishment, echoing from an unknown source, articulated the thoughts of all present. Faced with the greenskins, the human forces had been caught off guard, losing vast stretches of land outside the nest almost instantaneously, along with millions of soldiers. Before the Astartes could arrive for support, they had nearly resigned themselves to the grim reality that greenskins could not be eradicated in open combat. Yet, just when all hope seemed lost, not only was there a human legion still actively fighting in the wild, but they had also cut through the greenskin-infested sands. How could such news not instill terror in the hearts of the Astral Army witnessing this spectacle? The crowd fell silent, their gaze fixed on the advancing legion. It was only when a rapid series of footsteps echoed from outside the command center that they regained their senses. The doors swung open, and an aged general strode briskly into the command center, surrounded by the frantic members of the Astral Army. The seasoned general paid no heed to the soldiers who had abandoned their posts. Instead, his gaze was fixated on the display screen, where he was astounded to witness a unit successfully breach the sandy expanse. The general, unable to maintain his composure, inhaled deeply and stood frozen in disbelief. An officer approached, armed with a freshly compiled report regarding the unit, but before he could offer a salute, the general had already read the designation from the screen, 101. The officer was momentarily taken aback, while the general's attention turned to the protected military banner in the ranks, leaving only silence upon his visage. The general understood that this unit had not only penetrated the greenskin desert, but had also charged through the enemy lines under friendly fire, single-handedly dismantling an entire insurgent stronghold. Each of these feats would have been sufficient to shatter even the most stalwart of forces, yet instead of crippling the opposition, it had only served to fortify their resolve. In that moment, the general's eyes reflected a shift from mere indifference toward currency to a burgeoning respect for this legendary unit, particularly for the figure at the forefront, the one known as Sis. However, this respect was swiftly followed by the general's gaze shifting to a decree placed prominently before him, bearing the highest authority of the Astral Military Affairs Department. The atmosphere in the command center grew tense as the general scrutinized the order. "How is the auxiliary force for the Astartes progressing?" he inquired, prompting the officers to lower their heads slightly. Only the officer responsible for the order mustered the courage to respond. "We are still reallocating." But the general raised a hand to interrupt. "Cease the reallocation. We cannot break through the xenomorph encirclement." The officer fell silent, his eyes cautiously darting towards the general, who then turned his attention back to the screen. "Deploy the 101st to assist the Astartes." Despite the anticipation of such a command, the crowd let out a collective sigh of resignation. Following the Astartes into battle was not only an honor, but also a venture fraught with peril. The officers, wary of showing sympathy for the Sis 101st, swiftly began their tasks, drafting the military orders to be sent to Sis. Soon, a finalized command was placed in the general's hands. As he prepared to sign, his peripheral vision caught the name of the Astartes chapter on the order, causing him to furrow his brow. Signing with a frown, he pondered, "Deathwatch? I have not heard of this battle company before." At the edge of the sandy expanse, thousands of footsteps stirred the yellow dust, leaving long trails in their wake. A few motorcycles raced ahead, serving as the eyes and ears of the Legion. As news regarding the green-skinned adversaries reached them, Sis paused momentarily, glancing around before hastening up a nearby sand dune. With binoculars in hand, he surveyed the horizon, where the once indistinct sandstorm now loomed ominously, shrouding the world in chaos. Through the lenses, he could discern the frenzied green-skinned riders speeding through the tempest. Lowering the binoculars, Sis turned his gaze towards the stronghold, harboring little hope. Yet, the sight of the desolate expanse made him furrow his brow involuntarily. Bunnock trailed closely behind, observing the grim countenance of Sis. However, he refrained from any disparaging remarks and instead directed his gaze towards the vast expanse of abandoned fortifications and the dilapidated defenses within. He inquired of Sis whether it would be prudent to summon the concealed planetary defense forces discovered by the scouts, considering they were not part of the Star Realm army and could not be expected to sacrifice everything for the Empire. The once sprawling fortifications, capable of accommodating millions of defenders, harbored a multitude of reluctant soldiers unwilling to perish further. Sis cast a fleeting glance, but could not muster the energy to even raise his binoculars towards the fortifications. Rather than expend effort to unearth them, he preferred to allow the soldiers a few more moments of respite. The demoralized troops had become so consumed by fear for their lives that they chose to hide instead of retreating to the potential battleground. The thought of organizing this ragtag group filled Sis with trepidation. Upon hearing this, Bunnock withdrew his suggestion. While Sis stowed away his binoculars and turned to descend the sand dune, he ordered a halt in the march, granting the soldiers a final 30 minutes of rest. Bunnock was momentarily taken aback, observing the composed demeanor of Sis as he walked down the dune, before his gaze shifted to the encroaching green tide of the sandstorm. The soldiers finally relished a long-awaited break, sitting on the ground and consuming the last morsel of compressed starch. They poured the scant water they had into their mouths, feeling the starch and water gradually transform into strength coursing through their limbs. Not far from the soldiers, within the remnants of the fortifications, pairs of eyes silently observed them. In one of the fortifications, a fairly spacious area housed several dozen soldiers, some crouching, others lying down. Their uniforms bore slight variations, indicating they hailed from different strongholds and had been forcibly conscripted into the defense forces. At that moment, all eyes strained to peer through the half-buried rubble towards the outside world. Not only was the command post astonished that humans had emerged from the green-skinned desert, but even those soldiers who had faced the green-skinned foes with confidence, bolstered by the propaganda from the military department, felt a chill of terror. Reflecting on the transition from confidence to doubt and finally to fear, they could only feel pity for the army outside. They then watched as Sis Legion began to establish defensive lines and seize portions of the abandoned fortifications, adopting a posture of engagement. The retreating soldiers, though silent, felt a flicker of shame as they compared their own cowering presence within the fortifications to the calm and prepared demeanor of their adversaries. Amidst their complex emotions, the soldiers, facing the command post, were momentarily buoyed by the unexpected arrival of supplies from Sis. However, their fleeting joy was abruptly extinguished by the military orders that accompanied the supplies, rendering the smiles upon their faces frozen. From the depths of the sandy sea, the earth-shattering roars of the green-skinned adversaries reverberated. While the surrounding soldiers busied themselves preparing for battle, Sis remained fixated on the orders and the name of Astartes inscribed upon them, his expression gravely somber. Death Watch. Before he could awake Karga, it seemed this battalion had arrived first. With a resigned exhalation, Sis looked up to behold the densely packed green-skinned warriors surging over the dunes. Yet, in comparison to the green-skinned menace, Sis discerned an even graver threat looming ahead. As a planet attracts the gaze of the Death Watch, the green-skinned orcs may very well prove to be the most manageable of the Xenos. However, beyond the Xenos, what truly vexes mortals, particularly the common man, is the presence of numerous loyal Astartes from the traitor legions still embedded within the Death Watch. For, as the imperial news of the Great Rebellion is tightly sealed, when a mortal learns that the number of Astartes legions is not a mere 9, but rather 18, congratulations are in order. Your soul is destined to return to the Emperor. Chapter 18. Death Watch. In the orbital confines of the Vigilant Star, the galaxy sparkles in the distance. A myriad of stars scattered across the void, an infinite expanse reminiscent of a boundless ocean. Yet, the once magnificent cosmos is marred by a rift, glowing with an ominous light, abruptly cleaving the sea of stars in twain. This eerie luminescence necessitates that even passing vessels shield themselves with every protective measure to avoid the malignance that could permeate their ships. At this moment, in the orbit behind the Vigilant Star, scattered reinforcements descend into the starport. Unlike the ground forces, a battle barge of the Astartes chapter remains docked in the void of space. Within the barge lies a grand hall designated for the Astartes to prepare before their deployment. 3 towering figures, each exceeding 2 meters in height, kneel on one knee in reverent prayer before the majestic statue of the Emperor. The 2 flanking figures are bare-chested, while the foremost warrior is draped in a black robe, shrouding his form and visage in darkness. They bow their heads in silence, the hall enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the presence of servitors, pairs of whom patiently await with trays bearing armor, helmets, and weaponry. Minutes stretch into hours, until the 4-hour prayer concludes. The Astartes rise, and the servitors approach with reverent steps, presenting their offerings upon the trays. Subsequently, the Astartes grasp the censer, letting the curling white smoke soothe the machine spirit of their power armor and explosive weaponry. Simultaneously, an alert from the information device beside them announces the completion of the ritual. Brother, a contingent of mortal soldiers has been prepared for us on the surface. Casting a glance at the device, the Astartes on the right extends his hand, allowing the servitors to carefully adorn him with various pieces of equipment. While he respectfully reports to the imposing figure before him, a white-bearded man adorned with 3 golden studs upon his brow. The elder remains silent, accepting the servitors' ministrations. Conversely, the younger Astartes to the left, bearing only a single golden stud, dons his helmet. Behind the crimson lenses of his visor, a mechanical rasp emerges. They are not from the Astra Militarum, nor are they armored. What we have been provided with is merely an infantry regiment from the Planetary Defense Forces. With an air of reproach, the Astartes on the right responds coldly. Mortals are feeble. We require them solely to draw the attention of the greenskins. Once we reach our objective, their worth will diminish. The Death Watch operates under a veil of secrecy, though not as stringent as the Grey Knights, who would eradicate anyone merely uttering their name. They too strive to prevent any information leakage with utmost efficiency. The most common method of ensuring this is extermination, or, at the very least, allowing one to perish in solitude. After all, those who accompany the Death Watch on their missions are unlikely to survive long, should they be disregarded. The burly man with a white beard paid no heed to the exchange between his 2 combat comrades behind him. Instead, he donned his helmet and focused on the information transmitted regarding the 101st Regiment and its commander, Sis, silently etching this young leader into the annals of the impending mission. Once equipped, the servitor respectfully withdrew, and 3 fully armed Astartes stepped out of the Grand Hall. The battle transport remained docked in its orbit, yet from beneath it, a drop pod, trailing a long plume of flame, descended towards Sis' location. There was no need to conserve ammunition. Every ounce of firepower was to be unleashed. Open fire. Open fire. Concentrate the explosive rounds on their vehicles. The command rang out resolutely. No retreat was permitted. The booming voice of Brunok echoed across the position. Amidst the abandoned fortifications, where human lasers and green-skinned bullets wove a dazzling tapestry of light, the tide of green-skinned foes collided with the wall of light, their fallen bodies piling up on the ground. These corpses became barriers, either crushed under the treads of the battle tanks or serving as a ramp for the speeding bikes. A cacophony of revving engines erupted as a green-skinned motorcycle surged forward along the slope formed by the fallen bodies, charging towards the human lines. However, Just as the bike emerged into the air, a round of explosive fire struck it, shattering it into fragments. Even without Sis at the helm, those fortunate enough to survive alongside him, including the random gunner of an explosive machine gun, exhibited terrifying accuracy. This was the reason why, despite the relatively lower power of laser guns, they could still obliterate the green-skinned youth, a direct hit to their unprotected eyes. At this moment, the soldiers formed a tight defensive perimeter, resembling a hedgehog unleashing a barrage of firepower. They efficiently exterminated any green-skinned foes daring enough to approach, replicating the same ease with which they had traversed the entire desert expanse. What had become second nature to the soldiers, however, caused the eyes of countless fleeing enemies to widen in disbelief. In this moment, from within numerous battered fortifications, no matter how distant, the ferocity of the firefight captivated attention. Yet, the haunting memories of being ruthlessly overrun by these terrifying aliens, witnessing comrades brutally torn apart or violently ripped asunder, did not resurface. Instead, they beheld the green-skinned adversaries cascading like a rolling tide under the hail of fire, falling one after another. In some fortifications, there were even deserters who, witnessing the advancing green-skinned foes, stared with wide eyes and gaping mouths in disbelief. Had they truly held their ground? The human positions, which should have crumbled at the first charge, appeared unbroken in the eyes of the fleeing soldiers. Rather, they observed human warriors leaping from their trenches, wielding entrenching tools, bayonets, and sabers, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the green-skinned attackers. Although these humans faced a significant exchange ratio, even in close quarters, they ultimately would be overwhelmed by the green tide. Yet, the anticipated scenario of a retreating human line or outright collapse did not materialize. Instead, behind the fallen, stood a figure clad in the uniform of a commander, rallying more humans to push back against the green-skinned onslaught. The scene before the retreating soldiers is not one of unilateral slaughter, but rather a fierce clash between two equally bloodied factions. On every section of the defensive line, for each fallen warrior, another takes their place in a relentless struggle. The duration of the battle is indeterminate. The retreating soldiers pay no heed to the passage of time. Their focus is solely on the countless corpses that litter the battlefield and, at the forefront, a towering mound of green-skinned bodies. Atop this grotesque heap stands a young commander, continuously elevating himself with the lifeless forms of the green-skinned foes. In the distance, the sun sets in a golden twilight, its massive orb slowly descending into the sandy expanse. At that moment, a drop pod, trailing a long plume of fire, descends from the heavens, piercing the sun. An explosive impact sends clouds of sand billowing, toppling the nearby green-skinned warriors who are already on the verge of collapse. Enraged, the surrounding green-skinned creatures roar in fury, but before they can utter another sound, their grotesque heads are obliterated by the blast. With a swift motion, they open fire. 3 towering Astartes emerge from the drop pod, their fingers deftly pulling the triggers, gunning down the fleeing green-skinned adversaries. The mortal soldiers surrounding them, witnessing the celestial appearance of the Emperor's angels, halt in awe, crossing their arms over their chests in a gesture of respect, the Aquila salute. Among the debris of abandoned fortifications, the retreating soldiers, who had been observing the external chaos, widened their eyes in astonishment upon witnessing the arrival of the angels. The mortals, exhibiting fervent excitement as they stand guard against death, react intensely, yet even the Death Watch, emerging from the drop pod and having fired only a single magazine, pause momentarily before responding with equal fervor. Contrary to their expectations of needing to extricate themselves from peril, they find themselves alongside fellow black-armored mortal soldiers, while in the distance, countless terrified green-skinned foes flee, following the retreating green-skinned creatures. The Death Watch is met only by a desert strewn with corpses and, at the end of this grim tableau, a towering mound of green-skinned bodies. As the sun dips below the horizon, its crimson glow casts a surreal light upon the shifting sands. Just before the sun's descent, atop the corpse mound, a young human stands, poised upon the body of a green-skinned behemoth, casting a gaze toward his kin. Chapter 19. Black Shield. The soldiers diligently scour the battlefield. Beyond merely executing the fallen green-skinned, they prioritize locating the wounded and collecting weapons. The state of logistics remains tenuous for the Astartes. Every soldier and every round of ammunition is of utmost value. Unlike previous engagements where soldiers busied themselves with grim determination, this time their attention frequently drifts toward the heart of the battlefield. The corpse of a steel claw lies atop the mound, bathed in the last vestiges of sunlight, resembling a prized trophy of war. At the base of the corpse mound, 3 towering figures clad in obsidian armor, their faces entirely obscured by their helmets, gazed down at a diminutive human and the green-skinned mound behind him. Deviro stands at the forefront of the trio, his eyes barely visible beneath his visor, scrutinizing the commander before him. Information from the military department indicates that this commander and his regiment of mortal infantry appear to be nothing more than mere cannon fodder, utterly expendable in the grand scheme of warfare. As he surveyed the battlefield, observing the fierce expressions on the faces of the mortal soldiers and the towering mountains of green-skinned corpses behind the orcs, as well as the formidable green-skinned warlord at the pinnacle, who would be a challenge to vanquish even for himself, Deviro found it impossible to reconcile the troops before him with the records held by the Department of Military Affairs. Deviro, the burly captain of a three-man squad, was a veteran adorned with 3 golden studs on his helmet, having served as an Astartes for 3 centuries. Throughout these years, he had participated in countless wars and witnessed the bravery of innumerable mortals. Yet, the homegrown planetary defense force before him, which had never ventured into space, challenged his understanding. Even a slight upward glance through his helmet revealed a battlefield bereft of vehicles and severely lacking in heavy weaponry. Deviro's eyes widened involuntarily as he regarded the orcs. This mortal unit was, astonishingly, withstanding the onslaught of the green-skinned invaders with sheer flesh and blood. Deviro's expression was grave to the point that he found himself at a loss for words when confronting the orc. The 2 Astartes behind him, who had previously regarded the mortals with indifference and deemed them unworthy as auxiliary forces, fell silent in this moment. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and Deviro's heart was a tangle of emotions. Sith, observing the imposing figure of Deviro, particularly the captain at the forefront, felt a surge of conflicting thoughts. The shoulder plates of the 2 Astartes behind bore the insignia of their former chapters, yet Deviro's was shrouded in darkness. Sith cursed inwardly, realizing that he was not merely to cooperate with the Death Watch, an elite unit specializing in Xenos warfare, routinely engaging with the myriad horrors of the galaxy, but that he was also to work under the command of a Black Shield. Black Shields were Astartes who had severed all ties with their parent chapters, and within the ranks of the Death Watch, the traitorous loyalists were predominantly Black Shields. The prospect of Deviro potentially being an Astartes from a traitorous chapter filled Sith with dread, akin to swallowing a bitter pill. He could foresee that upon completing their mission and having interacted with both the Xenos and the traitorous Astartes, he would not receive any rewards. Rather, he would likely be subjected to a thorough purging. After all, among the countless trillions of Imperial mortal forces, what was most abundant was humanity. Unless... Sith's eyes widened slightly as he regarded the towering Deviro. Unless he could earn Deviro's approval, allowing the Death Watch to personally submit his name to the Department of Military Affairs, thus becoming a specialized starbound force against Xenos. With resolve, Sith stood tall and saluted. 101st Regiment, it is an honor to fight alongside you. He broke the silence, prompting Deviro, who had been unsure of how to respond, to pause momentarily before silently nodding in acknowledgement. Without any convoluted preamble, Deviro spoke directly. Our objective is a hive city that has been completely overrun by the traitors. Outside the hive, a multitude of Xenos, led by several orc warlords, is gathering. We require you and your men to launch an assault on the orcs to draw their fire, enabling us to breach the hive. After Davidro outlined his initial plan, he paused slightly, casting a glance at the formidable Sith and the surrounding fierce soldiers. In a rare moment of concession, he added, if you can keep up, you may accompany us into the nest. The 2 Astartes exchanged astonished glances, their helmets turning slightly, but after observing Davidro and the imposing 101st Regiment surrounding them, they chose not to voice any dissent. Conversely, Sith's expression grew increasingly grim. Several green-skinned brutes? Sith couldn't suppress a sigh. Struggling against a single green-skinned brute had already proved exceedingly arduous. Now he was expected to launch an offensive against multiple foes. If left outside the nest, the inevitable outcome would be being overwhelmed by an unending tide of greenskins. Davidro understood this all too well, and thus his final words served to provide Sith with a sliver of hope, albeit a fleeting one. Sith had no bargaining power, after all. Not only himself, but even Gil Lyman had never found an escape route in such dire circumstances. To survive, humanity could only advance relentlessly. The momentary pause was fleeting, and when Sith lifted his gaze to meet Davidro's, his expression was one of calm resolve. For humanity, Sith accepted the mission, and Davidro scrutinized him closely, reassured by the absence of fear on his face. In an unexpected gesture, Davidro returned the salute for the Emperor. His right hand struck his chest, the heavy ceramite armor resounding with a dull thud against the earth. The 2 Death Watch members looked on in astonishment, their helmets visibly shifting, their red visors fixed intently on Davidro. This was Davidro's acknowledgement of a mere mortal, In past battles, he had occasionally shown recognition to valiant mortals, but only after shared bloodshed, not after merely half an hour of acquaintance. They were taken aback, exchanging glances before redirecting their attention to Sith and the mountain of corpses behind him. Although they had not witnessed it firsthand, Davidro could imagine the journey from a mere cannon fodder unit to their current standing. The mere fact that they remained here, calmly accepting their fate, warranted Davidro's respect for Sith. Sith too felt a twinge of surprise, but before he could speak, Davidro lowered his arm, his tone returning to its icy demeanor. "You have 1 hour to prepare. We depart in 1 hour." With that, Davidro turned his gaze toward the soldiers behind Sith, suddenly advising, "If I were you, I would make the most of this last hour to bolster your ranks." Bolster the ranks? Sith was even more perplexed. Yet he refrained from questioning, instead following Davidro's gaze behind him. Accompanied by the last traces of twilight, the vast battlefield was filled with scattered deserters converging from all directions. At that moment, all the deserters looked towards Sith and Davidro with expressions brimming with anticipation and hope. Sith's expression faltered as he beheld the glimmer of hope in their eyes, an almost hellish sight. Had they suddenly found courage? No. They merely felt reassured by the presence of Sith's 101st Regiment and the Emperor's Angels. Following the Sith and Davidro, their chances of survival have significantly increased. Chapter 20. Undaunted courage. Several fuel barrels, brimming with a black dye concocted from palladium, stand before a line of soldiers, who, despite their differing military garb, are uniformly exchanging their uniforms for the black attire. Once the transformation is complete, the anxious expressions of these deserters are replaced with joy, for they not only have the opportunity to join the Astartes, but also to reintegrate into a force that offers hope against the grim fate of starvation, discovery by the green-skinned foes, or execution by their officers. Sith stands at the edge of a trench, observing the influx of new recruits. Although the morale of these deserters skyrockets upon joining his ranks, it remains negligible compared to that of his seasoned veterans. Their only advantage lies in their relatively substantial numbers. Bunnock strides swiftly along the trench, clutching freshly compiled data. He snaps to attention, reporting, "According to our statistics, we have supplemented nearly 70,000 troops, most of whom are deserters, though some beleaguered soldiers from the Astral forces have also joined us." Handing the report to Sith, he notes that, combined with the 30,000 veterans still alive, their legion has returned to a strength of 100,000. Yet, despite the numerical restoration, Sith gazes at the meager arsenal at the rear with a sigh of resignation. "Has the command responded to our supply requests?" he inquires, aware that they are not far from the perimeter of the command's secure zone, where aerial resupply is feasible. Bunnock nods. They have responded and dispatched 3 transport aircraft. Sith's eyes light up momentarily, but Bunnock quickly shakes his head. However, the transport planes were shot down by the besieging green-skinned forces. With a look of exasperation directed at Bunnock for his incomplete information, Sith relinquishes his hopes of resupply from the command. He glances at his shattered wristwatch, noting that the hour approaches the predetermined time, and lowers his arm. Casting a final gaze over the expectant faces of the deserters, Sith exhales gently, "Order the advance." An infantry fighting vehicle lies overturned by the roadside. The flames have long since extinguished, leaving only wisps of black smoke rising from the charred remains. A soldier emerges from the vehicle, raising a section of ammunition belt with a broad smile. Outside, fellow soldiers eagerly accept the belt, hastily making their way towards the adjacent thoroughfare. A dense formation of black-clad infantry marches forward, their footsteps resonating in unison, while a solitary supply vehicle trails far behind the line. The soldiers in the ranks cast envious glances at the few who have secured a supply of ammunition belts. It is only when an officer among the veterans admonishes them that they turn their attention back. The fortunate soldiers deliver the ammunition to a supply vehicle, where they are rewarded with a complete ration of compressed starch. Quickly distributing the starch among themselves, they consume it without hesitation, the bland yet nourishing sustenance bringing them a profound sense of satisfaction. Their brief moment of blissful oblivion was abruptly shattered by the distant roar of motorcycles, pulling them back into the harsh grip of reality. Turning to gaze into the distance, they beheld a dozen green-skinned marauders racing across the desolate terrain, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. The soldiers' expressions darkened once more, after a fleeting glance at the green-skinned horde. They cast their eyes back towards the now-vanished Imperial-controlled zone, their faces betraying a dawning terror. Yet, amidst the growing chaos of the encroaching wasteland and the increasingly numerous green-skinned figures, the morale of these erstwhile deserters remained on the brink of collapse. Strangely, empowered by the presence of the Sith, these former cowards not only refrained from fleeing, but also maintained their military formation even at a perilously close proximity to the enemy. This scene bewildered Davidro, who towered over the ordinary soldiers by a head. Surveying the faces around him, he noted the flicker of fear in their eyes. Yet none showed any inclination to retreat. Pondering the inexplicable courage rekindled in these men, Deviro's gaze ultimately settled on the Sith leading the formation. Despite the Sith's magnetic charisma and the rallying spirit of their legion, Deviro struggled to comprehend what had emboldened this group of deserters. More troubling yet was the fact that the green-skinned marauders, who had been tailing them for quite some time, chose to merely observe rather than attack. It was an unusual behavior for the greenskins, who typically sought confrontation, and it hinted at a degree of intimidation that Deviro had rarely witnessed in his 2 centuries of service. The notion that the nearby greenskins would exhibit such hesitance in the face of a human force left Deviro astounded, prompting him to consider whether he might set aside his current mission to investigate this peculiar phenomenon further. Just then, a communication crackled through his helmet, delivering a wealth of data from another member of the Death Watch. This information, sourced from the local command, revealed that this human force had garnered unexpected commendations. Deviro found himself suppressing the words of praise that almost escaped his lips, recalling how he had recently derided the humans as weak and dismissed the Sith assigned to them. It felt disingenuous to suddenly sing their praises. As he perused the meticulously compiled records from the local military department, his initial confusion gradually morphed into astonishment. Perhaps the command feared Deviro might deem them uncooperative, casually assigning a unit to appease him. The detailed account of the Sith's achievements was astonishingly elaborate, replete with embellishments and accolades. Through this information, the Sith emerged as the most distinguished human legion in the region. Deviro, however, chose to disregard the flattery, focusing instead on the factual accounts of their accomplishments. They had stormed through enemy lines under their own artillery fire, penetrated the rebel stronghold, and traversed the green-skinned desert against all odds. As he silently recounted their victories, his earlier questions regarding the greenskins finally found resolution. It seemed that these marauders were genuinely intimidated by the Sith, or perhaps they had come to acknowledge the Sith's formidable prowess. Confronted with this reality, Deviro found himself unable to resist casting his gaze once more towards the front of the line where Sith stood. Memories of their initial meeting flooded his mind. The mountain of green-skinned corpses beneath his feet was indeed staggering, yet what left a deeper impression on Deviro was the realization that Sith had, in nearly every battle, turned his foes into a mound of bodies underfoot. Reflecting on the staggering casualties endured by the 101st Regiment as they forged their path forward, Deviro came to a profound understanding of what it truly meant for Sith and his regiment to have risen from mere cannon fodder to their current state. Although the accolades from the command center might have raised suspicions of bias, Deviro could not help but silently nod in acknowledgement of these achievements. For, at least within the span of his career, he had never encountered such resolute currency as that represented by Sith and the 101st. A heavy silence enveloped the 3 communicators until, after an indeterminate time, the weight of their shared victories finally elicited a sigh of relief from a voice within the comms. These mortals were truly deserving of their courage. Chapter 21. There is nothing to fear. I shall step forward. Morning mist hung heavily in the air. Above, dark clouds loomed ominously, and though dawn had arrived, the world remained shrouded in gloom. On the periphery of a nest city far removed from Imperial control, in a depression beneath the surface, a multitude of human soldiers lay in wait along the sloping ground. The officers maintained a composed demeanor, yet the expressions of the new recruits varied greatly. Some flushed with color, others ashen. A rustle of footsteps emerged from behind the soldiers, accompanied by the hushed commands echoing through the ranks. Last half Terra time, eat. Fix bayonets. A messenger scuttled past, and upon hearing the command to fix bayonets, the new soldiers trembled involuntarily. Were it not for the presence of seasoned veterans beside them, or the immense boost in morale provided by Sith, the weight of that order would have been unbearable. Following this command, the sound of gunfire could be expected to ensue. For looming above the crowd, at the very edge of the flat terrain, lay an endless expanse of green-skinned foes, forming what could only be described as a substantial ocean of them. Moreover, it was not solely an endless tide of green-skinned boys and their motorcycles. Amidst the throng was a towering green-skinned war machine, an ancient behemoth. As the world gradually brightened, the Greens began to awaken, engaging in a cacophony of noise as they contemplated whom to battle that day. The towering ancient machine, in tandem with its green-skinned subordinates, resumed its relentless hammering. Bones, metal scraps, and even wooden planks were steadily piled upon the highly unconventional mech. Concurrently, the size of the ancient behemoth began to approach that of a human lightweight titan. As errant rockets, employed by the Greens to rouse their comrades, soared through the air, they spiraled towards the distant, imposing nest city. The already dim and profound steel structure exuded an unsettling aura of gloom. The Nest City loomed over the earth, its formidable form piercing through the clouds. And beneath the shadowy sky, it resembled a steel tomb filled with the deceased, awaiting the arrival of outsiders. Even having prepared himself for this moment, Sis found himself, once again, silently expressing gratitude to the Emperor as he beheld the scene of the Nest City and the green-skinned hordes. He then turned to glance at the anxious new recruits behind him, a look of resignation flickering in his eyes. After all, the previous hopes were lofty. And in this moment, the desire for death is profound. The green-skinned beings have just awakened, and now is the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. The cold electronic voice of Davidro emanates from the side, resonating through his helmet. The Sith retracts his gaze from the soldiers behind him and turns to Davidro, who points toward a vast external passage in the corner of the Hive City. Unlike the previous Hive City, this one boasts an exceptionally wide external passage. We will charge towards that passage. We have already received the control codes from the aristocrats atop the tower. Once we enter the Hive City, we merely need to seal the passage to isolate the external Xenos. Having said this, Davidro does not look at the soldiers but instead regards the Sith with earnestness. Advance. Open the door and close it. It is as simple as that. These few succinct words compel the Sith to take a deep breath, while the veterans, including Brunok, were expressions of rigidity. The newer recruits, who are already of cowardly disposition, appear utterly pallid under this brief command. Davidro understands that he cannot place too much hope in these deserters. After all, merely persisting on the slope until this moment has surpassed their former morale. Casting a glance at the new recruits behind him, whose breaths are already becoming labored, Davidro lets out a rare sigh behind his helmet. Perhaps, Commander Sith, you could inspire your soldiers before we embark. Davidro is not the kind of Astartes known for his motivational prowess, nor is he a chaplain of the battle company. He can only hope that the Sith might ignite some semblance of fighting spirit among the troops before the battle. At this moment, more than half of Terra's time has elapsed. The new recruits, trembling with fear, force down their rations and shakily fix their bayonets. It is solely due to the Sith's enhanced morale that their bodies, which should have collapsed or fled in desperation, remain steadfast at the position. In the distance, the sky begins to brighten further. Davidro no longer hides his intentions, rising from the sloped depression. Simultaneously, the cold electronic voice alerts the Sith, 5 minutes remaining. As the announcement reverberates, the new recruits shudder violently. All eyes turn to the Sith, their expressions reflecting an anticipation of the unknown. Although the Sith understands that regardless of what he says, these lives may very well remain forever upon this soil, he gazes at the crowd, witnessing their trepidation directed at him. Ultimately, he refrains from delivering the impassioned rhetoric typical of an imperial commissar. Instead, the Sith raises his sidearm and longsword, his countenance surprisingly reassuring. There is nothing to fear, I will go first. The air becomes stagnant, and without any expectations, Davidro finds himself momentarily rooted in place by the Sith's calm words. Even the other two Death Watch members look on in astonishment at the composed Sith. It feels as though an eternity has passed, yet also merely a fleeting instant. The suspended air begins to flow once more. The new recruits, who had been trembling, fix their gaze upon the Sith standing before them, not scolding or berating, but rather offering comfort. Gradually, their bodies stabilize. Meanwhile, Brunok and the other veterans feel their rigid expressions dissipate swiftly, their eyes beginning to brim with determination. Without further ado, the Sith turns and steps forward, taking the lead onto the high ground before the mortal soldiers and in front of Davidro and the 3 Death Watch members. As footsteps resonated, the distant sight of green skins stirred a tempest. Artillery shells, rockets, locomotives, and great axes surged forth. Upon the vast expanse of land, countless mortals brandished their bayonets, charging valiantly towards the boundless tide of green. Blood mingled with dismembered limbs, scattered by the chaos of explosions. Those mortals who thrust their bayonets into the green skins were swiftly cleaved in two by the might of the great axes. With burgeoning courage, the mortals feverishly pulled their triggers, yet the roaring motorcycles barreled forth, shattering them to the ground. A handful of rocketmen unleashed long trails of fire towards the distance, leaving fissures upon the ancient behemoth, only to be engulfed by its barrage, transforming into a crimson mist. There were no minor skirmishes to hone their skills, nor was there a semblance of balance and strength. Thousands of fresh recruits, hastily assembled from deserters, fervently charged forth, their bodies, equipment, and skills woefully inferior to those of the greenskins. Death unfolded around them incessantly, the scene before them more horrific than their previous nightmares. Yet this time, none fled. All sustained a breath, their gazes fixated upon the solitary figure at the forefront. They beheld that figure, chasing it relentlessly. The frenzied barrage of the ancient behemoth swept past Sis, reducing at least 1,000 mortal infantry beside him to a crimson haze. However, Sis possessed no means to retaliate. He merely circled around the ancient behemoth, racing towards the culmination of this charge. Deviro, accompanied by 2 Death Wardens, had arrived at the Great Gate. They uploaded the command to open the gate, which gradually creaked open amidst mechanical groans. The veterans seized the moment to bolster morale, and Deviro did not immediately enter to close it behind him. Instead, he stood at the threshold, unexpectedly shielding the mortals behind him. As Sis charged through the gate, Deviro, alongside 1 Death Warden, unleashed a torrent of firepower outward. The other Death Warden, observing the incessantly flashing warnings on the control panel inside the gate, clenched his right fist in fury. The aristocrat's command to close the gate was erroneous. Infuriated, the Death Warden's words drew Sis's immediate glare, before he swiftly turned his attention to the surging greenskins pursuing his soldiers from behind. The towering ancient behemoth was pivoting, aiming its exaggerated cannon towards the gate. Hold the rear, collapse the passage with thermite bombs. Deviro's voice remained cold and mechanical, but the soldiers around him turned their gazes towards Sis at once. The distinction between near death and certain demise was stark. Sis, albeit momentarily silent, reacted with equal swiftness as Deviro. He directed his gaze towards the veteran lagging behind, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Without uttering a word, and with no time for hesitation, Sis suddenly raised his hand, offering a solemn salute to the last soldier. The once anxious countenance of the veteran outside fell into an immediate stillness. There were no commands issued, yet they all understood the unspoken order. The march towards hope gradually slowed, eventually coming to a complete halt. There was no terror, no despair, nor frenzied dissatisfaction. The veterans gazed deeply at Sis, and lacking the means to return the salute, they collectively raised their voices. For the Empire, the greenskins were compelled to halt their advance, as Deviro and the 3 Death Wardens personally affixed thermite bombs to each great gate with a speed surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the boundless steel of the great gate collapsed amidst the cacophony, sealing off the outside world. Through the last fleeting crevice, one could hear the fervent cries of the Emperor from beyond the door, while within, the tumult awakened the Nest City. The survivors gazed into the depths of the passage, where countless shadows surged forth under the flickering glow of firelight. Chapter 22. To keep the door closed? The wholly enclosed darkness of the Nest City. The broad avenue, flanked by towering factories, was strung with a dense network of narrow paths. Light and flame intertwined, casting elongated and distorted silhouettes against the walls. Following the shadows revealed an endless throng of rebels, relentlessly surging upward. Along the elevated paths, a similarly ceaseless flow of humanity could be observed. A thunderous explosion erupted from the pinnacle of the Nest City. The flames blazed fiercely, and debris rained down, causing the throng below to ripple like a stream disturbed by pebbles, only to quickly return to its former stillness. In the aftermath of the explosion, an interminable surge of frantic footsteps persisted. How could these traitors be so unafraid of death? Boom, boom, boom. The explosive machine guns unleashed a frenzied assault on the crowd. Each round detonated amidst the throng, scattering flesh and blood. Binoque's eyes turned red with fury, his fingers steadfastly pressing the trigger, unwilling to relent for even a moment. Yet, no matter how many he felled, the unyielding tide of rebels pressed on, undeterred. Even Binoque could not help but feel astonished. Retreat. Continue the retreat. The soldiers shouted from behind as the passage erupted. After expending his magazine, Binoque, his arms weary yet resolute, clung to his cherished machine gun as he withdrew. Meanwhile, the remaining veterans rapidly emptied their magazines, creating a curtain of laser fire before discarding several grenades. Once again, an explosion claimed hundreds of rebels. As the rebels surged forward once more, they encountered a shattered gate and soldiers in dark attire retreating desperately towards the tower's summit. In the front passage, a small explosive round pierced the darkness, precisely striking the head of a lurking sniper. More explosive rounds rhythmically shattered the silence, one after another eliminating hidden foes from the shadows. Sith wielded a modified explosive pistol suited for mortals, advancing while continuously firing into the darkness. Behind him trailed the veterans, who, upon his passing through each area, would swiftly disperse to clear out enemies while seeking a path to the upper levels. The veterans had long since accepted Sith's prowess in battle, even yielding to his capabilities. Only Deviro, truly experiencing combat alongside Sith for the first time, appeared utterly entranced. For if it were not for Sith's unmistakably mortal form, This style of moving and firing with such precision to eliminate the greatest threats could only be attributed to an Astartes. Deviro observed Sith, lost in thought. While the two younger Astartes, with shorter service records, had already completely altered their perception of him, at least in the presence of Sith. They instinctively regarded him as an equal. The entire squad halted again in this new space, as a frenzied influx of soldiers, significantly diminished in number, surged into the passage behind them. Without the necessity of a command, the soldiers immediately commenced their search for a new path. Behind them, the once quiet heavy bolter of Bunnock erupted into a thunderous roar once more. Sis temporarily laid down his weapon, disregarding whether his fellow soldiers had discovered an exit, and instead turned his gaze backward, his eyelids twitching involuntarily, though Davidro had yet to utter a word. The almost fanatical fervor of the rebel forces stirred an ominous premonition within Sis. A passage was found, yet the command to open the door remained erroneous. Anna, shielded by a dozen elite veterans, returned, her countenance aflame with barely restrained fury. If the command for the gate's closure had indeed been tampered with, or perhaps even miscommunicated, the fact that nearly every door along their path had remained locked inevitably pointed to the nobles at the tower's pinnacle being at fault. Unlike Anna's overt display of anger, Davidro maintained a composed demeanor, signaling to a member of the Death Watch, who expertly retrieved a meltabomb and proceeded toward the gate. Given that the lower tiers had already succumbed, it seemed prudent to allow the greenskins entry, letting them engage in mutual slaughter. Ultimately, regardless of which side emerged victorious, it would be a boon for the nobility. Sis withdrew his gaze from Bunnock and articulated the unspoken thoughts of his comrades. The nobles atop the tower were utterly indifferent to the Death Watch, let alone to Sis and his 101st Regiment. They merely seized the opportunity presented by Sis and Davidro to open a passage for the greenskins, intending to purge the traitorous civilians in the lower tiers. As for Sis and Davidro, the chaos of the alert state had already devolved into disarray. The loss of a few thousand mortals and a handful of Astartes was hardly a concern. What was unexpected, however, was Davidro's resolute decision to collapse the passage rather than face the endless tide of rebels alone. Moreover, it was astonishing that Sis's soldiers could calmly accept their fate, preparing to confront the relentless greenskins on their own. Davidro offered no response to Sis, although Astartes typically regarded mortal lives with indifference. The valor displayed along this perilous journey, not only by Sis but by every mortal soldier under his command, had garnered the respect of Davidro and his two companions from the Death Watch. In light of the needless casualties caused by the nobility, Davidro found himself unusually reticent to critique Sis. Fortunately, a resounding explosion echoed ahead as the passage was breached by the meltabomb. Davidro and Sis raised their weapons almost in unison, hastening toward the newly opened route. Yet this time, rather than the soldiers who had rushed in first, they were met by the Astartes leading the charge, who were soon engulfed in a relentless barrage of explosive rounds and heavy laser fire within the narrow confines of the passage. Even clad in ceramite armor, the Astartes could not withstand such overwhelming firepower. The lead Deathwatch warrior fell instantly, but not before firing a volley of explosive rounds deep into the passage. The sharp sound of flesh detonating followed as the barrage subsided. From the depths, the furious reprimands of a rebel officer echoed. And in the shadows at the end of the corridor, several rebels were hastily positioned at still bloody machine gun emplacements. The rebel officer's countenance was one of joy, not only because they had indeed succeeded in bringing down an Astartes, but also due to the terrain that led them to believe that no one could advance further. However, just as his rebels had taken their positions, before they could resume fire, laser beams suddenly streaked through the air, striking down his comrades once again. The officer was taken aback, even puzzled, for these were not the explosive rounds of the Astartes, but rather the lasers of mere mortals. He glanced towards the corridor, astonished to see that within a matter of seconds, several ordinary soldiers had surged into the fray. A laser shot accurately struck the officer's forehead. Just before the world succumbed to darkness, a flicker of astonishment remained in the officer's eyes. These mortals dared to charge forward immediately after the Astartes had fallen. The officer's thoughts were astute. Although only a handful of soldiers had rushed through the corridor, at the opposite end lay the remnants of over 20 seasoned warriors, reduced to blood and muck. Deviro dragged the fallen Astartes into the corridor. Though his front was nearly obliterated, his chest still rose and fell, and the breath beneath his helmet was only slightly labored. In contrast to the shattered veteran, the Astartes, who had borne the brunt of the fire, was merely gravely injured. For the first time, Sith closely observed the formidable strength of the Astartes, then shifted his focus, disregarding Deviro's attempts to assist his fallen brethren, and directed his gaze forward. According to the map, beyond this door lay the pinnacle of the hive, still under Imperial control. This door had not received the command to open, as it was said by the nobility that they alone would grant passage here. Behind them echoed the frantic gunfire of Bunnock, while around them, nearly every soldier bore wounds. Even the Astartes had fallen. Yet, as Anna stood behind the door, her furious manipulation was evident when Sith witnessed her strike the communication console with wrath. Naturally reclaiming his gaze, Anna's voice pierced through the air, laden with fury. These foolish swine refused to open the door. Chapter 23. The judgment of the tribunal fall back. All retreat into the corridor. A multitude of soldiers streamed through the passage, with Bunnock remaining at the rear, firing his machine gun as he withdrew. On the opposite side of the corridor, the fervent rebels continued their relentless assault. They concentrated their ammunition, while others readied their bayonets, for the Emperor. All were tasked to endure until the final moment. Sith stood before a group of bloodied remnants, and with his command, the last of the ammunition was gathered and delivered to the rear guard. The rest unhesitatingly fixed their bayonets. Even those with injured arms clutched their weapons with one hand, steadfastly watching the last line of defense before them. The sparse rebel fire began to ricochet back through the corridor. A bullet grazed Sith's cheek, leaving a slender wound from which blood trickled down his face. All eyes instinctively turned to Sith, who remained resolute in place, embodying the very essence of what a commander should do in such tumultuous times. There was no panic. He paid no heed to his wound, and with a steely gaze directed towards the soldiers, he commanded, "Fulfill your duty." The crowd hastily retracted their gazes, redirecting their attention to the corridor as another stray bullet whizzed past, causing a soldier in the front line to collapse without a cry of anguish. The wounded soldier was swiftly dragged to the rear. Despite the chaos, the soldiers exhibited remarkable composure, displaying minimal reaction this time. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind, and Anna spoke with a hint of urgency. "The Death Watch requires your presence." Observing the soldiers maintaining their ground, and glancing at the communication device that David had thoroughly demolished at the entrance, SYSS felt a profound sense of disbelief. Turning towards the doorway, Anna led SYSS to accompany her veteran for protection, taking with them a significant cache of grenades and explosive charges from their already limited ammunition supply. "I hope you haven't summoned me merely to announce that it is time to pledge loyalty to the Emperor." SYSS's frustration was palpable, even as he directed it towards David. It was astonishing that a mere mortal could express dissatisfaction towards an Astartes, especially one capable of joining the elite ranks of the Death Watch. Yet, neither the standing Astartes nor the wounded soldier displayed any ire towards SYSS. Even David accepted the last of the heavy munitions brought by Anna with a calm demeanor. As he crouched to inventory the supplies before him, David seemed oblivious to SYSS's discontent, delving straight into the matter at hand. "I can blow the door open." SYSS froze. Not only him, but also Anna and the two other Astartes, David's brothers in arms. SYSS glanced at the meager ammunition available and at the door which had withstood the relentless bombardment from the traitors. It was inconceivable to him how one could breach it. After all, even disregarding the utmost secrecy and amplifying the munitions significantly, it was impossible to break through the colossal door with mere firearm ammunition. Yet, in the face of the surrounding confusion, David sighed. The suppressive fire from the corridor was rapidly diminishing, replaced by the sounds of close-quarters combat. Without wasting time, he raised his hands and removed his helmet, revealing a weathered face adorned with white hair, its resolute features chiseled like iron. Shifting his focus from the munitions to SYSS, David's eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance. "I was most proficient in siege warfare before arriving at the Death Watch," he explained, but Anna remained perplexed, her confusion only deepening after his revelation. To her, even a specialized assault force would only be marginally more capable in this regard, certainly not fundamentally different. Not only Anna, but the other two members of the Death Watch shared her bewilderment. After all, their knowledge of the great rebellion that had transpired millennia ago was scant. Only SYSS appeared momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching before he forcefully restrained the impulse to reveal his thoughts. He dared not display any emotion, striving to maintain an air of ignorance. Yet, deep within, a storm of realization brewed. For SYSS was almost certain that David before him was a loyalist hailing from the traitorous Legion, a legion renowned among the 18 Astartes chapters for its expertise in siege warfare. With a slight bow of his head, refusing to meet Deviro's gaze, Sis could only vent his frustrations internally. How does that saying go? The Imperial Fist is merely protecting a pile of excrement, and my steel warriors intend to seize that pile. To dare utter such words towards the Imperial Fist, the galaxy's most formidable defenders of Terra, illustrates just how confident Sis is in his own offensive capabilities. Deviro looked at the individuals before him with a mixture of confusion. his eyes betraying a flicker of either disappointment or relief. Disappointment that the sacrifices and contributions of his legion during the Great Crusade went unrecognized, and relief that he could still serve the Emperor as a loyalist. Without further ado, Deviro picked up ammunition and turned to busily attend to several critical positions at the entrance. While setting explosives, he spoke, "Captain Sis, I need you to buy me as much time as possible. I will have my battle brothers hold the line alongside you." Deviro's remaining battle brother said nothing, calmly raising his explosive firearm. Sis cast one last glance at Deviro, eschewing further words, and placed his now empty sidearm aside, grasping two military blades instead. At that moment, the corridor ahead was teeming with rebels, charging forth and engaging the soldiers in a brutal melee. Some of the rebels, noticing the diminished firepower, did not break formation but pressed forward with fervor. Faced with this throng of insurgents, the defenders, including Binoc, could only watch helplessly, until a blast from the explosives erupted, dismembering the rebels in the corridor. However, this explosion was but a singular event. What followed was not more explosive ordnance, but the whirring of chainsaw blades. The Astartes had exhausted their ammunition. The rebels at the opposite end rejoiced, roaring and charging once more. Yet, they were met not with panicked soldiers, but with two blades whirling like a tempest. Sis was unaware of how long he had been slicing through the enemy. Perhaps it was Deviro's scarcity of ammunition that hindered the anticipated breach. Just as Sis felled another frenzied rebel, a faint red glow began to emanate from him, and a series of soft detonations echoed from the grand door behind him. The sound was hardly thunderous, failing to elicit any response from the frenzied soldiers before him. However, Sis instantly turned to regard the towering, robust doors. A thin wisp of smoke rose along the edges, and with a powerful kick from Deviro, the grand door began to topple backward. A barrage of gunfire swept through, transforming the narrow corridor into a sea of blood. The well-equipped noble guard surged forth from behind the door, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the rebels. Meanwhile, the guard's eyes frequently darted sideways, not just towards the imposing Astartes, but also to the blood-soaked 101st Regiment, which had cut through the greenskins and their entire nest. Observing these soldiers, nearly drenched in blood, even the most callous of the guards could not help but exhibit a clear sense of respect. Yet, in contrast to the guards' unwavering dedication, or perhaps due to the inevitable fall of the door, the rotund noble being carried in a palanquin by four servitors wore an expression of sheer terror. With a determined smile, the noble surveyed the crowd, having cut through the throngs to arrive at this point. His gaze flicked between Sis and Davidro. In stark contrast to the palpable murderous intent radiating from Sis, the noble's eyes conveyed a distinct air of contempt, before he shifted his focus solely to Davidro with a veneer of flattery. "Ah, my lord, you must surely be sent by the Emperor to be by my side. If the Emperor has dispatched you to escort me away, I must candidly state that I am not yet ready to belong solely to the nobility and the elite," he declared in a high Gothic tongue that exuded from the noble's lips, completely disregarding Sis in the process. Sis, however, exhibited no visible anger at this slight. Instead, he merely glanced at the dwindling number of soldiers behind him, quietly retrieving a weapon from the nearby ammunition rack to load it. This action drew the attention of all present, prompting the remaining soldiers, including Bunnock, to grasp their own ammunition and insert clips into their rifles. Surrounding guards furrowed their brows in confusion, and after a brief moment of stunned silence, fear and panic flickered in their eyes. The noble was momentarily taken aback. Yet rather than succumbing to fear, he was consumed by a profound sense of indignation. He raised a finger toward Sis, but his scornful words failed to materialize as a figure interposed itself between Sis and the noble. Sis was momentarily startled, while Davidro turned to regard him. The noble's expression brightened with disdain, but Davidro's subsequent words transformed the atmosphere entirely. "Captain Sis, this pig is not worth your effort." Davidro feared Sis might err. For under no circumstances could a planetary defense force execute a governor of the nest on the spot. Should Sis proceed with such an act, it would tarnish his already illustrious record with an unsightly stain. The noble's contempt abruptly froze, as Davidro earnestly explained the situation to Sis before turning back. Without further ado, Davidro raised his explosive round gun and pressed the barrel, comparable in size to the noble's head, against his forehead. Remember, this is a decree from the tribunal. Chapter 24. My Starch is Unblemished. The Death Watch is a unit belonging to the tribunal, specifically trained to combat Xeno's threats. Thus, when Davidro executed the noble in the name of the tribunal, the power transfer atop the tower was executed smoothly. Simultaneously, Davidro informed Sis of the forthcoming mission. In 3 days, Sis was to lead an elite force, serving as Davidro's auxiliary following the loss of an Astartes. alongside him and another member of the Death Watch, to the lone nest. During this period, Sis could bolster his forces, while Davidro needed to gather ample intelligence and access permissions regarding the nest to prepare for their descent into the lone nest. Now, it was the third day since Sis had arrived atop the tower. The once noble guard had donned black uniforms, now fully integrated into Sis's command as new recruits. Meanwhile, the insurgents, finding little value in the tower's summit, had retreated after several fruitless assaults. The dark blue sky remained unchanged, with fresh air from above transforming into a chilling breeze that invigorated those beneath it. On the vast expanse of the tower's summit, throngs of new recruits were engaged in training. In addition to the veterans and the already elite guard, there were numerous conscripts from the ranks of refugees. In the square tower, Zeiss gazed down at the soldiers who appeared like ants, covering the ground below. Bjornok, beside him, continuously recited reports. Fortunately, this noble did not wish to abandon his stronghold, so not only did he refrain from taking away supplies, but he also hoarded quite a bit. These resources are sufficient for us to recover our losses and expand our forces to 150,000. Furthermore, although we have enough military uniforms, the newly joined guards seem eager to learn and have spontaneously dyed their uniforms black. Even the conscripts followed suit, adopting the same dark hue. Zeiss raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the reluctant choices made earlier, amidst the ongoing campaigns led by him, would gradually foster a sense of military culture. It seemed that soldiers who did not don the black military attire were deemed unworthy of being called members of the 101st Regiment. Once Bjornok finished speaking, he presented the report to Zeiss. Taking it into his hands, Zeiss swiftly scanned the inventory. The initial weapons and equipment were satisfactory, enabling Zeiss to fully man his troops and even expand by 5 infantry regiments. Moreover, these soldiers were no longer in the dire state of merely having 1 rifle per person, with heavy weaponry being exceedingly scarce. The 25 infantry regiments under Zeiss's command were fully armed according to the standards of the Star Realm Army, even including an artillery regiment. In future battles, he could finally commence with a barrage of artillery fire before engaging with blades drawn. However, as his lips curled upward while reviewing the list, Zeiss's expression abruptly froze upon reaching the final section on supplies. Why was there so little food? It was rather astonishing. With such an abundance of military equipment, there should be ample food reserves. Bjornok, pouting slightly, explained with a hint of helplessness. If we only consider the nobles and the guard, these provisions would suffice for 100 years. But with the influx of refugees, they would only last for a month. Zeiss, instead of resolving his confusion, found himself even more perplexed. Pointing to the conscripts below, who were engrossed in their training due to the prospect of meals, and to the distant refugee camps, Zeiss furrowed his brow. Did these refugees not need to eat before we arrived? Bjornok sighed. They did. Then what did they eat before? They ate refugees. Zeiss's frown instantly relaxed as he observed the increasing frustration on Bjornok's face, suddenly realizing the naivety of his previous question. Bjornok sighed again, gesturing toward a factory in the distance that, despite the complete collapse of the lower stronghold, continued to emit thick smoke to sustain themselves long-term. The nobles established a starch factory atop the tower. Before our arrival, the only food available to the refugees was the corpse starch produced within. Following Bjornok's gaze, Zeiss felt his hands drop in resignation at the sight of the factory, which was bustling with activity, brimming with raw materials. Trucks continuously transported starch to various destinations. Surprisingly, the majority of this supply was not directed toward the refugee camps, but rather to the various garrisons of Zeiss's troops. In that moment, Zeiss could only remain silent, quietly preparing to accept the grim reality. Yet, as he returned the list to Bjornok, he noticed Bjornok hesitating, his mouth opening and closing as if struggling with something. Sif noticed the previously silent expression had once again returned with a hint of confusion. After all, it was a rarity for someone as outspoken as his foul-mouthed subordinate to hesitate before speaking. Speak. He had no patience to wait for Bjornok to find his words, so he issued a direct command. After a long moment of restraint, Bjornok finally exhaled deeply and spoke with a peculiar expression. Anna has a technique for processing copious amounts of starch using palladium, chemical waste, and corpses. Sith's eyes brightened at this revelation. Who knew how long they would be stuck here? Starch was always in demand. However, as he observed Bjornok's odd demeanor, the realization began to dawn on him. Among those 3 raw materials, the most innocuous was, surprisingly, the corpses. Sith stood dumbfounded, staring at Bjornok in disbelief. And without requiring any further explanation, he turned and strode downward. He was determined to uncover the true nature of this starch. Before long, Sith and Bjornok arrived at a new recruits camp. This location served as the experimental ground for Anna, transforming the new recruits into the first batch of test subjects. In return, they were promised an unlimited supply of abundant starch. At that moment, Anna stood amidst the crowd, reveling in her magnificent invention. Unlike other camps where food was consumed in an instant, here, each soldier had a hearty block of starch in their bowl, complemented by a reasonably generous amount of oil, leaving the soldiers looking utterly satisfied. Yet, while the soldiers were preoccupied with their meal, they failed to notice the peculiar transformation. Upon approaching the camp, Sith was struck motionless. At that moment, he felt as though he was leading not humans, but rather a group of mis-equipped titanium beings. Why are my soldiers all blue? The titanium denizens of the Titanium Empire were characterized by their blue skin. Sith could not help but voice his astonishment, while Blunock was rendered speechless, his expression one of utter disbelief. On the contrary, Anna, upon seeing Sith arrive to inspect her masterpiece, wore an even more radiant expression of pride. Striding towards him with her head held high, Anna's eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping for his praise. However, after a prolonged silence, Sith found himself unable to utter any words of commendation. After several attempts to speak, he pointed at the soldiers and could no longer contain himself. Anna, are you certain your starch is free of issues? Anna had not expected that Sith's first response would be a question rather than praise. She paused momentarily, but rather than becoming angry, she rationally accepted the concerns of her superior and turned to meticulously examine her creation. Approaching the soldiers, Anna activated all her observational equipment, even deploying 2 servo skulls to scan each soldier. She personally pried open the eyelids of one soldier to inspect his eyeball. Meanwhile, her auxiliary mechanical arms were busy as well. Under the wide-open gaze of another soldier, a thick syringe penetrated the back of his neck to draw a vial of blood. Strangely, without that vial of blood, the soldier appeared even bluer. Observing Anna's earnestness, Sith felt a twinge of relief in his heart. What if Anna were colorblind? What if this mechanical novice could indeed rectify the situation? The anticipation of Sith was left unfulfilled, and after wasting half a day, Anna returned to face him with a serious, even solemn expression. She raised various parameters that Sith could not comprehend, her face brimming with conviction. Esteemed Captain, there is no issue with my starch. Sith, taken aback, felt his cheeks twitch uncontrollably, momentarily doubting his own perception, and rubbed his eyes to scrutinize the situation once more. Upon confirming that the soldiers had indeed transformed into titanium beings, Sith pointed directly at them without hesitation. But they are all blued. This time, Anna's expression shifted from confusion to enlightenment. Nodding slightly, she replied with clarity. If you are referring to this point, from a biological perspective, my magnificent starch does indeed have a minor flaw. However, in terms of the professional careers of your soldiers, my starch is flawless and pure. Sith's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that this matter somehow involved him. He could not contain himself and exclaimed, what if they didn't die? At this, Anna's face finally displayed anger, and she expressed a sense of being unjustly blamed. Did they not survive? Shouldn't that be a point for you to reflect upon? Chapter 25. The Divine Emperor is suspicious. Before the passage leading to the Nest City stood Deviro, flanked by only one battle brother, while another Astartes remained at the tower top due to severe injuries, replaced by Sith leading the 101st Regiment. In the past few days, I have gathered all information regarding the Nest City. Here, we can bypass the traders and directly enter the lower nest from the tower top. Deviro crouched on the ground, holding his helmet, while Sith stood, focusing on Deviro as he pointed to a hidden passage drawn on the map. According to information from 3 months ago, all individuals in the mid-lower nest had succumbed to betrayal, leading to an estimated traitor count of around 15 to 20 billion. Deviro calmly stated this figure. And though Sith understood that the majority of these traitors were merely rebellious workers wielding rudimentary weaponry, the number still made him swallow hard. Therefore, before we embark, I require Captain Sith's forces to launch a sufficiently scaled offensive against the upper nest traitors to divert their attention from our subsequent actions. Upon finishing, Deviro looked at Sith with a beseeching gaze rather than an authoritative one. After all, sending a large number of soldiers who had only received 3 days of training to engage in active combat against traitors in the billions seemed akin to a death sentence. However, Sith responded with remarkable decisiveness. No problem. A hint of warmth appeared on Deviro's face, as he interpreted this as a demonstration of Sith's unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. Yet, for Sith, nothing seemed more fitting than training a group of traitors primarily armed with melee weapons. After all, they were not aiming to completely annihilate the enemy. As long as they returned to the tower top after their mission with Deviro, they could retreat. Deviro stood up, finally donning his helmet. The visor ignited with a red glow, resting upon Sith. This is a reconnaissance mission. We need to proceed to the lower nest to locate a target and ascertain its current scale. Once sufficient information has been gathered, we may return. Sith said little. He merely grasped the explosive firearm and lifted his sword, while behind him stood 100 elite veterans armed with various heavy weaponry. Sith and these 100 warriors would cooperate with Deviro to venture into the depths below. This cohort originated from the earliest 101st Regiment. Having fought alongside Sith through countless battles to this day, transcending mere descriptions of 100 battles to embody the essence of 1,000 skirmishes lived. Their mere presence instilled a sense of trepidation, even in the formidable Deviro. Another Astartes, adorned with a solitary golden spike upon his brow, was reminded of his own apprehension when he first enlisted, facing these seasoned warriors. This apprehension, coupled with the discomfort, transformed into a surprising trust towards these mortals, as he, and Astartes, felt inclined to entrust his back to them for the impending mission. With no further words exchanged, Deviro followed Sith as they brandished their explosive weapons and turned towards the concealed passage. 2 Astartes led the way, and Sith nodded in acknowledgement to Brunnick. The 101st Regiment, long prepared, launched an assault on the bewildered traitors at the end of the passage, accompanied by the thunderous sound of gears in motion from other corridors. Gunfire resounded throughout the hive, as 29 infantry regiments initiated a full-scale attack on the upper hive, while an artillery regiment unleashed a barrage of fire upon the densely packed structures above. Massive shells arced over the towering hive before crashing into various illegal constructions, resulting in violent explosions that toppled grand towers and revealed the multitude of traitors hiding within. An endless tide of humanity surged towards the 101st Regiment, as the traitors endeavored to withstand and even counterattack against them. Simultaneously, a colossal elevator plummeted through the secret passage leading directly from the governor's palace to the depths below, descending rapidly into the abyss. A profound sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, as if their hearts would leap from their chests. The elevator's sharp friction against the walls, accompanied by a shower of sparks, seemed to drag Sith and his companions towards an unfathomable hell. Abruptly, the descent slowed, their previously weightless bodies became burdensome, and the sparks intensified around the elevator. Finally, it came to a gentle halt at its destination. Sith raised his explosive firearm, and the veterans behind him readied their triggers. Deviro, waiting for the elevator to stabilize, turned to Sith and remarked, "According to the intelligence, this passage is highly classified, and there should be no enemies outside." Sith did not respond, his gaze fixed on the elevator doors. As the elevator halted with a jarring clatter, the doors gradually opened to reveal blinding flames pouring in from the corridor beyond. Beneath that inferno lay an endless swarm of traitors, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Sith cast a glance at Deviro, who replied, "Well, the intelligence may be somewhat outdated." The roar of gunfire erupted as the Astartes unleashed explosive rounds, shattering the skulls of numerous traitors before igniting amidst the densely packed throng. This served as a signal. Both sides, trapped in an inescapable confrontation, pulled their triggers with fervor. All took refuge behind Astartes, using him as a shield. Zeiss leaned against Deviro, addressing the veterans behind him loudly. The veterans who had survived to this point, not only due to Zeiss's remarkable amplification but also due to their inherent prowess as exceptional warriors, immediately sought cover behind Deviro as soon as Zeiss spoke. Even without orders, they instinctively dropped to the ground, shrinking beneath the barrage. Meanwhile, Deviro and his companion, relying on their ceramic steel power armor, withstood the rebel firepower. Fortunately, the rebels primarily wielded automatic firearms that were inferior to laser guns, and their heavy artillery consisted of relatively slow rockets. Thus, Deviro managed to endure the onslaught. As Deviro unleashed explosive rounds, decimating the densely packed rebels before him, he also deftly detonated incoming rockets mid-air. With the fierce support from the veterans behind, Deviro, after a fierce exchange, boldly advanced through the hail of bullets. Like two extending cannons, the relentless charge of the rebels was insufficient to match the slaughter wrought by Zeiss and Deviro. Eventually, they emerged from the elevator shaft into the hidden stronghold of the governor, which was supposed to be the governor's last refuge, now prominently adorned with the flags of the rebels. Fortunately, most of the rebels had recently been dispatched to the upper nest, leaving only a scant few to guard the fortress. Zeiss and Deviro swiftly cleared the minimal remaining rebel presence in no time. The veterans dispersed to secure the stronghold's critical defenses, while Deviro and his companion ventured deeper into the fortress to gather intelligence. Zeiss, momentarily unoccupied, curiously examined the rebel encampment, which surprisingly lacked any signs of the anticipated cult-like rituals. Instead, the camp appeared rather orderly. This sight piqued Zeiss's curiosity further as his gaze swept across the area. even offering a slight nod to the enormous depiction of the God Emperor at the center. Yet, as his eyes shifted away, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Rebels? The God Emperor? Upon glancing back, Zeise's expression froze. Why did this depiction of the God Emperor possess 4 arms? Chapter 26. What am I afraid of? I fear you fleeing. What was previously stated? When the Watch of Death sets its sights on a planet, the orcs might be the easiest adversaries to confront. This isn't to say that orcs are easy to defeat, but rather that they never resort to underhanded tactics. At the center of the rebel encampment, Zeise stood tall. His lips slightly parted as he gazed at the colossal image of the 4-armed God Emperor. This 4-armed representation is a common tactic employed by the tricksters to infiltrate the human empire, distorting the faith in the God Emperor to manipulate the suffering populace of the empire. The tricksters, known as gene stealers, are vanguard scouts originating from humanity's other great foe, the Tyranid swarm. They primarily achieve their objectives by assimilating planets, stealing technology, and inciting rebellion, thereby securing worlds for the Tyranids. Consequently, when a planet has a significant presence of gene stealers, it often heralds the impending arrival of the horrifying Tyranid swarm. The primary task of the Watch of Death is to counteract the insidious influence of the gene stealers on the Imperial worlds. No wonder the rebels here fight to the last breath, controlled by the cunning. These insurgents scarcely seem to possess any semblance of autonomy. With a sense of helplessness, Sith withdrew his gaze from the 4-armed God Emperor, his eyes reflecting an exasperation that each step forward was fraught with misfortune. After all, the distinction between 15 to 20 billion rebels and the same number of cunning foes is profoundly significant. If you were to eliminate over 100 million from the former, the remaining would surely collapse. Conversely, with the latter, one can only hope that their ammunition reserves exceed the enemy's numbers. Outside, the green-skinned adversaries loom. Within, the cunning abound. And chaos is on the horizon. That nearly 100 billion inhabitants remain on the vigilant star speaks to Karga's adept command. Sith immersed himself in complaints. But scarcely had he begun when he abruptly lifted his gaze forward, his eyes now brimming with anticipation. Davidro emerged swiftly, yet in response to Sith's eager expectations. He simply returned to the elevator, stating, "It has been confirmed that the rebellion in this nest is incited by the gene thieves." Sith cast a glance at the 4-armed God Emperor looming behind Davidro, feeling an even deeper sense of incredulity towards Davidro. Did this revelation require extensive deliberation? Although Sith refrained from voicing his thoughts, Davidro's subsequent words dashed any hope within him. Based on the intelligence gathered, we must proceed to the lower nest, which appears to be a branch of the gene thieves. There, we can obtain information regarding the pervasive corruption throughout the Vigilant Star. As Davidro finished speaking, a series of violent explosions erupted outside the fortress. The veteran soldiers atop the walls opened fire with fervor. Retrieving his gaze from the flames that illuminated the dome of the lower nest, Sith suppressed the urge to curse, raising his firearm instead, gritting his teeth, and inquired, "Which way do we go?" Flames, explosive blasts, and laser fire filled the expansive depths of the lower nest, amidst a labyrinth of towering illegal structures. As the cunning surged from above, below, and all around, at the heart of this relentless tide was a squad unleashing a torrent of firepower, charging madly towards the passage leading to the lower nest. With a swift strike, one insurgent, who had emerged unexpectedly from the ground, was dispatched. Observing the grotesque transformation that rendered the adversary unrecognizable as human, Sith's finger tightened on the trigger with increasing fervor. Hybrids among the cunning were already manifesting. The cunning are stratified. Aside from the humans ensnared at the periphery, there exist hybrid cunning, aberrant forms, and pure-blooded cunning as more advanced units. The combat prowess of these entities escalates qualitatively with each tier. For instance, aberrant forms, in terms of sheer strength, rival even the Astartes. As they drew closer to the lower nest, the cunning encountered became increasingly formidable. Sith loudly cautioned Davidro, who, in turn, brandished his chainsaw sword, cleaving a fearless mortal with a spray of blood. In response to Sith's warning, rather than acknowledging it, Davidro suddenly peered deep into the passage, as if at last discerning the aim of his mission, and abruptly broke from the formation, sprinting ahead. Another sentinel of death followed closely. The previously cohesive pair unexpectedly became disjointed. Sith watched in astonishment as Davidro charged forward alone, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath, his face unusually flushed with emotion. "Commander, what shall we do?" An old soldier inquired anxiously. With gritted teeth, Sith steadied his nerves and swiftly dispatched a hybrid rogue that suddenly leaped from the shadows. "Press on." What else could they do? The code to control the elevator was in Deviro's possession. Clenching his jaw, Sith charged to the forefront, now devoid of Deviro. fully accelerating the pace of the squad. The encroaching darkness teemed with increasingly dense rogues, who seemed to have discerned the intentions of Sis and his men, frantically mobilizing reinforcements from other areas. Time became an abstract concept as they battled in the shadows, oblivious to how long they had been engaged in this fray. When Sis withdrew his blade from the eye of a colossal aberration, accompanied by the creature's thunderous collapse, he finally raised his arm. The squad halted immediately. After such prolonged combat, the original 100-strong team had dwindled to a mere 90. Though only 10 had perished, it still pained Sis deeply. However, he had no time to dwell on his losses, for just ahead in the darkness, a group of rogues fled in panic from a corner, revealing the lifeless form of an Astartes, its chest completely caved in. Sis nodded to the medic beside him, who hurried over for a cursory examination, only to shake his head solemnly. A tremor of despair coursed through Sis. Another Astartes had fallen amidst this ocean of rogues. He approached to remove the visor, and only after confirming the fallen warrior was not Deviro did he exhale, slightly in relief. The cacophony of gunfire continued unabated as Sis scanned the vicinity, then turned his gaze toward the direction of death. "Which way?" Sis called out, prompting the soldiers to follow his lead. Yet, as they drew closer to that area, the previously fervent rogues inexplicably ceased their pursuit, instead bustling anxiously just beyond a certain perimeter. The veterans exchanged wary glances, ultimately fixing their eyes on Sis. Gazing into the profound darkness before him, a silence unlike the outside world enveloped them. With gritted teeth, he reloaded his weapon. Sis stepped forward, leading the way into the pitch-black depths. The ground beneath was an unknown, soft, and decaying mire. The air was thick with an odd scent, neither acutely pungent nor stifling. The veterans moved cautiously, their weapons trained on every shadow, vigilant against any lurking adversaries. Breaking the oppressive silence was a sudden, thunderous roar, steel within and without. Sis turned sharply toward the source of the voice. Deviro, shedding his damaged helmet, leapt forth, brandishing his chain's word at a shadowy figure in the darkness. Yet, his furious cry froze upon his lips as a strange spatial distortion held him suspended in midair. Fear began to flicker in the depths of Deviro's once furious eyes. This sight tightened the veterans' expressions, and an inexplicable dread swept through the crowd, accompanied by a whisper echoing in their souls. "What are you afraid of?" A floating creature with an enormous head gradually emerged from the darkness. Observing the tyrannid swarm, the professional psyker unit, Sith, began to curse vehemently in his heart. The hive could directly spawn swarm units. It seemed that apart from the apex of the tower, everyone else had already turned into a coward. Not only this hive, but the entire hive lurking in the shadows of the Watcher Star was likely teeming with hidden cowards. However, at this moment, Sith had no mind to concern himself with other hives. He merely focused on the approaching psychic brain bug, preparing himself for an imminent psychic assault. Yet, the expected attack did not come. Perhaps the battle with the two Deathwatch had temporarily drained their psychic energy. The brain bug incessantly exhaled a miasma, repeatedly launching mental assaults against Sith. Its confidence grew as it drew closer, but after several inquiries, both Sith and even the veteran soldiers, with blank expressions, finally sensed something amiss and halted in place. Beneath that colossal head, a perplexity emerged that was uncharacteristic of lesser swarm units. Sith perceived the futility of this psychic assault as laughable under the hundredfold resolve of himself and his soldiers. Drawing his blade, he finally fixed his gaze upon the creature. "What do we fear? We fear that you might flee." Chapter 27. Absurdity. With a leap, he swung his sword. His body, augmented 100-fold, along with the overwhelming might of his countless green-skinned warriors, transformed him into a human cannonball amidst an eerie stillness. In a moment of disbelief for the brain bug, his military knife sliced through its exceedingly fragile form. A torrent of dimly glowing blue ichor erupted from the massive head, and the previously suspended Deviro suddenly plummeted to the ground. A scream, emanating from the depths of the soul, echoed mournfully. The previously lurking infinite cowards let out a collective wail and crossed the threshold, rushing towards Sith with renewed fervor. The veterans immediately opened fire in retaliation. Yet it was Deviro, situated at the heart of the chaos, who looked upon the enormous corpse of the brain bug before Sith with evident disbelief. Not only Sith, but also the veterans, renowned for their terrifyingly precise firepower, were struck by a moment of hesitation, retreat, and even fear in the face of the brain bug's psychic assault. Deviro had clearly witnessed the brain bug launching multiple attacks against Sith and his veteran soldiers. Yet regardless of the creature's relentless efforts, Sith and his troops exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Instead, they regarded the brain bug with a strange curiosity, questioning why it would willingly approach them. knowing it lacked close combat capabilities and was thus marching towards its own demise. While he could accept a few resolute mortals of steely will, Daviro could not fathom that in a random battlefield he stumbled upon, he found a cohort of mortals, each endowed with the indomitable spirit of a superhuman. After all, considering the entirety of the star sector, assembling even 100 individuals with the fortitude to directly disregard psychic attacks was nearly an impossible feat, and now, an utterly improbable event has unfolded. Daviro has encountered it. As he knelt on one knee, dumbfounded by the sight before him, Zeiss remained oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. After all, to Zeiss, the previous inquiries were merely questions. Instead, he found himself perplexed by Daviro's reaction. However, there was no time for inquiries. Zeiss raised his hand and fired a shot. The explosive round whizzing past Daviro's ear, obliterating the head of a mixed-blood rogue attempting a stealthy assault from behind. Observing the dazed Daviro, who seemed momentarily shaken by the explosion, Zeiss resignedly addressed him. "My lord, if we do not depart soon, the intelligence we have gathered will go to waste." This reminder jolted Daviro back to the task at hand. He cast a deep, somewhat inexplicable glance at Zeiss before refocusing on their mission. The corrosion caused by the gene thief on the alert star is far more severe than we had anticipated. As he spoke, Daviro rose, reloaded his explosive firearm, and grasped his chainsaw sword. Outside, a relentless onslaught of rogues bore down upon them, relying on their sheer numbers and disregard for life to encroach upon the territory held by Zeiss's seasoned veterans. The barrage of fire grew increasingly constricted until a helmetless giant, wielding a chainsaw sword, leapt into the fray of chaos. The veterans were momentarily taken aback, while Zeiss, armed with a sidearm and bayonet, advanced from behind them to the forefront. Turning to face the veterans gazing at him, Zeiss too loaded his magazine. "Now, let us charge back into battle." The fighting in the nest continued unabated, intensifying as the rebels suddenly cried out in unison, their offensive becoming even more ferocious. The 101st Regiment, which had barely managed to hold its ground, began to be pushed back to the summit by the seemingly endless tide of frenzied insurgents. Bunnock, observing the mad rush of enemies before him, had yet to receive any news, but all eyes were fixed on the elevator. As time ticked away, the rogues descended into utter madness. Despite the soldiers in the front desperately squeezing their triggers and the artillery behind them unleashing a relentless barrage, the 101st Regiment continued its slow and powerless retreat. It was only when Bunnock's earpiece crackled with Anna's electronic communication that his eyes widened, and he turned to issue the command. "Everyone, retreat to the summit. The passageways, if they could not be closed off, they must be demolished." Bunnock's orders were executed immediately, as the soldiers, transformed by the fierce battle, began to retreat in an organized manner. The artillery intensified its fire, laying down a curtain of shells to cover their withdrawal. Explosions erupted in several passageways that could not be orderly sealed, the heavy steel collapsing and completely blocking the routes. Only when all passageways were sealed or had collapsed could the returning soldiers lean against the walls to catch their breath. Bunnock and Anna stood before the elevator, watching as it ascended rapidly. Soon, as the gears began to slow, the spacious elevator cabin returned to the safety of the tower's summit. As the soldiers gazed upon the ascending elevator, a profound silence enveloped them, abruptly quelling the exhilaration that surged within them after their recent battle. The elevator, forged from robust steel, bore the scars of conflict, bullet marks and deep gashes, reminiscent of claws tearing through its surface. Blood stained nearly every corner, a grotesque testament to the carnage that had transpired. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, their apprehension mounting as they instinctively raised their weapons. When the elevator doors finally parted, a cascade of grotesque, lifeless forms tumbled forth, akin to a heap of discarded fish. The soldiers, gripped by panic, readied their arms, only to discover that the true threat lay not in more foes emerging from the depths, but in the figure of Sis, standing atop a mountain of corpses, his body marred with wounds, flanked by over 70 seasoned veterans. The sight of the fallen bodies and the bloodied blades wielded by Sis and his comrades rendered even Bunnock momentarily speechless. A heavy silence fell among them until Sis descended from the towering pile of corpses. As he approached, the thrumming energy of the legendary warriors, now exhausted, parted to allow him passage. Sis stepped into the open space before the command post and, standing before a large barrel of fresh water, plunged himself into its depths. The crimson stains dispersed instantly, transforming the water's surface into a tranquil tableau, the oppressive heat of continuous combat dissipating in the refreshing coolness. After several minutes, Sis emerged, his eyes finally alive again, yet he found the surrounding soldiers transfixed, their gazes lifted skyward. Confounded, He followed their gaze and was momentarily taken aback by the sight that greeted him. The deep blue of the heavens was adorned with the vast fleet of the Imperial Navy. Ships glimmered under the starlight, resembling a celestial river winding through the cosmos. Endless drop pods streaked across the sky like meteors, and amidst the cacophony of radio static, a stirring voice resonated. Imperial warriors, rejoice. The God Emperor has dispatched his angels. The Supreme Warrior Commander Cargill, to your skies. The announcer's powerful voice, accompanied by triumphant music, conveyed the message. All nests on the alert star were under the Empire's absolute control, with only a few frail aliens retreating into the wasteland. Sis believed that the citizens of the nest cities, still within secure zones and cut off from information, would erupt in jubilant cheers at such declarations. However, Sis was not in a safe zone. The glorious propaganda of the military contrasted starkly with the grim reality before him. Just beyond a thin wall, millions of anguished cries echoed, while the ground beneath the nest trembled under the relentless onslaught of the burgeoning greenskin horde, tearing through humanity's last defenses in the wilds. The stark dichotomy between the uplifting rhetoric in his ears and the dire reality before his eyes painted an absurd picture for Sis and those atop the tower. The crowd remained silent, gazing at the fleet, while only Sis watched as the victorious propaganda blared overhead, simultaneously casting down annihilating light spears upon the nest cities that had succumbed to devastation. In the distance, beams of light pierced the sky, while beside him, David was frantically signaling above. Sith withdrew his gaze from the awe-inspiring spectacle, redirecting his focus to the clear water before him. Ignoring the din of the outside world, he immersed himself once more in its depths. Within the crystal-clear water, Sith found a realm of tranquility. Beyond the water's edge, the chaotic battle of the Vigilance Star had officially commenced. Chapter 28. Starches never in excess. As night descended, the sky was devoid of a moon, illuminated only by a dazzling sea of stars and the eerie glow of the vast rift. Towering structures jutted into the heavens. Their black walls, once magnificent in the light, now appeared as a seemingly endless graveyard of silence. Only the boundless dark nest beneath the tower occasionally echoed with strange, eerie shrieks. The entire tower top was shrouded in darkness, save for the searchlights that swept across this world. The beams meandered through the passages leading to the nest, most of which had collapsed under continuous explosions, with the remaining ones heavily fortified. At this moment, gazing at the deformed doors caused by successive blasts, and the muffled sounds that had recently emanated from behind them, the soldiers huddled behind sandbags, clutching their rifles tightly, too weary to even lift their eyelids. In the frigid night, the soldiers, lacking sufficient supplies, found even their breath thin and insubstantial. Beneath the towering black edifice of the nest, only a few critical intersections remained illuminated. Sandbags and plastic steel plates formed circular sentry posts, filled with armed soldiers clad in black, while on a nearby elevated point, 2 machine guns were aimed ominously at the outside world. Refugees huddled together within the structures, their trembling forms sharing the scant warmth amongst themselves. In their current plight of scarcity, venturing outdoors was akin to courting death. Yet, the refugees silently hoped to endure the night, while several figures emerged at the sentry post beneath the buildings. After a round of exchanging documents and obsequiousness, the obstacles were cleared, allowing a few figures to enter the inner sanctum. In this moment, the core area, heavily guarded by soldiers, housed a national church, once the prayer chamber of the bishop, now repurposed as Sith's office. The lights remained off, as energy was entirely allocated to the military. Even at night, Sith merely lit a single candle. Outside, the world lay in silence, with only the vigilant old warriors of the elite guard remaining alert around Sith's office. Throughout the night, it seemed as though all activity had ceased, except for the sporadic sweeps of the searchlights that traversed the glass of Sith's room, illuminating the entire space. A sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. A gentle knock followed by a soft creak signaled the slow opening of the door directly facing Sith. "My lord, 2 nobles seek an audience," Bunnock reported quietly from the doorway, stepping aside as 2 tall, slender nobles adorned in opulent garments entered. The candlelight cast a fleeting glow, and as their faces emerged into the illumination, the expressions they presented to Sith were an obsequiousness that once seemed unimaginable. After all, one is a highborn noble perched atop the tower, while the other is merely a disposable pawn beneath, a mere cannon fodder. To suggest flattery would be an understatement. Even the mere act of acknowledging the presence of Zeiss is regarded as a significant favor bestowed upon him by the aristocracy. Yet, the tableau before us reveals Zeiss seated confidently in the foreground, with 2 esteemed nobles simpering and smiling, cautiously observing the true ruler of the tower. Bunnik entered and positioned himself behind the two nobles. Zeiss offered no response, nor did he continue the conversation. A profound silence enveloped the room, and the two nobles instinctively began to scrutinize Zeiss and his surroundings, eager to glean any insight into the nature of the formidable figure they were to confront. However, their gaze was hindered by the shadows, as the vast prayer chamber lay mostly shrouded in darkness. After a thorough inspection, they discerned only the faint outline of the colossal image of the god emperor looming behind Zeiss, and the young visage illuminated partially by the flickering candlelight, the other half succumbing to obscurity. At that moment, the atmosphere was tranquil, broken only by the sound of Zeiss's pen gliding across various reports. Reluctantly averting their gaze, the two nobles exchanged glances until the higher-ranking among them mustered the courage to speak. Commander Zeiss, in accordance with the directives of the Noble Council, Imperial forces across the regions are to escort us to safety without delay. With the treacherous governor now brought to justice and Lord Karga having arrived at the Alert Star, may I inquire when you will arrange for protective forces to escort us from this place? Upon hearing this, the other noble, emboldened, hastened to add, please ensure that the most elite forces are dispatched. We possess a substantial number of attendants and assets that require safeguarding. The two nobles were anxious, fully aware that the situation was far from the rosy portrayal propagated by the military department. It was, in fact, dire. Should they fail to act swiftly, they risked perishing outside. However, as they concluded their plea, Bunnik furrowed his brow in disapproval, openly displaying his disdain towards the two. Their utter disregard for the commoners who had once generated immense wealth for them, coupled with their expectation that Zeiss should divert his finest forces to ensure their escape, was intolerable. Moreover, the most egregious aspect was their desire to transport their ill-gotten gains along. If it were merely their possessions, it might be acceptable. But who could ascertain the extent of the forcibly appropriated resources among them? To remove such supplies at this juncture would surely cripple the already strained provisions. Bunnik's discontent was palpable, and just as Zeiss had been diligently engrossed in his official duties, he finally ceased his writing. The rustle of the pen abruptly halted, and at that moment, a beam of searchlight swept across the room. Zeiss lifted his gaze, momentarily illuminated in the harsh white light. Contrary to the noble's expectations of dissatisfaction or greedy ambition, Zeiss's expression bore only tranquility. After a brief glance at the two, he resumed his focus, the sound of his pen scratching the paper echoing once more. No. These simple words rendered the nobles' faces ashen. They wished to protest, but Bunnik had already stepped forward, positioning himself squarely before them. Gazing at the exaggerated physique of Bunok, with a firearm strapped to his waist, two nobles swallowed hard, their faces obscured in shadow as they turned to depart. The room fell silent once more after the echo of their footsteps faded, until, after a brief moment, Anna, emerging from the darkness beside Sis, voiced her confusion. Are you displeased with these nobles? The interplay of interests among the nobility, the state religion, the mechanicum, and even the Astartes often led to various conflicts. Anna wondered if Sis shared her disdain for the nobles' excessive and meaningless extravagance. However, Sis, faced with her inquiry, did not lift his gaze, remaining engrossed in his official duties. It was not until he had painstakingly allocated the resources before him that he checked the report and remarked flatly, starch is never in excess. Upon completing the list with his signature, Sis handed the report to Anna, stating, your blue starch is to be prioritized for the nobles. The remaining starch is to be distributed to soldiers and refugees according to this list. Anna regarded Sis's allocation with growing perplexity. She could not fathom why Sis, who clearly harbored a dislike for these nobles, would still prioritize providing his remarkable invention to them. Shouldn't good things be reserved for oneself first? Chapter 29. The Stretcher King Karga Vigilance Star, the Hiberia Nest District. As a colossal world boasting a population exceeding 1 trillion, it distinguishes itself from others by not being divided into regions by nests, but rather grouping several adjacent nests together under the designation of nest districts. Hiberia, as the largest and most prosperous nest district on Vigilance Star, stands at the heart of the Vigilance Star Empire and is the sanctuary Sis has long yearned for. Previously, Hiberia's intact industrial system and order had afforded its civilians a favorable comparison to the outside world. Now, with Karga arriving alongside a multitude of extreme warriors and the Astral Army, establishing Hiberia as his command center, the region's defenses have been further fortified. Concurrently, through Karga's adept political maneuvering, the previously fragmented factions on Vigilance Star have finally unified, and Hiberia's vast industrial apparatus has begun to operate at full capacity. Atop the Hiberia Nest Tower, the erstwhile Vigilance Star Council has been restructured into a senate by Karga. The Mechanicum, the state religion, the Astral Army, the Astartes, and local nobility, Nearly all factions have joined the Senate, becoming instrumental in guiding Karga through the tumultuous theater of war. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Senate, adorned in magnificent, intricately crafted power armor and golden-winged helmets of the former Second Empire's Imperial Guard, now the Glory Guard of extreme warriors, fulfill their duties as Karga's protectors. In the grand and resplendent hall, the Glory Guard stands sentinel in the corners, while officials from the various factions, clad in diverse attire, line up to seek an audience with the Empire's regent, Kilamon, the representative of Vigilant Star. As the imposing doors swung open, a group of Astral Army commanders hurriedly emerged, each clutching orders personally signed by Karga. Through the narrow gap of the open doors, one could glimpse Karga seated like a titan upon his throne, enormous power gauntlets positioned on either side. From this moment forth, every stronghold of the Empire must not falter. Every soldier of the Empire must fight for the God Emperor until the very last breath. I reiterate, any retreat by Imperial forces, without my personal signature on the order, shall be deemed an act of treason. Within the grand hall, adorned with opulent nobles, the benevolent High Church, the armored Astra Militarum, the highly mechanized tech priests, and the representatives of various supporting warbands stood attentively beneath the imposing figure of Calgar, all ears for the admonition. Calgar, already of formidable stature and considered tall even among the Astartes, had undergone a process of original forge enhancement that rendered him even more titan-like. Seated high above, despite being jestingly dubbed the King of Litters, Calgar emanated an authority that even the Astartes dared not gaze upon directly. The mortal attendees offered boundless reverence to this legendary captain, a demigod among men. Observing the Senate representatives below, who expressed no dissent towards his commands, the great eye on his left, glowing with crimson light, finally softened somewhat, as he cast his gaze upon the mechanical servant respectfully presenting the battle report. Calgar briefly glanced at the towering pile of defeats to his left before shifting his attention to the right. There, another mechanical servant held aloft a tray. Yet upon it lay a mere thin sheet of paper. After a moment of silence, despite the overwhelming reality of the defeats, Calgar chose, during this moment of widespread despair among the frontline troops of Vigilant Star, to take up the report from the right, his two colossal fingers delicately pinching the document. Calgar's voice was frigid. If the 101st Company continues to hold the line, why has the Department of Military Affairs not elevated its supply status to the highest level? Given the numerous achievements of the 101st Company, why has the captain not received the commendations and promotions he duly deserves? And most crucially, if the Empire still claims victory, why has their valiant story not been communicated to the entire military? The three consecutive questions left the audience below exchanging fearful glances, until, after a moment of evasion, their focus shifted towards the Astra Militarum and the nobles. Sensing Calgar's gaze upon them, before the Astra Militarum could respond, the nobles, adept at deflecting blame, interjected. Although the 101st Company is a planetary defense force, command has long since been entrusted to the Astra Militarum. The specific reasons behind your concerns, we are unaware of. The noble explained, but after speaking, he cautiously observed Calgar's expression, noting the lack of satisfaction on his face, and immediately added, however, now that the achievements of the 101st Company have been validated, our noble council has outlined a series of commendation plans, and we shall provide Captain Syth with a set of exquisite power armor. Vigilance Star boasts a formidable influence of the Mechanicus, and while power armor for mortals may be scarce, it is not wholly absent on Vigilant Star. It is essential to recognize that exquisite power armor is not merely distinguished by its name. It represents a qualitative enhancement in materials, craftsmanship, and core components compared to ordinary power armor. If conventional power armor is merely a product of mass production, then the exquisite power armor is a true masterpiece of art. At last, Karlgar slightly nodded. Appropriate commendation is a prerequisite. Most importantly, the contributions of the 101st Regiment to the Empire and the rewards bestowed by the Empire must be emphasized and communicated to the entire army. The nobles observed Karlgar accepting their response, and their expressions finally relaxed. Subsequently, he slightly bowed his head and stepped back, casting a sidelong glance toward the Star Realm army, filled with mockery. This time, no noble shared the firepower. All eyes were fixated on the Star Realm army, and their commander, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and stepped forward. With the groundwork laid by the preceding nobles, even a fool would understand what Karlgar required at this moment. A prominent leader of the primordial battle group, Karlgar's attention to a mere mortal army of just over 100,000 was indeed remarkable. Was it truly because of the attention garnered by the Sith and his regiment that even Karlgar took notice? Certainly, Karlgar admitted there was some intrigue. However, Compared to the wars he had experienced throughout his lengthy life, including battles with Gilliman and even the traitorous pre-March, this would not captivate Karlgar excessively. At least not to the extent of the current focus. What Karlgar genuinely needed now was to establish a paradigm. A benchmark capable of inspiring mortals to endure until the very last moment. And the only choice before him, as a fellow mortal, was the Sith. The commander of the Star Realm army inhaled deeply, as if determined to outdo the nobles, and boldly proposed a reward. After all, with only a few 100,000 individuals, it was not impossible to provide each of them with a fully enclosed battle suit, given the production capacity of the Hyberian Nest Zone. Raising his gaze, the commander spoke with fierce determination. Regarding the achievements of Commander Sith, the Ministry of Military Affairs will immediately formulate commendations, and based on the applications submitted by the Death Watch, will formally initiate the promotion process for the 101st Regiment within the Star Realm Army. Additionally, the Ministry of Military Affairs will establish a complete aerial supply route for the 101st Regiment and, according to troop numbers, transport 150,000 sets of fully enclosed battle suits. The commander of the Star Realm Army felt an even greater bead of sweat forming on his forehead, revealing his discomfort even in the presence of Karlgar. Yet, when Karlgar frowned publicly, the commander inhaled deeply once more, gritted his teeth, and continued, as well as 5,000 sets of stormtrooper gear. Chapter 30. A moment of peace and war in the sky, the Empire's warships dispersed along their orbits, continuously raining down light spears upon vast areas of devastated ground, conducting systematic extermination. Beneath these warships, as he gazed toward the Hyberian Nest Zone, Sith felt the lights of the church behind him glow brightly once more, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. For from here to Hyberia, an aerial corridor composed of transport aircraft directly connected to the safe zone where Sith resided. With a crisp salute, a Star Realm Army officer, impeccably dressed in his uniform, respectfully saluted the still-acting commander of the Planetary Defense Forces, Sith. My lord, this is the latest batch of supply materials, totaling 10,000 sets of fully enclosed battle suits. Shifting his gaze from the aerial corridor, Sith regarded the officer before him, who not only saluted, but also bore an expression of evident respect and admiration. Had it not been for the clear insignia indicating that the officer before him held a rank 2 grades superior to his own, Sith might have mistaken him for a mere logistical officer of the Star Realm Army, lacking in distinction. With a sense of discomfort, he raised his hand in a salute and accepted the list, signing his name without even glancing at it. After all, when an entire commendation list was presented to him, Sith had already become thoroughly desensitized to such accolades. Though the scale of his forces could not compare to renowned legions like Krieg or Cadia in terms of equipment quality, this planetary defense unit, previously overlooked, had astonishingly ascended to the upper echelons of the Star Realm Army. Now, aside from the loyalist stormtroopers, whose numbers barely reached 1 million across the galaxy, only the battle nuns, funded by the state church, could rival the quality of Sith's unit. Moreover, even among the loyalist stormtroopers, Sith had not heard of any war zone deploying 5,000 troops in one go. It is worth noting that even during the brutal Battle of Berkeley, merely 200 private soldiers equipped with stormtrooper armor were regarded as the pinnacle of luxury by all, including the higher echelons of the Star Realm Army. Yet here, Sith was not discussing 200, but a staggering 5,000. The equipment of the stormtroopers nearly epitomized the zenith of mortal capability. While the specifics of their accompanying gear were complex, after reviewing the individual soldier list, Sith came to a more direct conclusion about the elite force soon to emerge under his command. It was a mortal army capable of confronting the Astartes head-on, or perhaps, a smaller version of the Astartes. As he returned the list, the Star Realm Army officer stood straight once more and saluted, though a flicker of hesitation crossed his face as he opened his mouth several times before suddenly standing tall again. Sith, having just returned the salute, was taken aback to see an officer of such stature performing another salute. He was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Before Sith could gather his thoughts, the officer produced a pocket watch and respectfully presented it to him. Inside, Sith saw a beautiful woman alongside a golden-haired child. Was this also part of the supplies? Sith was momentarily perplexed, but the officer's expression was sincere. This is my wife and child. If you have a moment, I would be grateful if you could sign your name on their photograph. Sith's eye twitched, although he occasionally received frantic reports from the Empire about himself over the radio. He had never anticipated the extent to which the Imperial propaganda machine would elevate his prominence. While Sith struggled to comprehend this, Karlgar pondered even deeper. After all, though the Astartes were innately formidable, they remained distant figures to mere mortals. Sith not only shared their mortal status, but also found his unit's designation appearing multiple times on the same list. This sense of relatability was precisely why Calgar had chosen Sis. People are invariably more inclined to resonate with their own kind. Sis quickly inscribed his name in the space beside the image. And as he watched the name that had pierced through the sands and conquered the nests finally inscribe itself in the most significant pocket watch he possessed, the officer let out a deep sigh of relief. Cautiously, the officer once again rendered a solemn salute to Sis before finally departing with the signed receipt, making his way toward the transport aircraft brimming with refugees poised for return. The refugees were the only ones to return, for as a benchmark, Sis, while receiving these supplies, was also compelled to steadfastly hold every position. After all, in the current wilderness, there were hardly any Imperial strongholds left, save for Sis. Even if Sis were to do nothing but remain stationed here, the narrative of total capitulation versus resolute defense was a starkly different tale in the Empire's propaganda. As the transport aircraft took flight and night descended, a new batch of aircraft was poised to land on the distant horizon. Sis entrusted the subsequent reception duties to Anna and turned to approach the crowd engaged in changing their attire. The time for dinner gradually approached. Aside from the glaring searchlights, Sis, having ample supplies of promethium, finally loosened the reins on the illumination. In the main activity area, lights sparkled everywhere, and numerous soldiers, having completed their change of attire, donned their brand-new, fully enclosed combat suits, equipped with Lucius laser rifles capable of posing a threat to Astartes when concentrated fire was unleashed. Although the limitation of concentrated fire still remained, at least, Sis's soldiers were no longer armed with mere flashlights when facing Astartes or formidable alien foes. At this moment, Sis leisurely patrolled, and upon noticing the jubilant soldiers, they promptly stood at attention to salute him. Perhaps since the command center began to take notice of Sis, nearly all records affirmed that the 101st Regiment adopted black uniforms. Consequently, the equipment dispatched was uniformly painted in black, adhering to tradition. A battalion of fully armed black-clad soldiers, merely standing there, exuded an aura of intimidation. Yet beneath this air of menace, a pot brimming with starchy blocks and protein was simmering before the soldiers, along with a can of synthetic vegetables from an unknown planet, produced who knows when. The rich aroma of meat overshadowed the soldiers' intimidating presence. As darkness deepened, under the bright lights, soldiers held steaming boxes filled with protein stew, mixing in the canned vegetables to create a hearty meal with meat, vegetables, and staples. Sis even observed some soldiers who had finished eating setting down their boxes, pulling out the newly issued blankets, reclining against the wall by the campfire. Relishing the warmth while extracting dry tobacco leaves from the supply kit, they meticulously wrapped the leaves in scrap paper, then took a deep drag over the campfire. Warmth, dryness, satiety, safety, all of these transformed into an overwhelming ecstasy as soldiers exhaled deeply with half-closed eyes. Even those who did not smoke had synthetic coffee. Many soldiers gathered in groups around a can of steaming coffee, and when it began to bubble, they immediately served themselves a small cup each, cradling the cups. Reminiscent of divine nectar, the warmth and sweetness coursed through their bodies, dispelling long-held fatigue in an instant. As the campfire crackled, soldiers exhaled deeply, lost in their blissful reverie. Sis withdrew his gaze from the soldiers' faces, for the ample supplies had even afforded the refugees a dinner that was, by all accounts, quite decent. The entire pinnacle was enveloped in tranquility, so much so that even the Sith hesitated to disturb the moment's serenity. Yet, the Sith remained silent, persistently broadcasting the numerous victories of the Empire over the radio, when suddenly, a cacophony of electronic sound erupted. From a distance, the Sith could only discern fragmented phrases. Yet when terms such as fleet, Kargath, personal expedition, and weak xenomorphs drifted through the air, accompanied by the Imperial fleet retracting their light spears and embarking towards the deeper reaches of space, the joyous cheers from the soldiers nearby caused the fleeting ease that had just dawned upon the Sith to vanish. The Imperial fleet, which had granted air superiority over the alert star, gradually receded, leaving the soldiers to savor what might very well be their final moment of respite in life. The Sith lowered his gaze slightly, exhaling softly. The alert star. It grows ever more lively. Chapter 31. The situation is not just good, but excellent under the divine protection of the God Emperor. The valiant Imperial Navy triumphed over the frail xenomorphs in the vastness of space. Now, the alert star was poised to launch a final assault on the remaining xenomorphs, aiming to restore it fully to the Empire. With a decisive press of a button, the tirelessly propagating radio was abruptly silenced by a hand. The surrounding soldiers, tasked with recording information, exchanged glances. Yet none dared to express dissent in the presence of the Sith. On the nearby tower square, fervent training continued unabated. The resupply channels, once bustling with activity as the fleet departed, had fallen silent, save for a handful of transport aircraft struggling to navigate through the barrage of green artillery fire. Among them, one transport aircraft was struck in its engine, spiraling down amidst fierce flames and thick black smoke, ultimately crashing into the ground below, resulting in an explosive eruption that unleashed a horde of opportunistic scavengers, eager to seize the remnants of supplies. With a sigh, the Sith diverted his attention from the transport aircraft and caught sight of the towering stack of military brochures beside the radio. Perusing their contents, a frown creased his brow. Victories, 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 and yet more victories. The more he read, the tighter his frown became, until he tossed the brochure back onto the table, a look of incredulity manifesting on his face. To summarize in a single phrase, the current situation was not merely good, but exceedingly favorable. Reflecting on the contents of the brochure, the Sith raised his gaze skyward. Beneath the ominous clouds, the vast majority of civilians and soldiers were oblivious to the chaos above. Yet all it took was a glance upward for the Sith to witness the remaining battleships in orbit, with billowing plumes of smoke streaming from their hulls. In that brief moment of looking up, a frigate erupted in a violent explosion at its engine, losing power and gradually succumbing to the gravitational pull of the alert star. Descending towards the surface, a multitude of escape pods surged from the frigate, yet countless crew members remained within their iron coffins, transforming into a towering mushroom cloud upon impact with the earth. A gust of wind swept in from the point of descent, accompanied by a subtle tremor that resonated across the continent. The soldiers of the 101st Regiment exchanged apprehensive glances, even without the Sith's input. They sensed a dissonance between reality and the narrative spun in the propaganda. However, while the soldiers behind him were merely perplexed, the Sith understood that the situation was far more dire than anyone could fathom. For in the vast expanse of space, there are no extraterrestrial beings, but rather the formidable Black Crusade of Abaddon, which has just obliterated the entirety of Cadia, cleaving the galaxy in twain. At this very moment, this chaotic army, which could not be thwarted even by the fortress world of Cadia, is relentlessly advancing toward the Sentinel Star. Seiss struggled to retract his gaze from the sky, where the distant cheers of refugees echoed, ignited by the distribution of propaganda pamphlets. In the midst of their arduous and desolate existence, any morsel of news that could offer them a glimmer of hope became their lifeline, spurring them to persevere time and again. As for the veracity of this news, Seiss withdrew his eyes from the jubilant refugees, for they cared not for truth, but solely for hope. From this day forth, all soldiers must adhere strictly to the training regimen set for 18 Terran hours, alongside the re-implementation of curfews and an augmentation of the alert force to 3 times its previous strength. Seiss issued the command, while the surrounding officers, including Bunnock, nodded in silent accord. After all, even disregarding the current populace's blind allegiance to Seiss, merely observing the lamentable state of the Imperial Navy overhead rendered the order devoid of contention. The sun descended languidly on the horizon, the aroma of hot food wafting through the air, mingling with the faint scents of smoke and coffee, rendering the post-curfew night all the more tranquil. Seiss refrained from disrupting the soldiers' fragile peace, choosing instead to return to his office, tirelessly submitting a plethora of documents to the Department of Military Affairs regarding the elevation of the 101st Regiment to the status of a Star Corps. In the office, beneath the imposing portrait of the God Emperor, the only sound was the scratching of his pen, while floodlights outside swept past the window numerous times. It was not until the dawn broke anew that a violent explosion abruptly silenced the scratching. Outside, the thunderous footfalls of many rushing soldiers echoed, while alarms blared, resonating throughout the tower's summit. The raucous cries of the Undercity's inhabitants were inexplicably heightened, and soon the distant roars of soldiers and the din of gunfire reached Seiss's ears. He listened for a moment, ascertaining it was merely a minor skirmish, and without lifting his gaze, he continued his work with his pen. Suddenly, the door swung open with force, and Bunnock strode in, his pristine storm armor stained with large splotches of crimson. He desired to speak immediately, yet upon seeing Seiss still engrossed in his paperwork, he bit his lip and held back. Once the scratching ceased, Seiss set down his pen, conducted a final review of the documents, and, satisfied with their accuracy, handed them to his aide, Anna. Send this directly to the Department of Military Affairs. Without awaiting the next supply convoy, he instructed. In the past, such documents would have been carried back by the supply teams. But witnessing Seiss's intent to dispatch someone personally sent a jolt of apprehension through both Anna and Bunnock. Did this imply a disruption in the hard-won logistics? Anna refrained from further inquiries, taking the report and departing. Seiss then rose, without waiting for Bunnock to speak. arming himself with a sidearm and a combat knife as he made his way toward the door. "What is the issue?" he inquired as he walked, prompting Bunnock to hastily follow. "There's a refugee riot. It seems some unscrupulous elements have infiltrated their ranks," Bunnock replied, his already grim visage darkening further, revealing a hint of panic he could scarcely suppress. Seiss paused, taken aback. Could it be that Abaddon had arrived? Calculating the time. It seems Abaddon will not arrive for several more months. The Sith strained to scour his memories, attempting to discern if he had overlooked anything. As fragments of recollection regarding the Battle of Vigilance began to surface, he suddenly recalled a pair of bright eyes and the panicked response from Bunnock. "Water." Bunnock stared at the Sith in astonishment. Although he was uncertain how the Sith had come by this knowledge, he stiffly nodded in agreement. Rumors spread by the cunning among the refugees indicated that the sole source of clean water had been seized. One could survive without food for over 10 days, but without water, 3 days would be a struggle. The cunning had made a bold entrance on Vigilance, seizing control of the space elevator that extracted water resources from the icy asteroid belt beyond the stars. Their infiltration of Vigilance had reached a terrifying level. While the news of Lord Kalga's defeat might deceive ordinary humans, the cunning were well aware that an even more formidable adversary was imminent. To secure an advantage in the impending chaos, they had targeted the planet's only source of potable water, simultaneously spreading fear among the masses through various rumors. However, as he observed the brutal slaughter of refugees, many of whom were mingled with the cunning, the Sith glanced at Bunnock with a steely gaze before exhaling in relief. "Our supply of clean water can last for a while longer. We can have Anna devise some devices to recycle water, which should suffice in the short term." He then produced his water flask, gently shaking it to hear the clear liquid within, a hint of ease crossing his face. Yet, upon hearing this, Bunnock's expression shifted dramatically, his lips twitching with hesitation. Noticing Bunnock's reluctance to speak, the Sith halted his gesture of offering water, his eyes widening with intensity, fixating on Bunnock. Who would dare jest about water at such a time? Under the piercing gaze of the Sith, though it did not concern him directly, Bunnock swallowed hard. Lowering his head slightly, his face turned ashen. "The nobles have taken all the water and retreated into their fortresses." Clang. Startled, Bunnock looked up to see the Sith had not moved, yet the water flask in his hand had shattered under his grip. Chapter 32. Exquisite powered armor. Based on the information currently at hand, the territories controlled by various empires have descended into chaos. Not only are the outer nests in disarray, but even Hyberia has witnessed widespread civilian uprisings. Lord Kalga has returned urgently from the fleet. The Star Realm Army and planetary defense forces have been fully mobilized, and even a considerable number of Astartes have been dispatched to quell the unrest. Moreover, the nobles have gathered all available resources and retreated into their strongholds in areas that were still somewhat manageable. Anna, clutching the communication device from the Mechanicum, spoke incessantly while closely trailing behind the Sith, fearful of being left behind. "The nobles have hidden away. What fate awaits the civilians outside?" Bunnock furrowed his brow and inquired. Yet the forward-moving Sith offered no reply. Anna raised the information board, stating, according to current calculations, the number of civilians aligning themselves with the rogues is surging into the billions. Bunnock's expression instantly hardened, disbelief etched across his face as he turned to Anna. His lips quivered as he suppressed a torrent of curses, even with the Sith standing before him. It was not until the Sith abruptly halted that Bunnock slightly bowed his head, his mouth silently moving in a hurried fashion. "Lord Divro, is this amount of explosives sufficient?" The Sith refrained from engaging in the conversation between Bunnock and Anna, instead directly tossing a substantial backpack at Divro's feet. Given that they stood upon a vast expanse of rogue territory, and this was the last bastion of humanity outside the safety zone, Divro was temporarily stationed here to bolster defenses while remaining prepared to delve back into the lair to gather intelligence. However, amidst the task's interlude, Divro found himself receiving a request from the Sith. Observing the plethora of thermite bombs laid before him, Divro nodded casually. After all, he acknowledged the Sith, though he held little regard for the civilians. Were it not for the nobles having seized all resources from the Sith, Divro would scarcely have bothered with the matter. "Prepare yourselves. The breach will come swiftly," Divro cautioned, before turning to seize a multitude of thermite bombs and striding toward the gates of the noble fortress atop the tower. Behind him, the Sith, upon hearing this, swiftly drew his explosive pistol, only to reconsider and place it back, opting instead to hoist a heavy automatic cannon meant for use as a formidable weapon. The sight of the Sith effortlessly shouldering the cannon left Bunnock momentarily dumbfounded, especially as he himself struggled to lift his own explosive machine gun. While I am certain of your strength, is this weapon perhaps too unwieldy?" Bunnock found himself at a loss for words. Divro, busy installing the thermite bombs, caught a glimpse of this scene and was momentarily startled. After all, he stood right before the gates, while the Sith's cannon was almost pointed directly at him. The memory of the Sith's lethal prowess only heightened Divro's unease towards the cannon. The disparity between a mere mortal wielding a cannon and the Sith handling one was astoundingly vast. With renewed focus, Divro immersed himself in the installation of the thermite bombs. And after expending 5 large packs, he hastily retreated to the side to pick up the detonator. Turning his gaze towards the crowd, Divro disregarded all other mortals, fixing his attention solely on the Sith. With a hint of inquiry, the Sith did not nod but instead hoisted the cannon, pulling the bolt with a resounding clang. This spectacle caused Divro to narrow his eyes slightly, before redirecting his gaze toward the gates, a flicker of sympathy surfacing in his eyes. Of course, this sympathy was not directed at the gates themselves, but rather at the nobles who would soon face the Sith directly. Pressing the button, the thermite bomb erupted at a critical juncture of the gates. As the explosions cascaded from bottom to top, the once impenetrable fortress gate, steadfast in the nobles' minds, collapsed neatly backward. In the final moments of its descent, a cacophony of terrified shouts erupted from behind the door. With effortless force, the grand gate crushed the noble private soldiers behind it, revealing a scene of chaos for the survivors crowded behind. There stood Zeiss, aiming the machine cannon at the throng. Prepare the starch factory. Today we shall receive a shipment of premium materials. The cannon roared, and behind the gate, the noble private soldiers were reduced to mere blood and mud before they could react. Although not all soldiers were stationed behind the gate, the horrific sight prompted those remaining to abandon their weapons and flee in all directions. Only a group of overseers on the second floor, their faces tinged with fear, stared at the gate in trepidation. As Zeiss entered, carrying the automatic cannon, the nobles, confronted with a barrel large enough to swallow their heads, initially wore expressions of sheer terror that gradually settled into calmness. I see no necessity for this. When Zeiss exited the noble fortress, Bunnik and his men were systematically hunting down the private soldiers, executing them on the spot. Anna, leading the heavily guarded water carts, began transporting them to the heavily fortified command center of Zeiss. Diviro stood at the entrance, accompanied by a messenger from Hiberia. Observing the messenger, Zeiss composed himself, and amidst the latter's incredulous gaze, he carelessly tossed the automatic cannon aside, causing a heavy thud upon impact with the ground. What is it? Zeiss inquired as he approached. The messenger was jolted awake, quickly standing to attention and saluting Zeiss. Presenting a list, he spoke. These supplies have been personally ordered by Lord Kalga. Kalga personally? Zeiss was taken aback. In such a dire situation, how could Kalga find the time to think of him? And to send a supply shipment? After scrutinizing the messenger for any signs of deception, Zeiss skeptically picked up the list for a cursory glance. However, the moment his eyes fell upon it, his previously hesitant expression transformed into one of fixation. The list contained not ordinary ammunition or food, but a staggering 2,000 jump packs. What am I to do with so many jump packs? While this was indeed a significant gesture, Zeiss felt an overwhelming sense of caution swell within him. The messenger, undeterred, produced another report, respectfully handing it to Zeiss. Lord Kalga has devised a plan. The command center will initiate a large-scale offensive to draw the attention of the Greenskins and the Cunning Ones. Meanwhile, you are to organize forces to reclaim the Clean Water Station. Zeiss stood frozen, glancing between the list in his hands and the towering space elevator that pierced the heavens, thousands of kilometers high. After a long pause, he drew a deep breath. The messenger, aware of the daunting nature of the task, did not dare to delay in front of Zeiss, who bore the weight of the cannon. He turned and pointed to an aircraft on the nearby tarmac. Zeiss, suppressing his incredulity, followed his gaze as the hatch opened, revealing 4 elite noble private soldiers carrying a lavish cabinet nearly as tall as a man. All around, even Diviro cast envious glances at the exquisite cabinet. Despite the fact that Davidro possesses powered armor, it pales in comparison to the exquisite craftsmanship of the superior model. The Herald, after delivering what could be construed as a near-suicidal order to the Sith, hastily commanded that the cabinet be opened. As sunlight streamed in, the armor, enveloped in a muted silver sheen, patiently awaited the Sith's attention. At last, with the weight of Kalga's orders hanging heavily in the air, the Sith felt a flicker of hope. Setting aside the armor's striking aesthetic, the mere thought of its impending enhancement filled the Sith with a sense of optimism, making even the dire circumstances seem a touch brighter. Chapter 33. Has it truly commenced? On the expansive tarmac, a handful of mercenaries stood by the cabinet adjacent to the transport aircraft's door, alongside a mechanical priest diligently briefing Anna on maintenance matters. In the periphery, soldiers were densely arrayed, listening intently as the herald extolled the accolades from the Senate directed towards the Sith and the 101st Regiment. Yet, in stark contrast to the herald's ramblings, every gaze was riveted upon the magnificent powered armor. Far from the monotonous production line, this suit glimmered with a subdued silver brilliance, adorned with intricate golden engravings. A splendid blue-gold cape cascaded from its back, complemented by a power pack crafted with utmost care by the masters of the Mechanicus. The helmet was entirely sealed, with only a pair of ominous red visors visible among the external apparatus. The shoulder plates were robust, their edges festooned with several purity seals meant to ward off malevolence. Though the Sith had yet to don the armor, its mere presence captivated the onlookers, rendering them unable to divert their eyes. Particularly, as peripheral vision caught sight of the weaponry beside the armor, the crowd felt an overwhelming desire to behold more. One weapon was an explosive gun capable of inflicting substantial damage upon Astartes, while the other was an ornate powered sword. While the explosive gun was relatively unremarkable, the sword raised eyebrows, seemingly commissioned by a wealthy noble who had spare funds, crafted by the Mechanicus to resemble an ancient artifact radiating with runic light. The finely forged blade bore splendid designs, shimmering under the sunlight. The throng disregarded the herald's praises, entranced solely by the superior powered armor. It was only after the herald, realizing his efforts were in vain, turned towards the Sith that he spoke again. "My lord, before we depart, we require you to don the powered armor for a few photographs." The Sith regarded the herald with mild confusion, to which he responded with a sheepish smile. "At this juncture, we must promote your valor." However, the herald abruptly halted, his expression growing increasingly awkward. The next opportunity for publicity might either be lost forever or hinge upon the Sith returning alive from the purification station. With this thought, the envy felt by the herald and the mercenaries towards the Sith's acquisition of the armor diminished considerably. They realized that even if the Sith's power were to swell exponentially with the armor, scaling the 1,000-kilometer high-space elevator and reclaiming the purification station would still pose a formidable challenge. Unless this power armor suddenly awakens its machine spirit, exhibiting a formidable might that rivals that of legendary artifacts such as the armor of Kili-Mandan, could such a thing truly be possible? The officer inwardly scoffed, his previous admiration dissipating entirely. At that moment, the sharp sound of metal striking the ground reached his ears, accompanied by the respectful gazes of the soldiers from the 101st Regiment. He turned to his side and, to his astonishment, discovered that Zeiss had donned his meticulously crafted power armor. Even having mentally categorized Zeiss as deceased, he could not suppress his wide-eyed astonishment upon witnessing Zeiss clad in the armor before him. The pursuit of beauty has always been an innate human instinct. Thus, when a tall, well-proportioned knight, wielding a firearm in his right hand and a sword at his waist, stood before him, the officer's concerns regarding Zeiss's mortality faded. As Zeiss approached the ranks of his soldiers, brandishing a grenade launcher in his left hand and holding aloft the regimental flag with his right, the fervent cheers of the soldiers below surged forth. The officer mused that if he could trade his life for just a few days in that magnificent armor, it might indeed be worth it. The transport aircraft, amidst the enthusiastic farewells from the green-skinned creatures, struggled to return to Hiberia. Meanwhile, atop the Citadel Tower, facing 2,000 of the finest veteran soldiers, Zeiss slightly rotated his arm, feeling the terrifying power transmitted through the armor magnified 100-fold. He raised his hand and extended a single finger. "From this moment forth, each of you must ascend to the tower's peak 100 times daily." In the Hiberian nesting zone, excited green-skinned creatures converged from all directions, their fervent cries echoing as they launched attacks against the terrified human soldiers before them. The concept of defense was utterly incomprehensible to the green-skinned. They understood only that humans had suddenly emerged to confront them, compelling them to retaliate rather than remain passive. Thus, this grand assault garnered increasing attention from more green-skinned creatures. Simultaneously, in the beleaguered nests, relying on the remnants of their fleet to maintain air superiority, Karga dispatched a multitude of bombers to indiscriminately bombard these nests. In some completely fallen nests, small whirlwind torpedoes were even deployed for direct extermination. This aggressive action incited the ire of the rapidly expanding green-skinned forces. In the chaotic, uninhabited lone nests, an ever-growing number of green-skinned armies surged forth from unknown origins. Amidst this internal and external turmoil, Karga's desk was inundated with accusations directed at Zeiss. 3 months had passed. 3 months during which the 101st Regiment had not launched any attacks against their targets. An indignant noble, fueled by righteous anger, lamented that if they could reclaim that priceless power armor before Zeiss's demise, it would be an opportunity that ignited fervor in their eyes. After 3 months of offensive maneuvers from Karga, Zeiss had yet to initiate an attack, which became a focal point of criticism from both the nobles and the Star Realm military. The nobles sought to undermine him, while the Star Realm military found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. As Karga received yet another influx of reports concerning Zeiss, he was compelled to divert his attention, despite his ongoing command duties. Although Karga had never anticipated Zeiss's success, the plan was fundamentally a measure to reduce the population, eliminate the enemy, and conserve water resources. Yet, confronted with the plans he himself had devised, a mere mortal commander had astonishingly procrastinated for 3 entire months, compelling even Karga to take notice. Glancing swiftly at the report, Karga's previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed. It was not procrastination, for the reports indicated that the Sith forces were undergoing training in climbing. Indifferently, Karga tossed the report aside. Although the nobles below were aware that Karga's true intention was to reduce water consumption, they were taken aback by Karga's apparent indifference towards the Sith. Despite the consensus that the Sith's mission was tantamount to a death sentence from the outset, the nobles still hoped Karga would at least impose some form of punishment on the Sith, if only to reclaim the set of powered armor they had dispatched. As Karga redirected his focus back to the front lines, the nobles exchanged glances, reluctantly acknowledging that they had overestimated the significance of the Sith in Karga's eyes. The Sith, in Karga's estimation, were scarcely more than a pawn, serving merely as a backdrop for the grand strategies he formulated. The nobles retreated in silence, while Karga immersed himself entirely in the command operations. However, as the great doors swung open once more, this time it was not a messenger bearing military reports who entered, but a mechanical priest. The cold electronic voice pierced the hall, its volume exceeding the threshold and becoming shrill. Water purification station. The recovery progress of the water purification station has just surpassed 5,000 and 1 minute and 32 seconds ago. The once bustling hall fell into an immediate hush, as not only the nobles and other mortals turned their attention to the mechanical priest, but even Karga, who had been focused on diverting attention to conserve water, found himself wholly drawn back from the front lines. Pausing momentarily, Karga slowly turned his massive head, his left red cybernetic eye glimmering with intensity as it rested heavily upon the priest. The priest offered no explanation. He merely raised his hand to summon 2 servo skulls. With a flurry of indistinct projections, the scene displayed compelled even Karga to sit up straight. Within the vast circular confines of the space elevator, countless wily creatures plummeted from hundreds of kilometers above, shrieking as they fell. Amidst the relentless tide of creatures descending, there surged a swarm of agile, terrifyingly nimble fleas. Faced with the frenzied swarm, which voraciously devoured the hapless creatures, Karga found his gaze fixated on the soldiers adorned with the number 101, rendered speechless. Instead, a lesser-known officer in the corner, his face etched with fear, voiced the collective sentiment of the assembly. Over 1,000 kilometers. They truly managed to ascend? Chapter 34. Cutting through thousands of miles, the command center lay enveloped in silence. The water purification station was, after all, an asset of the mechanical church, allowing for the control of numerous cameras within, transmitting internal footage back. As an increasing number of servo skulls arrived, projecting the interior scenes of the space elevator from various angles, not only did the faces of all representatives from the council become slack with astonishment, but even Karga, who had previously been preoccupied with the front lines and had shown little interest in the Sith, found himself compelled to focus entirely on the unfolding imagery. It was as if a cunning thief had emerged from the crowd, leaving the spectators in a state of bewilderment. Yet, this phrase encapsulated the collective sentiment of the onlookers. All eyes were fixated on the scene, wide-eyed to the extent that they forgot to blink. After all, in that moment, 2,000 humans clad in storm armor, equipped with jetpacks, executed exaggerated maneuvers honed over countless years of practice, relentlessly slaughtering the relentless tide of thieves that surged from above. Almost every second, hundreds, if not thousands, of thieves plummeted from the walls, cascading down the colossal space elevator from low Earth orbit toward the ground. Observing even a single stormtrooper wielding a military knife in one hand and a sidearm in the other, continuously cleaving through the thieves that clung to the walls. The only summation the command center could offer regarding this battle was merely the act of eliminating thieves. The only ones maintaining a semblance of composure amidst the chaos were the Astartes, who could similarly unleash such carnage. However, their stability was relative. For the Astartes present in the elevator had not undergone superhuman transformation. They were a contingent of planetary defense troops who had never even ventured into space. Even if 2 of these mortals could barely match the combat efficiency of a single Astartes in the same scenario, The sheer thought that 1,000 Astartes could suddenly ascend the space elevator rendered Calgar momentarily speechless. He quietly observed for a moment, then began rummaging through the clutter of fallen warriors, carefully relocating the banner representing the Sith from the densely populated section to the sparsely filled Astartes column. Just as Calgar meticulously placed the banner, the crowd, momentarily stunned by the unfolding spectacle, drew a collective breath once again. Calgar furrowed his brow. For even with his vast experience, he could scarcely fathom how this battle might evolve. With a perplexed expression, he raised his gaze once more. And as he beheld the screen, he could not suppress his emotions any longer. For there, a shadowy silver figure transformed into a flash of silver lightning, decimating swathes of thieves. This time, even Calgar's remaining eye widened in astonishment. A mortal form of Astartes? Calgar instinctively sought to describe the Sith in such terms. Yet, as he observed the figure soaring past the immense space elevator, wielding an ancient power sword in one hand and an exquisitely crafted explosive gun in the other, surrounded by a deluge of descending thieves, he realized that even the term Astartes could not adequately capture the spectacle before him. For ordinary Astartes could hardly achieve such an exaggerated effect. Calgar stood transfixed for a moment, unable to help but, like the others, direct his gaze toward the aristocrat whose eyes were equally wide with disbelief. Everyone was taken aback, astonished that the notoriously miserly noble would so generously part with such a treasure. Only the nobles, including Calgar, exchanged glances, their lips twitching as if to speak. Yet no words emerged. Ultimately, they could only muster a strained smile, one that resembled a grimace more than anything else, as a response to the crowd. Subsequently, a furrowed brow and a perplexed mind strained to comprehend why this armor had never produced such an effect in their hands. Silence enveloped the assembly as all eyes remained transfixed on the exaggerated images projected before them, as the veterans, led by the Sith, drew ever closer to the summit. The incessant clamor of the frontline communication device, lacking a response from Karga, gradually pulled everyone back to reality. The commanders of the Star Realm army could not help but cast glances toward Karga. Simultaneously, their eyes flitted toward the military map, brimming with thoughts that clearly indicated an unwillingness to continue the fight. Karga soon regained his composure, silently averting his gaze, confronted by the eyes of the Star Realm commanders. His expression returned to its customary indifference. The offensive must persist until the water purification station was firmly secured. The crowd's gaze fell, yet they understood Karga's stance. After all, despite the astonishing prowess exhibited by the Sith and his veterans, capable of launching a menacing assault on the cunningly fortified water purification station with merely 2,000 men, such feats had long surpassed the expectations of the masses. Nevertheless, even in light of the current situation, no one dared to guarantee the success of this operation. As they approached the summit, the astonished adversaries began to unleash their full might, and amidst the cadavers cascading from the massive space elevator, human figures began to emerge. Given the scale of the attrition, it became evident that the Sith would struggle to penetrate the entirety of the space elevator. The crowd had since returned from their initial shock, with only the nobility still casting pained glances at the armor adorned by the Sith, while the Star Realm army lamented the loss of those 2,000 storm armors. In the midst of the throng, Karga harbored a twinge of regret for having dispatched merely 2,000 jetpacks. As the crowd gradually refocused on their own affairs, only the mechanical priest continued to calculate the likelihood of the Sith's success. Amidst the renewed bustle, the mechanical priest suddenly emitted a resounding 0 in its mechanical voice. The onlookers turned in confusion, and as the last vestiges of flesh on the face of the mechanical cleric contorted with an inscrutable emotion, their gazes followed the priest's lead back to the projection. Then, realization dawned upon the crowd, their eyes widening as they grasped the significance of the 0. This figure represented the probability of success. Even Karga, observing the sudden downpour of shattered human remains and the surging adversaries, recognized that this endeavor, which he had never anticipated would yield any hope, had taken an unforeseen turn. For when Likard appeared on the battlefield, even Karga could not believe that the entirely mortal Sith forces would return alive. Merely returning was one thing. As for the mission, Karga harbored no expectations whatsoever. The expressions among the personnel in the command center were diverse. Not all were reveling in misfortune, as many exhibited a sense of regret. Yet regardless of the emotions displayed, not a single individual remained convinced that the Sith could prevail. After all, as elite individuals of the swarm capable of assassinating Astartes in such dire circumstances, mortals could only expect fear and death. With this unspoken consensus, even the mechanical priest began retracting its servo skull. As the visuals dwindled, the shadowy silver figure began its descent, prompting the mechanical priest to abruptly halt its movements. In that instant, numerous mechanical eyes fixed their gaze upon the scene. The elegant power sword danced, and the precision artillery roared, yet the relentless struggle of the Sith continued unabated. Surrounding the Sith was a dense swarm of cunning foes, saturating the walls of the space elevator, with an abyss of hundreds of kilometers yawning beneath their feet. Explosions from veteran soldiers sacrificing themselves occasionally ruptured the inner walls, the immense pressure propelling both the veterans and their adversaries into the low orbit, where limbs and debris erupted violently against the azure expanse above. In the midst of this chaotic descent, the mechanical priest was certain of one thing: the Sith was not alone. Silence. Even before the mechanical priest could utter a word, Karga's voice rang out sharply. The crowd paused, momentarily taken aback by Karga's command, and after a brief contemplation, their collective gaze was riveted upon the projection. The dark silver armor, engaged in combat as it plummeted, suddenly revealed beneath it a colossal Tyranid lictor as the power sword thrust into the void. Propelled by its jetpack, the Sith hovered mid-air, drenched in blood and bearing scars upon its power armor, yet the lictor, formidable enough to vanquish all mortals even in Karga's eyes, plummeted earthward. Did we win? A priest of the state religion murmured in disbelief, met with silence from those around. Only after a moment of flickering optics did the mechanical priest provide a figure: 97. 75. The crowd cast a fleeting glance at the mechanical priest. But it was Karga above who abruptly activated the communicator. Retreat. I repeat, all units, immediate withdrawal. Furthermore, he ordered the entire army to be informed that the Sith commander and the 101st Regiment, through their unparalleled loyalty to the God Emperor, had reclaimed the water purification station for the Sentinel Star. Chapter 35. What? So many dead. Atop the towering water purification station, the Sith kicked aside a pure-blood adversary, impaled by his long sword, watching the figure fall into the depths below. With a flick of his power sword, he flung away the blood. The last few veterans activated their jetpacks, emerging from the corridor, from an initial force of 2,000, after cutting through a sea of enemies over 1,000 kilometers. They were now reduced by more than half. At this moment, the survivors were drenched in blood, their exquisite storm armor marred by wounds. Breathing heavily, they did not rest. Instead, gripping their sabers and sidearms, their eyes fixed on the Sith. Sheathing his power sword, the Sith surveyed the 1,000-kilometer ascent of the space elevator he had traversed. Signaling to his soldiers, restore the water supply immediately. The veterans dispersed, relying on the few operational servitors within the purification station and the ground machinery. As the massive steel dome above resonated with gears, rumbling as it parted, the Sith withdrew his gaze from the abyss below and directed it upward, where a colossal ice crystal, propelled by several flying mechanical servitors, slowly drifted towards the dome. Observing these expressionless beings, their lower halves transformed into flying apparatuses and their upper bodies intermingled with machinery, the Sith cast a couple of glances before resolutely refocusing his attention on the ice crystal. A colossal, floating ice block, with crystalline structures, was brought to a halt by mechanical servitors at its center. Surrounding it, an array of mechanical instruments began to stir to life, accompanied by the hissing of steam. Massive mechanical arms approached the ice crystals, activated by an assortment of drills and saws, their rhythmic chopping resonating amidst the flowing clean water from the pipelines below. Sir, your water jug. An old soldier presented a vessel of pristine water directly from the source to Sis. After a fierce battle, Sis gazed at the refreshing, glimmering water before him. He removed his helmet and took a generous gulp, the cool liquid cascading down, instantly alleviating his overwhelming heat. The sounds of fellow soldiers washing themselves with clean water echoed around him. As he set down the water jug and exhaled deeply, he observed the soldiers wastefully splashing water without a thought for conservation, prompting Sis to barely lift his eyelids. After all, in this place, even if each individual consumed hundreds of tons daily, it would only constitute a mere fraction of the water produced at the purification station. Sis's gaze shifted, seeking an outlet to cleanse himself thoroughly. However, as he scanned his surroundings, his focus gradually drifted upward, toward the vast cosmos beyond the ceiling. More precisely, he beheld the chaotic army within his line of sight, adorned with a plethora of profane symbols and decorations. The fleet stretched endlessly, and at that moment, one of the ships trained its attention upon Sis, revealing a cannon so formidable that its barrel could accommodate a colossal green behemoth. Simultaneously, a terrifyingly large shell began to emerge from within the cannon, aimed directly at Sis. Turning his head, Sis glanced at the old soldier who had just fought alongside him, suppressing a silent wrath before suddenly exclaiming, "Everyone, jump down immediately!" Like a celestial scattering of blossoms, hundreds of diminutive figures, trailing long jets of flame. Abruptly plummeted from the apex of the purification station. Behind them, a titanic cannon shell pierced through the void, crashing into the purification station. As the white figures descended, enveloped in wisps of smoke, the immense purification station erupted into towering flames, resembling a magnificent flower in bloom. Sis's body plunged rapidly downward, the air around him crackling violently, while behind him, a series of explosions erupted along the space elevator, seemingly in pursuit of his descent. Countless fragments of debris scattered, some colliding with Sis's powered armor, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. Yet, at that moment, Sis had no time to dwell on the explosions behind him. His gaze was fixed intently on the direction of the cannon fire. There, the drop pod deployed by Abaddon streaked through the clouds like a meteor shower. When a meteor suddenly plummeted from above, Bunnik, Anna, and even Davidro paid it little heed. Only the remaining stormtroopers of the 101st, who had survived, rushed to retrieve the discarded jetpack that Sis had thrown aside. "Where's Bunnik?" Without a moment to catch his breath, Sis immediately inquired about his lieutenant's whereabouts as he touched down. A hastily passing squad of soldiers had no time to respond, leaving Sis with no choice but to seize the officer leading them and repeat his question. "Where's Bunnik?" The anxious officer was seized by someone, about to raise his head and unleash a torrent of curses, but upon realizing it was a Sith, he swiftly swallowed his words. He immediately stood at attention and saluted before gesturing towards the eastern side of the tower. "Commander Bunnik is directing the battle from the east," he informed. The Sith turned to look, and compared to the sporadic skirmishes elsewhere, the eastern front had succumbed entirely to a fiery inferno. Even the nearby artillery regiment unleashed a relentless barrage towards that direction. Releasing the officer, the Sith, after receiving another salute, turned to stride towards the east. However, he hesitated for a moment, glancing at the surviving 101 stormtroopers around him, and sighed inwardly. "You have half an hour to regroup. After that, return to your units." 3,101 stormtroopers remained atop the tower, an elite force capable of confronting the Astartes directly, and the Sith knew he would soon require their prowess. The stormtroopers immediately saluted, and after the Sith concluded, he marched purposefully towards the east. Along the way, soldiers saluted upon seeing him, and the fervent calls of my lord echoed, further igniting their already high spirits. Upon reaching the eastern front, the scene before him caused a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. The tower's summit had been utterly reduced to ruins by the barrage, with countless remnants of structures piled high with the bodies of Chaos cultists and his own soldiers. The firefight raged on, and he beheld a fierce clash where 50 of his new recruits charged forward, sacrificing themselves alongside a Chaos Astartes adorned with skulls. "What is happening? Why have so many perished?" The Sith, incensed by the sight, grasped his beloved Bunnik, the barrel of which had turned red from the heat of battle. Suddenly, he was taken aback by the sight of the armored figure before him, who hoisted him up, causing the fervor on his face to dissipate into disbelief. "What? So many dead?" Bunnik struggled to find words, while the Chaos commander opposite him stood frozen, having lost the fervor of his impending grand sacrificial revelry. He merely stared blankly at the Astartes falling one after another before him, his eyes reflecting a dawning realization that he may have been ensnared by some dark sorcery. Did I just witness my Astartes fall to fewer than 50 mortals? Chapter 36. The alien guards the gates. Thick, dark clouds loomed overhead. Countless drop pods trailed long tails of fire as they streaked across the sky. Massive light spears occasionally pierced the cloud cover, reducing swathes of green-skinned foes to ashes on the ground. Despite the numerous conflicts between traitors and loyalists, there existed a rare consensus when it came to combating the aliens. There was little to discuss against the aliens aside from explosive ordnance. Humanity could scarcely conceive of any alternative means of engagement. At that moment, the entire alert star ignited with the flames of war following the arrival of chaos. This was no longer merely an imperial struggle against external green skins and internal treachery. It had escalated into a chaotic melee involving the Empire, chaos, green skins, and treachery on all sides. If one were to include the elusive, ethereal tribe lurking in the shadows, the chaotic forces on the Vigilant Star have now reached a quintet. Amidst this turmoil, while the green-skinned revelers indulge in their frenzied brawls, the chaotic entities have begun fervently engaging in various desecration rituals. Atop an unnoticed spire of a hidden nest, the exuberant chaos warriors, who had rushed in with high spirits, now stood in silence. Black Skull remained motionless, the weight of his power armor and the array of human and alien skull trophies on his back failing to elicit any joy within him. He stood there in silence, gazing ahead, quietly tallying the exchange ratio of this battle. It was not until another Astartes from his warband fell that Black Skull's distorted features twitched. 30 for 3? Observing the exchange ratio not only failing to widen, but instead contracting further, Black Skull jolted from his stupor. Upon confirming that what he witnessed was no mere illusion, he straightened abruptly, instinctively glancing at the equally dazed squad leader beside him. The blessing of the Corpse Emperor. There must be the blessing of the Corpse Emperor on the opposing side. After much contemplation, this was the only conclusion that Black Skull could arrive at, and he could not contain his exclamation. Even if it required 50 mortal soldiers to exchange for one Astartes, it could indeed be deemed a miraculous victory. Yet as the battle progressed, Black Skull observed that each skirmish unfolded like a miracle, faced with such a series of wonders. The only figure that came to his mind was the one seated high in the sacred palace of Terra. Only that individual could bestow such extraordinary blessings, enabling mortals to achieve such remarkable feats. In disbelief, Black Skull stood rooted to the spot, while behind him, a row of equally astonished cult leaders shared his bewilderment. Among them, in a corner unnoticed by others, a horned man wore an expression of sheer astonishment, mingled with a profound sense of helplessness. Even amidst the frenzy of the cultists, this horned man appeared almost on the verge of tears. It was indeed a moment worthy of such despair. As after the arduous task of sending off the mighty Syth, he had awaited the savior proclaimed by the preacher with great anticipation. Yet, upon joyfully emerging, he quickly stumbled upon the recently departed Syth once again. Moreover, in just a few months, the weapon that had previously battered him had transformed into a spiked mace, adorned with barbs. At this moment, the Horned One harbored no doubts regarding Syth's capabilities, especially since even the saviors had been consecutively toppled. The only solace he found was in his comparatively weak status, which spared him from Black Skull's scrutiny, thus allowing him to avoid facing Syth and his menacing entourage. Alas, the Horned One's relief was short-lived, for after yet another Chaos Astartes was exchanged for a mere 10 stormtroopers, a chilling realization washed over Black Skull. Unlike the Loyalists, the replenishment of Chaos Astartes was a dire affair. For an ordinary Chaos warband, losing an Astartes truly meant losing one for good. The Horned One cowered in the corner. But Black Skull's voice rang out before him. "Mortal, it is time for you to prove your loyalty to the gods." As Du Jiao's body trembled, he raised his gaze to the dark skull, then glanced at the 101 stormtroopers dancing upon the chaotic Astartes in the distance, and finally observed the pale-faced traitors behind him, who had turned ashen merely from hearing those words. After a prolonged moment, he extended his hand, pointing at his bewildered self. Me?" The deeply wrinkled, mutated visage of the dark skull manifested dissatisfaction. Sensing this, Du Jiao's heart quaked, and disregarding the absurdity of the situation, he straightened up hastily. "For the gods." The dark skull's already raised hand was lowered once more, and it then turned to signal Du Jiao. Left with no choice, Du Jiao mustered his courage to glance at the 101 regiment's position, particularly at the rear of the line, where the Sith was receiving the service of the Storm Guard while simultaneously assessing the entire battlefield. His eyelids, along with his facial skin, twitched uncontrollably. As he led his subordinates forward, his eyes darted frantically around him. If it meant avoiding a direct encounter with the Sith, Du Jiao would eagerly embrace a conversion to the Emperor's faith. Unfortunately, opportunities for such a conversion were scarce. However, a heavily deformed door, repeatedly blasted apart, caught his attention. At that moment, behind the 101 regiment's position, elite stormtroopers were diligently polishing the power armor of the Sith, attempting to rectify every minute scratch. Binoc stood beside a map, fervently gesturing to a massive stellar map, explaining, "The forces deployed by Chaos are simply overwhelming. Their precise numbers are incalculable. We know that nearly all Imperial and alien strongholds have been simultaneously assaulted. Furthermore, air superiority has entirely fallen into the hands of Chaos, and our logistical route to Hiberia has been completely severed." Binoc continuously pointed at the map, while the Sith alternated between studying the map and glancing at the bewildered melee below. "What of Hiberia? Hiberia is the core, as long as Hiberia endures. The situation isn't utterly dire." However, upon hearing this, Binoc's expression revealed his exasperation, though he dared not speak out harshly. His dissatisfaction was palpable. The previous propaganda had been shattered by the enemy fleet, and the recently reclaimed purification station had been destroyed once more. Under the instigation of cultists and treacherous elements, the entire Hiberian Nest region had descended into internal turmoil. As if fearing the Sith was unaware of the scale of the insurrection, Binoc added, "Lord Calgar has even mobilized an entire half-company of Astartes to quell the uprising." Binoc could barely muster the effort to mention the mortal forces, The mere fact that half a company of Astartes was deployed underscored the hopelessness of the civilian rebellion, which rivaled a direct chaos offensive. The corners of the Sith's eyes also reflected a sense of incredulity. By this time, his power armor had completed its final maintenance. Although the storm guards could only perform basic cleaning, true repairs would have to wait until after the battle, to be conducted by Anna. Nevertheless, the Sith placed his hand upon the hilt of his power sword. Noticing that the Sith had finally directed his attention to the front lines, Bunok chose to remain silent. After navigating the initial turmoil, once he was assured he could fully engage, all that remained for him in the face of chaos was the desire to pull the trigger. Yet, as a throng of soldiers followed the Sith's lead, their focus shifted toward the front lines. Before the haughty cultists and their imposing black skull, the atmosphere was thick with tension, and the oppressive weight of anxiety manifested in the involuntary twitching of eyelids. Unconsciously, one glanced towards the transport aircraft originally designated for the movement of troops and supplies, pondering the notion of retreat that had yet to fully crystallize. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the first explosion erupted from a vast corridor outside the ongoing skirmish. As the smoke cleared, Sis furrowed his brow alongside his soldiers, while the Black Skull wore an expression of confusion directed at the rogue. Even the previously leisurely and cunning thieves behind the corridor stood agape, astonished by the unexpected opening of the passage. The three factions were momentarily stunned. Only the rogue felt a surge of relief, exhilaration coursing through him as he turned to face the Black Skull, brimming with determination. "My lord, there are thieves here. I am willing to defend against them until the final moment," the rogue declared with righteous fervor. In his desire to avoid confrontation with Sis, he was even prepared to engage the thieves directly. Meanwhile, the Black Skull, enraged to the point of wishing to convert to terror himself, glanced at the door where a vast sea of thieves began to rise, their bodies trembling in agitation. The thieves exchanged a brief glance, momentarily puzzled by this entirely different adversary. However, this confusion dissipated quickly. Upon realizing that the outsiders were not their comrades, they raised their weapons without hesitation. "I care not who you are. We will strike at all who enter." Chapter 37. This place is too sinister. Gunfire resounded atop the tower. The confrontation, once a duel between Sis and the Black Skull, had now devolved into a chaotic three-way battle involving the thieves. The 101st Regiment held their ground, dispatching several indiscreet foes while bracing for the onslaught of the relentless thieves. They evacuated the wounded and rotated the rear forces, allowing frontline soldiers a brief respite. Sis stood resolutely at the forefront, continually addressing his officers, including Bunok. A substantial number of soldiers were able to retreat, replaced by fresh troops poised to rejuvenate the front lines. To their surprise, a delightful aroma wafted from the rear, as the logistical team delivered warm meals of stewed protein to the front line. At that moment, Sis' soldiers squatted within their positions, savoring the steaming food from their rations while casting bored glances toward the fray ahead. Simultaneously, the Black Skull scrutinized the battlefield, yet his expression remained increasingly rigid. Witnessing the opposing humans eating, his already hardened facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Gazing at the 101st Regiment, particularly at the mortal-clad and intricately designed powered armor standing resolutely at the forefront, the Black Skull found himself devoid of anger, overwhelmed instead by a sense of suffocating frustration. "I have only ever instilled fear in mortals. How is it that in your presence, you not only remain unafraid but also partake in a meal?" he mused, feeling as though his bloody struggle against these aberrations had devolved into a mere theatrical performance for this individual. The Black Skull surveyed the 101st Regiment and then the surging horde of thieves, his gaze intensifying as it landed on the rogue. He was not foolish. He understood that the rogue preferred to engage in a desperate battle against the endless thieves rather than face Sis. Ultimately, confronting the cunning adversary may be a perilous endeavor. Yet facing the Sith, in the depths of Lu Jiao's heart, feels like an inescapable doom. At that moment, a communication crackled in Black Skull's ear. He listened to the reports from the Chaos Fleet, which indicated that all military operations were proceeding smoothly. Particularly alarming was the news that numerous Chaos warbands and cultists had begun to seize a significant number of civilians for their frenzied rituals. Black Skull felt as though he were not engaged in the same alert star system as they were. Listening to the fervent calls from the other Chaos warbands and the profane rituals performed to appease those malevolent deities, Black Skull allowed himself a fleeting glimpse of hope as he glanced across the battlefield. The human soldiers had finished their meal and were lighting cigarettes. With a wry smile, he observed the opposing force, which boasted at least 30,000 ordinary soldiers, and contrasted them with his dwindling number of a mere dozen Astartes, a simple calculation chilling his heart to the core. What astonished Black Skull even further was the sight of a burly man from the human ranks, armed with a machine gun, who dared to glare back at him. Not only did the man glare, but he also unleashed a torrent of invective, each word delivered with such rapidity that not a single syllable was repeated. This spectacle drew laughter from the surrounding human soldiers, while the Astartes beside Black Skull simmered with anger, casting reproachful glances at him for preventing them from harvesting the lives of these mortals. Taken aback, Black Skull, a being who had taken countless lives, felt a surge of wrath welling within him. With a fierce determination, he drew his chainsword, pointing it menacingly at Brannock. As the other Chaos Astartes finally erupted in a frenzied roar, yearning to charge forth. Meanwhile, the crafty ones would let the traitors engage in futile skirmishes with their feeble opponents. In his fury, Black Skull was astonished to see that his words had indeed provoked the enemy, prompting Brannock to retreat into his position, grasping his machine gun in preparation for defense. Black Skull was shocked that these mere dozens of mortals could threaten the life of an Astartes, while Brannock and his comrades were equally apprehensive that a mere movement from the enemy could cost them dozens of lives. However, unlike the previous engagement with the 101st Regiment, there now stood a shadowy figure in dark silver at the forefront of their position. As Black Skull prepared to unleash his wrath once more, the ever-loyal Sith, devoted to the Emperor, finally revealed his weapon. An archaic power sword and a finely crafted explosive gun gleamed in his hands. As the Sith brandished his armament, a pair of crimson eyes peered through his helmet, causing Black Skull's furious advance to falter for a brief moment. Though his emotions were concealed beneath the visor, he felt an overwhelming chill as he sensed the cold, mechanical gaze of the powered armored mortal directed at him, igniting an unexpected surge of dread within him. It was as if he had drawn the attention of a subspace demon capable of tearing him apart in an instant. As an Astartes who had pledged allegiance to the gods, Black Skull had received a modicum of their blessings. And this acute perception of danger was a key reason he had ascended to the rank of warband leader. Previously, my greatest affliction had been merely an array of panic and palpitations. Even when confronted by formidable adversaries, I experienced little more than a tinge of mild trepidation. Yet, as the Sith observed, a profound terror, akin to a crimson alert, surged from the depths of the Black Skull's heart, unmistakably signaling the need for utmost caution regarding this mortal before him. The surrounding Chaos Astartes regarded the Black Skull's sudden halt with puzzlement. Their eyes reflected scant submission to him, instead revealing dissatisfaction born from his repeated displays of weakness. Particularly, as they listened to the other Chaos warbands indulging in the slaughter of countless mortals, some of whom had summoned terrifying subdimensional demons, their urgency only intensified. After all, to them, the opposing mortal formation had shown little alteration, save for the addition of a single mortal clad in power armor. They, a dozen Astartes strong, could scarcely fathom failing to annihilate a mere 30,000 mortals. Feeling the palpable discontent and anticipation from his warband brethren, the eyes behind the helmet of the Black Skull darted swiftly around, before he resolutely set forth once more. He raised his weapon and, addressing his increasingly dissatisfied comrades, bellowed, "For the gods!" This rare moment of inspiration ignited the suppressed fury of the Chaos Astartes behind him, who immediately raised their weapons in a furious roar. With a decisive gesture from the Black Skull, a throng of Chaos Astartes surged forward. Ironically, it was the Black Skull who remained stationary, or rather, retreated to the rear. This scene, observed by the ever-watchful Ruined Horn, sparked a realization akin to recognizing a kindred spirit, as his eyes gleamed with newfound fervor directed towards the Black Skull. Together, they gazed ahead, eager to witness whether the simultaneous assault of a dozen Astartes could breach this peculiar mortal stronghold. Brannock's countenance turned pale as he beheld the multitude of Astartes charging towards them. In a frantic bid, he attempted to pull the trigger. Yet the superhuman reflexes and speed of the Astartes had already unleashed explosive projectiles upon them. Unlike the previous solitary strikes, this onslaught of numerous Astartes swiftly subdued the front line of the 101st Regiment, resulting in significant casualties among the soldiers, even the stormtroopers, who began to fall victim to the precise onslaught of the Chaos Astartes. Consequently, a multitude of mortal soldiers found themselves cowering behind cover, relying solely on instinct and intuition to retaliate against the Astartes. However, these imprecise barges struggled to connect with the agile Astartes, let alone inflict any significant harm. Yet, amidst this chaos, a flicker of hope began to kindle within the Black Skull's heart until the Astartes drew near, and the dark silver-clad mortal brandished his weapon. The power sword shimmered with a faint glow, and as the Black Skull beheld the unfolding scene, he was torn between lingering hope and the instinct to utilize his superhuman physique. Without hesitation, he pivoted and sprinted towards the transport craft, urging, "Prepare our vessel immediately. I must distance myself from this accursed place as swiftly as possible." Chapter 38. Who? My people are fleeing? The flagship of Abaddon, the vengeful spirit, lay quietly anchored in the alert orbit of a sentinel star. This warship was a glorious Queen of Glory-class battleship, meticulously constructed under the direct guidance of the Emperor during the Great Crusade, with the full might of the Martian Mechanicus behind its creation. It is also the chariot of the Imperial warlord Horus from that year. At this moment, the vengeful spirit was encircled by hundreds of chaotic warships of various sizes, while even more vessels were dispersed across the alert star, continuously providing an array of orbital fire support to the ground forces. In a remote corner of the chaotic fleet, a light cruiser veered away from the formation, turning towards a direction far from the alert star. Simultaneously, a voice of inquiry reverberated on the bridge of the vengeful spirit. "What? Is there something urgent?" The vast bridge bore the imposing 8-pointed star of chaos, surrounded by a heap of skulls and any offerings that might please the gods. The mechanical priest of the Dark Mechanicum operated various instruments, while numerous distorted crew members toiled below. As a representative of the four gods, Abaddon's bridge, although still terrifying with the gutted remains of mortals and even loyal Astartes hanging about, was certainly more normalized compared to one that solely revered a single deity. Abaddon's voice echoed across the bridge, amidst the persistent electronic sounds of the instruments. The mutated crew members seemed oblivious, not daring to act beyond their assigned duties. Only before the throne on the bridge, a sergeant under Abaddon's command replied in a coarse voice, "That is the word of the Black Skull." Simple and direct, lacking any honorifics towards Abaddon, their interaction resembled a partnership with a shared objective rather than a superior-subordinate dynamic. Seated upon the throne, Abaddon was enveloped in the heavy, finely crafted Terminator power armor, his left hand wielding the massive claw of Horus, once a weapon exclusive to Horus himself. His right hand brandished the demon sword Dracanian, forged from the very essence of a demon that once battled the Emperor. With the blessings of the four gods enhancing his towering stature, even Calgar appeared somewhat diminutive in his presence. Abaddon paid no heed to the demeanor of his subordinate. He merely turned his gaze toward the distant void outside the bridge, noting the spatial fluctuations caused by the activation of a warp jump engine. From the moment he received the news, witnessing the Black Skull's departure with such efficiency, Abaddon understood, even without the sergeant's words, that there was no pressing matter at hand. "My men are fleeing?" Slightly narrowing his eyes, Abaddon instantly comprehended the true intent of the Black Skull, commanding an immense legion of chaos, with hundreds of warships occupying this very battlefield. He would hardly be concerned by a mere Black Skull. Yet, his attention was swiftly drawn from the front line to this occurrence. For the mere existence of something capable of prompting a chaos warband to retreat warranted Abaddon's interest. Retracting his gaze from the direction in which the Black Skull had fled, Abaddon paused and turned to his Astartes lieutenant, "Retrieve all information pertaining to the Black Skull." The lieutenant promptly complied, and as the data concerning the Black Skull was gathered, a flicker of a smile unexpectedly broke across Abaddon's typically stoic and cold visage. The Black Skull was routed by a band of mortals. The smile, however, triggered an undercurrent of tension among those present, not only among the mortals, but even among the Chaos Astartes, who were less than reverent. As the commander of Chaos surveyed the surroundings, a flicker of irritation towards the incompetence of Black Skull stirred within him. Yet, confronted with Abaddon's palpable discontent, he mustered a respectful tone and inquired, "Shall we dispatch additional forces?" Despite his courteous demeanor, Abaddon remained indifferent to the attitudes of those beneath him, his gaze fixated on the immense projection of the alert star, lingering upon the solitary red dot amidst a sea of green, situated beyond Hiberia. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew his gaze, redirecting his focus to the tense front lines shared with Calgar at Hiberia. Abaddon's expression remained impassive as he declared, "That is not our objective. Annihilate him." He dismissed the trivialities of this battlefield, for even if the Sith managed to oust Black Skull, what of it? In this era of multifaceted conflict, these 150,000 mortals, even if every one was a stormtrooper, would ultimately dissolve into dust amidst the endless cycle of mutual destruction. The commander of Chaos nodded and departed, as Abaddon's orders for the siege of Hiberia reverberated once more throughout the bridge. In a remote corner of the fleet, a Chaos light cruiser, armed with small whirlwind torpedoes, began to alter its course towards the Sith. On the ground, an unyielding tide of cunning foes collided with the fierce firepower of the 101st Regiment. Thanks to an ample supply of munitions received earlier, the Sith faced no concerns regarding ammunition shortages. A single explosive round pierced through 4 unprotected lower-tier foes, then detonated, claiming the lives of several others in the vicinity. Observing the relentless pushback of the enemy forces, the Sith once again cast his gaze skyward, witnessing the chaotic interplay of light spears and mushroom clouds on the horizon. A wave of tension washing over him. He then turned his attention to the heavens above, where a Chaos warship approached steadily. Fixated on the vessel, the Sith did not hesitate to raise his weapon, dispatching a charging abomination with a single shot. Growing impatient, he drew his power sword, revealing the more pronounced scars from his battle with the Chaos Astartes, and decisively pivoted. Do not concern yourselves with the front line. Let everyone charge forth with all their might. We must escape the nest with utmost urgency. Pausing momentarily, he suddenly exclaimed, "Tell everyone that if they wish to survive, they must flee the nest at the quickest pace." With that, he disregarded the astonished expressions of Bunnock and the other mortal soldiers, plunging into the throng of enemies ahead. The sounds of his power sword and explosive weapon echoed once more, accompanied by the orange and yellow flames erupting from below. The reflective sheen of his power armor shimmered faintly, akin to a divinity enveloped in golden light. Witnessing such a spectacle, the mortal soldiers, including Bunnock, felt invigorated, fervently trailing behind him. Although the firepower waned, a battalion wielding military sabers and engineer shovels surged forth, akin to a hot iron penetrating the soft flesh of their adversaries. It was not long before a passageway leading to the upper nest was violently breached, the towering elevated railway collapsing with a metallic lament. As a multitude of foes were thrust outward, they screeched in a cacophony of roars directed towards the depths of the nest. Yet, before their grotesque maws could fully open, they were swiftly met with the shattering force of explosive rounds or lasers, reducing them to mere fragments. The shrewd ones rolled to the sides, followed by a surge of mortal soldiers rushing forth from the passage. Absent was the gentle breeze and radiant sun of the tower's summit. The world beneath the nest was cloaked in darkness. Above loomed a tumultuous sky, distorted by the erratic flashes of subspace lightning, while below, the earth twisted and morphed, an endless expanse of intermingled rock and green skins. As the Sith and his soldiers approached the exterior of the nest, the clouds above were abruptly pierced, and a towering structure plummeted earthward. A tower? The Sith furrowed his brow, but as he focused his attention, he discerned that it was no mere building, but rather an extinction torpedo launched from the heavens. Chapter 39. The assault continues. Like a steel pillar crashing into tofu, the torpedo effortlessly penetrated the densely packed buildings of the nest. The Sith stood at the periphery of the nest, with scattered new recruits lingering behind. As the nest began to collapse inward under the impact of the torpedo, the new soldiers still within felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. First came the tremors, then, in an exceedingly brief moment, the vibrations escalated into violent jolts. The entirety of the nest was quaking. Bunnock was astounded. Indeed, not only he, but even the Sith found themselves in awe of a scene they had never witnessed before. The nest, sprawling over thousands of kilometers, was less a city than a vast continent hewn from steel. At this moment, the entire landmass shook violently before the Sith's eyes, as the towering spires of the nest emitted a chorus of mournful metallic cries, transforming into meteors that hurtled downward from the clouds. The scattered new recruits, unable to evade, could only watch in horror as an edifice the size of a modern city descended upon them. Meanwhile, amidst the few new recruits, billions of shrewd beings within the nest observed their surroundings as the structures around them crumbled and toppled. They howled at the sky while extending their hands in a futile attempt to brace against the falling debris. Yet, these entities, having lost their individual consciousness, ultimately became mere embellishments amidst the endless steel, much like the green skins scattered in the fractured rock outside the nest. What constitutes an apocalyptic battlefield? It is a single orbital strike that turns billions of ground forces to ash. The ground heaved beneath them, undulating in rhythm. Even from a distance, the land beneath the Sith transformed into waves, rippling outward in concentric circles from the epicenter of the torpedo's impact. Fortunately for Abaddon, the intent was not to obliterate the Vigilance Star entirely. The torpedo deployed this time was sufficient only to annihilate a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Thus, while the collapse of the nest was indeed shocking, the Sith, having escaped to the outside, merely experienced the ultimate thrill of surfing upon the tumultuous rock formations of the 42nd era. Retracting his gaze from the scattered new recruits and the billions of shrewd beings, the Sith swallowed hard, feeling his throat constrict, and managed to regain a semblance of composure. At that moment, all around him, his companions stood transfixed, witnessing the astounding spectacle. The confidence born of terrestrial combat evaporated in the wake of a mere glimpse of humanity's technological might. The Sith's expression darkened as he surveyed the terrifying scene surrounding the entire Vigilance Star, reminiscent of an apocalyptic vision. Countless luminous spears pierced the clouds, transforming vast expanses of land and everything upon them into glass. The towering nests, resembling majestic mountains, were struck by torpedoes, instantly crumbling like sandcastles, disintegrating into a cascade of dust with the slightest touch. Amidst the uneven rock formations lay an endless expanse of crushed green skin. High above, several aircraft raced through the gaps between the spears, while in the distance, a colossal Imperial warship, several kilometers long, billowed thick smoke as it lumbered towards the crust like a great beast. Then came the earth-shattering explosion, unleashing a mushroom cloud that soared into space, rupturing the clouds and dispersing toxic dust across the higher altitudes. In the far distance, myriad shells illuminated a massive void shield, akin to a small nest, where accelerated artillery thundered at the shield, targeting the orbit. The smoke from the cannon mouths mingled with the blinding flames, forming a vast fog that enveloped the entire land beneath. Everything surrounding appeared so immense that when Zeiss withdrew his gaze and beheld the surviving 100,000 soldiers, they seemed no more significant than mere ants amidst this apocalyptic tableau. The ground beneath him began to regain its tranquility, and as the crowd around him steadied themselves, casting glances in his direction, Zeiss could only turn away, directing his gaze towards the far side of the continent, where the Hyberian nest still activated its void shield, struggling to withstand the onslaught of the chaotic army. We shall journey towards Hyberia once more, having traversed this path before. Now it is but a repetition. Zeiss spoke, as the soldiers surveyed the thoroughly transformed green-skinned desert, unable to conjure any semblance of the familiar from this altered landscape. The only connection they could discern was the relentless surge of the green-skinned tide, which, despite the widespread devastation, not only survived but grew even more formidable. Observing the land, which appeared calm one moment, the next was inundated by an endless wave of green-skinned creatures accompanied by hundreds of ancient machines, emerging from a vast expanse of molten glass. On the opposite side, subspace malevolence rained down, intermingled with armored units and knightly mechs of the chaotic army. On this battlefield, where the Earth had endured multiple cycles of annihilation, unimaginable carnage unfolded, and before the chaotic forces, various subspace demons began to manifest. These fiends, through sacrilegious rituals, tore apart the fabric of reality, pouring forth from the rifts to join the chaotic fray encompassing the entire alert star. Now, Zeiss was set to lead his 101st Regiment through such a battlefield, heading towards the Empire's last stronghold on the alert star. Glancing back at his troop, devoid of any vehicles, wholly composed of flesh and blood, he cast them a lingering look before turning away. Moving towards the tumultuous glass in the distance where the clash was ongoing, a bomb streaked across the sky, and a mutated cultist collapsed suddenly. The green-skinned youth, unable to relish the moment, for another bomb obliterated his grotesque head, adorned with a terrified trophy. The two opposing forces, engaged in fierce combat, turned in astonishment toward the direction of the explosion. Towering above the undulating landscape stood a flag of the 101st Army, as countless human soldiers roared, surging across the horizon, fervently pouring forth against the green-skinned and chaotic legions. Raise the flag, open fire. The Sith bellowed to the throngs of soldiers at his side, directing them toward the tumultuous battlefield ahead. Tell them, this land still belongs to the Empire. In Hyberia, an unending barrage of firepower rained upon the void shields, while the ground was besieged by innumerable foul demons emerging from rifts in subspace. The human defenders, mortals, Astartes, battle sisters, and even noble mercenaries, fiercely retaliated, their eyes ablaze with fury as they unleashed their might upon the enemy. Yet, amidst the piercing light of several spear-like projectiles, a smoke-laden aircraft descended, bearing urgent news from the field, personally escorted by an elite warrior who hurried through the layers of fortifications. In the raucous command center, the resounding crash of the door swinging open drew everyone's gaze. Karga, seated above, wore a countenance devoid of its previous calm, his brow furrowed in perpetual tension. As he observed the elite warrior who had burst through the entrance, he felt the agonizing seconds slip away, the crimson glow of his left eye more pronounced than ever. Upon reaching the projection table, the warrior marked a location on a warning star that had fallen completely, save for Hyberia. In that instant, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. A low, ominous voice emanated from above. Are you suggesting that we still have a human legion launching an assault in the field? Chapter 40. Is this all you have slain? The light spears scourged the sandy sea. The prolonged, Intense heat had transformed the grains into an endless expanse of gleaming glass. The glassy land mirrored the sky, where heavy clouds flickered with persistent orange lightning, and spears of light pierced the clouded expanse from afar. Standing upon this glassy terrain felt akin to being on an entirely inverted warning star. It was not until a pair of ceramic steel knees buckled and collapsed onto the glass that the reflected world shattered in an instant. Before immortals stood a chaos Astartes clad in ceramic steel power armor, the lifeless red gaze of his helmet fixed upon him. The Sith extended his leg to brace himself, forcefully extracting his power sword from the chest of the chaos Astartes. The massive form toppled backward, its boundless reflection resembling a figure lying upon a celestial canopy. His body heaved, gasping for breath, the sound clear even through the helmet. The Sith stood his ground, one hand clutching an explosive firearm and the other wielding the power sword. A deep gash marred his helmet, his gaze surveying the surroundings. Countless corpses lay strewn about, green-skinned, human, chaotic, all enveloped in a shroud of cloud-like silence, as if suspended in the half-light. Only the blood beneath him flowed like a river, gradually staining the pristine distance. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empire! The intermittent cries of victory echoed from afar. The Sith glanced over to the remaining scattered mortals. Some slumped or propped against the corpses that surrounded him, raising their heads defiantly to assert their existence as the ultimate victors of this brutal slaughter. The Sith, weary and bowed, found his helmet slipping lifelessly towards the ground as he gazed into the glass reflection, where his body bore the marks of battle and stains of blood. Amidst the intermittent echoes in his ears, he silently parted his lips. Long live the mortals! Bang! The power sword shattered the reflection in the glass, prompting the Sith to take a deep breath, gripping the sword and resolutely straightening his posture. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted the distant figure of Blunok, slumped amidst a pile of corpses, gripping his machine gun with vacant eyes. The Sith withdrew his power sword and strode towards him, commanding the troops to regroup and advance towards Iberia. Mustering his strength to keep his voice steady, he noticed Blunok gradually snapping back to reality, his trembling hands still instinctively squeezing the trigger of his weapon. Blunok swallowed hard, as nearly all the surviving soldiers unconsciously turned their gazes towards the Sith. Before them lay the scattered bodies of heretics, and even the towering forms of Astartes could be seen piled together, among several green-skinned carcasses. A few heavily armored green-skinned leaders lay sprawled on the ground. Faced with the spoils of the Sith's victories, the survivors, including Blunok, could only gulp in stunned silence, utterly at a loss for how to express their astonishment. With his machine gun in hand, Blunok gritted his teeth and forced his trembling body to stand upright. The other survivors, witnessing this, similarly straightened up, their laser rifles becoming makeshift crutches in that moment. With a limping gait, the now diminished 101st Regiment soldiers approached from all directions. Swallowing again to ease his parched throat, a slightly hoarse voice emerged from behind the helmet, following this mirrored expanse. We still have a long journey ahead. The soldiers followed the Sith's gaze. Perhaps due to having faced annihilation twice in quick succession and having previously deployed their own forces in this very place, they now observed a disconcerting tranquility beneath their feet. Where once there had been chaos, even the fierce winds unleashed by distant explosions, having traversed hundreds, if not thousands, of kilometers, arrived here as a refreshing breeze, gently brushing against the survivors' bodies. In the direction from which the wind came, a massive hive zone, illuminated by a bluish glow, protruded from the horizon, still erupting with a cacophony of artillery fire. No words were exchanged, nor was there any energy for discourse. The soldiers simply shifted their gaze back to the Sith, silently regarding him. In the distance, an unending meteor streaked across the sky, while the sound of the earth trembling echoed from the direction of the blood-soaked river. The Sith withdrew his gaze from both sides and turned to continue towards Iberia. Just as he lifted his foot, a smoke-belching aircraft crashed nearby, its descent accompanied by a deafening roar. The clouded sea beneath them was gouged into a large crater, and the Sith and his companions looked on in confusion, recognizing the insignia of an Imperial craft. Yet why would an Imperial aircraft traverse the entire war zone and force its way here? Blunok and others turned their eyes towards the Sith, who, with a hint of exasperation over the exertion required, approached the downed aircraft, commanding a few stormtroopers. The rest stay alert. A cadre of stormtroopers, equipped with jetpacks, followed the Sith in silence, devoid of any complaints. Brunok, however, turned to seek refuge behind a fallen Chaos Astartes, aligning his machine gun for cover. Just as the Sith took a few steps, a servo skull emerged from the billowing smoke of distant aircraft, wobbling as it approached. The servo skull conducted a swift survey of its surroundings before heading directly towards the Sith. The stormtroopers, acting as a protective detail, raised their weapons. But the Sith raised a hand to halt them. Indeed, the servo skull did not initiate an attack. Instead, it emitted a flicker of light, casting a projection onto the ground. Within the pale blue haze, a towering figure emerged, an Astartes adorned with exaggerated power fists. A weak, distorted electronic voice buzzed with urgency. Consolidate the defense. Abandon the outer fortress to the enemy. The Void Shield? The Void Shield must not falter. Reinforce the retreating troops with the Void Shield's defensive strength. As they beheld the commanding blue Astartes before them, both the Sith and the surrounding soldiers were taken aback. It was only when a faint reminder echoed from beyond the projection that the giant turned to face the Sith directly, revealing himself fully. At that moment, the ordinary soldiers beside the Sith inhaled deeply and knelt before the apparition. Lord Calgar? The crowd gasped in astonishment. For he was a legend existing solely within the Empire's propaganda, a being capable of meeting demigods and fighting alongside them. And now, though merely a projection, he stood vividly before their eyes. The Sith remained still, surrounded by kneeling soldiers, while towering before him was the imposing figure of Calgar. Without immediate words, Calgar took in his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the endless expanse of corpses reflected in the mirror, mingled with the ashes of subspace demons. And a look of acknowledgement unmistakably crossed his resolute and rational visage. This expression, manifesting at that very moment, quieted the previously raucous command center. However, as Calgar continued his survey, his remaining right eye widened slightly upon seeing the heaps of greenskin corpses alongside the stacked Chaos Astartes. With a hint of disbelief, he glanced at the Chaos Astartes and then back at the Sith clad in power armor. Unlike other areas, this particular mound of bodies bore no human soldiers, only chaos and greenskin. Understanding the implications of this realization, Calgar finally cast aside his stoic demeanor, directing a look of astonishment towards the Sith that he had not exhibited in countless years. Did you slay all of these? Chapter 41. Hyberia lies ahead. A mere mortal, even clad in finely crafted power armor, could never achieve such a feat in Calgar's extensive lifetime. He had never heard of any human accomplishing such a remarkable tally. Having already been drawn to the attention of the Sith and his 101st Company multiple times, he was further astonished to learn that the Sith had been leading his forces in an offensive against the enemies of the Empire in the wilderness. As the followers gathered, the first sight that met their eyes was that of Sis and his 101st Legion standing atop a veritable sea of corpses, a spectacle unimaginable to an ordinary mortal army. Particularly striking was Sis, who single-handedly carved a mountain of bodies amidst the green-skinned foes and the chaotic adversaries. Such a sight compelled Karga to pose a serious inquiry. Sis did not deny it. Instead, his gaze repeatedly drifted towards the wreckage of the downed aircraft behind Karga. Observing Sis' lack of denial and the respectful demeanor of the soldiers kneeling behind him, Karga silently averted his gaze. Noticing Sis' fixation on the downed aircraft, Karga ultimately forced his attention away from the surrounding battlefield to address the matter at hand. I am aware that you are in dire need of supplies and reinforcements, even a secure aerial evacuation. However, the only offerings I can extend to you at this moment are the faith and loyalty of the God Emperor. As Karga continued his discourse, Sis, with a hint of resignation, returned his gaze to Karga and spoke with utmost respect. What directives does your lordship have for us? Gazing at the approaching extermination lances in the distance, Sis' expression turned somewhat urgent. Fortunately, Karga was equally preoccupied and wasted no time. I wish to convey to you that you have not been forgotten by the Empire. Your valiant deeds are continually recorded and will be communicated to the entire military. Your arrival in Hyberia is already documented as a legendary experience, alongside your name, Sis. These accounts will inspire the entire army to fight for the Empire until the last moment. Karga's intention to uplift morale and express recognition became clear to Sis. Although these words bore little practical significance for other mortal units, receiving a personal visit and encouragement from a legendary figure like Karga was indeed a tremendous honor. This could be considered the highest accolade Karga could bestow upon Sis at present, coupled with the vast supplies and reinforcements Karga had previously allocated. Even down to the powered armor he wore, Sis ultimately bowed deeply in respect to Karga. Karga remained unaffected by Sis' gesture of deference, as urgent calls began to emanate from those around him. Without diverting his gaze from Sis, Karga disregarded the anxious voices nearby and finally imparted some crucial information. The Empire's defensive line is contracting too swiftly, leaving a significant number of remnants outside. The command center has dispatched notifications to these forces during your journey to Hyberia. Command will be directly transferred to you, Commander Sis. With this grant of authority to directly command all external Imperial forces, Karga observed Sis and his significantly diminished contingent. And in a rare moment of silence, he reflected on the time at hand, raising his head once more. Karga's expression turned solemn. I hope to see you and your legion in Hiberia. With that, the projection faded, and the damaged servo-cranium sparked before collapsing to the ground. As Sis gazed upon the distant silhouette of Hiberia jutting against the horizon, and the surviving soldiers behind him, he exhaled deeply, raised his sword, and turned to forge ahead into the desolate inferno. The distorted rock strata surged upward like towering mountains, their surfaces charred from relentless flames. Above, dark clouds loomed heavily, and the thunder roared with increasing ferocity, as streams of magma, birthed from the depths of the earth, flowed like red rivers through the ashen wasteland. Accompanied by these rivers of molten rock was a weary army of nearly 200,000, trudging through the oppressive heat. Apart from a small contingent clad in uniform black, full coverage battle gear at the center, the outer ranks were composed of soldiers from various planetary defense forces and the Astral Legion, each adorned in their distinctive attire. Among the ranks, one could even spot a couple of Krieg soldiers, who, for various reasons, had fallen behind. The Krieg were a renowned faction of the Astral Legion, infamous for their relentless pursuit of death, resembling World War I German soldiers perpetually wearing gas masks. The presence of even these formidable warriors among the ranks highlighted the brutal and chaotic nature of the ongoing battles. As the procession staggered forward, the spirits of the weary soldiers lifted momentarily upon spotting figures atop the nearby high ground. Long live Commander Sis, shouted an old veteran from the Planetary Defense Forces, prompting the surrounding crowd to join in, including a significant number of Astral Legionnaires. Even a few Krieg turned their gaze towards Sis, their eyes behind gas masks reflecting a modicum of respect for someone other than the Emperor. Turning his head to glance at the rallying remnants of the disparate forces behind him, Sis then focused his attention once more on the other side of the obstructing rock formations. His breath grew slightly labored as he beheld the vast, eerie depression at the heart of the rocky expanse. A colossal, sinister totem was etched upon the ground, its horn-like formations raised by some unseen force, shaped into an archway. Surrounding the arch and the totem were countless corpses of civilians, piled one atop another, blanketing the earth in a grim tableau. As Sis surveyed the seemingly endless sea of lifeless bodies, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, he struggled to tear his gaze away. There were no demonic entities from the subspace, nor chaotic cults lying in wait. The arch lay in ruins, the totem obscured. This was merely a site of destruction wrought by some imperial force, a desecrated altar to an unknown dark deity. Witnessing the meticulous arrangement of the civilian corpses, Sis finally beheld a mere glimpse into the abyss of the chaotic cult's blasphemous rituals. Standing beside him, Anna observed as two servo skulls returned from a distance. There were no subspace disturbances. This area had been thoroughly annihilated by other Imperial forces. After conveying the findings, Anna, a low-ranking mechanized cleric, glanced at the rows of families laid out in terror on the ground, falling into a momentary silence before hesitantly suggesting, "Should we call for some flamethrowers?" Confirming the absence of any subspace anomalies, Sis turned and descended from the rock formation. Hiberia lay ahead. They would require every ounce of fuel capable of being directed toward the enemy. Ignoring the plight of Anna, who still bore a heavy burden upon her cheeks, Zeiss approached the marching column and leaped onto a battle-worn, bullet-riddled Lehman Russ, the sole survivor of its contingent. The battle-hardened crew members regarded Zeiss with respect as he connected his helmet to the communication line, gesturing forward. Advance, Hiberia lies ahead. Chapter 42. I shall lead you through. A landscape marred by immense explosions. Although the closer one drew to Hiberia, the less the use of annihilation weaponry. The devastating power of explosives gradually revealed the horrors of conventional arms. The vast terrain was riddled with countless craters, within which lay thousands of soldiers, each adorned in various garb. At the heart of one such crater, an armored squad comprised of 3 Lehman Russ and 2 Chimera vehicles took refuge. In the forefront of the armored squad, a diverse assembly of officers huddled quietly, their gazes fixated on Zeiss, who peered out from the crater, his helmet's scanner sweeping the terrain ahead. Hiberia was indeed within reach, the void shield having diminished significantly since before. The outermost walls lay in ruins, and even the second, towering wall was now besieged by an ever-increasing tide of subspace fiends and cultists, driven forth by violent explosions. Only the third wall, nestled behind the void shield, remained intact, with Imperial forces indiscriminately unleashing firepower upon the besieged ground below. Zeiss shifted his gaze from the third wall downwards, witnessing several starborn troops desperately firing from a gun emplacement, their lasers barely marking a chaotic Astartes with a few crimson dots. In a moment of terror, The Chaos Astartes dispatched several of them with brutal ease, forcing the last to leap from the high platform. The wall towered hundreds of meters high, and the falling starborn soldiers plummeted into the throng of rebels and demons below, their bodies scattering before vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in a corner of a trench outside the Chaos Army's immediate concern, one starborn soldier, gripped by fear as he heard the agonizing cries of his comrades behind him, aimed his sidearm tremblingly at his own neck. Yet, paralyzed by dread, he lacked the courage to pull the trigger until a demon suddenly leaped into the trench, prompting a pale-faced reaction from the hesitant soldier. Whether by design or sheer fright, he finally squeezed the trigger. His dazed eyes slowly closed as he collapsed, but the grotesque chaos demon merely continued its advance. Moments later, under Zeise's watchful gaze, an even more desperate and terrified specter was wrenched from the soldier's form by the demon's sinister grin. Withdrawing his gaze, Zeise took a half-step back and turned to regard the remaining troops behind him, many of whom were unarmed, silently cursing Karga in a hidden corner. He found it incredulous that this was the very location Karga had indicated as the weakest point of the chaos offensive within the entire Hyberian nest, and where Zeise would soon initiate a charge, ultimately retreating into the Imperial-controlled zone. Merely gazing at the chaotic army before him, which outmatched his own in both quality and quantity, Sisk felt that he would have been better off with just his 101st Regiment. After cursing under his breath, he turned to face the remnants of his soldiers, who looked at him with a mixture of anticipation and respect. Sisk could only lower his gaze slightly, contemplating what course to take. Yet, while Sisk sought to ponder his strategy, the advancing chaotic forces had no intention of wasting time on such deliberations. When a sudden eruption of fierce gunfire erupted from his flank, Sisk looked up in astonishment as an officer from the Planetary Defense Forces rushed toward him in terror, exclaiming, "Our left flank has been compromised." Sisk's expression tightened. Despite having over 20,000 men concealed behind the chaotic army, discovery was merely a matter of time. However, he had never anticipated the revelation would come so swiftly. Particularly, as the sounds of combat began to spread toward him, he abandoned the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Rising abruptly, he faced the overwhelming chaotic forces that were now turning towards him with fervor. He turned to his men, drawing his power sword and raising his explosive firearm, declaring, "I have nothing to offer you but the chance to follow me into battle. I will lead you through." This was hardly a rousing speech. Yet the battered soldiers behind him widened their eyes in sudden clarity. It was not the stirring nature of Sisk's words that ignited their spirits, but rather the realization that it was their turn to demonstrate courage against the Imperial foe. Without a word, the first to respond were several silent Kriegs, who crawled out from their cover and steeled themselves for another charge. Following them came the roar of the Lehman Russ engines, revving to life with a thunderous crescendo. At the forefront, a bloodletter demon brandished its enormous serrated sword, its long tongue lolling out in excitement. Yet, as it charged forward, it was met with the sight of a Lehman Russ that, due to its overwhelming power, had lifted its front end off the ground. In astonishment, the bloodletter watched as the massive treads crushed it to oblivion. Sisk, seated in the commander's position, paid no heed to the demon. He simply squeezed the trigger while relentlessly swinging his sword forward. Behind him, an overwhelming mass of 20,000 mortal soldiers surged out of their cover, blanketing the vast front lines. The pressure on the front lines dissipated instantaneously as the chaotic forces beheld the mortal troops, led by Sisk, advancing and trampling over their own positions. Almost immediately, they abandoned their difficult-to-defend walls, redirecting their focus towards Sisk's exposed regiment. The Imperial forces, momentarily relieved, stared at the unexpected reinforcements with a mix of confusion and sorrow. For they knew this was far from the weakest point. It was indeed the main assault direction of the chaos. What? Chaos cannot be halted? At this moment, before the third city wall, Karga stood with his powered gauntlets at his sides, while several mechanical priests tirelessly replenished ammunition and set up altars to soothe the machine spirits. Karga himself, bloodied and wounded, stared in disbelief at the messenger who had come to deliver the news. The messenger was equally astonished, his mouth agape, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. However, Karga had already risen and made his way to the edge of the city wall. The wall grew taller as he ventured further back, allowing him to survey the entire battlefield below. Not only were the Imperial guards at a loss for words, stunned by the scene unfolding beneath them, but Karga himself was momentarily entranced. The detachment that was meant to divert the enemy's attention and provide a fleeting respite for the main forces had, under the leadership of a young captain, boldly breached the chaotic lines. As he observed the charge of mortals, where dozens, even hundreds, fell with each step, he witnessed the initial excitement of the chaos transform into disbelief and then frantic disarray. After a brief pause, Karga abruptly turned around and commanded, "Open the side gate and dispatch a squad of elite warriors for cover, allowing Sis and his regiment to enter Hiberia." The officer below swiftly complied, casting glances back at the astonishing sight of the mortals actually advancing toward Hiberia. Simultaneously, more and more realized that this contingent was indeed Sis and his 101st Regiment, the very unit that the Ministry of Military Affairs had tirelessly promoted. The previously disheartened morale of the troops suddenly surged with renewed vigor. Any reinforcement in dire circumstances would uplift spirits, especially one that had been heralded as the legendary guardian of the star. Karga's decision to send forth precious Astartes for Sis's protection was not born from pity. Rather, he was taken aback that the unit he had so fervently promoted had truly appeared at the forefront, choosing the most audacious manner to declare their presence. At that moment, Karga yearned to witness this legendary unit, which he had personally championed, create yet another saga, retreating into Hiberia in full view of the main forces. Otherwise, the hope he had instilled in the soldiers below would be matched only by the weight of despair should Sis's entire battalion be annihilated. As Sis's gathering forces suffered increasing casualties, Leman Russ met his demise alongside several chaos-heavy units, and amid the collective gaze of the multitude, the thunderous roar of explosive projectiles fired by the elite warriors finally erupted beside Sis. Sis remained oblivious to the number of lives lost in the charge or how many had followed him into the safety zone. He was only aware that as he entered the city walls with his power sword, which had carved a breach, his chest heaving with exertion, countless eyes from both above and below were fixed upon him. In that moment, those eyes were filled solely with shock and silence. For even Sis himself was unaware that he had just led a motley band of survivors to shatter the chaos before the eyes of all. Chapter 43. End of Chaos at Guardian Star. Gasping for breath, Sis sheathed his power sword, surrounded by the 101st Regiment and the remnants of his forces gradually streaming in. On the outer defensive line, as the Chaos Army retreated, the defenders were finally able to focus their attention on the reinforcements Sis had brought. Yet, as they beheld the meager handful of survivors entering the defense line, the guards opened their mouths several times, but no cheers emerged. Sis surveyed the sporadic influx of troops behind him, noting that the vast majority were seasoned veterans of his 101st Regiment, with the remnants pitifully few. Even the few prominent figures of Krieg have vanished from the crowd, their departure as silent as their arrival had been. At last, amidst the distant cheers of the defending troops, a wave of exhilaration surged forth. The surrounding soldiers, casting glances of reverence and sympathy, shattered the grim atmosphere with their resounding shouts of triumph. Long live the God Emperor! Long live the Empire! The crowd continued to rally, while Syth observed the dwindling number of soldiers beside him and the great doors behind him beginning to close. Beyond those gates, the chaotic forces had been thoroughly disorganized and thrown into disarray by the charge of his 20,000 remaining troops, now retreating under the indiscriminate bombardment initiated by Kargan. In the eyes of the defenders, this scene epitomized Syth's courageous charge at the most critical moment of the defense, repelling the chaos. Amidst the rising cheers, Syth placed his hands on his helmet, allowing the pressurized air to escape with a light hiss, finally revealing his face to the open air. No longer filtered oxygen. The acrid scent of smoke and blood rushed into his lungs. Beneath the overwhelming cheers, the rasping breaths of his battered soldiers became all the more pronounced. Suddenly, the fervor of the crowd escalated to new heights. Under the Empire and the God Emperor, another name emerged. Kargan. Kargan. The mortals incessantly chanted this name, as not only the elite warriors but even all the Astartes silently laid down their weapons, respectfully pounding their chests toward Syth. Even the battle sisters extended their hands in prayer, beseeching the God Emperor's protection for the man before them. The mechanized ecclesiarchy, having received the code of conduct, executed the salutation protocol in perfect unison. As Syth turned to face the jubilant crowd, all eyes converged upon Kargan, while Kargan's gaze remained fixed solely on Syth. Without waiting for an audience with a mere mortal, the imposing figure of Kargan approached Syth with deliberate steps. The thunderous cheers subsided as Kargan moved, and the crowd's attention finally shifted back to Syth. Then, amidst the grand acclamation of Kargan's name, two other words unexpectedly emerged. Syth. Before him, the exquisitely crafted power armor of the Astartes stood like a colossal iron sculpture. As Kargan raised his hand to silence the surrounding cheers, under Kargan's watchful gaze, all attention shifted to the planetary defense commander, whose body was marred with scars, dried blood, and fresh wounds. Countless mortals vied for a glimpse of this legendary figure, whose exploits had been fervently heralded by the Department of Military Affairs. They sought to witness firsthand the brilliance and valor that enabled him to breach the nest twice, traverse the desert sands, and repel the surging tide of chaos before their very eyes. Fortunately, the noble power armor bestowed upon Syth bore the opulence characteristic of the aristocracy, and coupled with his youthful visage hardened by countless battles, when the crowd beheld Syth from various angles, their eyes glimmered with admiration, even among the battle sisters. As they prayed for Kargan, many silently appended Syth's name to their invocations. The atmosphere grew hushed, as even the chaos forces, in their retreat, temporarily ceased their covering fire. The battlefield, long absent of noise, now stood silent, and as the formidable Kargan appeared before him, Sith inclined his head slightly, offering his respect. Lord Kargan. Despite his past experiences of being repeatedly betrayed by Kargan, this was the Empire. In pursuit of ultimate victory, no sacrifice would be deemed unacceptable, nor any failure trivial enough to be forgiven. To Kargan, Sith was akin to any other unit, as long as the returns were substantial. Even Kargan himself could be placed on the table of stakes, becoming a mere pawn in the Empire's quest for triumph. Sith bowed his head, yet his gesture of respect was only half complete when Kargan leaned down, extending his hand to assist him. The legendary commander of Vigilant Star requires no such formalities. Kargan's voice resonated with calm authority. Sith looked up at Kargan, who maintained a face of solemnity. As he helped Sith rise, Kargan continued. The military department of the sector has officially approved the promotion of Commander Sith to the Starbound Army. Your new designation will be assigned shortly. Furthermore, I have commanded the military department to consolidate the remaining troops as reinforcements for the 101st Regiment, ensuring your ranks are restored to full strength as swiftly as possible. Regarding equipment, in addition to the Senate's opening of supply warehouses, I have requisitioned weapons from several active Cadia and Krieg regiments, prioritizing the armament of your command. Commander Sith. As Kargan detailed the compensations for Sith, the expression on Sith's face, initially one of acceptance, gradually morphed into one of dismay as Kargan's offerings grew increasingly generous. While the prior arrangements were acceptable, the requisitioning of formidable active regiments seemed excessive. The sheer scale of resources Kargan was willing to invest indicated one undeniable truth. He sought to extract greater returns from Sith. Indeed, as Kargan concluded, he noticed the look of incredulity directed at him by Sith. Pausing momentarily, he continued with a composed demeanor, outlining Sith's forthcoming mission. Commander Sith. I have devised a plan that can secure a definitive victory for the Empire at Vigilant Star. Sith, lowering his gaze slightly in response to Kargan's seriousness, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He recalled that the ultimate victory at Vigilant Star was not achieved through conventional military triumph, but rather through Kargan's strategic embrace of the collaboration between his genetic progenitor, Guilliman, and the alien entities. Kargan had, astonishingly, forged an alliance with the clandestine Ark Psyche, ultimately employing their stealth vessels to launch a suicide attack against Abaddon's vengeful soul. This audacious maneuver forcibly created a vast rift in subspace, ensnaring Abaddon and his flagship within the tumultuous waves of subspace, erasing nearly the entirety of the Chaos Fleet from the orbit of Vigilant Star. The nature of the attack was indeed suicidal, as Kargan intended to lure Abaddon into a duel, drawing him out of his flagship. The Imperial Navy was to execute a desperate offensive, providing cover for the Psyche vessels to approach the vengeful soul, armed with an arsenal of annihilation weapons. Even the well-equipped and formidable mortal forces of the Sisters are to be deployed as sacrificial units, sent directly into the heart of the vengeful soul, teaming with chaotic demons and chaos space marines, to launch suicidal assaults that would disrupt the perception of the chaos. Only elite troops are deemed worthy of such a perilous mission, for it is only a sufficiently intimidating offensive that can cloak the true intentions of Kargan. Indeed, after having internally berated Kargan countless times, it was a rare occurrence when Kargan raised his exaggerated hand and patted Sith on the shoulder. Commander Sith, you and your regiment are about to engage the enemy's flagship as a sacrificial unit. Chapter 44. The new designation of the Astral Army deep within the depths of the Hyberian Nest Zone, far removed from the front lines. One does not hear the thunderous roar of cannon fire, nor the presence of a dense Imperial Guard. Here, countless civilians huddle in every corner of the nest, watching the heavily armored judicial enforcers and adjudicators as they traverse the area. Unlike before, however, a notable number of Astral Army and even Astartes figures have begun to appear in these relatively secure depths. A group of fully armed Cadia soldiers passed by. The enforcers cast a glance at these soldiers, but chose to ignore them. Such soldiers have become a common sight in recent days, and the higher-ups have instructed not to inquire further, prompting the enforcers to feign ignorance. Then, Another young officer clad in a colonel's uniform and adorned with a broad-brimmed hat strode past, the sharp sound of his hard boots echoing against the blood-stained floor. The enforcers stood tall upon recognizing him. My Lord Sith. The enforcers showed their respect, and although they belonged to different departments. Under the current tense conditions of this alert star, the enforcers were merely slightly delayed in joining the front lines compared to regular troops. Sith casually raised his hand in acknowledgement, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the well-equipped enforcers and then settling on the numerous civilians flanking the corridor. To be precise, these civilians were intermingled with a multitude of corpses. In this long passageway, only the enforcers and soldiers were able to traverse it. The remaining civilians could scarcely manage to stand. At this moment, Sith gazed down at the bodies that lay lifeless at his feet, while a nearby corpse cart, hastily maneuvered to avoid him, was filled yet again with what seemed like countless bodies. The civilians pushing the cart cast cautious, respectful glances towards Sith, and within their numbed and murky eyes, a glimmer of hope reflected back at him. Observing the bent waists of these civilians, he noticed a transparent small water bottle strapped to one of them, containing merely a thin layer of murky water. Sith recalled his observations along the way and understood that this was the meager reward for their grim task. With the near-total cessation of clean water supply, Kargan had focused solely on the military and had completely disregarded the plight of the civilians. Most of these civilians were not dying of hunger, but rather from thirst. In return, the starch supply to the Hiberia Nest Zone had been exceedingly abundant during this period. As Sith passed through, an increasing number of civilians cast feeble glances in his direction. Indeed, under his watchful gaze, a woman suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The surrounding civilians hurriedly gathered around her, but the scene that Sith had envisioned, one of mutual aid, did not unfold. Instead, a group of individuals produced small knives, trembling with agitation, and hastily cut into the woman's still warm veins. A group of individuals, possessed and buried within the bodies of oblivious civilians, exhibited distinct swallowing motions, their throats betraying a primal hunger, while expressions of immense satisfaction adorned their faces as they tilted their heads back, eyes closed in sheer ecstasy. Although blood could not genuinely quell their coughs, the crimson liquid that filled their mouths, as they rose, was at least sufficient for that fleeting moment. Gazing at these civilians, who resembled vampires in their insatiable thirst, Zeiss refrained from chastising them. Instead, he felt a sense of helplessness as he withdrew his gaze from the clear water sloshing in his canteen at his waist. Soon after, the heavy thud of armored boots echoed across the floor, and amidst the civilians' expressions of gratification, a trigger was pulled. The shotgun discharged, mercilessly executing those civilians who dared to commit such a sacrilegious act. The blood they had only just consumed had not even begun to transform into sustenance before they collapsed, a torrent of red streaming from their necks. When Zeiss looked again, he found only the law enforcement officers standing before him, blocking the line of sight. Casting a respectful glance in his direction, it seemed there was no sanctuary for the civilians. Upon Zeiss's return to the base of the 101st Regiment near the Nest City airfield, the veterans were energetically training the newly arrived recruits. Those who had endured until now, though mostly remnants of shattered soldiers, displayed a level of individual prowess that surpassed the new recruits Zeiss had previously conscripted from the civilian populace. In just a matter of days, they had honed their skills remarkably well. My lord, Lord Davidro has arrived, an officer reported as he hurried to Zeiss. The soldiers donned pristine black combat suits, their insignias of the 101st faded, poised to adopt the new designation of the Astral Army at any moment. Zeiss retrieved the supply authorization from the Senate, bending to sign it while inquiring, Davidro, did he mention anything? The officer shook his head. Lord Davidro did not inform me. Zeiss fell silent, rising to hand the signed supply order to the logistics officer, responding simply, understood. This lack of communication was not due to oversight. Rather, it was indicative of Davidro's disinterest in addressing mere mortals. Soon after, upon reaching his office, a tall Astartes scrutinized the intricately repaired power armor, which had undergone emergency mechanical restoration. Observing the still evident scars of battle on the armor, Davidro, his back turned to Zeiss, expressed a hint of admiration, my lord Zeiss. As a mortal, you truly inspire my respect. Turning to face Zeiss, Davidro's expression was one of genuine acknowledgement. After all, Zeiss had concluded the external campaign with commendable finesse, returning to Hiberia amidst widespread acclaim, and Karga had spared no effort in heralding his achievements. As numerous authentic battle records were revealed, even Davidro, a seasoned warrior of iron, could not help but respect the terror instilled by Zeiss in his relentless slaughter of enemies. In the presence of this comrade with whom he shared many battle experiences, Zeiss poured a glass of clear water. My lord Davidro, You cannot possibly be here merely to flatter me. Taking the large cup from Zeiss, which seemed diminutive in his grasp, Davidro took a sip and nodded. Lord Karga has requested that at least one Astartes be assigned to each jump team. I have volunteered for your regiment, my Lord Zeiss. Initially casual, the Sith was momentarily taken aback. He gazed blankly at the relaxed Davidro, then his expression grew solemn. Welcome, old comrade. Mortals may be unaware, or perhaps only partially informed, but Davidro could not possibly be ignorant of what the soul of vengeance entails. In such circumstances, his choice to stand alongside the Sith was entirely deserving of respect. Noticing this, Davidro casually waved his hand, finishing his drink of clear water before placing the cup down. Additionally, the Military Affairs Department has entrusted me with a new designation for you, Lord Sith, as part of the Astral Army. Producing a military order from within his robes, Davidro solemnly placed it on the Sith's desk. Observing the arrival of the military order, the Sith understood that ascending to the Astral Army was not merely a change of designation. It signified that as the commander, he possessed the authority to direct and even fully lead the majority of the world's mortal troops. Furthermore, with Davidro's application and direct involvement from Karga, the Sith's initial rank was notably high, enabling him to command a substantial force of the Astral Army, as well as nearly all planetary defense units. Coupled with direct logistical support from the Military Affairs Department, the Sith rapidly shed the status of a mere pawn within the planetary defense forces, transforming into an elite field army of the Empire, distributed throughout the galaxy. Naturally, this also spared him from the bitter aftermath of encounters with cunning, chaotic demons, and even the repercussions of treacherous factions. The Sith exhaled a sigh of relief, equally solemn as he took hold of the military order. After a brief perusal, he found everything satisfactory until he reached the final designation, which left him momentarily stunned. A triumphant look graced Davidro's face. After all, it was submitted by the Watchers of Death, and Lord Sith's journey begins in collaboration with them. Thus, based on the experiences of the 101st Regiment, your new designation has been officially named Black Watch. Chapter 45. Do you really want to die? Black Watch. This name, in the context of this damned galaxy, might merely represent a straightforward designation within the Astral Army. Yet, upon seeing it, the Sith could not help but recall another human organization from a different realm, composed entirely of ordinary individuals who had battled the myriad demons of his world, causing them to weep in despair. At this moment, the title of the strongest mortal force seemed to fortuitously rest upon the Sith with the name Black Watch. Well then, the designation has been delivered, Lord Sith. Now, please prepare your Black Watch for ascension, Davidro declared as the door before them swung open. Brunok and Anna entered, the sound of densely packed transport ships roaring with urgency as the wind swept through the entrance. My lord, Lord Karga has officially challenged the rebel leader to a duel. Orders have been issued for all jump teams to enter space immediately and prepare to assault the enemy flagship, Brunok swiftly reported, clad in storm armor. While Davidro silently donned his helmet from a nearby table, Anna stepped forward briskly, standing before the power armor, her expression grave. Lord Sith. Though still adjusting to the change in how she addressed him, she managed to articulate the honorific. Now, I shall assist you in donning your armor. Anna has been entirely designated as a mechanical acolyte accompanying the Sith, a form of reward from the Mechanicum to the Sith, as well as a manifestation of support for Kargan's decision. Before her stood Deviro, Bunok, Anna, and rows upon rows of officers, all adorned in the new black insignia of the Watch, the roar of the transport aircraft seemingly urging them onward. Moments later, a mortal clad in dark silver power armor, wielding a finely crafted explosive pistol in his left hand and a graceful power sword in his right, traversed the closely arranged officers. Behind him loomed a towering Death Watch, a burly adjutant cradling a machine gun, and a mechanical acolyte draped in a gear-patterned crimson robe. A multitude of transport aircraft were stationed in the center of the vast tarmac, while on the periphery stood tens of thousands of elite mortal soldiers, arrayed in several formations, all clad in black, fully enclosed combat suits. At this moment, every gaze was fixed upon the Sith, awaiting their commander's next move. The Sith surveyed the assembly, their eyes drifting skyward towards the distant front lines of the Hyberian nest. There, a tumult of subspace energy fluctuations marked an intense battlefield, now momentarily stilled by the duel of two colossal figures, one black and one blue. The Ministry of War's urgency echoed through the communicator, each message more insistent than the last. Although Kargan was formidable, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage against Abaddon, having narrowly escaped death at Kargan's hands on several occasions. The Ministry of War had anxiously begun urging the forward forces to engage the Chaos Fleet. No words were necessary, nor was there time to waste. The Sith, leading the freshly minted black-clad watch, stepped into the transport aircraft. As the engines roared to life, the cabin began to shake violently. Within the confines of the cabin, there were no windows to observe the outside world, leaving everyone confined in the metal canister, their bodies jolted by the tremendous turbulence. Metal restraints held them in place, each jolt delivering a sharp pain. Although the exterior of the steel cabin offered no visual, the ascent was accompanied by a cacophony of artillery explosions surrounding the aircraft. The atmosphere was thick with silence. All were rendered mute, save for the cabin's trembling lament and the relentless explosions of distant artillery. At last, perhaps by the grace of the golden throne or the brass throne, the transport carrying the Sith arrived safely at a relatively quiet docking bay. However, upon the opening of the cabin doors, no welcoming ceremony awaited them. Only a line of pre-prepared jump ships and crew members, faces marked with urgency, imploring them to hurry. Quickly. If we don't move faster, we may perish in vain. The crew, resigned to their fate, understood that ordering the remnants of the Imperial Navy to attack the poised Chaos Fleet could only lead to death. Now, these abandoned crew members could only offer calm glances towards the peculiar black-clad starborn soldiers when facing the Sith. After all, compared to their impending demise, the imminent launch of the Sith would not be a swift release. The Sith observed the completely enclosed chamber around them, in the constricted space. They could scarcely discern the class of Imperial warship upon which they found themselves. Only the resounding thunder of cannons reverberated through the solid hull of the battleship, accompanied by the subtle tremors of the vessel under the immense recoil. Sith withdrew his gaze, sensing a sudden violent lurch beneath his feet, as the ship emitted a mournful cry from the force of a colossal impact. He quickly steadied himself, striding into the shuttle amidst the crew's pale faces. The battleship began to move in an irregular, twisting motion, and with the scant space remaining inside the shuttle, Sith glanced at the crew outside, their faces etched with despair. He extended a hand, attempting to beckon them, but the crew, taken aback by his unexpected invitation, stood frozen in disbelief. In a sudden turn of events, the crew member pressed the launch button. As the shuttle shot forward, Sith witnessed the crew member smiling in polite refusal of his gesture. Even as he pulled the trigger with determination, before the flames consumed him, the turbulence intensified, the cannon fire grew fiercer. Fragments of unknown origin collided around the hull. And within the shuttle, Sith felt as though he had never remained in one place for even a second. Were it not for the metal framework securing him to the vessel, he could only imagine the chaos he would have endured inside the cabin. Just then, a violent impact sent everyone hurtling forward, propelled by the sheer force of inertia. Amidst the sharp clashing of metal and the ear-piercing sounds of friction, the shuttle gradually decelerated, and the external noise subsided. As the door swung open with a violent creak, Bunnick and the others had yet to grasp their weapons when the deformed entrance gave way. Bang, bang, bang. Sith and Deviro fired at the door, taking down several cultist crew members who were preparing to retaliate. Jumping down from the warped cabin, Deviro, witnessing the fleeing crew in terror, could no longer conceal his fury. With a primal roar, he declared, "Steel within and without. Exterminate the traitors." Just as he readied his explosive weapon for one final charge, a powered sword struck him at the back of the head, rendering him instantly incapacitated. The fervent Bunnick and others, who had intended to rally behind Deviro in loyalty to the Emperor, were left dumbfounded, eyes wide as they beheld Sith, the one who had knocked Deviro unconscious. In the midst of the stunned crowd, Sith surveyed the area before pointing in another direction. "Let us seize the enemy's shuttle." The crowd hesitated, and Bunnick, bewildered, exclaimed, "We are already aboard the enemy's ship. Where else can we jump?" "Onto the Imperial warship." The crowd. Noticing the confusion in the crowd, Sith gritted his teeth in frustration and bellowed, "What? Do you truly wish for death?" Chapter 46. The Possession of the Corpse Emperor? Bridge of the Vengeful Soul. As Abaddon was lured to the ground by Karg, command of the glorious Queen-class battleship temporarily passed to the captain of the First Company of Chaos Astartes under Abaddon, clad in the heaviest of Terminator power armor. His helmet bore two sharp, menacing tusks, resembling steel ivory. At this moment, it seemed as though a commander of a humanoid iron monstrosity stood upon the bridge, gazing intently at the myriad of warning signals projected before him. Surrounding him were the ceaselessly bustling crew members, while a greater tide of chaotic Astartes and armed cultists surged relentlessly from the immense vessel known as the Soul of Vengeance, targeting these isolated Imperial strike teams. Observing the rapid annihilation of the red dots appearing on the display, the commander, adorned with a pair of colossal ivory Terminator helmets, could only harbor indifference. Imperial lackeys, perish here, and you shall never return to the Corpse Emperor's side. The commander surveyed the throng of adversaries launching suicidal assaults, However, as his gaze swept across the vast expanse of the Soul of Vengeance, a singular red, moving away from the bridge, unexpectedly captured his attention. What is this? A counteroffensive? The commander paused momentarily, refraining from issuing a retreat or declaring defeat, for having already penetrated the chaotic flagship. Any direction taken would indeed be an offensive maneuver. Yet, facing the other Imperial forces desperately charging toward the bridge, this unit retreating in the opposite direction left the commander, after much contemplation, with only the notion of a counteroffensive as an explanation. However, upon observing the trajectory from the teleportation point to its current position, where other Imperial strike teams were swiftly vanquished, this particular red managed to traverse such a considerable distance within the Soul of Vengeance. Anger replaced the commander's indifference. Why have these Imperial lackeys not been exterminated? He inquired furiously of his Astartes aide, who appeared equally bewildered. He hurriedly connected to the front lines, pausing momentarily as the cacophony of battle resonated through his earpiece, furrowing his brow while he intermittently repeated, "What? What do you mean the Corpse Emperor is possessing you? What do you mean you Astartes are being pursued and sliced by a mere mortal? Not a multitude, just one." Perhaps the chaos on the other end was so overwhelming that his voice became disproportionately loud as he reiterated these phrases, as he buried himself in the repetition. Not only the commander, but even the professional chaos crew members below, who typically remained unfazed by any occurrence, abruptly turned their heads in alarm. Bang! An explosive round obliterated the first crew member to look up, showering the area with gore, prompting the remaining crew to hastily return to their tasks. Following the demise of the crew member, the commander, with his mechanical visor firmly fixated on the aide, bore an unwavering gaze. The clamor from the communicator, accompanied by another piercing scream, abruptly ceased, and the identifiers obstructing the red dot on the projection vanished entirely. Under the commander's silent scrutiny, the aide could not suppress a dry swallow, stiffly lifting his gaze. After a protracted silence, the aide gritted his teeth. The new intercepting forces are en route. The commander abruptly raised his hand, the formidable power of his Terminator armor lifting the aide off the ground. In the face of the aide's terror, the commander's thunderous voice finally resonated throughout the bridge. "Do I care about the new intercepting forces? I demand to know what has transpired ahead. Just how incompetent are our men?" The aide's helmet was even deformed by the commander's immense fury, rendering him speechless amidst his gasping breaths, forcing him to transmit all pertinent data. Soon, information regarding a unit named Blackwatch arrived, alongside chaotic footage of armed crew members and Astartes in their final moments. As the information unfolded, the captain of the squad finally released his grip on the aide's hand. However, the aide did not rise or express relief upon hitting the ground. Instead, his body collapsed weakly, and a torrent of black blood oozed from within his deformed helmet. The aide's demise sent a wave of horror through the crew below. Yet the captain was too preoccupied to care. He found himself staring vacantly at the shadowy silver figure on the screen, flanked by hundreds of ordinary soldiers wielding heat rifles, who, within less than a second, managed to strike the Astartes with pinpoint accuracy. Observing these exaggerated mortals, the captain was suddenly reminded of the mockery surrounding a group known as the Black Skull Warband. At that moment, he couldn't help but think that perhaps the derided Black Skull was not as inept as he had assumed. After all, he was certainly more formidable than them, tasked with the command of the vengeful soul of Abaddon. However, his brief contemplation was swiftly interrupted as he redirected his focus from the projection. This counter-offensive enemy needed no more Astartes. Mere mortals would suffice to deplete their forces. Furthermore, all this intelligence must be relayed to the war commander. The captain's orders were immediately executed, and soon, the Astartes stationed at the front lines were recalled, while a secured message was sent to Abaddon, who was currently engaged in combat with Kargan. The massive, grotesque claw of Horus was poised to sever Kargan's arm once more. Resigned, Kargan braced himself for the inevitable. Yet, the talons suddenly halted, and the formidable Abaddon, who had displayed the might of the four gods, momentarily paused. Seizing the opportunity, Kargan quickly retreated, creating some distance, but any thoughts of a counterattack dissipated in the face of such overwhelming power. As he withdrew, his gaze turned quizzically towards Abaddon, perplexed not only by Abaddon's unexpected pause, but also by the murmurs that had escaped his lips. Blackwatch? The Emperor's corpse? Abaddon was taken aback by this revelation, and Kargan, upon hearing it, mirrored his astonishment. He was shocked to learn that the Blackwatch of Zeiss was known even to Abaddon, realizing with disbelief that they were still alive. Furthermore, despite his grievous injuries, Kargan could not suppress his frown, pondering the meaning of corpse and the implications of the Emperor's corpse. In that moment, amidst the chaos of battle, the two titanic figures, one great, one small, found themselves inexplicably frozen in place, drawing the attention of both friend and foe alike. Their expressions, visible to the outside world, betrayed a shared sense of astonishment, confusion, and even a hint of shock. As Abaddon and Kargan paused, a multitude of jump ships suddenly surged forth from the side of the vengeful spirit, darting towards a nearby Imperial sword-class escort vessel, which had managed to persist amidst the smoke. The captain gazed in disbelief at Zeise's ultimate objective, to commandeer the jump ships and board the Imperial warship. After a brief moment of shock, he finally grasped the situation. His mouth agape in disbelief, he stammered, "How can they jump back?" No one around dared to answer the captain, while on the heavily chaotic warship. The crew wore expressions of despair as they beheld the Sith and the Black Watch emerging, equally astonished. With eyes wide open, one of the officers, having set down his flashlight, attempted to voice the same question as the captain. However, just as he began to speak, a sudden, blinding light shattered the nearly concluding assault. The Sith turned in shock as a colossal explosion, tearing through subspace, instantaneously erupted amidst the densely packed fleets engaged in battle. The terrifying breach created by the explosion, with a powerful gravitational pull, began to wildly draw all surrounding vessels into the tumultuous waves of subspace. Chapter 47. Plummeting into subspace, the massive explosion. The Spirit Race's warships had successfully infiltrated the heart of the chaotic fleet as planned. When the terrifying ordnance they carried detonated, the Spirit warships returned to atomic form, marking the end of the Vigilant Stars battle. On the ground, Abaddon disregarded Karga, turning away to teleport back to his flagship through the dark arts of subspace, fearing separation from the soul of vengeance. Meanwhile, the ground troops, witnessing the bizarre light overhead that loomed over the stars, erupted into fervent cheers after a moment of confusion. The honor guard of the extreme warriors rushed to Karga's side, hastily placing him on a stretcher and racing towards the prepared medical bay. Yet, unable to move, Karga lay on the familiar stretcher, his gaze fixed on the gaping rift above that was devouring all warships. His lips moved as if silently uttering a name. The Vigilant Star descended into revelry, while before the rift, gripping the warship tightly, feeling the entire vessel tremble violently beneath him, the Sith watched the encroaching subspace rift. No longer able to hide his fury, unleashed a torrent of curses at Karga. However, these angry shouts could not escape. The Sith could only helplessly witness his ship being engulfed alongside him by the throng of chaotic warships, plunging into the rift. Meanwhile, the second officer, struggling against the immense gravitational force, raised his pale face in terror and shouted, "The Geller field is compromised. The Geller field is breached." Instantly, the Sith, Bunnik, Anna, and even the briefly awakened Deviro withdrew their gazes from the rift, staring in shock at the second officer. Then, the warship plummeted into the rift. Subspace is the sea of souls, filled with nearly all emotions of the universe, and the countless evils birthed from these emotions. Thus, traversing subspace is akin to sailing in the sea of souls, necessitating the activation of the Geller field to prevent infinite subspace demons from infiltrating the vessel. In this boundless and peculiar realm, the sky radiated with an array of bizarre lights, while below lay the crystalline and tangible sea of souls, shimmering with countless points of light. In the distance, at the end of the strange celestial canopy, a pale blue sunset perpetually emitted its glow, illuminating this world. However, if one were to stand at the center of the sea of souls and gaze around, they would discover that the sunset reveals hues of pink, red, and green, and if one were to include the golden light steadily rising from another direction, 5 suns would stand tall above the sea of souls in this moment of subspace. Beneath the radiance of these 5 beams, a tumultuous wave of subspace is surging in a certain area of the boundless sea of souls. Countless chaotic warships are being tossed about in the sea of souls, with many smaller vessels being completely overturned by the tumult and swept away into the unknown. Only the colossal vessel known as the Vengeful Soul can barely maintain stability amidst such terrifying waves. Yet, the predicament of the Vengeful Soul is far from favorable, as the vessels of the Spirit Race are nearly colliding with it, causing explosions that have ravaged the entire right side of the ship, while endless subspace waves surge inward, bringing with them the madness spawned from extreme emotions. A commander is directing the cultist forces and chaotic Astartes to fend off these abhorrent creatures at the breach. Although they possess the blessings of the 4 gods, within the subspace, the 4 gods are either unable or unwilling to command all the malevolent entities to obey their will. Thus, even amidst chaos, the only option is to fight these vile beings to the bitter end until the Geller field is reactivated. However, in the moments of battle, not even Abaddon, who remains safely at the rear, nor the frontline commander, can afford to focus on the Vengeful Soul. Abaddon, the commander. And nearly all the Chaos and Imperial warships that have activated their Geller fields have their gazes fixed upon the Sword-class escort vessel, which is completely enveloped in a swirling mass of endless subspace demons. For apart from the Vengeful Soul, this is the only ship that has not succumbed despite lacking a Geller field. Abaddon observes the repelled subspace demons once more from the Vengeful Soul and the restored Geller field under the repair efforts of the Dark Mechanicum. His gaze finally settling upon the enormous, spherical mass of unending malevolence forming outside the ship. How long has it been? A few hours? Or perhaps days? The flow of time in subspace is utterly distorted. What feels like mere hours may actually span years, decades, or even hundreds of years. Of course, it is also possible that this time is but a fleeting moment. Abaddon coldly inquires, while the Dark Mechanicum beside him feverishly calculates with a plethora of instruments, eventually providing a result. The probability for 5 minutes stands at 345, for 7 days at 176, and for 2 months at 629. The chilling mechanical voice announces these figures. And in the instant following their revelation, Abaddon cannot help but raise his head slightly, his eyes widening in silent astonishment at the ever-expanding circular maelstrom of malevolence. 2 months? Even after enduring an ancient and prolonged battle, Abaddon finds himself compelled to regard this sword-class escort vessel, or rather, the Sith aboard it, with genuine respect. It is a profound respect, for Abaddon, who reveres the supremacy of power, extends his esteem to any formidable force. Not only did Abaddon express his astonishment with respect at that moment, but the surrounding chaos, from both the Empire and its adversaries, was engulfed in profound shock. Each vessel bore the mark of the Mechanicus, and every Mechanicus provided a remarkably similar time frame. A group of mortals persevered for 2 months in the absence of a Geller field within the warp. Once this information was fully absorbed by both observing factions, an involuntary tremor resonated deep within everyone's hearts. After all, for these witnesses, the magnitude of this revelation was akin to witnessing their revered deities manifest before their very eyes, while the external onlookers trembled in silence. At the heart of the ever-expanding maelstrom of chaos, aboard the bridge of an Imperial escort vessel produced on a mechanized assembly line, a Sith stood amidst a mountain of accumulated warp entities, wielding a power sword to cleave an unknown demon in two. In the material universe, the death of a warp entity would immediately reduce it to ashes. However, within the warp that birthed them, death would leave behind a corporeal form, momentarily preserving its shape. Thus, beneath the Sith's feet lay not merely a mountain of demon corpses, but an ocean of them that filled the entire vessel. Surrounding the Sith were the Black Guardians, having discarded their spent firearms, now clutching various melee weapons. Yet, in stark contrast to the tens of thousands who had ascended from the Alert Star. After 2 relentless months of combat, fewer than 2,000 remained around the Sith. However, even these 2,000 posed an unimaginable challenge for the demons, who would require exorbitant sacrifices to eliminate even a single one, as the Sith continued to strike down foes for an indeterminate time. A long-awaited miracle finally graced them under the watchful gaze of the chaotic and Imperial factions alike. A torrent of surging warp energy danced within the enigmatic heavens, as the light of the blessing began to coalesce. Observing the Emperor's apparent manifestation, the Imperial faction fell to their knees in fervent excitement, calling out with piety. The forces of chaos, however, instinctively averted their gaze, feeling a subconscious reluctance to confront the burgeoning radiance. In the hearts of many chaos sorcerers, there were even murmurs of discontent regarding the scale of this blessing, which, given its prolonged gestation, seemed directed not at a singular individual, but rather at hundreds or thousands. The chaos sorcerers exchanged glances, unable to suppress their thoughts. What is this? Are you bestowing blessings on every single one of them? That's quite an extravagant gesture. Yet, while chaos bowed its head, the Empire rejoiced, and as the light gradually materialized, it was Abaddon who first exhibited shock. With a clang, his massive form abruptly straightened from the command throne, unable to maintain his composure any longer. His eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. As he stared blankly at the forming blessing, his expression a tempest of suppressed fury. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the Imperial faction, the radiant blessing pierced through the demons, illuminating the interior of the vessel. As they felt their strength rejuvenate within, it surged even more powerfully than in their prime. The Sith gazed in astonishment at his left hand, which clutched a chainsaw sword, his countenance flushed by the radiance. Why is it red light again? Chapter 48. Welcome to the 42nd Millennium Red Light. Is this even remotely reasonable? Not only was the Sith at a loss for words upon witnessing the crimson glow, but even the onlookers who had come to their senses were overwhelmed with incredulity. although the majority of the Empire's mortals were oblivious to the significance of this red light. The few high-ranking individuals within the fleet who comprehended its meaning could only reflect on their previous devotion, feeling as though they had swallowed a fly. Equally nauseated was Abaddon, whose face flushed with rage. The magnitude of this blessing, if it were to increase further, could elevate a terrifying demon to existence. Abaddon seethed in frustration. After all, the blessings of the Chaos Gods were not infinite. Having fought fiercely against the Empire, he was now witnessing his deity bestow blessings upon his adversaries. And so generously at that, leaving him with an unsettling sense of betrayal. However, the unfolding scene soon made Abaddon realize that he was not the only one feeling betrayed. Another presence was equally affected. The cloud overhead, still brimming with blessings, did not dissipate, following the descent of the red light. As the ships transformed their warriors into embodiments of terror, wielding melee weapons to shatter the chaos entities. Sith and his black-armored vanguards soon discovered that their other hands were beginning to radiate golden light. Meanwhile, the gathered crowd stood utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide in astonishment at the spectacle before them, as if to overshadow the red light and affirm the allegiance of these humans. A second beam of golden light emerged, even more colossal than the first. Abaddon, gazing at the golden radiance, finally slumped back onto his throne, while many Chaos Astartes around him alternated their glances between the escort ship and Abaddon. After all, before the golden light fell, the sole multi-deity champion in this area was Abaddon himself. Now, however, there were 2,000 more. And what was even more shocking than their sheer number was the fact that these multiple champions were two bitter rivals. In all their years, who had ever witnessed the Second of Terror and the Cunning Fox bestowing blessings upon the same group of individuals? Just as the crowd remained in stunned silence, the previously impenetrable tide of chaos began to puncture through with beams of light. The onlookers instinctively turned their gaze to see what new trickery was at play. Yet, when the radiant light finally pierced through the chaos, illuminating the realm of the void, what the Empire and their adversaries beheld was a group enveloped in blazing golden flames. Their weapons shimmering with divine aura, appearing directly at the ship's breach without the protection of any Geller field or vessel. All they needed to do was take a single step forward, and beneath their feet lay the boundless sea of souls. The momentarily seated Abaddon was compelled to rise again at this sight. After all, anyone witnessing 2,000 dual deity champions confronting the realm of chaos in their physical forms would be left questioning their very existence. Abaddon even beheld, at the forefront, a figure shrouded in dark silver that should have appeared battered and forlorn, now restored to pristine condition beneath the golden light, adorned with splendid golden patterns etched by divine energy. The power sword in hand had undergone a dramatic transformation, its hue shifting to a vibrant crimson, radiating an ever-ascending red glow. Abaddon felt that merely gazing upon it was overwhelmingly blinding. Even the explosive gun, despite maintaining its original appearance, astonishingly continued to emit explosive projectiles under the dual influence of golden and crimson hues. How could it still possess ammunition? Abaddon stood in a daze, witnessing the golden and crimson projectiles strike the terrified, fleeing entities of the subspace. Not only did they disintegrate into mere dust, but Abaddon also discerned that these entities, which could typically resurrect infinitely in the subspace, faced a true demise under the Sith's onslaught. This was the reason why the subspace entities, who had previously charged in without fear, were now instantly engulfed in panic and scattered. At that very moment, before the blessed Sith and the Black Watch, the entities realized that any further assault would lead to their absolute annihilation. As the entities fled in utter desperation and the slaughter ceased, the terrifying red light began to rapidly diminish, and the Emperor's golden radiance also started to wane. Yet, the luminous energy that had originally been dispersed among all the Black Watch did not vanish entirely. Instead, it seemed to be guided with intent, converging towards the armor and longsword of the Sith. The golden light merged with the splendid armor, while the crimson glow etched itself into the longsword. Subsequently, amidst the chaos and as both the chaos and imperial forces struggled in the turbulent subspace, a beam of golden light descended once more, liberating the sword-class escort vessel that could not possibly escape the subspace by its own power. Simultaneously, all psychics from both the Chaos and Imperial factions experienced a surge of psychic energy beneath this radiance. They witnessed visions extracted from their minds, transforming into countless prophetic fragments that flowed through the waves of subspace, disseminating throughout the galaxy. Soon after, nearly every telepath in the galaxy, including Chaos sorcerers, sensed a terrifying and even chilling vision, an image of 2,000 mighty warriors confronting the very fabric of space itself. The forces of Chaos and the Empire were left in astonishment, even feeling as though they were still dreaming in the presence of the now-vanished Sith. However, the reactions of the crowd were no longer connected to the Sith. In a secluded corner of the real universe, the once silent, dark galaxy suddenly erupted with violent spatial fluctuations, followed by a flicker of golden light as a battered, smoke-emitting sword-class escort vessel emerged. The vessel was in a state of complete paralysis, with only one auxiliary engine flickering weakly as it slowly approached a distant star system. Residual subspace energy lingered around the ship and within the bridge. A group of survivors finally collapsed onto the ground. Although the crowd lay prostrate, their gazes were fixed in a singular direction. At that moment, atop the bridge, the dark silver figure not only appeared unscathed, but had undergone a remarkable transformation. Most notably, the Sith was now enveloped in a divine radiance of gold and crimson, a true divine light, rather than mere atmospheric illumination. With each rotation of this divine light, the onlookers oscillated between feelings of courage and fervor. Then, their eyes were drawn to the armor adorned with golden patterns and the longsword, now a striking shade of crimson. Even though the owner was their commanding officer, the Sith, the crowd could not help but reveal their envious gazes. Even Anna, who had long been lurking in the shadows without engaging in battle, now appeared as if she had caught sight of a treasure beyond her wildest dreams, tremblingly yearning to caress it with the gentlest of touches. Sith, however, paid little heed to her fascination, as he was presently experiencing a significant enhancement in his own power. It was not until a panel beside the bridge was raised amidst a flurry of sparks that the magnificent galaxy outside the vast viewport illuminated the darkened command center. The Black Sentinels, who had never ventured into space, finally directed their attention to the outside world, beholding the awe-inspiring vistas they had only dared to dream of throughout their lives. Even Sith could not resist turning his gaze toward the depths of the cosmos. Captivated by the celestial spectacle, Davidro, observing the reactions of Sith and the Black Sentinels, could not suppress a wry smile within. Who could have imagined that a group of demigods, who had spent 2 months battling in subspace, had never truly traveled through space? Struggling to rise, Davidro approached the viewport, and in response to the gazes from Sith and the Sentinels, removed his helmet. "Lord Sith, welcome to humanity's 42nd millennium," Davidro announced, stepping aside to reveal the resplendent cosmos and the rift tearing through the galaxy behind him, along with the burning Milky Way. Chapter 49. The charge of 2,000 warriors from subspace in the Empire's dark underbelly. On a certain forge world, steel enveloped the entire planet, unifying all continents into a single entity. A colossal circular furnace spanned half the globe, its molten iron glowing a vibrant orange-red, visible even from space. Countless spacecraft formed hundreds of near-orbital belts, encircling the world, while deep space was dotted with numerous large and small foundry starports. New merchant vessels continuously departed from the docks, ultimately joining the bustling trade route that connected this site to the Empire. Beside the trade route stood an even larger military port, where a new class of sword-class frigate could be seen gracefully entering deep space in a grand ceremony orchestrated by the Mechanicus. As the most significant production base in the entire star sector, this location hosted a multitude of ships belonging to the Imperial Navy and the Mechanicus fleet. The only notable difference from other Forge worlds was the exaggerated number of its garrison fleet. Even the surface was dotted with countless enormous fortresses amidst the endless factories, guarded by innumerable troops of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Astra Militarum, and even Astartes. At that moment, beside a massive anti-orbital cannon resembling a mountain, one could look up to see the towering buildings surrounding the Star Language Court, with ships busily weaving a vast network of communication. The Astra Militarum soldiers glanced up briefly, then disinterestedly returned their gaze to the unappetizing synthetic rations before them. Meanwhile, within the Star Language Court, numerous robed scribes, their faces entirely concealed in the shadows of their garments, diligently recorded the interstellar communications received by the court. The Star Language Court serves as the Empire's institution for galactic communication, primarily relying on psycheers to transmit various images. Completing the exchange of information through prophetic interpretation, a crude understanding could liken it to dream sharing. At this moment, within the heavily fortified realm of metallurgy, the hurried scratching of quills against parchment reverberates, echoing the countless cries for help and warnings emanating from the surrounding star systems. These pleas are steeped in despair, laced with bitterness and curses. Yet, in response to the anguished calls from these imperial worlds, the entirety of the Star Language Court remained silent, merely recording their lamentations, with only the untransmittable rustle of quills as a reply. Another cart laden with parchment is filled, and as 2 mechanical servants push it away, these dense, Desperate appeals are meticulously compiled by a mechanical scribe before being unceremoniously discarded into a machine for obliteration. Subsequently, the scribe uploads the data onto a conveyor belt, watching as this scroll, bearing cold numbers, ascends to higher echelons. The data, after a convoluted journey, ultimately arrives in a grand and opulent hall. A loyal stormtrooper of the tribunal glances at it, too apathetic to even open it, casually tossing it into a nearby golden trash bin. In stark contrast, two judges clad in exquisitely crafted power armor, seated at a lavish long table, elegantly serve fresh cuts of meat with golden utensils. The grotesque and alien entities, which would warrant widespread extermination by the Hive district upon mere sight, are ostentatiously displayed upon their persons. One judge even bears a weapon strikingly reminiscent of a colossal sword wielded by a corporeal demon. The others in the hall refrain from voicing any opinions, for they are core members of the tribunal, capable of initiating a pin stroke that could launch an entire Astartes battle group on a penitent crusade. Their access to imperial intelligence is absolute, even extending to control over it. However, unlike the usual air of ease, this time, the mechanical governor, alongside the generals of the Astral Legion and the Astartes commander, has succumbed to silence, all sharing the judge's grave demeanor. The only sounds within the opulent hall are the clinking of cutlery against exquisite porcelain from some eastern nation of ancient Terra. Finally, the mechanical governor, a massive figure whose visage bears scant resemblance to humanity, breaks the silence with his monotonous electronic voice, stating, "This is a prophecy that spans the galaxy. Whatever information the tribunal may have acquired must be shared in light of the current circumstances." Upon his utterance, both the Astral Legion general and the Astartes commander turn their gazes towards him. Strangely, the two judges do not respond immediately. Instead, they leisurely finish their sauced meat, then raise their goblets to sip their wine. After a moment's exchange of glances, one of the judges, an expert in the realm of the subspace heretics, wipes his hands and, without raising his eyes, remarks, "This prophecy holds no assistance or influence over our predicament. It seems, on some distant battlefield in the dark, a band of mortals has faced the malevolent in subspace for 2 months, ultimately receiving the blessing of the God Emperor." A slight pause accompanies the final sentence, as the notion of both the God Emperor and the terror of the warp bestowing blessings upon a single target is too weighty for any judge to articulate. Furthermore, although a general situation was articulated, the Inquisition, relentless in gathering fragmented details, found even this inquisitor profoundly astonished by the enigmatic mortals, harboring an unspoken fear of disclosing this information to the Imperium's elite. In an empire where interstellar communication relies solely on prophetic dreams, and situated in the shadowed realms devoid of the guiding light of the star beacon, the populace here is utterly bereft of further intelligence regarding the Sith. Yet, even this scant information possesses the potential to upend the understanding of entire star sectors, perhaps even the entirety of the Empire. What does the Inquisition's adage state? In essence, this prophecy narrates a tale of 2,000 warriors emerging from hyperspace. It remains uncertain whether the God Emperor intentionally shields them or if other factors are at play. Despite the Inquisition's exhaustive efforts, they are utterly incapable of uncovering the whereabouts of these formidable individuals and their exaggerated commander, purportedly dispatched by the God Emperor. Ultimately, they can only disseminate intelligence to all Inquisitors, urging them to remain vigilant for any peculiar mortals within their jurisdictions. Faced with this demand, the Inquisitors are left in a state of shock at the horrifying magnitude of the news, while simultaneously cursing the peculiar directive from above. It is not that strange mortals are difficult to find. Rather, in a human empire where the number of mortals has become unquantifiable, one could likely uncover hundreds of billions of oddities with little effort. The mechanized governor, the general of the Astra Militarum, and the commander of the Astartes battle group were all rendered speechless by the Inquisitor's revelation, which proved even more terrifying than the adversaries they had been diligently guarding against, all of whom had already breached their defenses. As they dealt with these obligatory colleagues, 2 Inquisitors were preparing to take their leave when a loyal stormtrooper approached, presenting a report. Upon reviewing the contents, the Inquisitor furrowed his brow, questioning why it was sent to him after being told it wouldn't be. The stormtrooper respectfully delivered the report. It was not a plea for help, but rather information about an Imperial sword-class frigate that had exited hyperspace and crashed onto the 3rd satellite of Omea. Hearing of an outsider, the Inquisitor finally afforded a moment to examine the report. A swift glance confirmed it was merely a standard sword-class frigate, duly marked with the Imperial Navy's insignia, and he casually discarded it into the trash. A warship? In our domain, countless vessels plummet daily. Rather than squander time dispatching personnel for investigation, It would be wiser to ponder the band of warriors foretold in the prophecy. Where might they be? Chapter 50. Omiya 3. Omiya 3. The third satellite of the gaseous planet known as Omiya is too minuscule to support a substantial population. Thus, when a sword-class frigate descended amidst billowing smoke, all eyes in the lone small hive city were drawn to it. Soon, as in other hive worlds characterized by desolation, a convoy stirred up clouds of dust, racing towards the site of the crash. Yet, when the convoy caught sight of the warship shrouded in smoke, the exhilaration of a potential prize was abruptly extinguished as the emergency brake lights blazed to life. The driver of the foremost off-road vehicle, skeptical and undeterred, raised his binoculars for a closer look, only to widen his eyes in astonishment and exclaim into the intercom, "Wait, are there living beings inside?" The intercom crackled with an eruption of startled exclamations, prompting several individuals to open their car doors and stand in disbelief. After all, the magnitude of the descent left them pondering what manner of beings could possibly survive such a catastrophic fall. As they discerned the dark silhouettes standing amidst the billowing smoke of the ravaged warship, a mix of trepidation crept into the voices over the intercom. Could they be the xenomorphs? The moment those words were uttered, the previously chaotic intercom fell into a profound silence. After a brief pause, all eyes turned toward the rear. On a specially modified armored vehicle, a young, lower-tier noblewoman, her expression rife with struggle, gazed intently at the warship that likely harbored a wealth of supplies. At last, under the watchful eyes of the convoy, the noblewoman, having confirmed her suspicions, seized the intercom, approached cautiously. "To my knowledge, those xenomorphs are not of a dark hue." The convoy sighed in relief. Yet as they observed the dark figures now clearly aware of their presence, their apprehension surged once more. Regardless of whether they were xenomorphs or even human, a group that had survived such calamity appeared decidedly sinister. Before long, as the first vehicle roared forward with determination, the convoy proceeded with utmost caution toward the dark figures. Upon their realization of being observed, the silhouettes rose to their feet. A contingent of soldiers clad in the Empire's fully enclosed combat attire, armed with sophisticated thermal rifles, came into view. The intercom buzzed with chatter, dissipating the initial tension. Concurrently, the noblewoman's vehicle accelerated to the forefront. The vehicle halted, and the noblewoman excitedly disembarked, only to be met by the unfamiliar insignia on the soldier's shoulders and the strange ash pouring from the warship like quicksand. The corpses of the subspace aberrations disintegrated into ash upon entering the material universe, and now, only as the warship descended, did they flow upon the land. Should an inquisitor of heresy have been present to witness this scene, the shock they would experience would surely surpass the tremors foretold by psychic prophecies. After all, it had never been documented that a warship could be so overwhelmed by the ashes of subspace aberrations that its entire interior became filled with them. It is worth noting that even a sword-class frigate measures in kilometers. Yet the noblewoman remained oblivious to these details. Her curiosity was piqued by the silent, unfamiliar stellar soldiers and the growing mound of ash behind them. Striving to maintain her noble decorum, she politely addressed them in the elevated Gothic tone, indicative of her aristocratic lineage. "Esteemed gentlemen, have you descended here as a result of your battle with the xenomorphs?" With palpable anticipation, it seemed that even the mere acknowledgement of the Imperial forces still engaging the xenomorphs would invigorate their spirits. The noblewoman, noting the warship that bore the scars of a fierce battle, felt her complexion flush with excitement. Our local Star Language Council recently issued numerous distress calls, requesting that the sector dispatch even a contingent of planetary defense forces from other worlds. To her astonishment, the noblewoman's expression grew increasingly grim, culminating in sheer disbelief, rendering her speechless. Upon observing that merely 2,000 individuals stood before her, she felt no joy, even if they were not mere defense troops, but rather the elite of the Astral Army. After a prolonged silence, perhaps fearful of an awkward lull or inciting discord, she mustered a feeble smile and inquired, "Are you the planetary defense forces dispatched for reinforcements?" However, the Black Sentinels offered no reply. They merely cast a glance at the noblewoman, confirming she posed no threat, and gradually stepped aside. As the path cleared, the noblewoman understood that the true leader of this contingent was about to reveal themselves. She was poised to project a more genuine smile, yet when the figures behind the formation came into view, a collective gasp echoed among the local populace. Many individuals even sank to their knees. Had they encountered the Sith? No, they had beheld Divero. The divine monarch had finally sent his angel. The crowd erupted with excitement, and even the noblewoman was rendered speechless, struggling to suppress her trembling form, desperately attempting to exhibit utmost reverence. Yet, to her astonishment, Devereaux merely glanced at the throng of mortals before quietly stepping aside. The noblewoman's eyes widened in disbelief. He stepped aside. She turned her gaze to see the Sith behind Devereaux, brandishing the crimson blade she had only recently become acquainted with. The sight of the Sith intensified her shock. Even as a minor noble, she recognized that the gilded silver armor and the crimson longsword were beyond her wildest imaginings. The inexplicable fervor emanating from the sword, a legendary weapon of blessing, stirred within her an overwhelming urge to kneel. After all, this singular sword could purchase 10 Omiya 3 units. Indeed, for those with a discerning eye, the quantity would soar to 1,000. To the truly knowledgeable, they would exclaim, "What sword? I have never seen it." Do not inquire further. Unbeknownst to the noblewoman, she could only speculate about the Sith's true identity. The Sith approached, surveying the local nobles, then smiled and remarked, "Planetary Defense Forces? We could be considered as such." The noblewoman was taken aback, while Devereaux internally rolled his eyes. Although the Sith's statement was not entirely inaccurate, given their origins from the Planetary Defense Forces, the question remained, which defense force could lay siege to the Watchstar, then plunge into the Revenge Soul, cleaving their way through before emerging again? Ultimately, they had even spent 2 months in the subspace, to the extent that the terror of the cosmos was elated to shower blessings upon them. Indeed, while others had to find their own way out of subspace, this individual had been personally escorted by the divine monarch himself. Yet, observing the reactions of the local populace, Devereaux mused that the place from which his kin had been dispatched might not be the most favorable. Nevertheless, he found it hard to believe it could be worse than the Watchstar. As David momentarily paused, his expression faltering, he scrutinized the peculiar crowd before him. With his understanding of the Divine Emperor, a sense of hesitation gradually emerged in his eyes. Surely not. Chapter 51. Can this battleship be repaired? The convoy kicked up dust as it sped away from the battleship. Unfortunately, this expedition yielded no provisions. Instead, it only added 2,000 more mouths to an already underfed camp. As for the battleship, aside from an endless array of strange ashes, there was not a morsel of food to be found. Meanwhile, the local inhabitants gazed curiously at the silent soldiers known as the Black Watch, pondering what they had endured that had led to the complete depletion of edible supplies aboard the vessel. Yet, aside from Sis, the Black Watch showed little interest in anyone else, leaving the convoy to escort this peculiar group back to their camp. In the midst of the convoy, Sis found himself alone in the spacious rear seat of a noblewoman's carriage. Listening attentively as she cautiously introduced their circumstances, "We have severed ties with the sector government for quite some time and are only aware of the unrest caused by alien entities in several nearby worlds. Although our territory is modest, the cessation of communication has inexplicably resulted in a surge of heretical cults, all seemingly consolidated. Even the governor has isolated himself at the tower's summit, completely disregarding the affairs below." The noblewoman's expression turned somewhat enigmatic as she glanced at her trusted aide, who could serve as the driver, before lowering her voice slightly to Sis. "It is said that the governor has succumbed to the cult. After all, as a commander of mysterious prowess capable of commanding 10 Omiya with a single hand, she felt compelled to share all the knowledge she possessed." As Sis absorbed the unfamiliar name Omiya, he diligently racked his brain, ultimately concluding that it referred to an obscure little star system he had never heard of. Moving forward, whether he sought to contact the sector government or devise a means to return to space, he required further information about this unfamiliar sector. Yet, when Sis attempted to inquire further, he found himself unable to extract more details based on the limited knowledge of this lowly noblewoman. Suppressing a sigh, he inwardly criticized, the Divine Emperor could have at least provided clearer guidance. Having gleaned a basic understanding of the situation on Omiya 3, it appeared that the conditions here mirrored those of all Imperial worlds in conflict. A nondescript satellite serving an unknown Forge world, embroiled in warfare whose origins were shrouded in ambiguity, while the underbelly was suffused with cults of uncertain allegiances. In a realm rife with illiteracy, the upper echelons remained indifferent to the plight of the common folk, leading to the possibility of annihilation by Imperial forces for a myriad of absurd reasons the following day. While today, Imperial workers toiled away, producing essential supplies. Abandoning the intention to inquire further, Sis gazed out at the swiftly receding world beyond the window, resolving instead to find a way to enter the Star Language Hall within the heart of the capital. As the convoy gradually approached an abandoned flatland town, a city established on even terrain rather than a chaotic assembly of towering buildings, Shisi finally withdrew his thoughts from contemplation of the next step. He even found an unexpected sense of familiarity in this city. After all, the roads were no longer winding and undulating, but instead bore the straightness and smoothness of his memories. Upon parking, They found themselves before a grand edifice where numerous civilians were igniting flames and preparing an abundance of hot meals. As Shishi alighted from the vehicle, the noblewoman, adhering to aristocratic customs, graciously opened the door for him. While attending to Shishi's disembarkation, she introduced, "We have prepared hot meals for everyone. Please, my lord, do enter and dine." Upon entering the building, a vast array of hot food lay before them. However, upon closer inspection, the fare turned out to be mere starch blocks boiled in diluted nutrient solution. It was uncertain whether salt had been added, as the dish was nearly devoid of any fat or flavor. Shishi was momentarily taken aback, while the noblewoman displayed a hint of embarrassment, her demeanor slightly awkward. "We have been cut off from the star sector for far too long, so we truly have little in the way of provisions. I hope for your understanding, my lord. However, rest assured, these starches are entirely natural biostarch, with no chemical waste added." The noblewoman spoke cautiously, and Anna, overhearing her, muttered a remark about inefficiency. Shishi waved his hand dismissively, engaging in a few perfunctory pleasantries before taking a seat and beginning to eat. At this moment, there was no room for niceties or deference. Not only had they endured 2 months of arduous travel, but the meager rations aboard the ship were hardly sufficient. Furthermore, in this unfamiliar environment, Shishi and his black sentinels needed to replenish their strength as much as possible. Observing the unabashed manner of Shishi and his companions, the noblewoman caught sight of the civilians around them, who were swallowing nervously in envy, and gestured for the crowd not to interfere. She intended to remain with Shishi until he finished, but the sudden roar of engines outside drew her attention. Her expression tightened, and a flicker of fear flashed in her eyes as she disregarded Shishi and turned to exit the building. Although the door was shut, the cacophony of terrified cries and sporadic gunfire soon echoed from outside. Anna glanced toward the door, contemplating whether to inquire if Shishi would intervene, but upon looking back, she found not only Shishi but also Bunnik and Davidro wholly absorbed in their meal, consuming every drop of the starchy porridge. Seeing this, Anna refrained from speaking further, not wishing to disturb these formidable individuals who had just emerged from 2 months in the subspace. However, another group outside had different intentions. With a resounding bang, the door swung open, and a contingent of local defense forces, marked by chaotic 8-pointed stars etched upon their bodies, strode in unceremoniously. Upon noticing the large barrels of hot food, their faces contorted with greed. "You claim there is no food. What then are these?" The commanding officer turned to the noblewoman with a smirk, while a soldier behind him, with a face that betrayed his anxiousness, pointed inside and exclaimed, "Commander, there are still people in here." With a soft sound, he turned back to look, and there he beheld a peculiar assembly of elite black-clad soldiers sitting quietly. Among them an Astartes. The moment the commander caught sight of Davidro, he nearly collapsed, yet he gritted his teeth and held firm. For he understood that not only were these strange soldiers present in the room, but even Davidro was awaiting a young man clad in gilded silver armor, who was meticulously placing the last remnants of a powdered morsel into his mouth, ensuring that no food was wasted. Only then did Syeth raise his gaze. As his eyes fell upon the recently defected planetary defense troops, the 2,000 black sentinels simultaneously turned their heads, fixing their stares upon the officer. It is difficult to articulate how a gaze can be lethal, yet the commander at the entrance, along with the accompanying defectors, felt their hearts nearly cease under the weight of those penetrating eyes. They then watched as these 2,000 peculiar strangers neatly set aside their energy-based weapons and drew forth their blades. Although the residual blessings that adorned the Black Sentinels had already flowed into Syeth's powered armor and longsword, they were merely ordinary mortals who had endured 100 apocalyptic wars. Nevertheless, as they brandished their swords, the rebel commander, witnessing this spectacle, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. There was scarcely a word to be uttered, for when the last member of the planetary defense force fell, the surrounding noblewomen and commoners fell into complete silence. After all, anyone observing 2,000 individuals wielding cold steel to slaughter over 10,000 armed soldiers without harm would surely question their own sanity. Only Syeth, gazing at the heavily fortified nest brimming with artillery not far away, and the star-language terrace that graced the summit, pondered momentarily before speaking. "Earlier, you mentioned that your establishment specializes in producing materials for warships?" The noblewoman, struggling to pull her gaze from the Black Sentinels busy collecting ammunition, managed to nod at Syeth, albeit with some hesitation. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Syeth turned sharply, pointing towards the distant area still shrouded in smoke. "Then can you repair that warship?" "Noblewoman, Davidro. And Bunnik?" "Anna. Ground tanks are vehicles. Surely, space warships must be vehicles as well?" Chapter 52. I cannot open the door alone. Before the solitary nest of Omiya 3, an eclectic group of civilians stood alongside the 2,000 black-clad soldiers. Before them, Syth surveyed the nest, while the noblewoman, Yuva, stood behind him, facing the enigmatic commander of the Planetary Defense Force with utmost caution. Slightly bowing, she endeavored to lower her posture as much as possible and cautiously spoke. I observed the warship earlier. It is a standard sword-class frigate. Though merely a frigate, my personnel can manage its repairs quite well. Unless we can mobilize the entirety of Omiya 3, I cannot guarantee the outcome. As Yuva spoke, she carefully scrutinized Syth, for even disregarding the 10 Omiya 3 vessels that accompanied him. The recent massacre of 2,000 cold steel against 10,000 armed soldiers indicated an irrefutable imbalance of power and status between the two factions. Observing that Sith displayed no dissatisfaction with her inability to meet his demands, Yuva's expression softened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she mustered her courage to continue. Moreover, allow me to remind you, my lord, that setting aside whether the Omiya 3 alone can fully repair the warship, even if it can be repaired, a vessel that has plummeted to the surface lacks the power necessary to escape gravity and ascend into space. Unless we not only completely restore the ship's engine, but also provide at least 5 times the power required. You need not concern yourself with the issue of power. Sith finally interjected, his tone entirely indifferent. Yuva, witnessing Sith's unwavering resolve to repair the warship on the surface, felt her expression freeze. For she could not comprehend why such immense effort would be expended to restore a ship that was fundamentally incapable of flight. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yuva suggest that it would require merely 5 times the power to ascend, Sith found himself unexpectedly worried that the excess power might be excessive. Yuva refrained from further comment, resignedly lowering her head. She lacked the audacity to continue opposing Sith's views. Sith then pointed towards the considerably smaller Nest City and inquired, "What is the strength of the garrison within the Nest City?" Yuva, taken aback, raised her head, hesitating to respond. Instead, she instinctively glanced at the 2,000 men under Sith's command, then shifted her gaze towards the Nest City. After a moment of contemplation, she even furrowed her brow, mentally adding her own over 1,000 personnel to the equation. However, as she assessed the situation, her face revealed no signs of anticipation. Instead, incredulity began to manifest as her cheeks twitched. It was only when Sith, slightly frowning, turned his head back towards her that Yuva, with a face drained of color, despondently stated, "There are at least 1 million defense troops inside, with around 50,000 elite mercenaries among them. With our mere 3,000, we would scarcely be able to breach the gate." Noticing that Yuva seemed to believe she was to be sacrificed as cannon fodder, Sith cast her a glance. He interrupted her directly. "What about heavy firepower?" "Heavy firepower is scarce. The vast majority has been dispatched by the governor to assault other rebellious strongholds. Currently, the Nest City only possesses some fixed gun emplacements and infantry heavy weaponry." Sith nodded. "So, it follows that the primary defensive strength within consists solely of infantry?" Yuva found Sith's focus peculiar. While his statement was not incorrect, the disparity in numbers, over 1 million against their mere 3,000, rendered the distinction moot, regardless of whether they faced infantry alone. Through Yuva's reaction, Sith gleaned the answer and withdrew his gaze, striding directly towards the Nest City. The 2,000 black-clad sentinels promptly followed suit. Witnessing Sith's determination to assault the Nest City, Yuva's expression became utterly rigid. Unsure of whether to bring her own militia, which could not even defeat their defensive troops, she reluctantly approached. "My lord, you need not bring them." Just as Yuva began to speak, she was cut off by Sith. Stunned, she observed him walking alone and finally grasped the situation. This group intended to conquer a Nest City with merely 2,000 men. Moreover, as Yuva scrutinized the faces of the soldiers, she noted that none exhibited shock. Rather, they all appeared to accept this endeavor as a matter of course. Yuva began to question whether it was they who were under an illusion, or if it was she who had fallen into a delusion. Because of such an exaggerated situation, none of these individuals seemed to perceive any issue. Their expressions appeared to convey, the opposing side merely comprises a modest stronghold, while we boast a formidable force of 2,000. Is it not entirely reasonable to overpower them? Yuva, witnessing this scene, felt her mind become somewhat muddled. Until the distant gates of the stronghold began to react, she reluctantly approached. After all, Sith had already annihilated 10,000 members of the defense forces. And faced with the impending retaliation from the governor, Yuva desperately needed Sith's assistance in defense. She could not bear to watch Sith lead her men to their demise. Hastily advancing, Yuva promptly expressed, "My lord, the gates ahead are firmly shut, and we lack any heavy artillery attacking at this moment." Her words abruptly ceased. For under her gaze, dozens of black-clad sentinels donned the final batch of jetpacks, adjusting their heat rifles to long-range sniper mode specifically designed to target mortals. At that moment, the traitorous defense forces on the distant walls erupted into raucous laughter. They had long taken note of Sis and her company, and seeing them seemingly intent on launching an attack with what appeared to be 2,000 soldiers, they could no longer suppress their mockery. Numerous individuals stood atop the walls, making various humiliating gestures towards Sis and her companions. The sheer audacity of their actions caused even Yuva to blush and avert her gaze. However, Sis remained unfazed by this spectacle, patiently awaiting the readiness of the jet soldiers, watching as dozens ascended into the sky. Subsequently, the rifles transformed into a barrage akin to a Gatling gun, not in the sense of mechanical delight, but rather, the exaggerated speed at which dozens of soldiers fired without aiming coalesced into a sweeping laser that obliterated the walls. The once mocking defenders were nearly wiped out in an instant, with only those who had huddled at the back remaining unscathed. Yet, witnessing their comrades fall to the ground at the slightest exposure instilled a profound terror in the survivors. An officer observed this extraordinary scene, momentarily paralyzed, instinctively swallowing hard. Then, glancing at his position further back, he felt a wave of overwhelming dread mixed with relief. Turning to face the rear guard, he struggled to suppress his trembling voice. Fortunately, we are positioned at the back. The officer sought some reassurance from the soldiers behind him. However, upon looking back, he was met with the sight of pale-faced soldiers, all wide-eyed and gazing skyward. The officer stiffened, slowly turning, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, and followed their gaze. The peculiar black soldiers soared higher into the sky, their view now unobstructed, aiming their heat rifles at them. Then, one of the black soldiers gestured towards the gates with his rifle. The meaning was unmistakable. The officer struggled to avert his gaze, and facing the terrified inquiries from the soldiers beside him, he momentarily faltered, then snapped. What are you all staring at? I cannot open the gates alone. Chapter 53. My gates are impenetrable. What? The stronghold gates have been breached? What? The lower garrison has defected on the spot? What? The central garrison has also betrayed us? Wait, you're not suggesting that the nest has betrayed us, are you? Haha, I always believed the nest's defenders were trustworthy. What do you mean by it's all over? At the top of the tower, a corpulent noble reclined in his opulent chamber, surrounded by precious collectibles, with a lavish lunch of naturally grown crops spread across the table. Even this sumptuous giant bed behind him concealed a dozen languid, graceful figures beneath its soft covers. Yet, at that moment, none of these splendid things could stir his interest. He struggled to prop up his rotund form, peering through his artificial eyes at the incessant reports being delivered before him. The commander standing before him wore a pallid expression. Not only was the governor bewildered by the unfolding events, but even he, the military overseer, was equally perplexed by the circumstances. After all, from the moment the first report arrived to the time the commander reached the tower's summit to provide his account, the nest had inexplicably changed allegiances. The governor's countenance displayed shock. Despite a life of luxury rife with intrigue and betrayal, having climbed to the position of planetary governor, his intelligence and emotional acumen far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. However, this brief moment of astonishment quickly dissipated, and he refrained from inquiring further about the situation below. Instead, he turned to his military chief, his expression stern. Immediately seal all doors at the tower's summit and completely cut off the water supply. Once our heavy artillery units return, these traitors will find themselves with no escape. The governor calmly made the most prudent decision, and the military chief promptly set about executing it. As he prepared to leave, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and he hesitantly voiced his concern. The gates below have been breached. Can our summit doors withstand the assault? Rather than expressing anger at the doubt, the governor's initially tense features relaxed. He even returned to the dining table, spearing a piece of roasted meat from an unknown creature, enjoying it while declaring, "My doors are indomitable." At the apex of the nest, a multitude of defense forces stood resolutely under the barrage of sniper fire from Gatling guns, suddenly awakened to their predicament. The Black Sentinels had temporarily deployed to exert control over the troops. Meanwhile, Anna's servo-cranium scanned the ranks of soldiers adorned with octograms, diligently searching for any signs of subspace fluctuations. Yet, after another sweep, the data yielded the same result. These rebels had never made contact with subspace. In other words, despite their octogram insignia, they remained ordinary mortals. As the Sith awaited the breach by Deviro, he scrutinized the report sent by Anna. Unlike Bunnock, who seemed relaxed, the Sith furrowed his brow. What kind of battlefield would deter even chaos from intervening? Silently, he lamented the absurdity of it all. An entire planet had willingly descended into chaos, yet after sacrificing a considerable amount of time, he was told that subspace would not come here. Faced with a battlefield that even chaos deemed worthless, the Sith could hardly fathom what awaited him in the void of space. After a moment of venting, Zeiss exhaled deeply, reassured that these mortals remained unscathed. He spoke, instructing the factories of Zhongqiao and Xiangqiao to resume operations, so that the soldiers might swiftly be outfitted in new uniforms. Furthermore, he commanded the immediate incineration of all garments adorned with blasphemous symbols and graffiti. Although Yua did not comprehend the reason behind the blasphemy of these designs, she turned to arrange the production tasks at the factory. Bunok also bowed and set off to execute the orders. And soon the sounds of countless garments being shed echoed before the tower's peak, among which were many female soldiers. Yet, Zeiss had no time to regard this astonishing scene. After issuing his commands, he stepped closer to the formidable door that had resisted Davidro's efforts for an entire day, and he inquired, "Are you capable of this?" Davidro did not express dissatisfaction towards Zeiss. Instead, he gazed at the charred door, his eyes betraying a silent acknowledgement of the wealth of the canine nobility. Without contemplating further methods to breach the door, Davidro stood up, stating, "This door is laced with precious gold." Precious gold? Zeiss and even Anna were taken aback. After all, precious gold was regarded as one of the Empire's most luxurious materials, even a strategic resource. It was astonishing that such a remote world as this small nest would employ it to forge a door. Observing Davidro's immediate resignation, Zeiss felt a pang of urgency. He yearned to uncover the true nature of this realm that even chaos was reluctant to engage with. Rising to his feet, he regarded the massive door and gestured to Davidro, "Allow me." Davidro was momentarily stunned, astonished that Zeiss might possess a means to breach the door. However, a realization struck him, prompting him to step aside. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Zeiss approached the imposing entrance. As Davidro cleared a path, a hidden communicator emitted an uncontrollable burst of mocking laughter. The mechanical, modulated voice conveyed a tone rife with derision. "If even the Emperor's angels cannot succeed, do you truly believe yourself capable?" The governor's voice was laden with mockery, as he relished the confirmation that even Davidro could not breach the door. Feeling a sense of vindication for the considerable resources he had expended to construct it, this door, crafted by the mechanical priests of the forging world, was virtually impregnable, unless the God Emperor himself, or perhaps the Corpse Emperor, were to come in person. Otherwise, none could hope to breach his door. The governor reveled in this realization, for nothing brought greater satisfaction than witnessing one's adversary falter. Meanwhile, Zeiss raised his hand and fired, shattering the concealed communicator. He then set down his explosive firearm, resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword. With a gentle draw, a brilliant red glow emanated from the blade, radiating forth before the steadfast door. Before the astonished crowd, Zeiss, clad in resplendent silver armor, wielded a lightsaber aglow with crimson light. Under the watchful gaze of all, including the increasingly wide-eyed governor behind the door, he drove the blade into the seemingly indestructible barrier as if it were a branding iron. Miraculously, the metal, interwoven with precious gold, began to liquefy, flowing like molten iron around the blade. Then, a slow severance ensued, as the Sith wielded the crimson blade to completely melt the hinges of the grand door. With a dull roar, the door collapsed evenly backward, revealing the soldiers who had long since taken cover. As the lingering smoke dissipated, the Sith strode through the threshold, encountering the governor, whose face remained stoic and expressionless. He glanced at the ruined door and then at the Sith, before adopting a demeanor that suggested indifference. Raising his head in silence, "Do you dare to call this a sword?" Chapter 54. The Divine Emperor. Use it to the utmost. Return your door. Return your door. Brannock, with fists comparable to sandbags, struck the governor's rotund belly again and again. Had it not been for a previous life extension procedure coupled with some mechanical enhancements, the governor would have been pummeled into a pulp by Brannock's blows. Yet, despite his body covered in bruises, the governor merely grit his teeth, glaring with eyes full of hatred, fixating on Brannock. More precisely, he was locked onto the silent figure of the Sith behind Brannock. Seeing the governor remain unyielding, Brannock's fury reached its peak, and just as he prepared to strike once more, the Sith raised a hand to halt him. "Enough, do not concern yourself with him," the Sith declared. Despite his displeasure towards the governor, Brannock had no choice but to retract his hand. He then turned his gaze towards the Sith, who disregarded the governor's gaze filled with animosity, instead moving to a side where another grand door awaited. As Anna retracted her auxiliary mechanical arm, the door, previously sealed by the governor, gradually opened with renewed energy supply. Sunlight streamed through, illuminating the vast and opulent hall, where at the center of a circular staircase, a woman devoid of eyes floated in midair, surrounded by numerous hollow stone pillars and a quivering human form bound in layers of restraints. The hall's serene mystery, juxtaposed with the confined human within the pillars, created a stark contrast of the sacred and the sinister. This hall, with its singular strength, sustained the Empire's communications throughout the galaxy. The woman, known as the Star Speaker, was the source of psychic energy, while the terrified living beings encased within the pillars served as psychic batteries. This place was the Star Speaker's court. It remained unclear why the governor had sealed the Star Speaker's court. However, he was merely a noble. I effortlessly bypassed the locking mechanism using my mechanical priestly authority. Anna, with a hint of pride, raised her head. Perhaps due to her limited exposure to the teachings of the mechanical priesthood and her continuous companionship with the Sith, she often exhibited fleeting emotions characteristic of ordinary humans. The Sith nodded, acknowledging Anna's accomplishments, then disregarded the changing expression of the governor behind him and stepped inside. With the Sith's acknowledgement, Anna's joy intensified, and she hurriedly took a couple of steps forward to begin calibrating the control panel of the Star Speaker's court. Give me some time, and I will be able to directly broadcast the galaxy's communications. While Anna busied herself at the console, the Sith surveyed the grand hall before him. Although the servo-cranial was essentially a skull filled with electronic apparatus, compared to the living beings used as batteries before him, the Sith found the servo-cranial to be somewhat more humane. At this moment, within the celestial language pavilion, only Zeiss and Anna remained, while outside stood Bunnik and the bound governor. Observing Anna's rapid and fervent tapping, the governor's expression surprisingly did not evolve into fear. Instead, it gradually transformed into a semblance of madness and even anticipation. Finally, as Zeiss completed a circuit around the grand hall and returned near the control console, Anna abruptly lifted her head, her face alight with joy as she prepared to speak. However, the cacophony that surged into the celestial language pavilion instantly drowned out her excitement. They have departed. Our planet's governor and the state pastor have already left. Not even the army remained for us. The Empire has abandoned us, leaving us to face the slaughter by the Talius aliens alone. Where's the army that was supposed to save us from the alien onslaught? We declare independence. I repeat, we officially announce our separation from the Empire. Despairing cries from countless worlds filled the airwaves, with broadcasts echoing throughout the star sector. Almost every communication was steeped in despair, hatred, and rage. Indeed, each message invariably culminated in a profound sense of hopelessness and resentment towards the Empire itself. For having merely listened to this brief tumult, both those within the Grand Hall, including Zeiss, and the others outside, swiftly grasped a singular truth. The region they inhabited had seemingly been systematically forsaken by the Empire. Moreover, this abandonment occurred in the face of a terrifying alien adversary. Outside, the resentful governor gazed at Zeiss and the others in astonishment, finally breaking into a hearty laugh, tears streaming down his face, as if he had witnessed the most absurd spectacle. Did you not foresee this? Even the aliens would never directly forsake an entire star sector's populace. Yet, the Empire you speak of has done precisely that. The governor's countenance grew frenzied, and after cursing the Empire, a desperate yearning for redemption resurfaced upon his rotund visage, reflecting the collapse of his worldview. Praise the Savior. Bang! The governor's frenzied call was abruptly silenced by gunfire, and all eyes turned towards Zeiss, whose expression had turned profoundly somber as he approached the control console of the celestial language pavilion. Amidst the relentless echoes of resentment and despair, Zeiss calmly deactivated the communicator. As the sound vanished, the pinnacle of the tower seemed to return to a serene and sunny state. Yet, confronted by the gaze of his black sentinels, Zeiss felt a sinking sensation deep within. The alert star was indeed grim, but humanity's 42nd millennium was characterized by an unending series of wars, each more devastating than the last. No need to inquire further with the governor. Zeiss already comprehended his position. Omea 3 may be obscure, but the star sector it occupied was anything but. For this was Octalius, a realm spanning an entire star sector, boasting hundreds of thousands of star systems, not merely a tribe, a garbage city, or a green tide, but a verdant nation bearing the name of the Empire. It was also a place where humanity's dubious machinations intertwined with the Tyranid swarm. Why is it called nurturing the goo? Due to the incessant increase of the green skins and the Tyranids, both of whom have become formidable adversaries. They have been engaged in a relentless conflict in Octarius for an unfathomable number of years. Faced with these dread opponents, the Empire's ultimate decision was not to devise a means to eradicate or contain them, but rather to relinquish an entire region, allowing the imperial world within to languish and perish. They retreated to a so-called unbreakable line of interstellar defense, which is, in truth, a fragile barrier waiting to be breached. Currently, the planet Omnia 3, where Zeiss resides, lies within the abandoned territory of the Empire. This implies that if Zeiss does not find a way to depart swiftly, he will soon be confronted by countless billions, whose rate of extermination far exceeds that of the greenskins sprouting from the earth or the Tyranids hatching from their breeding pools. It is crucial to recognize that the sheer volume of greenskins and Tyranids in Octarius is beyond comparison with that of a mere Sentinel world. When the Tyrant biological warships, capable of filling an entire star system's void, arrive, they will impart upon every overconfident enemy the essence of boundless despair, particularly as both the greenskins and the Tyranids share the common trait of growing stronger through the annihilation of one another. The carnage they inflict only serves to amplify their numbers, akin to nurturing a venomous creature. When the day arrives that they determine the victor and escape Octarius, the implications will extend far beyond a single planet or even a star sector. Even Guilliman will have no choice but to abandon all other matters and summon every available force to confront this terrifying abomination birthed by human hands. Zeiss then comprehended why the governor, despite fervently praying to the dark deities, received no response from the subspace horrors. In the face of the Tyrant's inexhaustible biological weaponry, the forces of chaos, regardless of the resources expended, would suffer grievous losses. Even the most fearsome entities exhibited a chilling indifference. After all, the actions of chaos ultimately distill to the torment of souls, yet the Tyranids possess no souls. Now, with this understanding, whenever Zeiss reflects on how the God Emperor, who had appeared to commend him, subsequently cast him into this dire predicament, he is left with an overwhelming sense of speechlessness. Even the distant sounds of cannon fire from the Hive City barely draw his attention. It was not until Yuva rushed in, frantic to inform him of the returning heavy artillery forces, that Zeiss finally concluded his silent gratitude to the God Emperor, inhaled deeply, and stepped out of the Grand Hall. While Yuva was anxious, Zeiss raised his hand, dismissing the trivial skirmishes of the rebellious factions. He turned his gaze towards the downed escort ship, and, despite Yuva's evident disbelief, he spoke up. Disregarding propulsion, firepower, and defense, he simply requested that the warship be sealed and repaired, ensuring that its engines, artillery, and systems were operational. Can you manage this with just this Hive City? Yuva, taken aback, listened to Zeiss's peculiar request, pondering the utility of such a vessel if none of its essential attributes were deemed important. Observing the extraordinary spectacle of 2,000 individuals effortlessly conquering the entire Nest City, Yuva exhibited no signs of bewilderment. Rather, she pondered deeply for an extended moment before finally nodding affirmatively. Indeed. Chapter 55. I contemplate that this should pose no issue outside the main nest of Omiya. A labyrinth of trenches sprawled across the earth. Heavily armed forces were stationed throughout, accompanied by a multitude of soldiers in transit. Behind these trenches, thousands of large-caliber artillery pieces stood poised. At this moment, all these formidable weapons aimed their barrels high, targeting the Nest City, which had once again unfurled the banner of the Empire. Several soldiers stood beside the artillery, vigorously gnawing on compressed starch while their curious gazes fixated on the Nest City, questioning how it could have fallen so swiftly despite the absence of any Imperial fleet. Yet, as soldiers, they remained oblivious to the true meaning of the chaotic eight-pointed star adorning their helmets, let alone the intricate details surrounding the city's downfall. Only at the rear of the front lines, within the heart of a camp, did several officers still clad in the uniforms of the defense forces observe the distant Nest City with a sense of amusement. Do you think the governor has perished? One officer inquired nonchalantly, while others around him displayed indifference, their eyes hinting at a subtle anticipation. It was not that they yearned to continue serving the Empire. Rather, should the governor meet his demise, those wielding military power could ascend further in authority. As the officers exchanged casual remarks, the foremost middle-aged officer gazed intently at the Nest City, his brow furrowing deeper. Noticing his silence, the others gradually quieted, their curiosity piqued as they followed his gaze, scrutinizing the Nest City to discern what might be amiss. Aside from the change of banners, the Nest City remained as bustling as ever. The sole distinction lay in the sight of a crashed warship visible beyond the Nest City, surrounded by a flurry of construction activities. Eventually, after observing for a time, the middle-aged officer's expression grew more troubled. What are they doing? Are they repairing the warship? He muttered under his breath, his uncertainty evident. The other officers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting perplexity. After all, they hailed from Omiya 3 and had lived amidst warships. They may not have been literate, but their understanding of naval vessels was profound. It was common knowledge that such a warship could never ascend against the force of gravity from the surface. No one knew how to respond, and after a prolonged gaze, the middle-aged officer finally averted his eyes. Prepare our forces. Once it is confirmed that the governor is dead, we shall advance. As for the warship, we need not concern ourselves with a bunch of fools. With that, he turned to leave, prompting the officers behind him to salute promptly. Casting derisive glances towards the Nest City, which was operating at full capacity, following the officers' dismissive remarks. Meanwhile, within the Nest City, Zeiss paid no heed to the mere hundreds of thousands of rebellious forces outside. His focus was solely on inspecting the production lines, determined to devise a means of escape before either Thailand or the Greenskins arrived. The vast factory of the Nest, filled with the hissing of steam and lacking adequate ventilation, enveloped Sith in a humid and stifling atmosphere as he walked through its confined depths. The relentless perspiration clung to his body, soaking his garments and adhering tightly to his skin. Surrounding him, a bustling throng of workers, somewhat cramped in their movements, included numerous youthful apprentices, their innocence still evident. Amidst this chaotic environment, where the oppressive humidity was nearly unbearable for Sith, one could find in various corners small contraptions crafted from assorted materials, diligently collecting steam and condensing it into pure water. During brief moments of respite, these workers, accustomed to their plight, would sip from their containers of tainted water while carefully storing the purified liquid, preparing to bring home some starchy substance made from chemical byproducts for their families. Even this dubious sustenance, known to shorten one's lifespan, was woefully insufficient for the workers, let alone for the ravenous children waiting at home. Sith surveyed his surroundings, breathing in the pungent amalgam of sweat and various noxious chemical fumes, and at last gleaned a glimpse into the daily toil of the Empire's laborers. Remarkably, this environment was not the most arduous, but rather a middle tier of the Nest. A resounding clang echoed as a massive hammer struck a thick armor plate, sending sparks flying in all directions. Observing the molten breach in his uniform, Sith noted how the surrounding workers, scarred and disabled, remained utterly unfazed. With a sigh of resignation, he focused his attention and ascended towards the upper reaches of the factory. The oppressive heat persisted, yet the ventilation system here was perhaps more effective, and the absence of the crowded laborers allowed the air to regain a semblance of neutrality. Even near the vents, a faint whisper of external coolness could be felt. At his destination, Waaagh, a noble of questionable merit, stood before a colossal blueprint of a warship, staring in disbelief at Anna's design. "Are you certain, my lord? This is a spacecraft, and we merely need to weld the armor plates?" Yua's eyes widened, overwhelmed by the challenge to his understanding. Opposite him, Anna appeared equally perplexed, unsure how to respond to Sith's demands and timeline. It was Sith who broke the silence, stating firmly, "Yes, welding. Just ensure it is sealed." As Sith entered, both Yuwa and Anna turned their attention to him. Anna offered a slight bow, while Yuwa performed a deep salute. Sith waved them off, approaching the blueprint directly, scrutinizing the emerging form of the sword-class corvette. Anna stood beside him, explaining, "Fortunately, the hull has only been struck by small-caliber defensive fire. Though the damage appears severe, the core structure remains intact. We only need to repair the breaches and replace the external engine components to allow the warship's systems to function adequately. However, its protection, power, and even firepower will only be at 40 to 60% of its full capability." As Sith attentively listened to Anna, he continued to observe until Yuwa confirmed the use of welding and issued the order. Seizing the opportunity in the pause of Anna's speech, he interjected hastily, "My lord, if welding is all that is required, you may commence your journey and prepare to board the ship." Sith turned in surprise, noticing that Yuwa was not jesting. The long furrowed brow that had accumulated tension over time finally eased a fraction. He then gazed down at the bustling factory floor, lamenting the Empire's inefficacious production methods and the exaggerated output. A few hours later, a substantial convoy laden with supplies, ammunition, and personnel proceeded toward the warship. As the crew, freshly transitioned from repair workers, stood before the vessel awaiting their new captain, they beheld the dilapidated ship, riddled with patches, many of its portholes sealed shut by welding. Not only Yuwa but also Anna, Bunnock, and even Deviro turned to Sith, casting skeptical glances. "Are you certain this contraption can fly?" Faced with their inquiries, Sith felt a twinge of embarrassment, lowering his gaze slightly, and could only respond silently in his heart, "I reckon it should be fine." Chapter 56. Is it really taking off? "Commander, something is amiss." The tent of the mid-aged officer in the rebel camp was abruptly flung open, revealing an officer who entered with a perplexed expression that struggled to comprehend the situation. The mid-aged officer had been earnestly engaged in a prayer to the dark deity when he noticed his subordinate's impudence, causing his composed demeanor to furrow with discontent. Gathering the profane instruments used for the ritual, he felt his unchanged body and the absence of any response, leading him to doubt the Empire's prior proclamations. that perhaps there were no dark deities in this universe after all. What is it? The mid-aged officer frowned in dissatisfaction, while the messenger, cautiously interrupting the commander's prayer, stepped aside to allow passage. You might want to see for yourself. The mid-aged officer, growing increasingly bewildered, remained silent, pondering why his savior had yet to arrive as he moved toward the door. Upon noticing the wide-eyed soldiers fixated on the nest, he finally redirected his attention to the spectacle outside, as he beheld the frenzy of supplies being transported to the warship in the vessel that appeared nothing short of junk. The mid-aged officer stood frozen in astonishment. They cannot truly be preparing for takeoff, can they? He uttered in shock, surrounded by a profound silence, as all shared his incredulity, each questioning silently. Once the supplies were fully loaded and unrelated personnel began to disperse, the collective curiosity was finally answered. Following a brief pause, everyone suddenly straightened their posture. They did not dare to speak immediately, but turned their gaze to the mid-aged officer, until he too stood there, staring blankly at the seemingly serious scene. He finally could no longer contain himself and erupted in laughter, pointing at Sith's warship. Where on earth did this fool come from? No. What kind of imbecile possesses such a mindset? Is this what the Empire boasts as the Stellar Army, a band of such fools? The middle-aged officer could no longer contain his laughter, and spurred by his mirth, the rebel soldiers who witnessed the scene also began to chuckle. This reaction stemmed not only from the absurdity of the situation that blatantly contradicted their understanding, but also from the realization that this group of adversaries posed no discernible threat. Amidst the laughter of those around him, the officer, after a brief bout of amusement, forcibly stifled his derision, attempting to calm his breath while gesturing to his comrades. Prepare our forces. Once those fools realize their battleship cannot ascend, or if it detonates in a catastrophic failure, we shall immediately launch a counteroffensive against their stronghold. As he spoke with a chuckle, the officers nearby returned his jest with salutes, and swiftly, in accordance with the orders given, countless infantrymen surged from their trenches, and artillery began to reposition, forming an imposing line upon the earth. Observing the elite troops equipped with cannons at his side, a wave of confidence washed over the middle-aged officer. Gazing at the battleship, which had sealed all hatches and appeared to be making its final preparations for launch, he felt a surge of bravado. If there is no savior, then I shall be my own. However, his spirited declaration was abruptly cut short, akin to a duck having its throat grasped. As he caught sight of a startling scene in the distance, his eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape, mirroring the astonishment of all the rebels around him, who similarly lost control of their expressions and stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the illusion before them. It was only when several skeptics vigorously rubbed their eyes, confirming that what they beheld was no mere mirage but reality, that a collective realization struck them. They straightened up, staring at the battleship, which was now belching forth tumultuous gusts of air as it gradually lifted from the ground, murmuring in disbelief. Is it really taking off? But as they instinctively questioned, panic set in as they noticed the vessel adjusting its trajectory, slowly aligning itself towards them. The fear was palpable. A space battleship within the atmosphere. This was beyond comprehension. The crowd was engulfed in terror, for the disparity in combat capability had shifted into the realm of the absurd, bordering on deceit. Sensing the near-instant collapse of morale among the soldiers, the middle-aged officer, observing the battleship that had barely begun to rise and was now stabilizing its ascent, felt a surge of urgency. With beads of sweat dotting his brow, he shouted encouragement to his comrades. Fear not, even if it manages to lift off. It cannot possibly achieve true flight. His anxious declaration was echoed by the other officers, who quickly chimed in. Indeed, how could a space battleship possibly navigate within the atmosphere? Everyone stay calm. Surely, it will come crashing down soon. The officers continued to bolster their spirits, and the frightened soldiers, upon reflecting on their own understanding, began to regain some composure. Seeing this, the middle-aged officer let out a sigh of relief, ready to rally the troops once more. However, just as the previously unsettled rebel soldiers began to regain their steadiness, they again gasped in horror as they turned their gaze towards the distant battleship, which was now ascending with a ferocity far greater than before. The officer froze momentarily, and after a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and turned back to face the unfolding spectacle. As he gazed at his own feet, declaring that they could not take flight, a more powerful gust erupted from behind, sending waves of heat rolling across the ground. The warship, gradually distancing itself from the earth, surprisingly revealed a flicker of frustration in his eyes. Gritting his teeth and turning back, heedless of the cold sweat on his brow, the middle-aged officer steeled himself with a confident facade. Do not fear. Even if it can soar, it shall never ascend too high. The officers stared blankly at their commander, their lips twitching before they reluctantly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, How could it possibly fly high within the atmosphere? Surely, if it ascends too high, it will plummet. And we shall be finished. With sweat glistening on their brows, the officers voiced their concerns. However, drawing from their previous experience, the soldiers did not immediately acquiesce but continued to gaze into the distance. Soon, they regarded their commander with the bemusement typically reserved for the foolish. Although the middle-aged officer had his back to the warship, he could sense the unfolding events merely by observing his soldiers' reactions. He shifted his stiff body to glance behind him, witnessing the very vessel that had just been declared incapable of soaring, now ascending to greater heights, transforming his frustration into indignation. Summoning his courage and rallying himself internally, the officer endeavored to salvage his future amidst the incredulous stares of his comrades. Do not fear. It can fly high, but it will never reach the heavens. This time, even the other officers refrained from chiming in, instead choosing to follow the soldier's lead, their attention entirely fixated on the warship. Noticing that no one acknowledged him, the middle-aged officer, in a prior life, would have executed a few for insubordination. Yet now he merely bore the weight of his innermost fears and a desperate plea in his gaze towards the rear. He watched as the warship, indifferent to his battered countenance, ascended into the sky, not heading into the cosmos, but rather hurtling directly towards him. With his cheeks twitching, the middle-aged officer continued to struggle valiantly for his life. Turning around, he clenched his teeth, fueled by a defiant frenzy, preparing to speak once more. Do not fear. Yet, just as he opened his mouth, the soldiers and officers who had previously disregarded him were suddenly startled, rushing forward to cover his mouth. Their faces, now etched with terror, bore a plea. Please, cease your prophecies. Chapter 57. Thunderous artillery roars above. Today I realize who I truly am. The fierce winds from the warship's engines swept across the vast wasteland, stirring up waves of scorching heat. Feeling the onslaught of hot air, the middle-aged officer wore a grave expression. Meeting the anxious gazes of the surrounding soldiers, he cautiously glanced around, seizing the moment to declare, Do not fear. They can fly, but surely they cannot withstand. The soldiers and officers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes rolling in utter exasperation. How long will you continue this charade? While the soldiers were incensed, they likely understood that once the warship approached, the ordinary soldiers might find a chance for survival, but those at the forefront would surely perish. The officers exchanged glances, ultimately rising to their feet, albeit with expressions that contrasted sharply with the middle-aged officer's increasingly unhinged demeanor. Faced with the speechless soldiers below, the officers refrained from a brutal suppression and instead adopted the gentlest tone possible. We are the rebels. The enemy will undoubtedly not spare us. Regardless of the outcome, we must fire at least one shot. Their soothing words were indeed reasonable. The soldiers exchanged glances, and with a resolute determination, they reluctantly maneuvered the anti-aircraft weapons into position. However, when confronted with such feeble anti-air capabilities that barely registered against the might of the warship, even the officers, alongside the soldiers who had earnestly compared their artillery to the enemy's battleship, could only gaze in bewilderment at the middle-aged officer. Could this truly work? Their eyes inquired. And as they finally acquiesced to the officer's demeanor, he suddenly rose, a renewed confidence lighting up his face. Do not fear. Before he could finish his sentence, the soldiers withdrew their gaze upon hearing those three words, their expressions revealing a resignation that suggested they had already foreseen the outcome. If even the prophet had spoken, then surely we could not harm the adversary. Gazing at the approaching warship, the soldiers were only sustained by the dread of whether the enemy would grant them mercy. When the warship entered firing range, the soldiers exchanged one last glance before gritting their teeth and unleashing their artillery. A barrage of rounds thundered towards the flying fortress of a battleship. Yet, as the crowd tensed in anticipation, the expected scene of debris erupting from the ship did not materialize. Instead, a sudden brilliance erupted, casting an incandescent glow that turned the entire sky a deep blue. Enveloping the vessel in an elliptical shield, the blinding light instinctively compelled the rebels to shield their eyes. While they pondered in disbelief whether the shield power of a sword-class frigate could possibly be this formidable, the rebels internally lamented the terrifying strength of their opponent's shield, leaving the middle-aged officer speechless, as he could only watch the approaching warship and its operational secondary guns slowly pivoting towards the Earth. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Anna was frantically guiding a crew of trainees, each with a mere 2.5 minutes of training, to adjust various parameters. SYSD awaited the shield's luminescence to dissipate before slightly opening his eyes, bemused. Is it really possible for a shield at only 20% power to possess such strength? SYSD expressed his incredulity, while Brunok remained oblivious, his face radiating pride. As Anna busily adjusted the parameters based on the actual conditions, Only Iva and Davidro appeared utterly astonished. Setting aside the sheer absurdity of a sword-class frigate's shield strength reaching such heights, the mere fact that it could operate within the atmosphere left Iva and Davidro in a state of disbelief. Davidro was somewhat better off, having witnessed a scene in hyperspace, thus allowing all his questions to ultimately be explained by the divine blessing of the Emperor. Of course, depending on the circumstances, there might sometimes be an addition of the blessing of terror. However, Iva remained oblivious to this. She could only gaze at the battleship forged by her own hands alongside the workers of the nest. Alternating between admiring its exaggerated features and scrutinizing the armor plates she had personally welded, her mind swirling with a question that even made her chuckle involuntarily. Is this truly what we have forged with our welding guns and hammers? When did our craftsmanship become so extravagant? Yuva and David are lost in their own thoughts, while Anna is preoccupied attending to the battleship. With no one to respond, Zeiss focuses his attention on the monitor, which displays a disassembled screen of uncertain origin. He calls for Bunnik, pointing at the monitor, specifically at the stunned rebels depicted on it. In a moment, I will order the battleship to provide a volley of fire support. You shall lead 50. No, 50 will suffice to eliminate this group of rebel leaders. Gazing at the hundreds of thousands of soldiers below, fully armed, and hearing Zeiss mention a mere 50, Bunnik furrows his brow, aware that these 50 are the reallocated Black Watch. Yet, under Zeiss's scrutiny, he expresses his dissatisfaction. For such lowly adversaries, wouldn't 50 be excessive? Zeiss remains speechless, while David, recovering from his astonishment at the battleship, wears an expression of grim seriousness, observing Zeiss and Bunnik as they earnestly deliberate the appropriate number of troops. He is left in disbelief. They appear to be treating these 2,000 mortals as if they were Astartes. Before long, while the others remain oblivious, a single, barely operational macro cannon on the port side begins the cumbersome process of loading ammunition under the crew's awkward efforts. Displeased with the sluggish pace, Zeiss surveys the surroundings and casually points to several closed defense secondary cannons, declaring, "Let the secondary guns fire a volley first." The crew, naturally, does not question Zeiss's orders. Thus, amidst the macro cannons loading, merely 3 secondary cannons unleash a barrage, much to the astonishment of the rebels below. A cluster of small mushroom clouds erupts from where the rebels are gathered. The sudden roar startles everyone aboard the ship, including Zeiss. Faced with the dense formation of mushroom clouds on the screen, Anna, furiously seizing control of the artillery from Zeiss, reacts, while Zeiss awkwardly rubs his nose. Observing the obliteration of tens of thousands of rebels below, Bunnik stands, dazed, contemplating before finally asking, "Should I still go down?" With Anna now burdened with additional checks on the firepower, Zeiss seizes the opportunity to divert attention, insisting, of course, go down and assist Anna in assessing the actual impact. Bunnik, speechless, nods, pondering whether such an inspection is truly necessary given the state of the rebels below. Yet, compelled by Zeiss's insistence to personally attend to the increasingly agitated Anna, Bunnik follows suit. Soon, dozens of Black Watch soldiers trail behind Zeiss, equipped with jetpacks, descending directly into the atmosphere. Upon reaching the ground, which is devoid of flesh and instead resembles a charred expanse of glass, Zeiss cannot help but marvel at the terrifying display of firepower. Shortly thereafter, a soft exclamation from Bunnik captures Zeiss's attention, perhaps blessed by some dark deity. In a hollowed area, a middle-aged officer, clad in tattered remnants of clothing, maintains a solemn prayer posture on the scorched earth, his face reflecting the gravity of the aftermath. As I beheld the approaching figure of the Sith, a curious gaze enveloped him, while behind him, the exaggerated artillery shells gradually emerged from the massive cannon, unimpeded by any command to cease. The middle-aged officer, observing the Sith's insatiable desire to employ the main cannon even after utilizing the secondary weapons, felt a sudden epiphany wash over him, his expression betraying a profound realization. Perhaps rendered speechless, the officer unexpectedly paid a grand homage to the Sith, speaking in an eloquent manner, "With the thunderous might of your great cannon above, today I comprehend my true identity. My lord, under the enlightenment of your cannon, I now understand that you are the savior I have long awaited." Chapter 58. The Talon fleet, the diminutive Omnia 3, far smaller than Earth, floated silently in the void. In the distance loomed a colossal gas giant, so immense that it obscured an entire star, rendering Omnia 3 no more than a mere pebble in comparison. Orbiting Omnia 3 was a frigate that appeared even smaller than a stone beside it. Light from the distant star filtered through scattered portholes, casting intermittent glimmers within the bridge. Despite the irreparable windows that had been sealed shut, the bridge was enveloped in tranquility. broken only by the rhythmic tapping of seasoned crew members on their instruments and the steady footsteps of Anna, who commenced the final preparations. Bunnock and several members of the Black Watch gazed curiously out the portholes at the galaxy, observing the once dazzling stars that had illuminated the watchful night, now revealing their veils in the vastness of space. Only the Sith, upon receiving Anna's final report, exhibited a blend of joy and concern. Though merely a defective warship, its power output was approximately 30 to 40 times that of a fully operational frigate. Should further repairs be undertaken, these figures would undoubtedly improve. Anna, accustomed to such data, delivered the report to the Sith with an air of familiarity. Having been entirely transformed by the mechanized teachings, she had unwittingly begun to embrace a profound devotion to the Sith. Moreover, even she failed to recognize that her technical abilities had recently surged at an astonishing rate, enabling her to master the entirety of the frigate's systems and technology in a remarkably brief span of time. Despite the significant enhancements in the warship's attributes, the Sith's primary concern lay with an empty designation on the ship's configuration list. How could they have forgotten the navigator? Rubbing his forehead in mild frustration, the Sith contemplated the report for a moment before reluctantly setting it aside, closing his eyes in deep thought about the way forward. The Empire's interstellar navigation depended largely on subspace engines, which could only transport vessels into subspace. To accurately reach their destination, a precisely trained navigator, converted from a psychic, was essential. Only through the continuous mutual positioning of the navigator and the Terran beacon could they ensure the warship would not become lost in the turbulent waves of subspace. Now, however, the Sith's vessel possessed everything but a navigator. After all, aside from the Sith and his loyal Black Watch, the original crew of the frigate had not managed to endure even 10 minutes after plunging into subspace. Sith was perplexed as to why the God Emperor bestowed blessings upon others, yet neglected to provide him with a navigator. As a consequence, he found himself utterly incapable of executing long-distance jumps, without a navigator to continually correct the trajectory. Who could predict whether his ship would emerge amidst the fiery embrace of a star, or even within the maw of a black hole? The prospect of his demise was trivial, but facing the wrath of the divine after 2 generous blessings was another matter entirely. He could not allow his soul to be seized by terror after entering the subspace, potentially aiding in the downfall of the Emperor. The more Sith pondered, the further his thoughts drifted, and he inadvertently muttered the names of these 2 entities. No sooner had he uttered their names than he felt as if 2 pairs of unseen eyes were observing him from an unknown distance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, halting the spiral of his thoughts. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he was somewhat incredulous that these 2 truly regarded him with such significance. Merely whispering their names had elicited a response, as if they were concerned he might flee. Setting the jump distance to its minimum, he decided to attempt a short-range jump towards the defensive line based on the star map. Sith promptly focused all his attention on the warship and issued commands to Anna. The shorter the distance, the lower the probability of being affected by subspace turbulence, thus ensuring a modicum of accuracy in the blind jump. Anna raised no objections. She turned and began directing the crew with efficiency. Soon, accompanied by the mechanical whir of gears, the protective panel obscuring the viewport descended. The Geller field began to shimmer, enveloping the ship in its protective glow. As the crew chanted a countdown, a wave of spatial distortion tore through the fabric of reality, enveloping Sith's warship. Upon entering subspace for the second time, shielded by the Geller field, the crew did not experience any unusual sensations as the brief journey concluded. Sith glanced around, confirming that none of the crew were missing limbs or exhibiting mutations. He finally relaxed, nodding slightly. As the viewport panel gradually opened, curiosity compelled him to gaze outside. As soon as a narrow gap was revealed, he was relieved to find that they were not embedded within a star or crashing onto a planet. Rather, the radiant light of the cosmos streamed in, just as he was about to instruct Anna to assess their destination. The panel fully opened to reveal a grotesque maw lined with serrated teeth and massive pincers that clamped down upon the entire ship. The violent impact caused the ship to shudder, as the formidable, thick pincers exerted pressure on the hull, producing a high-pitched screech as they scraped against it. Many crew members grimaced and covered their ears, while Sith, peering through the colossal space creature that rivaled a frigate in size, took a deep breath and surveyed the area surrounding his vessel. There was no need for Anna to activate the scanners, for at that very moment, thousands of Tyranid bioships swarmed around him, engaged in a brutal melee with the green-skinned orcs and their countless scrap vessels. He had inadvertently jumped into the heart of the conflict between the Tyranids and the orcs. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunfire, and the void was littered with the remains of countless bioforms and shattered orc ships. Amidst the ocean of debris, More orcs and tyranids surged forward, each side fervently charging toward the other. Like colossal asteroids, the immense stone warships of the Greenskins launched 4 vessels in unison. The battleships formed a formidable line, unleashing countless streams of fiery projectiles, forcefully carving 4 passages through the swarm. In response, the swarm unleashed an unending barrage of biological missiles, which, driven by their own volition, coalesced into a vast, dark cloud, engulfing the surroundings of the Greenskin fleet. As one of their massive cannons obliterated a biological vessel that dared to assail it, another ship, resonating with subspace fluctuations, materialized directly amidst the clash, catching the attention of both the Greenskins and the Terrans. As a dark cloud veered towards them, a Greenskin cruiser pivoted its bow, aiming its cannons in retaliation. Though the interior remained unseen, Zeiss discerned that the vessel was likely brimming with eager Greenskin warriors, impatiently awaiting their turn. Biological missiles collided violently against the shields, causing tremors and explosions. The limited secondary armaments of the frigate roared in defiance, attempting to intercept the biological projectiles midair. Amidst the bustling command bridge, even Bunnock had abandoned his reverie, seizing a machine gun and preparing the Black Sentinels for the imminent ambush. Gripping the railing, Zeiss endeavored to steady himself against the incessant motion of the ship. He scanned the surroundings, decisively pointing towards the nearest escape route from the fray. All guns, full power. Maximize engine output. Prepare for collision. Once we breach this direction, activate the subspace engine immediately. His voice rose above the cacophony of explosions, prompting the crew to spring into action, slightly adjusting the ship's heading. The engines roared to life, the exaggerated flames searing the biological vessels attempting to bite at their rear, while simultaneously ramming through the relentless ambush ships. They accelerated wildly across the debris-laden battlefield, moving so swiftly that the captain of the Greenskin cruiser could only gawk in disbelief as the ship darted past, slapping his palm against the console in frustration. "I want that kind of power," he bellowed, pointing at the retreating Zeiss. Zeiss, however, had no time to entertain the astonishment of the Greenskins behind him. He pressed forward through the hail of gunfire, witnessing even the heavily fortified frigate sustaining various wounds. Resolutely, he aimed for a blind jump back to Omnia 3, certain it would be his final chance before reaching the navigator. Yet, while Anna busied herself checking parameters to confirm the ship's readiness for a jump, Zeiss noticed an increasing number of crew members casting glances back at the battlefield. Furrowing his brow, he followed their gaze, and the entirety of the battlefield unfolded before him. Thousands of biological ships engulfed the Greenskin fleet. Accompanied by the sporadic explosions of self-detonation, the grand spectacle of war was gradually drawing to a close. Beneath them, the planet was marred by towering, vein-like structures resembling space elevators, clinging to its surface. Not only were the flora, fauna, and oceans of the planet consumed, but even its geothermal energy was siphoned away. In what was once referred to as the Oceanic Depression, a vast incubator spanning continents has emerged, as countless biological vessels plummet from the cosmos. The surface has birthed an array of warships. Numerous biological ships incessantly navigate through the boundless wreckage in orbit, meticulously collecting all transformable biomass, ultimately transporting it to the ground to be reborn as new warships. Now, with the complete annihilation of the green-skinned inhabitants of this star system, a swarm of terrifyingly numerous insectoid vessels is redirecting its course towards the Sith and the distant Omnia 3, propelling their forms forward. Chapter 59. Hope is the Empire's poison within the void. Far from Omnia 3, a surge of subspace energy heralds the arrival of a frigate into the realm of reality. Though it is merely a brief leap from one star system to another, the significant deviation from the intended coordinates leaves Sith standing on the bridge, gripped by trepidation. Such blind jumps, unless navigated by the Emperor himself, are akin to gambling with an empty chambered gun. At this moment on the bridge, once it was confirmed that they were simply farther from Omnia 3 than anticipated while other parameters remained stable, Sith and the crew collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. "Assess the damage, adjust our course, and bring us back to Omnia 3 immediately," Sith commanded, and the crew, disregarding their fatigue, hastened to their tasks. Their glances frequently drifted towards the rear, shadowed by a palpable fear. That direction led to Omnia 3, now devoid of safety, where the terrifying Tyranid fleet loomed ominously behind them. Sith sensed the undercurrent of unease among the bridge crew. Perhaps only his 2000 Black Watch maintained a semblance of calm. It was during this flurry of activity that Davidro, who had been lingering in the corner, approached. "Without a navigator, what are your plans?" he inquired. The absence of a navigator signified an inescapable fate, and returning to Omnia 3 would merely prolong their demise. Yet, Sith remained unfazed. First, we shall return to Omnia 3 and utilize the Star Language Court to communicate our desire to procure a navigator, he replied. Davidro's eyes widened in confusion, his unspoken thoughts evident. Who would sell one? Sith, however, gazed out at the ever-approaching Omnia 3 and the towering gas giant behind it, recalling the presence of another faction within Astartes, the Merchant Rogues. These Merchant Rogues, sanctioned by the Empire, function as legal pirates. While they are part of the Empire, they possess considerable autonomy, capable of arming trade convoys and even assembling fleets. This group of traders is known to buy and sell virtually anything, including navigators, provided the price is right. Amid the chaos unfolding within Astartes, a powerful faction of merchant rogues thrives, profiting immensely by aiding refugees from abandoned worlds in evading the unbreachable line, while occasionally dispatching agents to plunder those forsaken imperial territories. Sith refrained from disclosing this information to Daviro, for even if all could be traced back to the Emperor's divine protection, an excess of such blessings would inevitably invite complications. Sith gazed at the diminutive Omnia 3, exhaling a sigh, and deftly shifted the topic. After disseminating the message, our only recourse is to endure. Daviro did not press further, but instead stared at Omnia 3, his thoughts drifting back to the vast Tyrant fleet looming behind them, which deepened the solemnity of his expression. A few days later, atop the Omnia Nest Tower, within a spacious office, a cadre of local officials stood outside, their faces etched with resignation as they awaited their turn. Simultaneously, numerous pairs of eyes darted towards the imposing, opulent desk behind which sat a young man, flanked by a mechanical adept and a towering Astartes. Meanwhile, a minor noble named Yuva, who once would not have merited entry into the nest, now served as Sith's assistant in managing all matters concerning Omnia 3. He orchestrated the staff as they piled high reports and presented summarized lists to Sith, following the directives from his superior. The information regarding the procurement of navigators had been dispatched, yet thus far, responses had only consisted of desperate pleas for aid. As Sith surveyed the mountain of reports, he recalled the moment the message had been sent forth, realizing that the replies had been filled with the despair of countless worlds. It felt as though any world that appeared on the public channel, regardless of its circumstances, would be seized upon by a throng of drowning souls, clutching at it as a lifeline. Should one choose not to respond, they risked being swept into the torrent of vitriol directed at the Empire. Sith shook off these troubling thoughts, redirecting his gaze from the overwhelming reports to the summary document, keenly assessing the specific circumstances of Omnia 3. Before a navigator could be procured, he must devise a means to transform Omnia 3 into a bastion capable of confronting the Tyrant threat. However, as soon as he began to read, a frown creased his brow, disbelief flickering across his features as he turned to Yuva. Are there truly only 6 billion inhabitants on Omnia 3? Yuva's expression was one of resignation, tinged with bitterness as he briefly glanced at the queue of officials behind him before elaborating. Omnia is merely a satellite, its original population barely exceeding 5 billion. With the severance of external contacts, Omnia 3 simply cannot support such a vast populace. In that succinct statement, Sith envisioned the plight of the people residing on Omnia 3. Not pursuing the matter further, he moved on, only to furrow his brow even deeper. No starch reserves? Looking up in confusion. Before Sith could inquire what they were subsisting on in the absence of reserves, Yuva interjected, primarily relying on the scant chemical waste and the relatively abundant biological remains. Sith paused once more. While this was indeed typical of the Empire's state of affairs, he felt an inexplicable urge to curse. He continued reading, and upon reaching the section on industrial capacity, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The ability to mass-produce rifles and artillery was indeed promising. Sith wore a smile in an attempt to uplift the spirits, yet Yua's countenance grew even more dismal, with a hint of barely concealed indignation. She averted her gaze. Everyone fears that the Empire has abandoned us due to insufficient production capacity, which drives us to work even harder. Sith's expression momentarily stiffened. Finally, he set aside his summary, his lips twitching as he confronted Yuwa and the words he was about to utter. After a prolonged pause, he inhaled deeply and rose to his feet. Without looking at Yuwa, Sith endeavored to maintain an air of indifference. In light of the situation on Omnia 3, I hereby decree that from this moment forth, each individual must work a minimum of 18 Terra hours daily. He emphasized the word minimum. All able-bodied men and women, regardless of age, shall be conscripted and must undergo wartime training and mobilization. All residences outside the Nest City must be unconditionally demolished to provide materials for constructing our defenses. I demand that every person on Omnia 3, every firearm, and every stone be prepared to strike at the enemies of the Empire. As Sith spoke, the expressions of those behind him, including Bunnik and Deviro, grew increasingly resolute, and the officials below were stirred by his fervor. Only waaagh, having retracted her averted gaze, opened her mouth several times, unable to muster agreement. After surveying the assembly, Sith's gaze rested solely on waaagh. After a brief pause, he suddenly raised his hand and gently patted her shoulder. Do not fear sacrifice, for it is through sacrifice that hope is born. Chapter 60. You have embarrassed me. Omnia 3 had transformed into a vast construction site. Countless civilians toiled day and night, tirelessly excavating the earth. Centered around the nest city, the ground was filled with endless trenches. Behind these trenches, innumerable convoys streamed in from the outside world, delivering materials that enabled the construction of countless fortifications within the nest city. Meanwhile, during their brief intervals, civilians were required to take up rifles for assault training. As the factories could not produce sufficient weapons in time, they initially trained with wooden or metal replicas. Soldiers personally selected by the Black Watch were organized into groups of 1 million, with Sith mobilizing 10 such groups in one go. At this moment, millions of soldiers and over 1 billion armed civilians were unleashing an astonishing volume of training fire. Simultaneously, various artillery from the factories were continuously dispatched to the newly constructed fortifications or set upon high walls. Sith was busy preparing by every means possible to confront Tyrann. While above, in the unobserved sky, a subtle distortion of subspace emerged. In the depths of Octalios, further removed from the Empire, a vessel unlike any other Imperial force, a uniquely designed Cobra-class destroyer, materialized in the void not far from Omnia 3. The destroyer bore no insignia of mechanical cults, navy, or state religion. Instead, one side of its hull was adorned with a symbol that was particularly unfamiliar to the Imperial Army, while ordinary soldiers might not recognize it. At this moment in Octalios, this emblem was highly renowned. The destroyer in question belongs to the illustrious Falamer family of merchants. Unlike typical traders, the Falamer family possesses a breathtaking fortune, while mere numbers fail to encapsulate their financial might. The high echelons of the Empire need only to acknowledge that the Falamer family not only dares to dispatch warships to engage in trade with the Orcs while facing the wrath of the Terrans, but also organizes a fleet to assist the Blood Angels in the defense of Baal, solely to win their favor. If such deeds are insufficient to command respect for this family, then as merchants, their transparent support for the indomitable Kilimon expedition renders them beyond reproach throughout the Empire. At this moment, the Falamer family's destroyer lies quietly anchored not far from Omnia 3. Suddenly, a scanning beam, unmistakably of non-Empire origin, envelopes the entire planet. Inside the destroyer, a middle-aged man adorned in opulent attire, his countenance replete with the marks of a shrewd merchant, gazes eagerly at the data transmitted by the scanner. Beside him, amidst a throng of mercenaries from his trading convoy, stands a tall figure clad in peculiar, form-fitting armor, an alien, commonly referred to as a sylph, with a visage reminiscent of an elf, strikingly beautiful to the point of androgyny. The surrounding crew members are more likely to notice the conspicuous sylph skull insignia emblazoned upon the armor. This emblem signifies that their convoy leader is currently negotiating with a sylph pirate. Indeed, this scanning device proves far superior to those of our Empire. Cairo nods repeatedly at the clear images displayed across the globe, while the sylph pirate, Famir, acknowledges this with a knowing glance. In a manner befitting a pirate, he straightforwardly reminds Cairo, according to our agreement, this Imperial world is now yours to relinquish to us. Cairo, retrieving his gaze, exhibits no fear in the face of such direct dealings with an alien concerning an Imperial world. Rather, his expression radiates amiability. Of course, the Empire is the Empire, and business is business. This world is soon to be submerged by the Terrans, so before that, you may plunder at will. Famir regards Cairo's mercantile demeanor with unabashed disdain. Were it not for the invaluable intelligence held by Cairo, he would never consider collaborating with such a rabble. Nevertheless, with the transaction now concluded, Famir gently presses his forehead, closing his eyes to relay commands to his sylph pirates, while coldly reminding, as long as the ground is as you describe, filled with defenseless trash, I shall, of course, provide you with the technology of the scanner afterward. With closed eyes and orders given, under Cairo's repeated assurances, a fleet of sylph pirates shuttles, laden with hundreds of their kin, silently embarks towards Omnia 3. Concurrently, the bridge's scanner immediately locks onto the pirates' intended stronghold, transmitting clear images back. However, as the visuals arrive, both Famir and the previously boastful Cairo find themselves momentarily taken aback. eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of trenches, cannons, and countless infantry. Had it not been for the infantry, many of whom were clad in civilian attire, Cairo might have presumed that the Empire had deployed a substantial contingent of Krieg here. While Cairo was astonished, a sudden fury ignited within Famir. Did you not claim there was no preparation below? Faced with the dissatisfaction of the higher-ups, Cairo's merchant instincts kicked in as his keen eyes darted around. He hastily replied, "After all, the communications from the Star Language Court have not been interrupted. Perhaps they are aware of Tyran's impending arrival and have begun their defenses in advance. Furthermore, this could work to our advantage, with everyone's attention diverted outside. It would facilitate the plundering of valuable goods and people." Cairo's explanation, though tenuous, was somewhat plausible, although Famir felt a growing sense of unease. The situation had progressed too far, and they had to proceed step by step, as long as the intelligence was accurate. And this planet harbored neither the Astral Army nor the Astartes. Their few hundred Eldar would remain unperturbed by these civilians, who had spent their entire lives confined in steel coffins. However, as their shuttle drew nearer and they breached the atmosphere, the ground forces abruptly triggered an alarm. This time, not only Famir but even Cairo felt their muscles tense in alarm. Following this was the sight of ground-based anti-aircraft artillery, densely arrayed and aimed skyward. "Is there a mechanicus here?" Famir seethed with rage, for in an ordinary Imperial world, how could there exist scanners capable of detecting Eldar spacecraft? Only technological marvels with power levels at least tenfold that of standard scanners could locate them so swiftly. Yet, Cairo found himself at a loss for an explanation. As just months prior, this place had been nothing like this. Now, confronted with a sky filled with artillery, Cairo was utterly bewildered, while Famir gritted his teeth and insisted, "It matters not. Once we reach the ground, with our Eldar agility, those monkeys' reactions will never land a hit." At that moment, Cairo was devoid of the inclination to flatter his counterpart. After a brief lapse of shock, his eyes, as if discovering treasure, fixated intently on Omnia 3. What seemed peculiar to others appeared to the wandering merchant as a vast trove awaiting discovery. The demand for breaches and defenses was ever increasing. And if this place held any unique attributes or elements capable of altering the course of the entire conflict, merely this piece of information, sold to the tribunal, would signify immense wealth. While Cairo continued to scrutinize Omnia 3, a collective intake of breath beside him abruptly yanked him back to the bridge. Observing Famir's face drain of color and the surrounding human crew in stunned silence, Cairo's curiosity piqued as he turned to the imagery relayed by the scanner. A group of Eldar pirates lay uniformly on the ground near the tower's apex, their bodies unscathed save for a single, uniform puncture on their foreheads. Opposite them stood a cluster of human soldiers, clad in black, fully enclosed combat suits, their expressions perplexed. At that moment, these soldiers regarded the alien beings that had seemingly leapt before them, their confusion clearly conveyed. The ever-observant Cairo quickly realized that the soldiers' bewilderment stemmed from a singular curiosity. Why had this group of aliens chosen to leap before them to meet their demise? Chapter 61. Why are these aberrations so eager to meet their demise? The bridge was enveloped in an eerie silence, while Cairo shared in the astonishment. It paled in comparison to the shock experienced by Famir and the other crew members who had been attentively observing the unfolding scene. Cairo had only witnessed the aftermath, whereas Famir and the crew had borne witness to the entire sequence of events. The progression was astonishingly straightforward, devoid of any noteworthy complexities, succinctly summarized in 6 words: land, reveal, and be eliminated. However, despite the simplicity of the process, the impact on Famir was far more profound than that on Cairo. He stood frozen in place, gazing at the multitude of corpses belonging to his kind, the ethereals, displayed on the screen. His expression was one of utter desolation, his wide eyes transfixed, unable to tear themselves away from the ghastly sight. The ethereals, already a dwindling race, faced an incomprehensible loss, one that could not merely be described as heart-wrenching. This was especially true given the sheer scale of their annihilation, which left not a single opportunity for them to utilize their soul stones. Soul stones served as a safeguard for the ethereal souls, designed to ensure that upon death, they were not subjected to the torment of those who reveled in their suffering. In other words, should certain factions or individuals systematically eradicate the ethereals, denying them access to the soul stones, it would bring unbridled joy to those malevolent beings. Naturally, any ethereal entering the subspace would have to confront these fiends with a forced smile. As Famir beheld the row of fallen ethereal pirates, his heart bled, and he found himself momentarily breathless. The sight of those monkeys rudely handling the remains of his kin, even going so far as to compare them to the greenskins and concluding that they were less intelligent, ignited a fury within him that nearly shattered his composure as an ethereal of noble elegance. Even without uttering a word, Cairo observed how the humans succeeded in provoking Famer to such an extent that he almost lost his dignified restraint. Feeling a mix of astonishment at the absurdity of the situation and a secret satisfaction in the human's audacity. Ultimately, it was Cairo who regained his composure as a seasoned merchant rogue, quickly interjecting to redirect attention. He tapped the screen, shifting the view to another angle of the spacecraft, seeking to provide Famer with a glimpse of a more favorable and relatively normal battlefield. As the footage revealed ethereals finally demonstrating their exaggerated agility and superior technology to overpower ordinary mortals, Famer clenched his teeth, managing to steady his emotions. He shot Cairo a fierce glare, silently questioning, "Didn't you claim this battle would be easy?" In response to Famer's accusing gaze, Cairo squinted slightly, a smirk of a shrewd merchant gracing his face. "I never stated there were anything but mere mortals down there. That much is accurate." Famer found himself momentarily speechless, stymied by Cairo's candid remark. He attempted to voice further accusations, but after some contemplation, he realized Cairo was indeed correct. The true dilemma lay in the fact that their formidable ethereal pirates were struggling against mere mortals. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Famer abruptly shifted his focus from Cairo back to the screen. Following the brief transition, it became evident that the ethereals were still managing to dominate the battlefield against the significantly less equipped mortals. Famer was continuously provoked by the peculiar humans atop the tower and the ire of Cairo, particularly that remark about being less intelligent than the green-skinned creatures, which felt like a sharp dagger piercing his heart. He found himself yearning for a massacre of humans by the spirit race to soothe his tumultuous emotions. However, merely a brief moment later, when he glanced back, the scene before him caused his once subdued eyes to widen anew. Although it lacked the immediacy of the tower's initial revelation, witnessing the newly recruited soldiers, under the command of the Black Watch, rapidly enhancing their combat capabilities, now able to engage the spirit race with some degree of success, even managing to counterattack at times, brought forth a profound numbness rather than anger, dissatisfaction, or disdain in Famer's eyes. Ultimately, the spirit pirates below sensed the shift in dynamics. Facing the overwhelming surge of over 1 million newly minted soldiers commanded by the Black Watch, they understood that not only were their plans of plunder thwarted, but their very survival was at stake. In light of this looming crisis, the spirit pirates hastily devised a new strategy, retreating to their shuttle, leveraging its heavy firepower to suppress the fervent new recruits that made the onlookers shudder, before turning to propel the shuttle toward the tower's summit. This spectacle, observed by Cairo, finally subdued his mockery, revealing a hint of acknowledgement. Famer, now thoroughly numb, exhaled a sigh of relief, unexpectedly igniting a sense of urgency to gain the approval of his fellow humans, his voice rising. "Indeed, the defensive forces are occupied elsewhere. The tower must be vulnerable. If we ascend and behead their governor, there lies a chance." Famer quickly elucidated, and although the surrounding humans, including Cairo, felt a twinge of discontent, they could only recite the Falamer family motto in their hearts when met with Cairo's admonishing gaze. Business is always just business. At that moment, Famer had no option to flee directly, setting aside the peril of escaping under anti-air fire. They were compelled to devise a means to salvage the souls of the fallen spirit race. Thus, he held great admiration for the actions of those below. For in his understanding, there was nothing easier to manipulate than a mortal human commander. Yet, as Famer brimmed with anticipation, the bewilderment of Bunnock and Devereaux, who had arrived below only to find nothing, reflected the first emotional tremor amidst this inexplicable assault. Observing the exuberance on the faces of those who had successfully drawn away the spirit pirates from the tower, Bunnock found himself momentarily at a loss. Gazing at the excited aliens charging straight towards the tower, he pondered earnestly before turning to Devereaux, who was equally elated at the news of the alien presence. "They have sent a wave to the tower. Then they returned to assist us in training. And now they are heading towards Lord Zeiss. Why are they still so jubilant?" Bunnock, unable to comprehend, watched as Devereaux, having missed the opportunity, looked longingly at the retreating spirit pirates, his explosive firearm, long untouched, hanging in his grip. Then, facing Bunnock's astonishment, he set down the explosive weapon and retorted, "They are off to behead Zeiss." Bunnock was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at the exuberant spirit clan pirates charging into the clouds. His lips twitched several times, and his face flushed crimson before he abruptly averted his gaze. The word Zeiss beheading had indeed found a way to coalesce into a singular thought. A profound silence enveloped Bunnock's mind, and as he faced the newly recruited soldiers around him, who had yet to grasp the terror of their master and were silently pleading for support. He suddenly felt a sense of release wash over him. He even found himself too lethargic to lift his eyelids again, observing the sun reach its zenith. Bunnik set down his machine gun, a look of resignation on his face. Since we have arrived at this point, let us first have our meal. Chapter 62, Subspace Ashes? Is it too much? On the bridge of the Cairo, everyone, including the idle crew members, stood in hushed silence, their gazes fixed on the vivid images transmitted by the Spirit Clan scanner. At that moment, the bridge was devoid of sound. All that remained were expressions of numbness, with every eye glued to the screen. Particularly, Famir, who had lost all semblance of emotion, resembled a middle-aged officer whose soul had been cleansed by the secondary artillery. He bore a countenance of profound enlightenment, for at that moment, the screen pointed to the rooftop of the ground tower, where Zai stood before his office. A look of perplexity on his face as he repeatedly raised his crimson sword to cleave the Spirit Clan pirates lining up to meet their demise. Meanwhile, the captain of the pirates, who had concocted the beheading idea and led nearly all the Spirit Clan to this place, gazed at Zai's with bloodshot eyes filled with rage and despair as he witnessed the relentless strikes. Even the demon, who bore a human guise and approached to indicate that he bore no weapons, merely seeking to protect the souls of his kin, was met with the same merciless fate. Consequently, the expansive office was soon filled with the corpses of Spirit Clan pirates. Zai's, in turn, regarded the occasional alien who raised their hands in surrender with a hint of bewilderment. Zai's had quickly deduced that this group of spirits had intended to execute a beheading. However, he found it perplexing why some of the aliens chose to approach unarmed. After all, in Zai's view, opting for the sword instead of explosives could be considered a gesture of mercy, allowing them to retain their corpses intact. Such a benevolent act, deemed humane within the human empire, should have sufficed to quell any further expectations of leniency from the opposing aliens. Until the rage-filled pirate captain charged in. Only to be cleaved in two, Zai surveyed the now tranquil office, sheathed his crimson sword, and returned to his desk. Expanding the military by 10 groups and managing countless armed civilians, even with the assistance of waaagh and local bureaucrats, Zai found himself inundated with an overwhelming amount of administrative duties. As Bunnik finished his meal and ascended to command the soldiers to remove the bodies, Deviro glanced at Zai, whose attention remained fixated on the documentation, and gestured for the others to depart. Subsequently, he approached Zai, extending a finger clad in powered armor to tap lightly on the desk. Zai looked up in confusion, while Deviro surveyed the hundreds of departed spirits, then glanced back at the oblivious Zai and sighed in resignation. Lord Sith, you have turned to the dark side. On the bridge of the Cobra, as Famir was despondently sent aboard the shuttle by Cairo, their delightful heist came to an abrupt end. Gazing at the gradually calming scene of Omia 3 on the screen, the long-suppressed eyes of Cairo finally sparkled with brilliance. In a state of urgency, he rushed towards the transport ship while instructing his deputy beside him. Commence preparations at once. Examine the cargo hold and ensure everything of use is packed, ready for my command. The crew immediately turned to execute his orders, and Cairo proceeded to the back of the transport ship, donning an officially sanctioned merchant rogue attire by the Empire before stepping inside. Amidst the whirring systems and engines coming to life, without waiting for his subordinates to inquire about their destination, Cairo pointed directly towards a remote wilderness. Far from the nest city, his subordinates paused in surprise, yet the crew and pilots dared not question him, promptly turning to fulfill their tasks. Only Cairo's apprentice, walking closely beside him, expressed some confusion. My lord, why here? Should we not head directly to the nest city? Though Cairo refrained from being overly explicit, his origins as a merchant and his extensive experience in space trade made it clear to all that this descent was an investment. After all, not to mention that these ethereal pirates were brought by them, there would inevitably come a day when the unexpected emergence of these humans below would be known. Such peculiar matters warranted personal investigation, as they sought to forge relationships and uncover any potential opportunities for profit. However, the anticipated direct approach to curry favor with the Sith was altered in Cairo's seasoned hands. While he dismissed the inquiries of others, he patiently elucidated to his apprentice, while you are preoccupied with watching those sprouts meet their demise, I have already instructed the mechanical monks to compare the differences between this visit to Omia 3 and the last. Aside from the freshly dug trenches, the only notable feature in this wilderness is a large pit. Before we meet this group, we must gather as much information as possible. Truly the mark of an experienced merchant, Cairo's words elicited admiration from his apprentice. At that moment, the transport ship finally departed from the destroyer, heading towards the direction chosen by Cairo. Simultaneously, this transport vessel, resembling a human craft, surprisingly activated some form of cloaking technology of unknown origin, gliding toward its destination. A mere 10 minutes later, the transport ship came to a steady halt on the desolate ground, now deserted after the departure of the frigate. The crew promptly disembarked, commencing a thorough scan of the surroundings in search of any useful intelligence. Cairo also stepped off the vessel, diligently surveying the area. However, they need not expend excessive effort. Even before Cairo had completed a full circuit around the transport ship, a cluster of oddly assembled objects in the distance caught his attention. A few crew members instinctively reached for their instruments to approach and investigate, but Cairo, recognizing an unsettling familiarity reminiscent of a nightmare from years past, swiftly raised his hand to halt them. Subsequently, he stared blankly at the towering mass of material, akin to grains of sand. Though its exterior bore an uncanny resemblance to what lingered in his memory, the scale of it rendered Kairos momentarily speechless. He swallowed hard, as around him, apprentices and crew members gazed in astonishment at the previously unflappable Kairos, whose eyes now reflected a growing terror. With wide, disbelieving eyes, he cautiously approached the pile after several hesitant steps. He raised a hand to halt the movements of those behind him, instructing them to remain in place. Alone, he advanced towards the mass, his face a canvas of anticipation, reluctance, and ever-mounting vigilance. After all, who could predict if a nightmarish entity might emerge from within? It was only when he stood before the heap, confirming the absence of any threat, that he bent down to pick up a handful of ash, scanning it meticulously with his artificial eye. When the outcome matched his expectations, he sprang to his feet, staring at the mountain of ash before him. The numbness of famine etched onto his visage. Subspace ash. But could there truly be such an abundance? Chapter 63. Business is always business at the site of the fall. The crew of Kairos's merchant ship busily cleared away the accumulating subspace ash. Meanwhile, on the other side of the crowd, Kairos, trembling with excitement, struggled to maintain his composure as he clutched a communicator, stammering while contacting the merchant fleet. What do you mean you selected some? At a time like this? How can your mind only be on business? Pack the warehouse. Yes, everything. I mean it. After shakily placing the communicator down, a slight relaxation washed over his eyes. Yet, unable to resist a final glance at the ash he had observed countless times before, he was once again captivated. As the sole individual present aware of the true significance of this ash, Kairos found it nearly impossible to fathom the stories concealed within. He watched as the ash was steadily cleared away, the last remnants being erased from the earth, igniting renewed excitement within him. Observing his teacher's uncharacteristic display of fervor, the apprentice served dutifully, unable to suppress his curiosity. As the ash threatened to vanish completely, he mustered the courage to interrupt Kairos's incessant musings of fortune. Master, since this material is so valuable, why are we clearing it away? The apprentice spoke cautiously, prompting a visible displeasure from Kairos, who cast a reproachful glance at the apprentice he had chosen. Yet, realizing the apprentice's ignorance regarding the true meaning of the ash, Kairos suppressed his irritation and responded indirectly. Do you think if everyone could come here and take a glance, I would have any leverage to sell this information? Although the apprentice did not inquire further about the ash, he understood Kairos's reluctance to share, recognizing that pressing the matter would be futile. Thus, he quietly retreated, his gaze drifting towards the distant nest, pondering any information related to Omiya 3. Previously dismissed as a world on the brink of being submerged by Tyrone, the apprentice had not given it much thought. Not only was Famir's mental state in disarray, but even his own teacher was astonished, shaken for a considerable time by a peculiar cluster of sand grains. This compelled the apprentice to focus intently. Soon, as memories flooded back, a realization struck him. With an air of anticipation, he exclaimed, "Teacher, I recall now. Is the Omiya 3 not the world that sought navigators previously?" Initially, the trembling Cairo paused, his gaze drawn back from the meticulously cleared ashes in the distance, staring in bewilderment at his apprentice. As a seasoned merchant wanderer, he swiftly connected the dots between the navigator, warships, hyperspace prophecies, and the ashes, unveiling a revelation that sent shivers down his spine. Unlike Famir, who was overwhelmed with concern, Cairo found himself in a state of disbelief, struggling to breathe. After all, as the prophecies swept across the galaxy, while everyone pondered the whereabouts of the formidable figures foretold, it was in an inconspicuous corner during a mundane commercial venture that he inadvertently encountered the very subject of interest. This revelation struck him with the force of a ton of sovereign coins to the forehead, rendering even the worldly wise Cairo utterly dazed. Meanwhile, the apprentice, believing he had merely succeeded in identifying a target customer's needs, was taken aback when he noticed his teacher's reaction, rather than joy. Cairo was engulfed in an even greater fervor. This was no longer a protective numbness following emotional upheaval. He was so overwhelmed that he forgot to breathe entirely. It was only when his face turned a shade of deep blue and his body began signaling distress that Cairo, like a drowning man surfacing for air, gasped for breath. Struggling to regain composure, Cairo fought against the tumult within him, refraining from immediate contemplation of the next steps. Instead, he rose to personally verify that any traces of this news had been completely eradicated. Once he confirmed that he alone in the galaxy could profit from this information, he returned to his seat. Waving away his attendants to ensure privacy and tranquility, Cairo took a deep breath, even closing his eyes to steady his racing heart before reopening them. Yes, it was indeed Omia 3 that needed a navigator. The apprentice, sensing Cairo's certainty, felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he glanced skyward, noting the absence of any vessels in orbit besides their own. No ship, no need for a navigator. If there were one, how could the ship leap through hyperspace without a navigator? Surely, not all aboard could have perished, and the Divine Emperor personally brought them here, right? The apprentice pondered, offering his perspective. Yet, Cairo paid no heed to his apprentice's musings. He was deep in thought. When the apprentice continued speaking, Cairo abruptly interrupted him with an impatient gesture. The apprentice fell silent, fearing to speak further, while Cairo remained absorbed in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally lifted his gaze, disregarding the apprentice entirely. He turned towards the transport vessel, reaching for the communicator linked to his merchant ship. However, after a moment's reflection, Cairo set it back down. Subsequently, as if lost in thought, yet simultaneously seeking confirmation from his apprentice, Cairo pondered aloud. I recall that Lord Van Ross is assembling a task force poised to delve into Octalius, is he not? Despite not directing his gaze towards the apprentice, the latter promptly nodded in agreement. It remained uncertain whether Cairo had noticed this acknowledgement. After a moment of contemplation, he silently set aside the communicator. The navigator could not be dispatched, at least not at this moment. The apprentice was perplexed by Cairo's thoughts, though the Sith were in clear need. The decision to withhold the communicator remained unaddressed, particularly at this critical juncture. Meanwhile, Cairo's eyes darted about as his mind raced, strategizing how to maximize his own interests. After a considerable interval, he lifted his gaze once more. Instead of retrieving the communicator from his warship, he murmured about the missing components while picking up another communicator. Entirely black in appearance. Upon activating it, his expression gradually brightened. Observing his mentor's choice of communicator, the apprentice's respect deepened, not directed towards Cairo himself, but rather towards the device in his hand, specifically, the individual on the other end, poised to receive the call. As the signal traversed through an array of expedited transmissions from the Star Language Court, in a distant, affluent world within the imperial heart of the solar domain, magnificent and polished structures adorned the landscape. Absent were the overcrowded nests and toxic clouds, replaced by a refreshing breeze. In a room at the pinnacle of this world, a communicator rang out. A gilded hand, encased in an intricately embroidered black silk glove, answered the call, while the left hand casually tapped on a long table crafted from pristine Terran pine. A composed male voice resonated. Yes, yes, good, proceed. You are doing splendidly. The family will not forget your contributions. Regarding your proposal, I believe we can augment a destroyer with 4 light frigates and a cruiser. If we, the Falmer family, are to invest in this Sith endeavor, let it be substantial. Chapter 64. Delivering Supplies and Warships Omnia 3. The gaseous giant gradually obscured the distant star's brilliance. After a brief daylight period lasting merely a few Terran hours, workers, having toiled for 18 arduous hours, straightened their weary backs and turned towards the nesting city with their meager rations of starch. Meanwhile, within the nesting city, another group of workers, recently refreshed, were driven by both starch and soldiers to enter the construction site. Unlike the previous days of desolation, today, many workers frequently glanced upwards. For at that moment, a destroyer and 4 light frigates were quietly docked in orbit. Simultaneously, numerous transport vessels traversed between the tower's apex and orbit, delivering a continuous supply of provisions to the Sith. At this moment atop the tower, Cairo appeared revitalized. He had donned a brand new uniform and, remarkably, had thoroughly cleaned himself both inside and out. Even his beard had been meticulously groomed by a mechanical servant, bringing him to an optimal state. At this moment, he stood before the Sith's office, gazing at the imposing figure seated behind an enormous desk several meters away. His eyes, having expressed wonder numerous times, surveyed the Sith with unabashed astonishment, completely disregarding the bewildered glances cast upon him by his apprentice. As one of the mere 3 beings in the entire galaxy aware of the Sith's true identity, Cairo felt that the Sith, quietly perusing a list from behind the desk, emanated an almost divine aura. After all, Such acts of grooming and self-presentation were typically reserved for moments of reporting to the family headquarters before the highest authority, a privilege not even extended to naval generals or starship commanders, let alone the Astartes, who would merely don a new attire. As for the planetary governors of ordinary worlds, Kylo had never truly regarded them with any significance. Yet now, observing the young commander before him, who was not even a planetary governor, but merely an abandoned satellite starship commander, his master's solemn demeanor filled him with profound curiosity and utmost respect. A thick stack of documents was dropped onto the table with a resounding thud, snapping the apprentice back to reality. Kylo took a small step forward, bowing his already bent body even lower. Observing the humility of this merchant adventurer, the Sith contemplated the staggering supply of provisions capable of feeding billions for 3 months, including an entire shipment of fresh fruits and vegetables, and even a refrigerated live cow from Terra. The Sith recognized the weight of the family represented by the young commander before him. As he looked down at the humble Kylo, a flicker of disdain mingled with a hint of wariness crossed his features. Were these extravagant offerings merely an attempt to curry favor? No. This was Kylo's endeavor to demonstrate his family's formidable influence. Transporting a live cow across a significant portion of the galaxy from Terra carried far more significance than the cow itself. Declining none of the resources presented, the Sith delegated most of the list to waaagh, instructing her to organize personnel for the reception. He then picked up the last document, and, upon confirming that only ships were listed without navigators, a deeper discontent emerged in his gaze towards the merchants. The cruisers required reallocation, which I could understand. But why send ships without navigators? The Sith was fully aware that these merchants sought to extract greater profit from him rather than acting out of benevolence. Thus, he felt no obligation to maintain any pretense of politeness. In response to the Sith's inquiry, Kylo expressed no dissatisfaction. Instead, he deepened his respect and recited the prepared explanation. The navigators were intended to arrive alongside the ships. However, concerned for your defense, we chose to send the ships first, with the navigators to follow shortly thereafter. The Sith raised an eyebrow, bemused that even in the absence of navigators, they still considered his interests. Having deemed it futile to waste words on matters already settled by others, I entrusted the list of warships to waaagh. I then addressed Anna, stating that the components and materials needed for the thorough repair of the sword-class vessels were evidently sufficient. We must expedite the restoration of the sword class. I require every warship to be engaged in battle henceforth. Anna nodded in agreement and promptly turned to collaborate with waaagh. Meanwhile, as Sis faced Cairo, who awaited below, he felt a twinge of annoyance at the navigator's interception. However, after a moment's contemplation, Sis exhaled softly and adorned his face with a congenial smile. I am grateful for your timely assistance, Sis remarked with a friendly demeanor. This was an unmistakable gesture of goodwill towards investment, and Sis felt compelled to exhibit a gracious acceptance of such overtures. Otherwise, should anyone else wish to invest in him in the future, the memory of Cairo's response might dissuade them. Upon witnessing Sis's amiable demeanor, Cairo's expression transformed into one of elation, reflecting the successful completion of his task. His already humble stature seemed to shrink further as he expressed, "It is our family's honor to serve you, Lord Sis." Sis raised his hand, signaling that such formalities were unnecessary. However, in an effort to evade the impending exchange of flattery, Sis quickly turned to Bunnock. "Prepare a lavish banquet. I wish to host Mr. Cairo." Bunnock nodded decisively, ready to depart, but as he turned, Sis suddenly raised his hand again. "Additionally, have that live cow sent to the kitchen for slaughter and cooking, to be distributed among the Black Watch along with other fresh meats." At this, Bunnock nodded briskly, while Cairo's previously smiling face momentarily froze in astonishment. He cautiously glanced at Sis, confirming that the latter was not jesting, before averting his gaze. After all, the live cow had been personally delivered by a dignitary from the Solar Dominion, and Cairo had never tasted such a delicacy. He had anticipated savoring it alongside Sis, only to find it entirely allocated to Sis's veteran subordinates. Having concluded his instructions, Sis rose, striving to project genuine warmth as he invited Cairo to the banquet. Soon, as the Omiya 3 shifted to the opposite side of the gas giant, the star's brilliance once again illuminated the planet. Within a grand hall atop a tower, Sis commenced an exquisite banquet, one crafted entirely from fresh ingredients, accompanied by Cairo, Deviro, and other key attendants. Before such an extravagantly luxurious feast, Bunnock, a local from the Vigilant Star unaccustomed to such opulence, swiftly fell into a state of exuberance. His face flushed with the effects of drink, he incessantly boasted to Cairo. Cairo could only manage a response while attempting to draw closer to Sis. It was only when Bunnik began to speak of the celestial pirates that Cairo's expression shifted to one of alarm as he turned to Bunnik. You have no idea. I've never encountered such foolish aliens. They seem less astute than the greenskins, who at least have the sense to fire a volley before charging. These creatures simply leap before us, queuing up for annihilation. Yet, it is curious how such a self-destructive species has survived until now. Bunnik gazed with bewilderment, certain that he was not the source of trouble. Meanwhile, Karrison could not suppress a bitter smile that emerged as he took a deep breath. He dared not speak. But internally he scoffed, wondering if it were possible that had they known of the presence of this group of harbingers of doom, they would have rather faced death than come here. After harboring this thought, Karrison observed Bunnik's growing discomfort and hurried forward, intending to pay another compliment to Sis. However, the once bright window was now shrouded in darkness again. Karrison assumed it was merely the gas giant obstructing the light, but suddenly, Sis halted his enjoyment of the meal, and even the intoxicated Bunnik opened his eyes, now devoid of any haze. Karrison, puzzled by the sudden shift in atmosphere within the grand hall, turned to follow everyone's gaze towards the window. Sis withdrew his gaze, swallowed the last piece of meat, and set down his knife and fork. At that moment, the window opened to reveal a cacophony of alarms from outside, while a distant star hung high in the sky. Yet, it was not the gas giant that obscured the light, but an encroaching, boundless shadow. The Tyranid swarm had finally arrived. Chapter 65. Just because others do not comprehend does not imply that I do not. An overwhelming barrage of artillery erupted. A dense barrage struck the rain like Tyranid spores descending from above, exploding into a viscous spray of meat above Sis. From the vantage point atop the tower, Sis surveyed the relatively safe sky above him, drawing his gaze away from the web of anti-aircraft fire to the distant expanse of the heavens. There, the Tyranid fleet cast an immense shadow over the earth, releasing countless tendrils from space, desperately siphoning the scant biological material from Omnia 3. Below, the unceasing rain of spore pods continued to descend. Upon reaching the ground, these pods would ultimately coalesce into a vast tide of Tyranids. At this moment, this tide, engulfing the entire planet, launched relentless assaults from every direction towards Sis. Across the boundless trenches, lasers and artillery roared in every corner of the front line. The cannon's furious roar leveled every trench filled with the swarm, annihilating even the last remnants of defenders who had not managed to escape. The positions recently cleared by artillery were swiftly reclaimed by the relentless wave of Tyranids. Soon, it would be the next trench and the next round of bombardment. The fleet had taken refuge within the ring of the gas giant, poised to launch an assault to cover our retreat. The repairs on the sword-class vessel were progressing smoothly and should be completed by tomorrow at the latest. Yua's urgent voice broke through to Sis from behind, her gaze catching a glimpse of the scene unfolding on the ground as she approached. However, upon witnessing the surging tide of chitinous creatures overtaking the majestic mountains in the distance, her complexion paled instantly. Struggling to suppress her fear, she averted her eyes, striving not to confront the onslaught at the front line. Facing the still composed Sis, Yua gritted her teeth and inquired, "Have the navigators promised by those merchant rogues not yet arrived?" Sith finally reacted, turning to glance at the terrified and desperate Eva, then calmly averted his gaze, stating, "Hold on until the end, if all else fails. We shall make a blind jump aboard the ship." Sith did not place his hopes entirely on this unreliable group of merchants. Upon hearing his words, Eva, though aware of the significant dangers of a blind jump, felt a slight relief at the prospect of temporarily escaping the terrifying swarm, her expression softening somewhat. She took one last look at the colossal creature casting shadows in the sky, inhaled deeply, and turned to leave, saying, "I will go check the supply of shells." Ignoring Eva, Sith remained in a prominent position, observing the constantly breached front lines below. Although he projected calmness to the outside world, his heart bled internally, as even his black sentinels had suffered casualties. While Sith endeavored to hold firm, a violent subspace disturbance suddenly tore open a rift in the void, far from Omnia 3. This rift revealed a fleet of dozens of warships, including Astartes battle barges and even cruisers, with a battlecruiser adorned with the insignia of the Tribunal at its center. Yet, this formidable fleet, upon witnessing the vast Tyranid swarm numbering in the tens of thousands, chose to hide at a considerable distance, preparing for an immediate retreat. On the bridge of the battlecruiser, Cairo stood cautiously behind a tall, power-armored mortal, his demeanor one of utmost vigilance. The mortal, adorned with alien artifacts, gazed at the massive Tyranid swarm and the diminutive Omnia 3 beneath, his brow furrowing involuntarily. After a prolonged silence, a cold voice resonated across the bridge. "Are you suggesting that a purely mortal force is engaging in battle with such a vast Tyranid swarm?" Van Rose's voice was frigid and unyielding, and the surrounding mortals, loyal stormtroopers, and even Astartes from various chapters expressed their respect for this voice. Cairo, despite Van Rose not even casting a glance in his direction, exhibited heightened caution. Stepping forward cautiously, Cairo endeavored to soften his tone. Yes, esteemed tribunal lord, please believe me. You will require such a mortal force to serve your plans. Upon receiving Cairo's confirmation, and although he had yet to witness the situation firsthand, Van Rose could not help but gaze at the distant, minuscule Omnia 3. Those around him, especially the Astartes, also cast astonished glances. After all, against a tyrannid swarm of this magnitude, even Astartes faced inevitable doom. Yet now Cairo was informing them that such a swarm was being held at bay by a group of mortals. Van Rose silently calculated the battle potential, confirming that if such strength indeed existed, it could greatly assist in his forthcoming plans. He then posed one final question. How can I ensure their cooperation? Seeing this, Cairo finally broke into a smile, for it signified that the half-truth he had disclosed had yielded a return from Van Ross. With a cheerful expression, Cairo remarked, "They lack navigators. As long as Lord Van Ross uses a navigator as leverage, they will undoubtedly align with your plan." After a moment's reflection, recalling that he had not revealed the fact that the Sith were the other half of the formidable group from the subspace, Cairo paused and added, "Trust me. With the assistance of this esteemed individual on the planet, your plan is bound to succeed." Van Ross paid no heed to Cairo. He merely confirmed that he possessed bargaining chips to negotiate with the Sith before gazing intently for a prolonged period. After wrestling with an internal decision multiple times, he finally clenched his hands tightly behind his back and decisively addressed the third planet of Omnia. "Dispatch a small-scale fleet to prepare for extraction. There is no need for excessive force before we reach our destination." He continued, "Additionally, send a signal. I wish to meet their commander." Responses to Van Ross's orders echoed around him, and soon, when the Sith appeared on the screen with a face full of disbelief, Van Ross, who was scrutinizing the Sith while contemplating the terms he wished to present, suddenly became motionless as his gaze landed upon the Sith. A profound silence enveloped the bridge, leading the Sith to furrow his brow in perplexity at the unfamiliar adjudicator's prolonged silence. Meanwhile, Van Ross cautiously surveyed the Sith once more. The indifference that had marked his countenance transformed inexplicably into respect. Then, to the astonishment of everyone aboard, including Cairo, Van Ross unexpectedly bowed before speaking, "My lord, please hold on. We shall exert every effort to extract you from the surface." Afterward, Van Ross turned to the naval commander who had just assembled an outdated small fleet. Speaking with righteous urgency, "Quickly, prepare all warships for combat. We must immediately assist Lord Sith." The surrounding personnel were left bewildered, and the Sith regarded the inexplicably fervent adjudicator with confusion. As communications were severed once more due to the fierce exchange of fire on the Sith's end, Van Ross, relieved that the Sith was not watching him, exhaled with a hint of trepidation. He then turned, and under Cairo's puzzled gaze, abruptly lifted him. Opening his mouth but refraining from directly articulating the matter, Van Ross shot a fierce glare at Cairo for daring to withhold half of the information, growling, "I am the adjudicator. If others cannot discern Lord Sith's identity, do you think I am oblivious?" Confronted with Van Ross's fury, the confusion in Cairo's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of neglect and regret. For in the eyes of one who truly recognized value, the gilded silver armor adorning the Sith and the menacing red sword at his waist were more than sufficient to reveal his identity. Chapter 66. The Green Crown. A multitude of wreckage was drawn by gravity, piercing through the clouds and crashing into the densely packed swarm of insects. Countless creatures were obliterated by their own biological vessels, yet the number of insects did not diminish. Rather, the colossal remnants of the biological ships, under the decomposition of the tyrant spores on the ground, swiftly transformed into even more swarms. Subsequently, as if invigorated by the ocean breeze, an even more ferocious tide of insects surged toward the hive city. This time, the onslaught against the swarm is not met with a relentless barrage of artillery, but rather with a luminous spear forcefully driven into the earth amidst the assault of biological vessels. Like a cleansing tide, the unyielding forces of Omnia 3, led by Van Ross, indiscriminately unleash large-scale extermination weapons upon the ground. The Sith, previously forced to retreat under the relentless pressure of the swarm, now watch as the last batch of soldiers and civilians board the transport ships, turning to gaze once more at the relentless tide of creatures scrambling upward from the nest. They cast away a beacon before boarding the aircraft, accompanied by the roar of jet engines. Beneath them lies a frenzied swarm engulfing the summit of the nest, while overhead, A repaired sword-class frigate hovers in orbit. As the Sith distance themselves from the nest, a volley of side-mounted artillery erupts from the ships in orbit, unleashing a barrage upon the pinnacle of the nest. The violent explosions, accompanied by a whirlwind of chitinous creatures, momentarily stutter the advancing Tyrannid swarm, which now finds itself overshadowed by the immense collapse of the nest. As the nest crumbles, a colossal cyclone torpedo crashes into the earth. The transport vessel of the Sith joins a small fleet comprised of a sword-class frigate, a Cobra class for light escort ships, and an array of armed merchant vessels. The sharp sound of powered boots echoes across the deck, where rows of black sentinels and freshly trained recruits stand at attention. Outside the portholes, the starry sky reveals the continents of Omnia 3 fracturing, as torrents of magma surge from beneath, submerging the vast Tyrannid swarms above. Sir, Judge Van Ross from the tribunal is awaiting your communication. Upon entering the bridge, Yuva, who had been waiting for some time, immediately speaks. No longer adorned in noble attire, he now dons the uniform of the Black Sentinels, fully responsible for the logistics of the Sith. Observing the Judge Van Ross, who awaits on the other end of the communication, the Sith realizes that the opposing side must have discerned his identity. After all, it is evident that the blessings of both the God Emperor and the Fear Tyrant are upon him, leading one to recall the prophetic words released by the God Emperor not long ago. This prophecy not only serves to validate the Sith's identity and prevent him from being pursued by his own kind, but also acts as a form of recognition. As a judge, Van Ross is no stranger to the realms of subspace and chaos. In fact, he is particularly well acquainted with them. Unlike Cairo, who requires numerous clues to deduce information, Van Ross almost instantaneously grasps the situation. When the Sith appears on the bridge, Yuva's reminder comes through the already established communication device, redirecting the Judge's attention from commanding the fleet in their fierce struggle against the swarm. Meanwhile, the various Imperial factions on the opposite bridge observe the noble Judge, perplexed by the fact that he is already waiting without knowledge of the Sith's return. This only deepens their curiosity and intrigue regarding the Sith's identity. However, Van Ross dares not divulge more about the identity of the Sith. After all, merely possessing that sword is enough for the tribunal to consider issuing an extermination order for an entire planet should anyone discover its true nature. At this moment, gazing cautiously at Sis through a significantly stabilized screen, Van Ross confirmed without a shadow of a doubt that Sis was indeed blessed by the Divine Emperor. A terrifying dual bestowal of favor. Van Ross's demeanor grew increasingly cautious. Once again, amidst the astonishment of those around him who could not comprehend the situation, he solemnly bowed, his words laced with reverence. It is undoubtedly the Divine Emperor's protection that has allowed me to meet you at such a crucial juncture in my plans. Van Ross was direct, and as he received a quiet reminder from the mechanical cleric at his side, he spoke once more to Sis, the backdrop resonating with the thunderous sound of cannon fire. We shall leave a small fleet to cover our retreat. The coordinates for the jump have already been transmitted to your bridge. As long as we converge at the designated location, even without a navigator, you, Lord Sis, will safely traverse the hyperspace aboard my flagship. Upon finishing, he was immediately met with further reminders from his subordinates, accompanied by the growing cacophony of explosions. As Van Ross commanded his fleet to approach the jump point, he ordered the political officer to execute the captain of the rearguard who dared to voice dissent. Following that, communication was severed, and Van Ross's main fleet began to maneuver away from the Tyrannid swarm. Though Sis harbored an unsettling premonition about Van Ross, he had no choice but to direct his own fleet toward the jump point, while simultaneously providing cover fire for the armed merchant vessels laden with civilians. Soon, as the rearguard fleet unleashed a final, sacrificial explosion that obliterated a pursuing small Tyrannid bioship, Sis's bridge was flanked by a battlecruiser that dwarfed his own ship, resembling a towering mountain. Accompanying it were several cruisers, Astartes boarding vessels, and dozens of escort and destroyer ships in the periphery. At this moment, merely by size, Sis's small fleet appeared more akin to Van Ross's escort fleet. Upon reaching the jump point, Van Ross ceased all communication with Sis and directly linked with Sis's warship, swiftly activating the hyperspace engine. The space around them trembled violently, with the Tyrannid fleet bearing down from behind and a rift in hyperspace tearing open before them. With one final flicker, the Tyrannid fleet, which had formed a conspicuous blot against the distant stars, lost its target entirely. In hyperspace, as the armored hull completely isolated the interior from the exterior, Sis, having no knowledge of how long they had been traveling, finally emerged from hyperspace, relying on Van Ross's flagship. However, upon the opening of the viewport, what lay outside was not the bustling safety of an impenetrable defense line, but rather an unfamiliar star system, devoid of any discernible location. It was only at this moment, as he beheld the star chart depicting the edge world named Valoria, that Sith recalled why the name Van Ross sounded familiar. This was because Van Ross had chosen a more radical path to address what he perceived as the Empire's greatest threat, opting to employ greenskin technology to counter the swarm. Facing the currently tranquil star system, Sith, still miffed by Van Ross's maneuver, turned his gaze towards the battlecruiser beside him. At this very moment, aboard the vessel of Van Ross, there exists a remarkable artifact, a green-skinned technological creation, meticulously safeguarded by the Astartes and the Mechanicum. This is a crown, fashioned for the green-skinned, capable of suppressing the will of the Tyranids and exerting control over the swarm. Van Ross's scheme is to utilize the green-skinned and the Tyranids on the serene planet of Verolia to experiment with his dominion over the crown. However, Sith's gaze faltered as he vividly recalled the dire conclusion of this radical experiment. Once the crown was activated, no ship ever departed from this place. Chapter 67. Shall I take it for a spin? A towering mountain, its steep cliffs adorned with an array of plasteel shielding, coupled with dense artillery positions and stationed soldiers. This mountain has transformed into a formidable natural fortress. At this moment, deep within a cavernous base that pierces the mountain, a brilliant green light emanates, akin to a beacon, continuously sending forth a potent signal. This signal is so intense that it incites not only the green-skinned and Tyranids across Verolia to frenzy, but also engages the hastily assembled task force of Van Ross, cobbled together from various allies, in fierce combat against the other green-skinned fleets surging from the depths of subspace. In the distance, even the biotic fleet of the Tyranids reveals its ominous form, as the Octharius greenskin empire consolidates countless technological marvels. The crown capable of subduing the hive mind has ignited an insatiable desire among the green-skinned, while the beleaguered Tyranids exhibit an extraordinary interest in the artifact. However, this mutual fascination places the human defenders on the ground in a dire predicament, facing the dual onslaught of the green tide and the insect horde. The refuse vessels of the green-skinned and the Tyranid spore pods pierce through the clouds. Yet the meager anti-aircraft defenses of the temporary encampment are barely sufficient to shield the skies above Van Ross's experimental base from such overwhelming numbers. Consequently, numerous Tyranids and green-skinned have managed to breach the defensive lines, landing directly behind the beleaguered soldiers. This dire situation forces the already despairing defenders to remain vigilant against threats from their rear. Another refuse vessel, accompanied by a cascade of debris, crashes down upon a machine gun position. The soldiers beneath are reduced to mere pulp, while a dozen exuberant green-skinned emerge from the wreckage, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon their surroundings as they launch an assault on the defenders from behind. Amidst the chaos, the final silhouette emerging from the refuse vessel casts a pall of dread over the already hopeless defenders. A hulking green-skinned war boss, clad in heavy iron, relentlessly shoves aside the smaller greenskins, furiously exiting the refuse vessel. Nearby defenders scramble to redirect their firepower while urgently calling for Astartes reinforcements. Yet, as their attention diverts to the rear, a dozen Tyranid rippers surge forth from beneath the plasteel barricades. The sharp blades of the arms suddenly pierce through several mortals, subsequently letting out anguished cries as they tore violently, transforming the once whole and vibrant soldiers into a gruesome spectacle of dismemberment. Even a head, which had barely retained its integrity, blinked as it rolled upon the ground, facing its own body being devoured by the swarming insects. Then, a barrage of thermal fire erupted from behind, instantly annihilating the swarm that had surged against the ramparts. Simultaneously, a barrage of scorching rays, reminiscent of a Gatling gun, descended from above, suppressing the tumultuous tide of insects outside the walls. The crimson blade thrust forcefully into the robust form of the green-skinned giant, encased in heavy iron. Sith stood atop the giant's body, as its colossal hand strained in a futile attempt to resist, its enormous head adorned with bulging green eyes that swelled with exertion. Yet, under the scrutiny of the onlookers, including the green-skinned minions, this contest of sheer strength concluded with Sith's irresistible crimson blade piercing through the giant's entire being. Witnessing the diminutive human, compared to their own giant, wield such terrifying power, the surrounding green-skinned minions gaped in astonishment, feeling the crimson blade greedily siphoning the giant's essence. And observing the expectant gaze directed towards him, Sith cursed inwardly as he withdrew the blade and seized the explosive shotgun. Raising it, he dispatched a greenskin minion with a precise shot to the head. Facing the astonished soldiers around him, Sith stood atop the giant's body, towering as he scanned his surroundings with the shotgun in hand. "Do not retreat. Return to your posts." In response to Sith's command and the explosive weapon he wielded, the mortal soldiers quivered, compelled to act as they resumed their duties. Meanwhile, Sith glanced at the multitude of injured at the base of the ramparts. Methodically targeting a dozen individuals with the shotgun. Return to the front lines. You may have injured legs, but your hands can still pull the trigger. The wounded soldiers, though unfamiliar with Sith, swallowed hard at the sight of his finely crafted power armor and the fallen green-skinned giant beneath him, aiding one another to ascend the ramparts. Having completed these tasks, Sith observed the still meager numbers at the ramparts and, after contemplation, gestured to the black-clad sentinels behind him, reinforced this position with a squad. 5 black-clad sentinels promptly stepped forward, entering the ramparts and unceremoniously assuming command over the mortal forces brought by the mortals from the east. As the defensive line finally stabilized, Sith took a moment to survey his surroundings. At the foot of the mountain lay an overwhelming tide of green and an incessant swarm of insects, seemingly unending. Even with the several battalions Sith had brought from Omnia 3, the human numbers paled in comparison. Just as he had painstakingly stabilized one position, he noticed at least 3 more had been breached in other directions, although these areas were swiftly reclaimed by the Astartes or the Battle Sisters. The sole piece of good news on the battlefield at this moment was that the green-skinned and Tyranid forces were currently engaged in a struggle to devour the humans at the summit, momentarily refraining from directing their full pressure upon the heights. Retracting his gaze, he faced another direction where even the protective walls had been toppled, and the defending troops were instantly engulfed by the green-skinned horde. For a fleeting 2 minutes, the Sith halted his turn, preparing to rush to their aid. However, just as he took a step forward, a brilliant green glow overhead flickered violently before extinguishing once more. Witnessing yet another failure, the morale of the soldiers plummeted further. The Sith, momentarily taken aback, cursed vehemently within his heart. He swiftly pointed at a squad of Astartes charging towards the breached defenses and commanded the 10 or so black-clad sentinels behind him, assist them. With that, he turned resolutely towards the mountaintop. Before long, with the absolute authorization of Van Ross, the Sith traversed through multiple layers of protection. Upon arriving at the core laboratory, he was confronted by the sight of an Astartes head exploding upon the experimental platform. Surrounding him were those who, even the Astartes, could not bear the weight of the green-skinned crown. The despair from the outside world seemed to surge through the thick mountain, flooding the laboratory. Even Van Ross stood frozen in a state of desolation, staring at the remains of the Astartes, which represented his final hope, failing to react even as the Sith entered. Casting a glance around at the hopeless faces of those still clinging to despair, the Sith could no longer contain himself and approached the green-skinned crown. As he walked, he addressed Van Ross. The fleets of the green-skinned are multiplying. If we do not leave now, we may lose our chance. If necessary, allow me to don the crown and see what it brings. Chapter 68. Do not inquire. For it is the blessing of the God Emperor. The Sith's voice finally garnered the attention of those around him. The mechanized priests did not recognize him, their faces etched with confusion, while Van Ross, slightly regaining his composure, wore an expression of astonishment. Instinctively raising a hand to refuse, the Sith, eager to escape, had already grasped the green-skinned crown and, with a determined grit of his teeth, placed it atop his head. It was not that the crown was harmless to the Sith. Rather, he did not believe that the yellow-skinned and the ancient ones would dare witness his demise. Of course, now he perhaps needed to factor in a new malevolence as well. Thus, before Van Ross could utter a word, the Sith had already donned the crown. A torrent of chaotic psychic energy surged violently into his mind, and even with a 100-fold enhancement, the Sith felt as if his brain might burst. Simultaneously, 2 pairs of eyes from the subspace turned their gaze towards him, accompanied by a hesitant 3rd pair. Yet, just before these 3 pairs of eyes could act, a force that even the Sith had nearly forgotten surged forth, amplified 100-fold, and remarkably countered the backlash of the crown. Although the Vigilant Star campaign had come to a close, the green-skinned denizens aboard their garbage ships had spread the name of the Sith throughout the surrounding star systems. At this moment, the accumulated thoughts of those in the periphery finally manifested. The throbbing pain atop the Sith's head rapidly dissipated, and the radiance of the crown did not scatter but gradually converged instead. Though still far from the stability and normalcy it exhibited atop a green-skinned head. When the Sith reopened his eyes, he was met with a crowd whose jaws dropped in astonishment, all gazing at him in exaggerated disbelief. For, regardless of the circumstances, the crown had indeed been placed upon the Sith's head. Even in places imperceptible to others, the Sith could sense, beyond those 3 pairs of eyes, 2 additional pairs casting glimmers of interest. While the Sith inwardly lamented the utter lack of privacy afforded by these individuals, Van Ross gaped with eyes wide open, approaching in disbelief. It actually happened? Is it not just the green-skinned ones? The Sith raised a hand to halt him. for the thunderous sounds from outside the laboratory were advancing with increasing rapidity. Do not question it. Consider it a blessing from the God Emperor. Van Ross was abruptly silenced. Should any other human dare to invoke the God Emperor's blessing while wearing an alien crown, he would reduce them to atomic dust with a mere gesture. Yet, the one uttering such words was the Sith, who had, out of fear of being cornered by the Empire, sent a galaxy-wide notification. When others spoke such words, it was sacrilege, yet when the Sith spoke them, it was, in fact, a statement of reality. Van Ross, suppressing his thoughts outwardly, could not help but ponder internally. A blessing from the God Emperor, wearing a green crown. Could it be that this God Emperor is green? Without the Sith's mockery, Van Ross felt an unsettling jolt in his heart. Shaking off his disconcerting thoughts, he hastily redirected his focus to the present situation. What should they do now? As the organizer of this expedition, he instinctively turned to the Sith for guidance. The Sith, recalling the itinerary for this venture to Valoria, began to exit while wearing the green crown, stating, "Your experiment has failed. While there is still an opportunity, immediately organize the fleet for evacuation." As he stepped outside, faced with the oppressive will of the insect tide and the dazed swarm, he turned back to Van Ross to add, "Of course, this is contingent upon first repelling this group of green-skinned and Tyranids before us." Van Ross instinctively nodded, yet gazed at the shimmering green crown atop the Sith's head, feeling a sense of rebellion stir within him. Who declared the experiment a failure? Hadn't the crown been donned? Van Ross, however, lacked the audacity to voice this dissent in the presence of the Sith. He merely nodded while preparing to command the troops to counterattack. Just as he turned, he realized that the once thundering battlefield had come to an eerie standstill. Aside from the fleet above still besieged by the green-skinned and newly arrived Tyranids, the ground combat had inexplicably ceased. The scene was surreal. The Tyranid swarm stood frozen in place, as if suffering from poor signal, intermittently dazed and shrieking, unable to move for what felt like an eternity. Meanwhile, the green-skinned ones stared in astonishment at this human atop the hill, their previous fear of being unable to fight replaced by a rare display of respect. Observing the green-skinned ones gazing at the Sith with an unusual sense of reverence, Van Ross's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, these greens not only exhibited respect, but this respect was directed towards a human. Were it not for the Sith's human appearance and the endorsement of the God Emperor, Van Ross might have suspected that the Sith was a highly skilled green-skinned impostor. As I gaze upon the scene before me, I cannot help but ponder the peculiar notion that should the Sith suddenly ascend and let out a resounding waaagh, the band of orcs below might very well recognize the Sith as their leader. This thought leads me to a strange consideration. If one day the Sith were to completely subjugate this crown, could it be that he would lead the orcs in a grand waaagh? For a moment, I am taken aback, my expression faltering as I am struck by the bizarre image of a colossal waaagh, with a multitude of fervent orcs at the forefront, led by a mere human. I find myself questioning whether this signifies the God Emperor's descent into chaos or the chaos itself becoming the God Emperor. Yet, such a distant future remains but a figment of imagination. For now, the Sith's meager strength barely suffices to secure the crown upon his head. After a brief moment of overwhelming awe, as the Tyranid fleet arrives, the reinforced will of the hive mind gradually reasserts control over the swarm. The orc youths, initially cowed by the Sith's presence, are now pushed aside by their more imposing kin, who, rather than submit, glare furiously at the audacious human who dares don the Orcish crown. Behind the orc warlords looms an even larger figure, a combat chief whose stature rivals that of a half-giant, charging towards the Sith aboard a monstrous war machine. Upon sighting this behemoth, the human defenders are nearly overwhelmed. Confronted with an adversary akin to the Imperial Knight Mechs, this is no longer a contest of flesh and blood. Surrounding Astartes and Battle Sisters unleash a barrage of explosive rounds, while the Black Sentinels retreat to a safe distance, focusing their heat rays on the machine's vulnerable points. Yet, under the guidance of a war chief capable of commanding an entire planet, the war machine presses forward, undeterred by the onslaught. I attempt to pull the Sith aside for safety, but upon turning, I find him hesitating before brandishing the crimson blade. As the eyes of an unseen observer light up with glee, I witness the Sith channeling a crimson glow through the sword, prompting a surge of exasperation within me. This does not seem prudent. Yet astonishingly, the Sith charges towards the war machine. The ensuing clash is not one of intricate tactics, but rather a primal contest of strength. To my astonishment, the crimson blade pierces the war machine's armor, signifying a decisive victory for the Sith over the war chief. The red light emanating from the blade, initially a mere manifestation of its power, seems to receive a fortuitous blessing following the Sith's triumph over his nemesis. as the crimson glow intensifies around the Sith. Even those who are oblivious to its significance begin to sense its treacherous nature. The onlookers cast puzzled glances toward me, and after a moment of hesitation, I muster the nonchalance to declare, "Do not inquire further. It is the blessing of the throne." Chapter 69. Why does the Imperial plan always fail? With the war chief vanquished, the Orc youths choose to retreat in the face of the crowned Sith. Left alone, Tyron faced a disjointed command, struggling under the relentless onslaught, while simultaneously contending with the relentless green-skinned adversary. He too opted for retreat. As he airdropped more spore pods, the offensive against the human fleet intensified. At this moment, on the lofty mountains, the beleaguered humans, who had been embroiled in a bloody battle since their descent, finally experienced a fleeting moment of respite. Within an open command post atop the peak, Zeiss observed Van Ross meticulously analyzing the situation, accompanied by Assad, the battle sister, and the commander of the Astral Army. Unlike in times past, everyone was wholly absorbed in Van Ross's words, yet their glances frequently drifted towards Zeiss. After all, facing a human adorned with a green-skinned crown, it was difficult for them to suppress their curiosity. Even Van Ross, after speaking a few words, would glance up to ensure Zeiss's head remained intact. Should it remain unscathed, did that mean the crown's power against the green-skinned and Tyron was still operational? Irritated by Van Ross's repeated glances, Zeiss stepped forward, disregarding his lower rank, and pointed at the map, stating, "Before we divert the attention of the green-skinned and Tyron, our transport vessels will ascend only to be shot down immediately. Even if we evade ground fire, the alien warships in space will easily decimate us." As Zeiss took the floor, the surrounding individuals, particularly Van Ross, noted Zeiss's disdain for their inefficiency, yet their expressions bore no trace of discontent, only a hint of anxiety. For even without mentioning the two formidable figures standing behind Zeiss, it was evident that only he could don the crown, and none dared to provoke his displeasure. Otherwise, the moment Zeiss removed the crown, the green-skinned and Tyron would unleash their fury anew. Van Ross quickly shifted his focus from Zeiss's crown and nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We need to dispatch a small team to lure the aliens deeper into this basin. Ultimately, we will collapse the entrance's spirit tower to temporarily trap the ground aliens within the basin. While the space warships remain a concern, the absence of ground fire would at least render our retreat feasible." He pointed to the spirit tower clearly marked on the map, a symbol of a world once belonging to the spirits, now standing silently at the basin's entrance. As he contemplated how to lure the aliens, Van Ross paused. Sharing a glance with the others, all eyes turned towards Zeiss. Apart from the crown atop Zeiss's head, they had no alternative. Zeiss, clearly aware of this, straightened up in response to their gazes. "I shall go." In this situation, their fates were intertwined, thus Zeiss felt no hesitation. The expression on Van Ross and the others brightened at his words, with Van Ross immediately declaring, "We will deploy the most elite soldiers from various units to accompany you, including veterans from the Astral Army, Astartes, and Battle Sisters. Of course, your Black Watch will also be included." Van Ross was evidently cognizant of the dangers that lay ahead. Thus he was willing to make significant sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Zeiss did not refuse, for relying solely on himself would be utterly exhausting, even with a 100-fold increase, against the endless tides of green and swarming insects. Observing Zeiss's tacit acceptance, Fan Luoz's expression grew serious. He ceased to regard the map and stood upright, facing Zeiss directly. "While you lure the alien forces towards the basin, I shall personally lead a team to the Spirit Clan Spire to plant explosives, ensuring that this alien structure is utterly demolished. Once the plan is executed, regardless of the cost, we shall undoubtedly dispatch a transport aircraft to retrieve Lord Zeiss." Fan Luoz spoke with gravity, and Zeiss confirmed the plan, putting away his explosive weapon and descending the mountain. As Zeiss moved once more, the tumult of green and insect swarms below erupted anew. The waiting Black Watch silently filled their magazines, gazing calmly at Zeiss. At the same time, Davidro arrived with 2 full squads of Astartes, while from the throng, a path suddenly opened, revealing a group of combat sisters clad in black power feedback armor, standing resolutely beside Zeiss. Alongside them emerged seasoned veterans of the Astral Army, wielding the finest weaponry their units could provide, all casting courageous glances towards Zeiss. As this modest assembly of merely a few thousand gathered, more humans below silently raised their hands, rendering military salutes to this small contingent. The gates opened, and artillery rained down. The long silent earth once again reverberated with the din of cannon fire. Above, the number of supporting warships dwindled, while the ground became increasingly inundated with alien frenzy. Throughout the respectful farewell from the main forces behind him, Zeiss refrained from uttering any rallying words. He simply chose to walk at the forefront of his team, as he always had. This time, the respect directed towards him was not solely from mortals, but also from the 2 squads of Astartes accompanying him. A veteran bearing a golden emblem on his forehead even represented the Astartes, pounding his chest in salute to Zeiss, proclaiming, "It is our honor to fight alongside you." Amid the dull thud of the salute, Zeiss nodded in acknowledgement. It was evident that Davidro had willingly accepted Zeiss's command on behalf of the Astartes, having publicly recounted Zeiss's exploits. Apart from the scene within the subspace, Zeiss's legendary journey from the Watchful Star to this point compelled even the Astartes to regard him with profound respect. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the defenders, this seemingly insignificant band plunged headlong into the raging tide of alien chaos before them. The green-skinned crown flickered with brilliance as countless frenzied green-skinned leaders surged forward. Even as Zeiss swung his crimson blade repeatedly, repelling the greenskins, fresh waves of insect swarms, emboldened by the will of the hive, charged recklessly at him. Like water boiling in an instant, under the anxious gaze of the defenders atop the mountain, this surging tide indeed began to shift slowly towards the distant basin alongside Zeiss. The thought of Zeiss leading his men through such a protracted distance without pause, even as the enemies around them dwindled, caused the defenders' hearts to race uncontrollably. On the other side, taking advantage of the brief respite, Van Ross led another team toward the towering spire of the spirit race. Amidst the chaotic tide, Zeiss had lost track of time, hacking away at the relentless swarm. Around him, the ever-revolving crowd of combatants dwindled relentlessly. Not only the battle nuns, but also the mortal veterans suffered grievous losses, and the Astartes became increasingly scarce. Even the Black Watch, having departed from the warp for quite some time, finally began to sustain casualties. It was only when Davidro's loud cry broke through that Zeiss cleaved through 7 Tyranid rippers, realizing that the originally advancing squad had halved in strength and come to a halt. In the vast basin, the untainted world was clearly visible against the horizon. It resembled a natural stone cauldron, surrounded by towering mountains, while a tide of enemies surged down from all directions, cascading over the peaks. Positioned at the heart of this tumult, the enemies before Zeiss were held back by Davidro and 2 Astartes, prompting Zeiss to glance back toward their point of departure, fixating on the soaring spire of the spirit race. Yet, as time ticked away, the structure that was meant to collapse per their plan stood resolutely as it had for millennia. The Empire's strategies had never succeeded. Watching the indifferent tower, Zeiss could no longer contain himself and bellowed. Upon turning back, he found no one responding, for before them loomed an endless tide of enemies, filling every available space and surging over the mountain peaks toward them. Chapter 70. Activate at full power. The relentless tide of enemies showed no sign of abating. In fact, as many greenskins and Tyranids struggled to squeeze in from the rear, they began to attack each other in a frenzy. However, this mutual depletion among the foes did nothing to alleviate the pressure on the Imperial forces at the center. At that moment, the representatives of the battle nuns and Astartes stood frozen, dumbfounded as they observed Zeiss loading his explosive weapon. Even Davidro, who had accompanied Zeiss all along, finally mustered the courage to say through gritted teeth, "Perhaps we should wait a little longer." Zeiss paid him no heed, merely completing the loading of his weapon and attaching additional magazines. In resignation, Davidro articulated his dissent, "My lord Zeiss, even you cannot single-handedly pierce through such a multitude of Xenos. Not to mention that upon reaching the spire, we must devise a method to bring it down," Davidro implored. For when Zeiss chose to personally approach the spire, not only the accompanying Astartes and battle nuns were taken aback, but even Davidro was left speechless. Zeiss conducted a final inspection of his weaponry, then stood tall before them. "Can we afford to wait for Van Ross? Will the fleet in orbit wait for us?" At that moment, Davidro and the others faltered, instinctively glancing skyward. The once prominent fleet had significantly dwindled. Even numerous armed merchant vessels were recklessly dispatching transport ships, incurring heavy losses to transfer their personnel to safer battlecruisers. Simultaneously, those utterly devoid of combat capability, the escort ships, were also gathering a multitude of escaped vessels. As the Imperial fleet dwindled, the forces of the Greenskins and the Tyranids, conversely, continued to swell. With their gazes diverted, they found that Syeh had completed his preparations. Clutching a demolition gun in his left hand and wielding a crimson sword in his right, he strode forward towards the spire that should have collapsed an hour earlier. Just as everyone turned their attention to Syeh's silhouette, he hesitated momentarily, and before donning his helmet, he turned with a serious expression, declaring, "After I bring down the spire, I shall return for you." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, particularly the hastily assembled Astartes and battle sisters, who were accustomed to the Empire's efficiency. SYTH's evident humanity was disconcerting. As respect began to surface on their faces, SYTH finished his statement and turned, affixing his helmet. Once fully encased in his armor, the anticipated scene of him utilizing firepower for cover and charging forth did not materialize. Instead, the first sight they beheld was SYTH, no longer concealing himself. Erupting in a dazzling red light, his form radiating like a golden sun. Then, like a cannonball, he bent his knee to gather strength and leaped into the dense tide of enemies. Upon landing amidst the chaos of greenskins and tyranids, the crowd, who had initially regarded SYTH with a hint of solemn respect, was instantly frozen in shock. Their admiration was swiftly eclipsed by horror. In their wide-eyed astonishment, there lingered a hint of frustration at being outdone. With emotions running high, they wondered, could he truly play the invincible warrior? Observing SYTH, aglow in dual-hued divine radiance, seemingly erasing the enemy tide, they stared at this exaggerated spectacle, and after a prolonged silence, they turned their gazes to Davidro. Although Davidro was aware that SYTH's armor and sword bore the Emperor's terrifying blessings, he was nevertheless taken aback by the apparent extravagance of these ancient relics. Confronted by the inquisitive gazes of those around him, Davidro found himself at a loss for words, his lips twitching as he recalled SYTH's explanation to Van Ross. Struggling to divert his gaze from SYTH, who had now transformed into a bulldozer, Davidro's expression shifted as he addressed the people beside him, exclaiming, "I told you. It's the blessings." The crowd stood dumbfounded, unsure how to respond to such an answer, helplessly watching as SYTH charged through the enemy tide, ultimately entering the abandoned spire of the Eldar. Thereafter, facing the endless waves of alien foes before him, he steadied his fatigue and turned to seize his weapon. In the Eldar spire, he kicked a bug hiding in a shadowy corridor, sending it crashing into the wall. Following this, he cleaved down a pursuing greenskin leader, using the massive body to block the entrance. SYTH then surged forward, guided by the dense footprints scanned by his helmet, relentlessly eliminating the insects that leapt from the darkness. While a cacophony of roars echoed behind him, as countless greenskin warriors pursued, intent on bringing him down, the Sith, utterly unleashing the blessings of the dual thrones without any reservations, not only left Tyran somewhat bewildered, but even the orcs behind him displayed a moment of timidity upon catching up. It wasn't until the sound of chaotic footsteps and the familiar roar of Van Ross echoed that, as the Sith charged into the next platform, several molten projectiles were cast aside, collapsing the passage behind him entirely. Amidst the thunderous blast that temporarily obstructed the enemy, both Van Ross and the others gaped in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the Sith, though they could not witness the outside world. The divine radiance enveloping the Sith and the implications of his presence here led them to doubt the thought rising within their hearts. What does it mean? Are you suggesting that you traversed here alone from the center of the basin? The crowd stared blankly at the Sith while he surveyed the area, noticing that even Van Ross had not ascended to the pinnacle of the spire. Approaching swiftly, he frowned and inquired, "Why are you still here?" The crowd quickly retracted their astonishment, for at this moment, none dared to show a hint of disrespect towards the Sith. Even Van Ross, an esteemed adjudicator, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, momentarily beset by a sense of unease. Gritting his teeth, Van Ross stepped forward, gesturing toward a grand door behind him, explaining, "These gates of the spirit race are exceptionally sturdy. We are attempting to breach them." The Sith turned his gaze toward the door, and indeed, he observed several mechanical priests engaged in fervent discussion before the spirit gate. Noticing that these mechanical priests had not even set explosives, the Sith's expression darkened with displeasure. After all, every word spoken at this moment was bought with the lives of countless Imperial soldiers. Yet, he refrained from venting his anger at Van Ross's team. For a mere glance at this bloodied, diminished group revealed that their journey had been fraught with hardship. At that moment, one of the mechanical priests finally returned, speaking in an utterly rational and cold mechanical tone. "My lord, we need to dispatch a small team to circumnavigate, sever the energy transmission conduits, then create an opening from the outside, and finally, based on precise measurements, place the explosives with our pre-programmed detonation sequence. We estimate a 72% success rate for breaching the door." Van Ross's expression shifted from anticipation to bewilderment, ultimately becoming frozen in place. The surviving teams around them stared blankly at the mechanical priests who had offered this solution, their eyes betraying a mix of curses and loyalty to the divine emperor. Just as Van Ross gritted his teeth, resolved to advance despite the odds, his body was suddenly pushed aside by someone. Enraged, he intended to rebuke. But as he lifted his gaze to speak, he saw the Sith who had pushed him aside already striding forward with his sword drawn. "Why complicate matters?" the Sith remarked, stepping directly to the door, seizing the crimson sword, and declaring, "Activate at 100-fold power." It was akin to a welding gun of terrifying might, leaving even the Astartes and elite soldiers, who still retained their humanity, utterly astounded. Even the few mechanical priests who offered solutions remained stationary, their observational devices, save for their ocular implants, instantly magnified to the maximum. Then, a group of onlookers witnessed as Zeiss, akin to a skilled welder, wielded the terror-infused sword, sending sparks of molten iron flying, as he meticulously sawed open the grand door before him. As Zeiss inscribed a square along the door's edge, observing the still glowing molten seams, he forcefully kicked the door down. Turning to face the gaping interior of the spire, Zeiss gestured to Van Ross. It was only at this moment that Van Ross and the others snapped to attention, their faces betraying a struggle to contain their emotions. After a prolonged moment, they steadied themselves and rushed through the threshold. Particularly aware of the implications of Zeiss's sword, Van Ross could only awkwardly reassure himself with the mantra, "Blessings of the Throne." Blessings of the Throne. With Zeiss's involvement, the group's actions hastened significantly. They installed explosives at critical junctures while charging towards the upper reaches of the tower. As they ascended closer to the summit, the rear doors proved far less resilient than those below, allowing the mechanical priests to breach them with ease. Meanwhile, Zeiss led the retinue, suppressing the green-skinned foes and Tyranids that surged behind them. However, as the final stage encountered yet another pause, Zeiss received a report from the messenger behind him. To the astonishment of the Astartes surrounding him, Zeiss cleaved a Tyranid overlord in half with a single stroke of his sword. Though the Astartes possessed individuals capable of independently vanquishing such foes, none could do so with the effortless ease exhibited by Zeiss. Observing the diminishing blessings contained within his crimson blade, Zeiss reflected on the chaotic weapon's inefficacy against the Tyranids, realizing that no matter how he engaged, it always felt like a losing battle. Kicking the overlord aside and noting the dense swarm of knife-wielding creatures obstructed by their own leader, Zeiss finally turned slightly toward the last layer ahead. Were there more Xenos at the tower's apex? He inquired of the messenger, who, thoroughly convinced of Zeiss's prowess, bowed his head and replied hastily, "Yes. My Lord Van Ross is currently in a standoff with them, who seem reluctant to allow him to demolish the spire, claiming it as their relic." Upon hearing this, Zeiss quickened his pace, not only keeping his crimson blade unsheathed, but also reloading his explosive firearm with a decisive click. Before he even arrived, Van Ross had already turned to greet him. Behind him stood a contingent of armed humans poised against a group of sharp-featured Xenos. Van Ross, witnessing Zeiss's approach, wore a look of exasperation and urgently exclaimed, "It's the spirit race. There's a whole faction of them hiding here. They are numerous, and we dare not act recklessly." Van Ross elaborated, and through the ranks of the humans, the fully armed spirit race could indeed be seen behind a defensive line. In terms of sheer combat capability, the human squad appeared, without Zeiss's might, to be at a distinct disadvantage. This was precisely why Van Ross had personally sought out Zeiss in the first place. Only the Sith gazed at the emblems adorning the figures of the spirit race opposite him, his expression oddly perplexed. He had recently encountered this emblem not long ago. At this moment, in the upper echelons, a prince of the spirit pirates was vociferously admonishing the humans before him, attempting to compel their departure. Yet, in stark contrast to the humans' cautious demeanor, the spirit pirates occasionally cast curious glances at their prince, their faces betraying bewilderment. With their combat prowess far exceeding that of their adversaries, and as pirates themselves, why ought they to exhibit such courtesy towards this group of monkeys? After all, humans scorned other races, and the spirits held the same disdain. In the eyes of the spirit pirates, the time was ripe to unleash their fury, obliterating their foes without mercy. However, as they observed their prince's behavior, they felt an unsettling disquiet while growing increasingly curious about what had transpired during his previous raid. For it appeared that their prince had developed a phobia of humans. As the humans parted their ranks once more, allowing another newcomer to enter, the pirates remained indifferent, believing that an additional adversary would merely provide more targets. Yet, their once menacing pirate prince abruptly ceased his tirade. Even through their armor, the pirates could sense the tension radiating from him. Meanwhile, Famir, gazing upon the humanoid abomination that had haunted his nightmares countless times, was rendered stiff with dread. For others, death was an end. For the Sith, it was merely a precursor to being denied even the chance to enter the Soul Stones. Forced instead to join the embrace of the sinful, Fanros pointed towards Famir, intending to express that the latter was uncooperative, but before he could finish, Famir suddenly shot him a glare. Then, to the astonishment of both the spirit pirates behind him and the humans opposite, he earnestly countered, "It is not a lack of cooperation, rather, it is a planned collaboration." Ignoring the shocked gazes around him, Famir turned directly to the Sith, a smile gracing his face. We were merely discussing the optimal placement for the explosives. Perhaps the language barrier has led to a misunderstanding on your part, my lord. Famir's demeanor transformed entirely, becoming warm, amiable, and cooperative the moment the Sith arrived. Fanros glanced between Famir and the Sith, swiftly realizing that this alien was undoubtedly acquainted with the Sith, and in a profoundly unfavorable manner. Upon hearing this, the Sith began counting the spirits before him while raising his sword, frowning as he retorted, "Isn't this your ruin? Do you not desire it?" Feeling the weight of the Sith's scrutinizing gaze and the gesture with his sword, Famir swallowed hard. In that instant, he could no longer disregard the furious glares from the spirit pirates behind him, nor the increasingly contemptuous expressions directed at the Sith. He hastily exclaimed, "We have been steadfastly guarding the ruin in anticipation of your arrival to obliterate it." Those around him were momentarily dumbfounded. Even his fellow pirates overtly expressed their dissent. After all, the inability to triumph was one thing, but to debase themselves so thoroughly before this group of monkeys was something the proud spirits could hardly bear. Only Famir, confronted with the open defiance of his compatriots, felt his heart ache with despair. Now, he was fighting for the lives of his kin, yet his kin remained ungrateful. As he observed the unyielding demeanor of Zeiss opposite him, Famir felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if his heart might leap from his chest. He longed to personally turn and place the explosives, but before he could articulate his intent, a soft pink glow emanating from Zeiss momentarily froze his expression. Sensing the impending bestowal of blessings, Zeiss was acutely aware of what the other party required at that moment. Drawing his sword, Zeiss strode towards the spirit clan, declaring, "The time is nigh, my sister can no longer wait." Chapter 72, Deliver to me your battlecruiser. A chain reaction of explosions erupted from below. The colossal spirit clan spire roared like a mountain crashing down. The fierce battle between the greenskins and the Tyranids in the basin was interrupted by the thundering sound. Drawing their attention, they turned to witness the previously accessible passage being abruptly sealed, realizing that escaping the basin would demand even greater effort. With the plan finally in motion, atop the mountain adjacent to the spirit clan spire, Van Ross concluded a significant matter in his mind, his countenance visibly relaxing. The surrounding Astartes and Vanir soldiers also exhibited signs of relief, many even casting glances toward their base, eager to return. Once Van Ross confirmed that the swarm within the basin would remain trapped for the foreseeable future, he focused entirely on the base and the evacuation. He glanced up at the battlecruiser, now enveloped in thick smoke, and a sense of urgency washed over him. If they did not depart soon, they might lose their opportunity entirely. "My lord, I shall summon." Van Ross, esteemed as the adjudicator, addressed Zeiss with an air of respect that seemed perfectly natural in the moment, and the surrounding survivors found nothing amiss. However, before Van Ross could complete his sentence, he noticed Zeiss discarding an empty magazine and swiftly reloading, his gaze fixed not on the retreating direction behind him, but rather towards the center of the basin. Van Ross paused, following Zeiss's line of sight, and in the deepest part of the basin, he beheld a team that had been enduring the onslaught of the alien menace for an indeterminate duration. Realization dawned upon him, and an expression of profound bewilderment crossed his face. He found it hard to believe, for what Zeiss intended to do seemed utterly futile from the Empire's perspective. Before Van Ross could voice his thoughts, Zeiss, undeterred by the astonished gazes of those around, spoke while continuing to arm himself. "I am going back to assist my team and await your evacuation transport." Van Ross and his companions were left utterly astounded. Setting aside the unnecessary need to save the individuals trapped in the basin, the sheer sight of the overwhelming tide of aliens, completely trapped within, sent shivers down the spines of all present, leaving them to regard Zeiss with expressions of utter confusion. The only ones who displayed any variation in their gaze were the Vanir soldiers, treated as expendables and discarded too many times. Although they dared not look directly, their cautious glances towards Zeiss bore a hint of shock. As Zeiss concluded his statement, he turned to retrace his steps, but not before casting a glance back at Van Ross. "You will dispatch the transport, will you not?" As Van Ross hesitated, a look of speechlessness washed over his face. Although he kept nodding in affirmation, internally he was already feeling the weight of frustration. How could I ever afford to lose you? Not to mention the repercussions if word got out. If the state religion discovered that I had entrusted the prophesied saint of the Emperor to Tyrone, those fanatics might very well flay me alive. And then there's the matter of the divine Emperor himself, who would likely be so incensed that he would burst forth from the hyperspace to demonstrate the wrath of a deity. Of course, there might also be the recently emboldened succubus to consider. Observing Van Ross's expression, It became clear to Zeiss that his counterpart had not yet mustered the audacity to take such a step. Zeiss turned directly toward the basin, intent on his path. Despite the considerable toll taken on Tyrone from the Divine Emperor's blessings and the terror they had wrought, with a little supplemental energy from the succubus, Zeiss could still manage to fight his way back. However, the onlookers, witnessing the unnatural glow enveloping Zeiss, exchanged glances filled with apprehension, ultimately looking back at Van Ross. After all, the adjudicator had yet to speak, and they felt compelled to remain silent despite the unsettling atmosphere. Van Ross, sensing the gazes upon him, finally succumbed to irritation after a prolonged silence. Didn't I say so? The Throne's blessing. The surrounding individuals shrank back at Van Ross's outburst. And then a collective astonishment washed over them as they observed Zeiss, inexplicably cutting his way back through the chaos, their expressions reflecting an uncanny mix of disbelief and admiration. He appeared almost divine. Upon returning to the basin, Van Ross remained atop the mountain. He summoned nearly all of his strength to extract an aerial force from the warships and bases, simultaneously shouting into the communicator. He would never board the ship before Zeiss had departed. Time became a blur, and as a swarm of aircraft braved the bombardment overhead, instinctively trying to retrieve him, Van Ross, in a state of panic, seized the communicator and bellowed, "Why are you saving me? It's the basin. If Lord Zeiss doesn't board, I'll die here today." Watching the aircraft delay their approach due to their efforts to rescue him, Van Ross lost his composure, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Although the Empire was largely illiterate and foul language was commonplace, it was a shocking display for someone of Van Ross's stature as an adjudicator. The other humans around him looked on in astonishment, yet after the day's myriad shocks, they strangely found his outbursts somewhat acceptable. Eventually, as the aircraft cleared the area while forcibly descending to evacuate the remaining crew, Van Ross exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing Zeiss step aboard the transport. Only then did the tension in his nerves begin to dissipate. Once inside the transport with Zeiss, he hastily commanded the pilot, "Return to base, immediately." While Van Ross was anxious, the atmosphere within the transport was anything but relaxed. Sensing something amiss, he turned to glance at the survivors who had narrowly escaped the nightmarish basin, all of whom were now fixated on Zeiss. Meanwhile, Zeiss was absorbed in the chaotic scenes displayed on the monitor within the transport. Van Ross froze, cautiously positioning himself behind Zeiss, not daring to intrude. Peering through the gap to observe the unfolding events, the scene before Van Ross was strikingly familiar. He instantly recognized it as the ground base that should have already commenced its evacuation. However, the installation that was meant to facilitate his departure, relying on transport aircraft to leave the surface, was now engulfed in artillery fire more ferocious than when he had last left. Not only the ordinary soldiers, but even the Astartes, the Battle Sisters, and the numerous fresh recruits from the Sith were now reduced to less than half their original number. With the remnants trapped atop the mountain, roaring defiantly at the endless tide of swarming xenomorphs below. How could this be? Van Ross was utterly stunned. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet he never anticipated that success would ultimately culminate in failure. Meanwhile, Sith gazed at the green crown in his possession, reflecting on the most significant divergence from his memories, the prolonged activation of this crown. In response, the influx of greenskins and Tyranids rushing towards them exceeded all expectations. The greenskins and Tyranids in the basin had not emerged. They remained engaged in their fierce conflict, but this did not diminish the number of xenomorphs arriving at their location. In fact, the xenomorphs besieging the base appeared to have multiplied since their departure. After a moment of stunned silence, Van Ross, embodying the qualities of a judge, gritted his teeth and forced himself to regain composure. He hastily entered the cockpit, peering through the glass to assess the trajectory, hoping to bypass the base and head directly into space. However, what met his eyes was not the fleet he had brought, but a solitary vessel, its shields completely down. Engulfed by a storm of exploding ordnance, the hull battered incessantly by the bombardment from the greenskin artillery. In such a dire state, boarding that ship would merely mean exchanging one venue of demise for another. The light in Van Ross's eyes faded entirely, and the despair deepened. Not only was he destined for death, but he would also bring ruin upon his allies, including Sith, regardless of circumstances. The position of judge had instilled in him the belief that the future of the Empire held greater significance than his own life. Thus, he could accept his demise. But Sith must survive. With gritted teeth, Van Ross pondered whether there were alternative solutions, while the monitor confirmed that the entire planet had been overrun by greenskins and Tyranids. At that moment, Sith finally withdrew his gaze. Amidst the relentless barrage shaking the ship's structure, he turned to Van Ross, whose face was etched with despair, and suddenly placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. Van Ross looked up in confusion, only to find Sith's expression remarkably calm. Before Van Ross could marvel at Sith's composure, Sith spoke first. Van Ross, do you trust me? Taken aback, Van Ross scrutinized Sith for a moment, then stiffly nodded in response, unable to articulate his thoughts. Without waiting for Van Ross to voice his feelings, Sith inhaled deeply, directing the hand resting on Van Ross's shoulder toward the sky. That battleship of yours, give it to me. Chapter 73. The battlecruiser is mine at the mountaintop base. Amidst fierce anti-aircraft fire and the relentless pursuit of Tyranids and greenskin aerial units, barely half of the transport aircraft managed to retreat safely. Yet, whether it was Sith and Van Ross's team returning to the base or the garrison left behind, none bore a semblance of relief on their faces. Instead, they had no time to rest and immediately grabbed their weapons, turning to join the fight against the encroaching enemy. With the support of reinforcements, the firepower of the Omiya group was finally able to tenuously suppress the surging enemy horde. Van Ross awkwardly withdrew his gaze from the front lines, for at that moment, the forces at the forefront were no longer those he had led, but rather the newly trained recruits from Omiya under the Sith's command. The numerous Omiya battalions that had set out together were now largely shattered, their numbers significantly reduced. Yet, for reasons he could not quite comprehend, Van Ross observed with a seasoned eye that these surviving Omiya soldiers seemed remarkably more formidable than his own loyal stormtroopers from the tribunal. A flicker of doubt surfaced in his mind, causing him to furrow his brow at the peculiarity of this realization. It was not until the roar of a transport aircraft echoed from behind that Van Ross hastily refocused his attention. After all, compared to this minor incident, ensuring the survival of the Sith was of paramount importance. As a transport aircraft replenished its supply of promethium, its jet engines, with no time for respite, unleashed waves of scorching heat from its crimson interior. Anna, accompanied by several members of the Black Watch, continuously boarded the aircraft, while the Sith stood at the door, facing the crowd left behind. Unlike the departing Sith, those remaining cast glances of concern in his direction. Van Ross surveyed the densely packed anti-aircraft defenses below and the vast swathes of bioprojectiles sweeping across the sky. Coupled with the battleship on the orbital track that seemed on the verge of crashing, there was no envy for those taking flight at that moment. Once Anna and the others successfully boarded, the Sith stood at the entrance of the ascending transport, calmly reassuring the remaining Van Ross, as well as his loyal cadre, including Brunnock, DeViro, and the majority of the Black Watch, with the words, "I shall return for you shortly." A hush fell over the crowd, and even the soldiers at Van Ross's side momentarily lowered their gazes. After all, in such dire circumstances, it seemed unnecessary for everyone to witness the unfolding scene. As the transport aircraft completely lifted off the ground and the oppressive heat dissipated, the onlookers finally raised their heads to behold the unprotected vessel, determined to force its way through the alien interceptors towards the battleship. Under their watchful eyes, as a multitude of green-skinned fighter jets and bioprojectiles converged, a dark cloud suddenly altered its course, as if a colossal maw were poised to engulf the transport. Instinctively, the crowd furrowed their brows and closed their eyes, while Van Ross felt his heart momentarily cease its rhythm. After what felt like an eternity without the anticipated explosion, the crowd cautiously reopened their eyes, only to witness a vibrant fusion of gold and crimson light enveloping the transport. The ceaseless blessings of the God Emperor and the Wrathful were channeled through the Sith's gilded silver armor and the crimson sword, bestowing protection upon the aircraft. Under the aegis of these two radiant hues, despite the relentless eruptions of corrosive plasma and large-caliber shells surrounding them, the transport aircraft staggered onward into the void of space. It was only after the aircraft pierced through the billowing smoke and entered the battleship's vicinity that the onlookers resumed their focus, their faces marked with bewilderment at the dual blessings of the God Emperor. Van Ross retracted his gaze, confronted by the peculiar expressions of those around him. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to concoct yet another justification for Sith. However, this time, there was no need for the noble adjudicator to step in on Sith's behalf. As soon as Van Ross began to speak, the onlookers, who had been observing with strange expressions, promptly suppressed their skepticism, their faces transforming into a mask of understanding. "We comprehend. The blessing of the throne." Observing the synchronized pretense of ignorance among the crowd, Van Ross felt a twinge of frustration. As an adjudicator, he found himself compelled to defend the tyrant. Yet, he could only stifle this vexation, silently noting a task to be addressed later. Upon his return, everyone except for Lord Sith's entourage would face memory erasure. Every single one, without exception. Of course, that was contingent upon his ability to return. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, the crew aboard the battlecruiser stood in stunned silence, gaping at the approaching transport vessel, momentarily frozen in place. It was only when Sith disembarked that Anna and her team promptly took control of the battlecruiser. A contingent of high-ranking officials stationed aboard the cruiser approached with dissatisfaction, ignoring the furious expression of an Imperial Navy commander at the forefront. Sith unfurled Van Ross's written orders and thrust them before the commander. "This warship is now under my command," he declared unapologetically. The cruiser's former captain, now the naval commander, exhibited blatant reluctance, gritting his teeth in opposition. A member of the Astral military as the captain of a battlecruiser? Even if Lord Van Ross has issued orders, we must adhere to protocol. In response, a single explosive round turned the loquacious captain into a gruesome smear. With a swift motion, Sith fired a shot. After all, Van Ross had already announced his directive. The issue at hand was not one of protocol, but rather a display of disdain for Sith, an unwillingness to cooperate. Sith, lacking the energy to squander on such individuals, found himself exasperated. The surrounding crew, startled, reached for their weapons, but the Black Sentinels had already raised theirs, aiming their firearms at the crew. The crowd was subdued, and Sith glanced down at the remnants of flesh beneath his feet before lifting his gaze to his first mate and the mechanical priest. Brandishing the explosive weapon, Sith enunciated deliberately, "Return to your stations. I shall command the battle." The onlookers exchanged glances until, as Sith navigated through the throng, he tossed Van Ross's orders to the first mate, who, gritting his teeth, began to comply. Simultaneously, another colossal green shell exploded against the hull, sending debris flying. The lights flickered, and the crowd momentarily lost their balance. But after this brief interlude, they finally turned and rushed back to their posts. Observing Anna take control of the mechanical systems without reservation, the mechanical priest, after a brief calculation of combat capabilities, addressed Sith with unexpected courtesy. Following in Sith's wake, the mechanical priest noted Anna's continuous alterations to the warship's systems, his expression as rigid as the machinery he embodied. "Regardless of your subsequent plans, my lord, it appears this vessel may be incapable of executing them." The Sith remained undeterred, standing resolutely on the bridge, while below, Anna swiftly reclaimed control over all systems. Observing this, the mechanical priest directed its ocular implants towards the Sith, rotating them a few times to the left and right. Realizing that the Sith indeed harbored intentions of piloting the battle cruiser to continue the fight, the mechanical priest's expressionless visage belied a sense of astonishment as it involuntarily straightened its head. Subsequently, abandoning calculations, it surveyed the surrounding scene, confirming that the battle cruiser teetered on the brink of collapse, prompting it to remind the Sith, "My lord, according to my assessment, the ship's capabilities are reduced to a mere 10%. Such efficiency is untenable." Suddenly, the mechanical priest's words were cut short by a terrifying explosion that reverberated across the bridge. Crew members, and even some lower-tier mechanical acolytes, gazed in horror at the performance readings on their displays, rising in alarm from their seats. They repeatedly uttered "machine soul," yet ultimately found themselves at a loss to articulate the spectacle before them. Moreover, the explosions on the ship abruptly ceased, and the long-dormant shields flared to life with a power exceeding their prime, while the surrounding cloud of biological projectiles was significantly cleared by the secondary cannons. The mechanical priest, momentarily stunned, found itself bewildered amidst the cacophony of machine soul echoing in its ears. When had the secondary cannon's caliber been upgraded to that of the main cannon? And when had the main cannon acquired the firing rate of the secondary? The mechanical priest's face was a portrait of confusion, while below, the desperate cries for machine soul culminated in a crescendo from a crew member, his face flushed with exertion. "Machine soul. The machine soul has reached its peak." Chapter 74. I shall transition within the atmosphere. Thick smoke lingered, yet the robust shields resembled an oval blue shell, safeguarding the battle cruiser on the verge of disintegration. Simultaneously, the ship's close-range defenses unleashed a barrage of concentrated fire, sweeping through the dense swarm of tyrannid biological projectiles. What had once proved ineffective, barely reducing the onslaught, now transformed into a dazzling display of plasma fireworks in the void of space. At that moment, the ground combatants found their attention wholly captivated by the spectacle above. Not only did the greenskins gaze upwards in astonishment, but even the swarms of insects momentarily paused, billions of them simultaneously lifting their gaze to the sky. After several seconds of this collective stillness, the entire planetary swarm abruptly halted, re-engaging in battle only moments later. However, this time, both the greenskins and the insect swarms launched their assaults with far less ferocity. The humans atop the mountain finally caught their breath, easily repelling the feeble attacks. Their expressions furrowed as they regarded the orbital display. After all, as the barrage transformed into luminous whips, illuminating the sky with tyrannid biological clouds, The scene was undeniably awe-inspiring from the surface. Moreover, when coupled with the relentless barrage of high-intensity light spears, which cascaded one after another against the surrounding biological vessels and greenskin ships, the spectacle became all the more breathtaking. Each light spear, if not capable of piercing through multiple alien warships at once, imbued a sense of loss. So it was that merely gazing for a moment, the battlecruiser, which had been surrounded by a multitude of Tyranids and green-skinned warships, found its surroundings inexplicably cleared. The surface survivors observed this spectacle for a while, and after a moment of contemplation, a group of them turned their discontented gazes towards Van Ross. Even the Astartes unmistakably exhibited signs of dissatisfaction. After all, if the battlecruiser possessed such formidable strength, why had it not been deployed earlier? Why wait until the situation had escalated to this critical juncture before activating it? Van Ross, too, stared vacantly for a time, feeling the weight of reproachful glances from those around him, his neck stiffening under the pressure. Simultaneously, he began to harbor doubts within himself. Let it be clear, Van Ross certainly did not question when his flagship had acquired such power. After all, he was intimately familiar with the capabilities of his own vessel. His confusion lay in the notion that the Lord Syth might possess not only the Emperor's grace and the blessings of terror, but also the true teachings of the Omnicia. Contemplating this, Van Ross looked up once more at his flagship, which seemed to be infused with an unprecedented vitality. Gone were his earlier peculiarities. Instead, he adopted the perspective of a judge, comparing his internal uncertainties, and ultimately shook his head in realization, enlightenment dawning within his gaze. The true teachings of the Omnicia? No. Lord Syth himself was the Omnicia. It was no wonder the Emperor had bestowed such blessings upon Lord Syth. Van Ross, filled with epiphany, could not help but murmur, momentarily disregarding the expressions of the mechanical priests who overheard his words. At that moment on the bridge, one of the mechanical priests was so overwhelmed with excitement that he knelt on the deck, fervently calling out for the Omnicia to manifest. Many of the mechanical acolytes around him began to prostrate themselves before Syth in worship. This scene left the mortal crew utterly astonished. Anyone witnessing this congregation of millennia-old mechanical beings transformed into fervent zealots before a starship commander would surely question whether they had fallen victim to some arcane malady or had yet to awaken from slumber. Even Lord Syth, witnessing this spectacle, felt compelled to momentarily retract his examination of the starship, casting a somewhat helpless glance at the throng of mechanical worshippers below. For although they were but a handful, even under 100-fold amplification, Syth could faintly sense a strange power, weak yet undeniably present, flowing towards him through these mechanical devotees. This power bore significant similarities to the blessings bestowed upon him by the Emperor and the ruinous powers. Is this the power of faith? As he felt this faith-infused energy, which remained too feeble to exert any meaningful influence even after amplification, Syth hesitated in his intention to halt the mechanical priest's fervor, ultimately choosing to withdraw his words. Redirecting his focus back to the battlecruiser, he pondered briefly before seizing a laser rifle. In front of the mechanical priest, he pretended to perform a soothing ritual with casual indifference, then raised his hand and fired a shot, unleashing a 100-fold amplified blast against the empty deck of the ship. Syth's ritual was certainly neither standard nor pious. Yet, faced with the astonishing power of the laser rifle, which surged with energy merely from Syth's casual gesture, the mechanical priest discerned no fault in his actions. If one must identify a problem, it can only be attributed to those mechanical priests. Observing the mechanical cleric growing ever more devout, and feeling the empowering surge of faith intensifying with the fervor of worship, Sis finally redirected his attention, allowing the mechanical priest to continue leading the congregation in their supplications. After glancing at Anna, who indicated that all preparations were complete, Sis checked the time, confirming that they remained within the agreed schedule, and finally raised his head. With a slight gesture, the entire bridge fell into an immediate silence under Sis' command. The mechanical priest, filled with excitement, rose, his visage, now devoid of flesh, straining to convey a semblance of respect, while his mechanical voice resonated with palpable urgency. "My lord, shall we leap from this place? Forgive my candor, but your safety is paramount above all else." The mechanical priest expressed genuine concern for Sis, who, noticing the collective gaze of the bridge crew upon him, hesitated slightly before pressing his right hand down. As Sis pointed toward the ground, all present were momentarily taken aback. And then his words astonished the assembly. "Bring the warship into the atmosphere." The bridge fell into a profound silence, and even the mechanical priest paused for a moment, though he did not question the sufficiency of their propulsion. Instead, he expressed his worry from another angle. "My lord, although the warship has been significantly enhanced. It has suffered severe damage. To approach the surface now, while enduring the onslaught of alien fire, would likely prove exceedingly arduous. As the mechanical priest spoke, he surveyed the bridge surroundings, noting that despite Sith's extraordinary augmentation, the extent of the ship's damage was still quite considerable. Moreover, the mechanical priest's words were rather tactful. The reality was that once Sith descended to the ground, it would be nearly impossible to ascend again while under fire. Nevertheless, Sith did not exhibit any hesitation. He merely commanded the massive vessel to begin its descent while calmly responding, "Who said we need to ascend?" The mechanical priest, puzzled, glanced left and right. It was only then that Sith finally lowered his gaze, confronting the assembled crew below, his hands clenched behind his back. Upon rendezvousing with the ground forces, I intend to execute a jump within the atmosphere. Chapter 75. Unbreachable Defense Line. Astral. The act of transitioning within the atmosphere poses two significant dangers. One is the terrifying gravitational forces that threaten to tear the vessel apart, while the other entails the potentially cataclysmic destruction of the planet. Concerning the former, Sith could only rely on the resilience of the ship enhanced 100-fold, and regarding the latter, the fate of this planet's green-skinned inhabitants and the Tyrants mattered little to humanity. At least the consequence of enduring a singular, colossal loss was far preferable to being inundated by relentless alien artillery on the surface. The crew on the bridge stared in disbelief at Sith, who had issued this command. Had it not been for the mechanical priest venerating Sith as a messianic figure and the presence of the armed black sentinels behind him, the crew might have considered rebellion. Yet, in reality, there were no alternatives. They could only momentarily be lost in thought before, alongside the seemingly deranged Sith, they complied with the warship's descent toward the surface. For as long as they refrained from retrieving those on the ground, with their current capabilities, the warship could entirely venture forth alone, employing a far safer method to escape. Sith remained unfazed by the myriad gazes directed at him from the bridge. He stood steadfastly at his command post, silently observing the war cruiser beneath him, which resembled a colossal celestial cathedral as it gradually distanced itself from the enemy vessel, igniting a dazzling display of flames as it traversed the atmosphere. To the eyes of the three factions on the surface, it was only the humans who wore expressions of sheer terror. The Talons were indifferent, as they routinely permitted biological ships to ascend and descend from the surface. The green-skinned beings, among the few in the galaxy capable of achieving subspace jumps on the terrestrial plane, even constructed massive ground warships that could directly teleport onto their adversary's doorstep. Thus, both the Talons and the green-skinned entities found the situation quite normal, while the inhabitants of Mount Foam Luos, however, were engulfed in fear that soon morphed into despair. The very thought of a warship plummeting from the atmosphere was too harrowing to contemplate, let alone the prospect of it hovering above, unleashing a barrage of firepower. As their minds lingered on these dark thoughts, the despair etched on their faces began to dissipate alongside the stabilization of the gigantic, floating cathedral before them. It was only when Sith actually piloted the warship into the air, raining down destruction while deploying aircraft, that their despair was replaced by bewilderment. At this point, they found it challenging to express shock, having been subjected to a succession of astonishing events that left them feeling that nothing could truly astonish them anymore. Instead, they regarded the extravagant scene with curiosity, turning their attention to Foam Luos behind them. Would the esteemed judge not utter a word regarding such an abnormal occurrence? In response to the crowd's inquiries, Foam Luos no longer exhibited the previous hesitance in defending Sith. Instead, he donned an expression of solemn conviction, declaring with heartfelt authority, "Indeed, it is exactly as you surmise. This is a gift from the throne, a blessing from the Omnicia." In that moment, Foam Luos harbored no doubts about Sith. He felt akin to the mechanical sage, Kal, awakening Gil Lyman, restoring a demigod to the Empire. As the warship released a multitude of transport aircraft, Foam Luos promptly directed the ground forces to commence boarding. Amidst the bustling crowd, they gazed in awe at the spectacle above them. The immense war cruiser obscured the sun, its countless small defensive armaments transforming into terrifyingly massive artillery upon reaching the ground. The ship's underside unleashed a barrage of firepower that resonated across the earth, creating a tumultuous upheaval that enveloped the green-skinned beings and the Talons in a dense cloud of mushroom-like formations. These clouds, akin to erasers, obliterated the previously crowded landscape, leaving behind a desolate expanse of charred earth. Such a brutal tactic of deploying a space warship to cleanse the atmosphere prompted not only the green-skinned beings to retreat, but even the Talons, who, after a momentary pause, turned away without a thought of engaging. Until the war cruiser was neutralized, the Talons had no intention of committing any biological resources to the fray. As these ground forces withdrew, the tyrants and greenskins in space continued their hostilities, simultaneously launching an unrestrained barrage of firepower upon the battle cruiser from their elevated position. Dense streams of corrosive plasma and colossal projectiles streaked through the atmosphere, raining down like a tempest upon the cruiser's shields. The shields, reactivated only through a 100-fold amplification, began to visibly weaken under the relentless saturation of attacks. The bridge reverberated with incessant tremors, the overburdened hull lamenting under the bombardment. The shield operator, fixated on the indices on the dashboard, was drenched in cold sweat. The dwindling numbers seemed to echo the countdown of their very lives. 79, 68, 62, 54. Each count pronounced loudly, while the surrounding crew, though not overtly reacting, frequently glanced back at Zeiss. Only Zeiss, focused on the screen before him, confirmed that the last transport had finally entered the colossal hangar of the battle cruiser, before promptly shifting his gaze downwards. Addressing the crew with a commanding voice, "Prepare for subspace engine charging, all hands ready for jump." At last, the shield operator's voice was drowned out by Zeiss's order for the jump. Those who had just boarded the warship, including Van Ross and others, were momentarily stunned by the announcement, and without time to express their frustration, they hurriedly grasped anything nearby to steady themselves. In stark contrast, the brain-removed servitors continued methodically securing the transport, their faces devoid of any panic. As Van Ross finally managed to grasp a plastic steel handrail, the previously quiet communicator began its cold countdown for the subspace jump. 10. Everyone braced themselves. Even Zeiss steadied his legs, gripping the crimson blade tightly, embedding it deeply into the deck. 9. The shield report echoed once more, accompanied by the shields failing and the hull shuddering, causing hearts to race amongst the crowd. 8. The external cacophony abruptly ceased, replaced by a sensation of tenfold intensity, while the subspace engine surged with 100-fold amplification, inducing a powerful spatial distortion enveloping the entire ship. 7. The planet's gravity faltered, as the rending space began to uplift towering mountains, sweeping away the greenskins and tyrants who could not escape, creating a tempest of stones, greenskins, and tyrants around the warship. Van Ross witnessed the tyrant overlord futilely flailing its limbs in midair, violently swept away, and furiously howling at the closing hangar doors. 6. The waves of the Sea of Souls surged into reality, as subspace energy erupted forth, followed by a torrent of malevolent entities rushing into the real universe. However, before their smiles could fully bloom, they were met with the sudden impact of a swarm overlord, their expressions freezing instantly. 5. Subspace energy coalesced, surrounding the cruiser with ominous thunder. The hull, which had just settled for a few seconds, began to fracture anew under the clamor of the sinister thunder. Many of the outer turrets were obliterated by the malevolent storm, and the chapel atop the hull shattered under the violent energy, engulfing terrified crew members and the ship's priest in the surging tide. Then came 4, 3, 2 as all protective panels sealed completely. Geller's field was maximized. The warship, capable of distorting the very continent beneath it, found its bridge shrouded in an eerie silence as everyone awaited what could be the final number of their lives. Time seemed to fray around them, and at last, the final digit emerged, slowly revealing itself. 1. As the crowd opened their eyes, the world fell utterly silent. Countless gazes turned toward the bridge, where Zeiss stood aloft, surrounded by the crumbling hull of the ship, inhaling deeply in this stillness. Transition. Astral, the impenetrable frontline, lay at the deepest recesses of Octaurius, the most crucial world for forging within the entire defense line. The surface of the planet was engulfed in an unending inferno of war, while the fleets in orbit converged like a sea, unleashing torrents of fire upon one another. In this chaotic scenario, be it humans, greenskins, or Terrans, they were all struck by a surge of violent subspace energy that erupted amidst the battling fleets. Visible waves of energy forcibly dispersed the three factions, causing numerous warships to collide. Many frenzied crew members leaped directly onto enemy vessels in their bloodlust. Yet, relative to these lower-tier crew members, the high-ranking officials of all three factions hastily redirected their attention from the battlefield to witness a colossal battlecruiser emerging from subspace. Shrouded in smoke and disintegrating, this capital-class warship, bearing unimaginable wounds, was uncontrollably plummeting toward the surface. While the generals overseeing the planet's forging lamented the impending destruction of vast factories, many humans silently offered prayers for those aboard the crashing battlecruiser. For at the point of its descent lay a row of biological titans, rising like mountains across the terrain. Astral, the frontline's most brutal and desperate apocalyptic battlefield. Chapter 76. Can this even be cut down? Like mountains collapsing into a sea of clouds, the shattered hull erupted in flames. Smoke mingling with dark clouds as it descended toward the ground. Below, the surface was teeming with swarming insects and a line of 10 biological titans. As the massive ship plummeted above them, the insect swarm roared in fury at the sky, while the titans moved their terrifying limbs over skyscrapers, attempting to evade the impending catastrophe. Yet, in the end, one titan became a cushion, crushed beneath the weight of the battlecruiser. With colossal appendages raised, it collapsed under the cloud of dust, flattening a row of high rises, and in its desperate struggle to support its body, it inadvertently absorbed the kinetic energy of the falling cruiser. There was no further explosion. On the soft ground, the tide of insects turned toward their fallen titan. They howled in rage. An endless stream of blade worms surged forward, followed by a multitude of gunworms and towering warrior worms mixed among them. At this moment, the swarm, larger and of higher quality than before, surged back toward the battlecruiser. Surrounding the beleaguered cruiser, survivors, unable to organize a defense, were frantically unleashing their firepower. Even the surviving close-in weapon systems aboard the battleship continued to unleash tongues of flame against the encroaching swarm. However, as the Sith departed the vessel to engage in ground command, these dwindling defenses, bereft of their formidable amplification, could only provide meager cover. The Sith wielded an explosive rifle with one hand, relentlessly pulling the trigger to decimate the throngs of warrior bugs that charged forth under the protection of suppressive fire. The immediate pressure alleviated, the Sith redirected his focus toward Devereaux, who was diligently perusing a map at their feet, while Van Ross stood nearby, repeatedly attempting to contact the Imperial High Command of Astartes through covert communications. Observing Van Ross's futile shouts into the communicator, which yielded no response, the Sith shifted his attention entirely to Devereaux. Soon, after a lengthy period of tracing the map with his fingers, Devereaux finally indicated a fortress situated not far from the impact site. Upon pointing it out, the Sith immediately followed the direction of his gaze. The fortress, perched atop a massive factory, appeared to be barely intact. Yet, facing the overwhelming tide of insects below, it offered no retaliatory firepower. This is the closest fortress to us. I have assessed that this one remains relatively unscathed, Devereaux remarked, rising to his feet in urgency. The Sith gazed back toward the fortress, surveying the daunting expanse that stretched for dozens of kilometers, needing to traverse the entirety of the insect horde and urban landscape, causing his eyelids to flutter involuntarily. Especially as an instinctive response compelled him to raise his weapon again, he dispatched a tyrant bug that had infiltrated their ranks, wreaking havoc upon the bodies around it. The Sith regarded their position. Merely holding their ground was already an arduous task, let alone attempting to advance through such peril. Meanwhile, Van Ross stormed back, gripping the communicator in a fit of rage, his hands so tightly clenched that the device became deformed. I cannot fathom why I remain unable to establish contact with the Imperial High Command here. Astalai is not only the most critical forge within the Unbreakable line, but also serves as its command nexus. The judges and the admirals of the Imperial Navy, along with the commanders of the Astral Army, are all gathered in Astalai. This is why the battle here is so fierce. As the most deeply entrenched and vital production point of the Unbreakable line, Astalai holds no possibility of relinquishment for humanity. However, Van Ross was solely focused on summoning reinforcements from the Imperial forces, yet the current situation suggested that even communication with anyone was impossible. The Sith offered no reply to Van Ross. Instead, he cast one last glance at the seemingly insurmountable road ahead. Reflecting on the endless conflicts the Empire seemed to engage in, and helplessly turned to move forward. "I hope to still see you at the fortress," he murmured. Devereaux and Van Ross exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mixture of bemusement and resignation at the Sith's ambiguous words, as they too gazed upon the daunting path ahead and took a deep breath. Subsequently, they turned around, beginning to marshal their forces to follow in the wake of the Sith. As for the artillery positions aboard the warships, the soldiers stationed there fervently pulled their triggers, resolutely remaining in place to shield their comrades. This beleaguered squad, having narrowly escaped from Varoria, began to slowly navigate through the sea of insects, while the artillery positions behind them were swiftly engulfed as the frontline defenders fell. Ultimately, amidst bursts of brilliant flames and the exploding swarms of insects, a fleeting sense of sorrow flickered in the eyes of those following Seiss. The artillery positions would not self-destruct. Rather, the soldiers within had sacrificed themselves in a final act of heroism to provide cover for Seiss and his companions. Yet, the survivors had neither the strength nor the time to mourn their fallen comrades, as they closely trailed behind Seiss, racing towards a fortress whose fate remained uncertain. Interestingly, The outermost defensive layer of the formation was not comprised of Astartes, but rather the enigmatic Black Sentinels. Observing these soldiers, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary sword saints, the mortal soldiers could not help but scrutinize them repeatedly, questioning whether these individuals were indeed fellow mortals. In stark contrast to the awe felt by the ordinary soldiers, the Black Sentinels, compelled to engage in close combat due to the overwhelming insect horde, showcased their melee prowess for the first time. This unit, born from the 101st Regiment and forged through the crucible of hand-to-hand combat, left the Astartes behind them utterly astonished. Indeed, it was the Astartes who, after being repeatedly saved by these mortals, had resigned themselves to retreat behind their black counterparts, functioning as humanoid remote artillery. With each explosive round fired, they witnessed the sword saints among the mortals dramatically piercing the vulnerable eyes of the warrior insects. Remarkably, the only casualty among the Black Sentinels was one who had succumbed to exhaustion. The Astartes instinctively calculated that if these mortals were equipped with powered armor to mitigate their physical frailties, complemented by power swords to enhance their offensive capabilities, a chill ran down their spine. It was not fear that gripped the Astartes, but rather the unsettling thought of such mortals bending the very rules of warfare. The notion that more of such individuals could exist caused the Astartes to momentarily freeze, their eyes downcast, unable to articulate their thoughts. Did this not equate to an infinite supply of super Astartes? The entire squad was left in a state of bewilderment, captivated by the prowess of the Black Sentinels, such that when Seiss began to demolish structures in his path towards the fortress, they were momentarily oblivious. Meanwhile, deep within the fortress, a group of anxious soldiers from the Astral Army, hidden in the shadows, raised their heads to watch their commander hastily approach the observation point. When the securely shut window was finally flung open, sunlight flooded into the dark fortress. The soldiers gazed at their commander, who appeared transfixed by the vast, roiling sea of insects that had been surging for months beneath them. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, they turned to the scout who had rushed in to deliver the news. Pointing towards the tumultuous expanse outside, the commander, filled with disbelief, questioned, "Can this truly be breached?" Chapter 77. The unceasing war. The commander's exclamation, born from a moment of distress, reverberated through the silent fortress. Startled by the potential to attract the attention of the tyrant, the concealed soldiers instinctively looked up at their leader. The visage of fear etched itself upon his face, as the terror of attracting the Tyranids transformed into a frozen expression of shock. A moment later, a group of individuals stood up, dazed and scattered, rising from the throng that had filled the ground. Countless eyes turned towards the window that had long been a source of dread. However, their view was severely limited. Peering through the narrow gaps, they could only glimpse the relentless tide of insects outside, with no sign of the Imperial forces that were supposedly advancing. Nevertheless, the defenders did not entirely dismiss the possibility of salvation, for amidst the sea of insects, the warship resting upon the biological titan emitted a plume of smoke that was strikingly visible. It was only after the commander, having lingered in silence for some time, took a few deep breaths as if to fortify himself, that he suddenly leaned out to gaze directly at the towering walls of the fortress. The attention of the crowd shifted, fixated on him. Remarkably, the commander, who had initially trembled at the thought of peering outside, now displayed no signs of fear as he leaned out, seemingly indifferent to the looming Tyranid gargoyles swirling nearby. He stood as if ensnared by a spell, frozen at the window. The soldiers behind him exchanged perplexed glances, some even displaying traces of fear, questioning whether the commander had been discovered and struck down by the Tyranids beneath them. At that moment, a scout, responding to the soldiers' silent inquiries, cautiously leaned out to assess the commander. Yet, before his gaze could settle upon his target, he too found himself immobilized, merely glancing downwards. The soldiers behind observed with increasing confusion until one audacious individual decided to activate the long-silent surveillance platform. As the projection suddenly brightened, the spell of immobilization transferred from the commander and the scout to the gathered starborn soldiers. What they beheld was a sight that could only be described with the commander's initial exclamation, "Is it truly coming for us?" For these soldiers witnessed a mortal clad in gilded silver armor severing the head of a Tyranid tyrant with a single stroke of his sword, followed by the precision of his explosive firearm, dispatching one warrior insect after another. Their doubts about the combat prowess of these strangers from the cosmos evaporated, especially as they observed the Astartes sheltered behind the mortal. Suddenly, the starborn soldiers froze, pondering the information that had flitted through their minds moments prior, sensing something amiss. Upon lifting their gazes once more towards the screen, confirming that it was indeed a mortal guarding the Astartes, they withdrew their eyes with a shared bewilderment, exchanging glances of disbelief. Was this scene merely a figment of their prolonged confinement? The starborn soldiers remained in astonishment. Yet their reverie was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar emanating from the tightly shut doors, causing their hearts to leap in alarm. Countless gazes converged upon the source of the deafening noise, fears swiftly clouding their expressions. To set aside the relentless swarm of insects trailing behind the Sith, it is their choice to cower within the fortress, clinging to life, that renders them vulnerable. Should there be even a single political officer present on the opposing side, they would surely meet their demise. As the incessant pounding at the door reverberated, accompanied by the cacophonous wails of the insects seeping through the entrance, all eyes inevitably turned to the commander. At that moment, the commander, having been nearly dislodged from his cap by a grasping gargoyle, retreated further into the shadows. Confronted with the soldiers' anxious expressions, he twitched his lips before gritting his teeth and issuing the command, "Open the door." The soldiers paled at his words, yet they swiftly complied. For it was clear to both the commander and the men that the formidable adversaries who had cleaved their way through the battleground to this very point deserved the initiative to open the door, rather than allowing their foes to discover them lurking behind it. Soon, accompanied by the thunderous clanking of gears, the grand door creaked open. Although the soldiers beyond the threshold wore faces etched with dread, they seized their weapons, scrambling to emerge and provide cover, eager to present a valiant front. They silently prayed that any political officer present would discern their unwavering combat spirit. With the abundant support from the defenders within, the Sith could not afford to linger on the trembling soldiers. He hastily directed the crowd to retreat into the fortress and turned to take his position at the rear. At this juncture, the black sentinels guarding the rear had long discarded their standard issue blades, opting instead for chainswords wielded by the battle nuns and even the Astartes. This group of mortal Astartes unleashed torrents of chitinous remains upon the encroaching swarm. Were these Tyranids possessed of souls? The black sentinels under Sith's command would undoubtedly have to momentarily transform into a crimson guard in light of the carnage inflicted. As the door sealed once more, the surging tide of insects was thwarted outside, though the metallic shrieks of their claws scraping against the door and the ominous sound of corrosive explosions echoed through the barrier. At last, the occupants within were granted a fleeting respite. The incoming troops leaned heavily against the walls, gasping for breath, while only the Astartes, enhanced by their superhuman modifications, maintained their stamina, instinctively assuming the role of sentinels. Strangely, on the opposite side of the Sith's contingent, a formidable force of starbound soldiers, numbering in the tens of thousands, remained. After scrutinizing the newcomers multiple times, the starbound soldiers exhaled a collective sigh of relief upon confirming the absence of any political officers among them. Just as they prepared to extend a welcome and inquire about strategies for confronting the impending Tyranid assault, a lone inquisitor emerged from the throng, dispersing to replenish ammunition and provisions. The expressions of the starbound soldiers froze in place. Encountering a political officer would have been a grave matter, yet instead, they found themselves face to face with an inquisitor. As they met the icy gaze of Van Ross, trepidation washed over them. Contrary to their expectations of rebuke or gunfire, Van Ross merely shot a fierce glare at the group before surprisingly adopting a demeanor of respect. Stepping aside to grant them passage, the starbound soldiers were momentarily taken aback, for the Inquisitor represented an embodiment of power they had not dared to imagine. Yet, this embodiment of power now deigns to step aside like a mere attendant. The crowd gazes in astonishment at the figure behind Van Ross, while Zeiss emerges, surveying the starry military forces before him. He strides purposefully towards the command post, laden with an abundance of information, traversing the throng without raising his gaze and declaring, "You have been conscripted. Furthermore, can anyone enlighten me on the state of Astral? Chapter 78, A Task? What endeavor necessitates donning the green-skinned crown? The fortress is ablaze with light. The surviving soldiers of the Omnia group have assumed command of the fortress's starry military. At this moment, numerous troops are fervently establishing defensive lines and donning ammunition. Heavy artillery, originally positioned for external firepower, has been relocated within the confines of the narrow fortress, preparing to utilize the terrain for defense. Before the fortress, the defenders unleash a relentless barrage of firepower, while the gaping, corroded gates stand ominously. At this very moment, the gates are piled high with the corpses of Tyranids, and irrespective of how many the defenders slay, more and more swarms continue to surge forth. The mound of Tyranid corpses persistently collapses backward, threatening to entirely block the entrance. This is the result of the Tyranids continuously transporting remains to the digestion pools behind, poised to rehatch into new swarms. Within the fortress, numerous injured soldiers lean on one another, stumbling back to the rear lines. Yet the number of reinforcements heading to the front is alarmingly scant. Moreover, A sense of despair deepens as the Tyranids, having confirmed the presence of abundant biomass within the fortress, dispatch increasing numbers of their kind to this location. Even atop the fortress, as the rubble trembles, the heavy walls have begun to develop sporadic breaches. Suddenly, a chunk of debris plummets, causing several soldiers below to tumble to the ground. Before they can regain their footing, a grotesque, screeching Tyranid head protrudes from above. The soldiers, stricken with terror, fall back in a frenzy, while nearby Omnius soldiers, under the command of a dark sentinel, swiftly raise their weapons, unleashing a torrent of lasers. Despite the thick chitinous armor, the creature succumbs under the onslaught, its shattered head collapsing to the ground. No sooner has the dust settled than another Ripper emerges from behind. The concentrated fire continues unabated, and beside this point of conflict, Zai strides forward, scrutinizing the injured soldiers lining the corridor of the fortress, with Van Ross closely trailing him. Most soldiers are missing limbs or have suffered severe facial burns from corrosive acid. After all, it is only when combat is utterly impossible that these wounded can be permitted to retreat to the rear. In this moment, the soldiers, who had barely been able to hide, now find themselves pulled back to fill the lines, casting hopeful glances at Zeiss as he passes. Despite their grievous injuries, they cling to the hope that this enigmatic commander, who has cleaved through swarms and made even the judge his subordinate, can guide them to survival. What a pitiful display. Van Ross scoffs. Were it not for Zeiss' direct orders, he would have executed all these incapacitated soldiers without hesitation. Let this serve as their punishment for their reluctance to fight for the Empire until the very last moment. After all, as a judge, no one other than the Sith could render Van Ross so amiable, sincere, and courteous. In the eyes of other mortals, Van Ross was a malignant bureaucrat whose mere focus on an individual signaled their impending demise. As those around observed the judge's overt hostility towards them, then turned to the Sith with a smile that could scarcely be contained, they could only grumble quietly within themselves before pretending not to notice. The Sith, withdrawing their gaze from the wounded soldiers, proceeded to the command post, where Deviro awaited. Upon the Sith's arrival, he gestured towards several senior officers of the Stellar Army standing nearby. Clarifying the situation, they revealed that their intelligence only extended up to 3 months prior, when the Eastern Hemisphere had succumbed entirely to enemy forces. The mechanized teachings had compelled the general to retreat, leaving the beleaguered Stellar Army stranded in their fortifications. Deviro elaborated as the Sith directed his attention to the recently updated map. The vast expanse of Astalai depicted almost the entirety of the planet transformed into a battlefield dominated by the Greenskins and Tyrell, forcing humanity into the Arctic, where they desperately clung to their fortresses, bolstered by a steady influx of reinforcements from other star systems. Presently, the bastion where the Sith stood was separated from the Empire's controlled territory by nearly half the planet. Van Ross, surveying the map, fell into a contemplative silence, while Deviro observed with curiosity how the Sith would respond this time. Would he, once again, consolidate the remnants of his forces as he had done at Vigilante Star? However, unlike the chaotic battlefield of Vigilante Star, Astalai, now teeming with Greenskins and Tyrell, likely harbored far fewer remnants waiting to be rallied. The command platform fell into a hushed stillness as the Sith gazed intently at the map, prompting even the wounded soldiers being assisted nearby to stifle their voices. The terrain depicted was no longer a mere crossing of a region or urban expanse, but rather an unbroken traverse across an entire continent, devoid of any vehicles and under constant siege from swarming hordes. Even for the Sith, unless the God Emperor were to personally intervene, such a passage appeared insurmountable. As for the terror inflicted by the Tyranids, it was a notion best left unconsidered. After all, slaying insects would hardly appease them. In the absence of both the Tyranids and the God Emperor, the Sith found himself at a loss, visibly troubled, which did not escape Deviro's notice. Van Ross's eyes reflected a deeper regret. Had he not forcibly compelled the Sith to Verolia, perhaps he would have been among the Arctic fortresses by now. The three remained silent until Brunok, accompanied by several black sentinels escorting Omiya soldiers, was dragged back. Listening to Brunok's incessant cries of pain and anger, the Sith finally diverted his gaze from the map to his earliest companions. At this moment, Brunok's right arm had been completely corroded and severed by plasma, leaving only a hollow socket where his right eye once was. The sole silver lining was that the plasma burns had staunched his bleeding, preventing him from bleeding out. Anna stepped forward to tend to Brunok's wounds, offering constant reassurance. Van Ross merely glanced. Then his expression regained its calm. There was no significant issue. Merely the loss of his right eye and right arm. His life remained intact. Since he was the lieutenant of Lord Sith, upon reaching the Arctic, the Mechanicus could provide him with a replacement bionic limb. Upon hearing this, Sith felt a slight relaxation in his mood, then turned his gaze to the heavily injured Binoc. His confusion directed towards the Black Sentinel. The Black Sentinel, with a resigned demeanor, explained. Lord Binoc, upon witnessing the swarm, attempted to retrieve the bodies of our fallen soldiers, sustaining injuries in the ensuing struggle. At this revelation, both Deviro and Van Ross raised their eyebrows, casting admiring glances at Binoc. Sith, after processing the information, focused on the display, observing the firefight that had retreated to the midsection of the fortress. Soon, he spotted the reclaimed remains. However, as he followed these remains further, he was astonished to see a vast multitude of Tyranid swarms. Among the dead Tyranids, an unexpected number of greenskins were intermingled. Sith's previously somber eyes sparkled with newfound hope at the sight of the greenskins. Without pausing to offer words of comfort to Binoc, he turned to several officers of the Astra Militarum nearby. Are there greenskins in this vicinity? The officers exchanged glances, hesitating before nodding. Yes. How many? The exact number was uncertain, but before their leader was assassinated by the Tyranids, they had engaged them directly. Upon hearing this, Sith's gaze grew even brighter. This was indeed typical of the Orc tactics. Faced with the greenskins, the Tyranids were forced to resort to assassination to suppress the threat. For once the greenskins lost their leader, they would plunge into civil war until a new leader emerged, granting the Tyranids the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. Understanding the situation, Sith immediately approached the map and instructed the officers to mark the area where the greenskins were located. The officers exchanged puzzled looks. But Van Ross scrutinized Sith for a moment, his expression shifting to one of extreme peculiarity. If it were anyone else but Sith contemplating such an audacious plan, Van Ross might have dismissed the idea entirely. Finally, upon identifying the location of the leaderless greenskins, Sith stood up and addressed Deviro and Van Ross. I must step out to attend to a matter. You must hold the line. Deviro nodded without further thought, while Van Ross, observing Sith rummaging through his belongings, felt his face redden with embarrassment. As Sith departed alone through another corridor, Van Ross, after a prolonged internal struggle, inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with frustration. What on earth are you planning that necessitates wearing an alien crown upon your head? Chapter 79. For the cause. For the Empire. Within the narrow corridors of the fortress, designed with urban warfare in mind and supervised by the Mechanicus, the dwindling defenders gradually managed to repel the Tyranid swarms using the terrain to their advantage. The entrance, brimming with cover, was the scene of relentless combat as the Astartes and the Black Sentinel, accompanied by numerous Imperial soldiers, continued to eliminate the encroaching swarm. Behind them, the somewhat spacious interior of the fortress was filled with the wounded. As they confronted the final line of defense from which retreat was impossible, a sense of despair permeated the cramped confines of the fortress. I have foretold it. Lord Syth shall surely bring reinforcements. The furious roar of Van Ross echoed from deep within. Yet the wounded outside revealed no glimmer of hope. Instead, their hearts sank deeper into desolation upon hearing his words. For since Syth's departure, Van Ross had uttered this promise of reinforcements countless times. Yet, faced with the impending specter of death, they could discern no sign of aid. Especially those conscripted from the Astral garrison, who felt no assurance that the Imperial defenders from the Arctic would come to their rescue. Even if there were a willingness to assist, the vast distance of half a planet rendered it impossible. The wounded dismissed Van Ross's words as mere folly, while inside, Van Ross, confronting the lifeless body of a local garrison soldier he had shot, wore an expression of utmost anguish. Other officers, drenched in cold sweat and hesitant to meet Van Ross's gaze, wished only to escape the dire situation. After all was said and done, Van Ross returned to his seat, casting yet another glance at the monitor, yearning to catch a glimpse of Syth. However, upon seeing nothing anew, he reluctantly averted his gaze, poised to dispatch the officers to launch a counterattack against Tyrann, when suddenly, a soldier approached the control station with a look of utter despair. Xenomorphs. More xenomorphs. Right behind us. The soldier's face drained of color, and the already tense defenders turned their eyes wide with alarm. Van Ross staggered slightly. Swiftly, he switched the display, only to behold not the familiar white chitinous swarms, but a horde of green-skinned warriors. Van Ross's previously unsteady steps came to an abrupt halt. The surrounding individuals remained engulfed in despair, yet Van Ross merely regarded the scene with seriousness, before finally relaxing his taut expression. He then turned to the soldiers, his face betraying no restraint as he exclaimed in fury, "What xenomorphs? Those are the Empire's reinforcements," albeit with a rather green hue. Within the fortress, the battle at the entrance had ceased to capture the crowd's attention. All eyes were fixed on the monitor, watching as the green-skinned warriors tore through the insectoid horde. their faces erupting with excitement at the long-awaited thrill of combat. Following these green-skinned fighters, their gaze shifted to the foremost human figure. This human was not unfamiliar to them, having recently led them through a path of slaughter. Yet, upon glancing at SYTH and the green-skinned warriors behind him, they pondered whether something was amiss, especially as SYTH. In an apparent attempt to bolster morale, or perhaps to demonstrate his identity as a green-skinned being with human semblance, cleaved a tyrant warlord in two and, raising his crimson sword amidst the exuberant green tide, bellowed, "For what purpose?" Waaagh. SYTH himself unleashed a waaagh, unlike any other emitted by green-skinned leaders, imbued with tremendous vigor, prompting the green-skinned warriors to fervently join in the chorus of waaagh. As the Sith observed his waaagh amplified 100-fold, the greenskins behind him were thoroughly engrossed in their brawling, reveling in the chaos to the fullest extent. When he felt the piercing gaze from the depths of the warp directed at him, he could only urgently recite, "For the Empire." Subsequently, sensing the approving glances from two more pairs of eyes, he could only helplessly append, "For the sake of it," to his mantra. However, the Sith managed to maintain his composure and refrained from shouting out for the sake of the Empire. Yet, the ecstatic greenskin lads behind him were unconcerned with such subtleties. The crowd within the fortress, upon hearing the thunderous proclamation of "For the sake of it, Empire" from the greenskins, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. They could only furrow their brows, their eyes reflecting disbelief at this absurdity. Eventually, a group could no longer contain themselves and began casting glances at the adjudicator, Van Ross. Was the esteemed adjudicator not going to comment on such a scene? Initially, Van Ross had found solace in the notion that the greenskins were merely a tad green-skinned. But now, faced with the wary glances from the crowd, his complexion darkened to a near-drenched state. It was only when the Sith, accompanied by the greenskins, drove away the surrounding Tyranids that the humans within the fortress finally felt a semblance of safety. Van Ross, mustering his spirit, directed the crowd to converge with the greenskins. As he witnessed the greenskins, under the Sith's guidance, gradually adopting the mantra of the Empire, he silently vowed to himself to henceforth chant "For the God Emperor." The green tide followed the greenskin leader, who bore a human guise, and upon rallying more greenskins resembling humans, they shouted for the Empire while excitedly engaging in combat behind them. Perhaps it was the sheer absurdity of the scene that even the Tyranid, while overseeing the battle, paused momentarily, bewildered by the combined firepower of humans and greenskins. Coupled with the greenskin crown's inherent advantage against the Tyranid will, this peculiar band managed to forge a path towards the Arctic. Along the way, the Sith consistently gathered the greenskin tribes that had faced assassination, and this small contingent gradually snowballed into a green tide so immense that it could be distinctly observed even from the orbital vantage point. This rapidly expanding greenskin army soon caught the attention of the dwindling satellites in orbit. When the footage was relayed back to the Arctic Forge, within the Grand Hall representing the supreme command of the Unbreakable Line, the Adjudicator, the Forging General, and the Astartes Chapter Master all gazed upon the ever-growing greenskin horde with increasingly heavy breaths. As the Adjudicator, Shahanson, who was instrumental in establishing the Unbreakable Line, glanced at other monitors displaying the already terrifying chitinous tide, his gaze returned to the greenskins, who had inexplicably decided to join the fray, and his expression darkened considerably. Overwhelmed, he could hardly articulate a response and slumped back into his seat. While Shahanson was rendered powerless, other undeterred high-ranking officials, while endeavoring to muster troops, continued to scrutinize this suddenly emergent greenskin tide. The first to sense something amiss was a commander from the Astral Army. As if he had stumbled upon a detail as shocking as the manifestation of a divine emperor, he disregarded the curious gazes of those around him and, in a state of utter disarray, rushed to the monitor. He stood atop his chair, pressing his eyes against the screen. This peculiar behavior immediately drew the attention of others. Even Shahan's son, who regarded him with an inquisitive glance, he instinctively reached for his weapon, contemplating that if this commander of the Star Realm army continued to exhibit such erratic behavior, he would not hesitate to eliminate this tainted mortal. However, after several confirmations, the commander, with wide eyes, strained his stiff neck to point at the screen, bewildered by the sight behind him. How are these green-skinned beings bearing the Imperial flag? Chapter 80. Is this appropriate? The command hall fell into an eerie silence. The battle group leader, the combat nun, and even the admiral stood transfixed, astonished by the utterance of words they had never imagined could be strung together. Shahan's son, rising from his seat, scrutinized the commander through his cybernetic eye, repeatedly verifying when exactly this individual had succumbed to chaos. It was only when all instruments confirmed that the commander was not speaking in errant tongues and exhibited no trace of chaotic energy that Shahanson slowly lowered his gaze, only to abruptly raise his head. If the commander was indeed not mistaken, then it followed that there truly existed a band of green-skinned beings bearing the imperial flag. Even though Shahanson had served a lifetime as a judge with the power to establish an impenetrable defense line, this revelation left him momentarily at a loss. It was the casting general who first regained his composure, swiftly raising his hand to manipulate all the monitors in the command hall, projecting the scene witnessed by the commander. Only then did the assembly redirect their focus to the displays. With the image intentionally magnified, the first sight they beheld was a wave of green beings, armed with various weapons, charging through the Tyranid swarm, prominently displaying the imperial flag atop their heads. The realization that such green-skinned beings existed in the galaxy, and that they had encountered them, rendered everyone present, including Shahanson, utterly frozen in place. Their expressions mirrored that of the Star Realm Army commander who had first witnessed this astonishing scene. As the casting general summoned more satellites to enhance the resolution of the images, even more striking details emerged. Without needing further prompting, Shahanson, fully engrossed, stood abruptly and pressed his face against one of the monitors. His cybernetic eye rotated towards the screen, eager for a clearer view. Before Shahanson could voice his thoughts, the casting general magnified the image further, revealing that these green beings were even donning imperial helmets. Observing the crooked imperial eagle insignia upon the helmets, the onlookers seemed to faintly hear the resounding chants for the empire emanating from the wide mouths of the green-skinned creatures. Furthermore, as they looked closer, it became apparent that these beings had cast aside their large axes in favor of rifles equipped with bayonets, emulating the imperial style. Certainly, if one insists on considering those large axes at gunpoint as bayonets. At this moment, when every intricate detail was unveiled, all present in the Grand Hall, not only the high-ranking officials like Shahanson, but also the lower-tier personnel, stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with bewilderment over what they had just witnessed. Some priests of the state religion, after gazing vacantly for a while, closed their eyes in prayer to the emperor, beseeching forgiveness for inadvertently witnessing such a profane spectacle. However, while the priests were cautiously repenting, on the front lines amidst the green-skinned frenzy, Van Ross confronted a band of ragtag soldiers with fury, exclaiming, "The Emperor? The Emperor is busy bestowing blessings." The bewildered soldiers, including several political officers within the ranks, found themselves rendered speechless by Van Ross's blunt retort. For, looking in the direction Van Ross pointed, they beheld a figure clad in golden armor, radiating a divine light, while leading the green-skinned horde in an uproarious waaagh, leaving them utterly incapable of offering any counter-arguments. Their eyes, filled with even greater confusion, turned toward Van Ross, silently inquiring why the Emperor would bestow blessings at such a moment. Van Ross, faced with these inquiries, found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in the command hall at the North Pole, after witnessing the green-skinned forces relentlessly advancing towards them, everyone's gaze similarly shifted towards Shahanson, the judge, their eyes reflecting the same pressing question. Shahanson's face twitched for a moment. After all, the sight of green-skinned creatures bearing the imperial banner was already disconcerting enough, and now, amidst the throng, there was not only humanity, but also one who shone with a golden aura at the forefront. This scene evoked a sensation akin to the Emperor asserting his sovereignty. Although Shahanson and Van Ross were separated by considerable distance, both judges silently expressed their grievances towards the figure of Zeiss in their hearts. Van Ross, having seen enough on this journey, accepted the reality. Meanwhile, Shahanson, witnessing Zeiss for the first time, swiftly realized after his moment of reflection that the scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to a tale where a fortunate individual, having acquired a coveted artifact, desperately bestows blessings to fend off two others who covet the treasure. Only, in this story, the protector is referred to as the Emperor, while the envious ones are labeled as those who stir chaos. Even though the scale of the scene was not particularly grand, the green-skinned denizens caught in Zeiss's waaagh, their heads infused with an energy palpable enough to please the chaotic ones, were almost visibly dense. Even if the Emperor intervened, one could surmise that the crown atop Zeiss's head would transform into a small sun of green. These vivid images were transmitted back to the command hall, where all eyes turned toward Shahanson. The expression of helplessness that had previously graced Van Ross's face now mirrored on Shahanson's, confronted with the inquisitive gazes of those around him. Having likely realized that Zeiss was the one foretold by the Emperor in the prophecies of the subspace, Shahanson found it impossible to utter the word heresy that lingered on the tip of his tongue. After all, even if Shahanson pointed at Zeiss and labeled him a heretic, His subordinates would merely be taken aback before promptly drawing their weapons to eliminate him. What does this mean? The Emperor's chosen one is also intertwined with chaos. If Shiansen were to utter such a statement, the assembled crowd would surely feel compelled to eliminate this heretic on behalf of the Divine Emperor. Finally, after holding back for what felt like an eternity, Shiansen, facing this potential outcome, uttered something that caused the seasoned judge, who had spent a lifetime in his role, to blush, a rare sight indeed. Perhaps these Imperial soldiers do indeed possess a somewhat greenish complexion. The crowd stared, momentarily stunned by Shiansen's words. Though they secretly ridiculed this assertion, recognizing the absurdity of designating a green-skinned being as human, Shiansen had already set the tone. Who would dare to dissent? Moreover, nothing could be more persuasive than the divine radiance emanating from Sis, provided they chose to overlook the greenish sun hovering above his head. As Sis gathered more and more green-skinned allies, they drew ever closer to the Arctic Forge. The Imperial forces began to prepare anxiously for the impending encounter. With a group of bewildered soldiers pondering the meaning of do not panic when encountering green allies while rushing to their defensive positions. Meanwhile, the higher-ups, including Shiansen, advanced to the front line, observing the Tyrannid swarm momentarily stunned by the green-skinned forces behind them, which compelled a temporary retreat. Their eyes fixated intently on Sis, a myriad of conflicting emotions flickering within them, until, in the distance, a green radiance crested the horizon, the highest echelons of Shiansen's command. Witnessing the verdant glow radiating from Sis, found themselves in disbelief. Though they had encountered chaos-infused blessings before, Shiansen's expression turned utterly rigid. While he could accept the blessings of other malevolent deities, he could not fathom why such aberrations would bestow their graces upon another subjects. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he could only gaze at the suppressed divine light of his own emperor and mutter, "Do you two aberrant deities have no shame in blessing others' kin?" Chapter 81. Why should I concern myself with your troubles with humanity? In the Arctic Forge of Astral, the relentless Tyrannid swarm that had surged for several months finally began to wane. Simultaneously, numerous Tyrannid reconnaissance units were dispatched, establishing a veritable shantytown around the fortress, adorned with the Imperial flag. As they pondered whether these new adversaries were green-skinned or human, the Tyrannids were not the only ones bewildered. Many of the Imperial guards transporting refuse to the shantytown found themselves uncertain whether to laugh or tremble at the sight of a green-skinned leader claiming to be the political officer of the Sis Legion. After all, he had never envisioned a scenario where green-skinned beings and political officers would be united. While the greenskins took a moment to regroup, Sis led the humans into the Arctic Forge. The last survivors of the Black Watch and Van Ross's forces finally received the long-desired respite, with Shiansen dispatching an abundance of supplies, perhaps excessively so. The provisions included not only tobacco and coffee, but also fresh canned meat that was anything but from an ant cow. Furthermore, it was not merely Shiansen's tribunal that provided these generous supplies. Even the Imperial Navy, the Astral Army, and the state religion behind the Battle Sisters vied to deliver their contributions. The rationale behind this action, apart from the fact that the scenes brought by the Sith still evoke a surreal feeling even now, lies in the astuteness of these individuals. A mere moment of contemplation reveals that anyone who has accompanied the Sith in their relentless conquest to this point, even if merely a humble cook, possesses the prowess to transform Tyrannid warriors into a divine feast with nothing but a spatula. Moreover, it is inevitable that the Sith will undertake a substantial expansion of their legions, and akin to elite formations such as the Krieg and Cadia. The Black Watch will undoubtedly be dispatched across various battlefields of the galaxy. Establishing amicable relations with these future commanders of the Black Watch could prove invaluable during critical moments, where the mere request for a contingent from them might allow one to challenge the Chaos Astartes with confidence. Ultimately, these aspirations materialized as the Sith's modest force of merely tens of thousands was unexpectedly allocated provisions on a scale of millions. The Sith, however, remained indifferent to this development. Upon reaching the Arctic, he swiftly made his way toward the command hall, flanked by 2 judges, a forge general, 3 admirals, and a dozen commanders of the Astral Army. Even behind the judges, a few Astartes squad leaders trailed. This illustrious assembly of luminaries found themselves following a mortal whose form was drenched in the remnants of countless battles. The urgency of the Sith's pace compelled the others to hasten their steps, fearful of falling behind. Upon entering the command hall, the Sith was met with a vast projection and a throng of officers standing at attention, awaiting his arrival. He unceremoniously detached his ammunition-less explosive rifle and handed it to a nearby individual before directing his attention to the map at the heart of the hall. As he approached, the entourage hesitated momentarily, their eyes drawn to the map, while some cast disparaging glances at Shah-Hansen, who had audaciously seized the explosive rifle ahead of the automaton. Appearing rather sycophantic, the most contemptuous of all was Van Ross, who felt affronted that this young man had dared to usurp his position. Only when the Sith stood before the map did the others refocus their attention, with Shah-Hansen hastily returning to his side. Contrary to expectations of a grand display, the Sith merely glanced at the map, remaining silent as he turned his gaze toward Shah-Hansen and the senior leadership behind him. The Sith had little patience for the untrained directing the adept. He respected those commanders who had devoted their lives to the study of warfare. Faced with the Sith's penetrating gaze, Van Ross sought to speak, yet upon witnessing the transformed battlefield since his departure, he found himself at a loss for words. Others harbored similar intentions, but, observing Shah-Hansen, refrained from interrupting. Thus, the Sith's gaze settled upon Shah-Hansen, who, upon receiving this attention, promptly began to speak. Pointing to the map, Shah-Hansen exhibited the exemplary qualities expected of a judge. Currently, the entirety of Astalai is divided into 3 factions. The Tyranid swarm occupies the eastern hemisphere. The orcs dominate the western hemisphere, while our forces hold the Arctic Forge Zone, relying on the space elevator situated in the Arctic to receive a continuous stream of reinforcements from other star systems. Although the surface facilities have completely fallen, we still maintain control over 60% of Astalai's production capacity, thanks to the advanced underground transportation network developed by the mechanical sect. Upon hearing this, Zeiss raised an eyebrow, surprised that the situation was much better than he had envisioned. Not only was there a smooth supply line to the outside, but the planet's production capacity also remained largely intact. However, as Zeiss's expression relaxed, he glanced around at the faces of those nearby, only to see a stern demeanor reflected back at him. Zeiss was momentarily taken aback. After all, despite the apocalyptic circumstances, the situation was far superior to that on Alert Star. Puzzled, Zeiss chose not to inquire further and instead turned his attention back to the map. Soon, he discovered an unfamiliar force located above the Arctic, far from the planet's orbit. Pointing it out, he questioned the assembly. "Who is this?" The crowd exchanged glances, and no one answered. Even Van Ross appeared perplexed, clearly indicating that this was not an adversary they had encountered before. Meanwhile, Shah-Hansen's expression turned blank, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke in a subdued tone. "It is the chaotic rebels led by Abaddon." "Chaotic rebels? Abaddon? Why does it seem like old acquaintances are everywhere?" Zeiss was taken aback. He had not anticipated that upon arriving at Octalis, Abaddon would also be present. Stunned, he hastily sought to gather more information about Abaddon, but just then, the once brightly lit hall was suddenly engulfed in darkness, and even the incessant clamor of the gears in the forge fell silent. The surrounding individuals were instantly shocked, particularly the forge general, whose eyes betrayed unmasked terror at the sight of all the machines across the planet coming to a complete standstill. It was only when the grand hall was slowly opened by numerous mechanical servants, allowing external light to filter in, that the crowd could look up at the sky. There, directly above, loomed a grotesquely shaped vessel, as if composed of countless derelict warships haphazardly fused together, resembling a colossal satellite. Surrounding the ship was a vast fleet of chaotic vessels, which were taking advantage of the Empire's mechanical paralysis to deploy numerous landing pods into designated areas. "What is this?" Gazing at the bizarre giant ship, seasoned judges like Shah-Hansen wore expressions of confusion. Meanwhile, Zeiss cast a glance upwards before bowing his head, a sense of resignation washing over him at the sight of this galaxy being a veritable cesspool. For not only had Abaddon arrived, but also Vashtor, a being born from subspace, representing malicious machinery and poised to ascend to the level of the 4 gods, a demigod. That grotesque amalgamation of wreckage was Vashtor's masterpiece. A super battleship of immense power and size, the Ark of Omen. Only a conceptual deity like Vashtor could incapacitate the machinery of an entire planet. At that very moment, as the crowd looked skyward, the enormous Ark of Omen descended upon the Imperial Guard, left with only rifles to defend themselves, unleashing a torrent of elite execution squads. However, the individuals hurriedly preparing to engage on the ground were not met with an unimpeded chaotic force. Instead, they were greeted by the thunderous roar of anti-aircraft artillery. The chaotic troops, carelessly landing, were taken by surprise at the unexpected ground-based aerial defenses, and the landing pods disintegrated in the sky, erupting into a spectacular display of fireworks. Within the fortress, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, while Zeiss gazed at the artillery fire, momentarily suppressing his disbelief regarding the galaxy, and turned to those beside him. "Remain steady, swiftly restore the incapacitated machinery. Until then, our anti-aircraft fire will continue to suppress." The crowd, upon hearing this, grew increasingly perplexed. Curious about the source of the artillery, with only a few, such as Van Ross, gradually coming to realize the situation, their expressions becoming increasingly awkward. Seeing the crowd's confusion, Zeiss felt a growing exasperation at the necessity of elucidating matters for them. He silently chanted thrice for the Empire, then pointed at the artillery overhead. What does the paralysis of the Empire's machinery by the Waban have to do with me, the greenskinned? Setting aside the astonishment of the surface-dwelling humans regarding Zeiss's explanation, at that moment within the ominous arc, the once self-assured Abaddon faced a barrage of information. His bald head gleaming, yet his brow furrowed deeper. What do you mean you are facing a counterattack from the Empire? But the counteroffensive forces are a group of green-skinned wearing Imperial helmets? And the artillery? I commanded you to strike the Empire. Why are you crashing into the greenskins' artillery? What? It's not that you ran toward the greenskinned, but rather that the Empire's walls are filled with those damned greenskinned. As Abaddon stared at the information in disbelief, he took a moment to digest the news. Standing frozen for a good several seconds before abruptly raising his head to glare at the Waban before him. A look of profound confusion on his smooth forehead. When did the greenskin join the Empire? Chapter 82. Is Abaddon seeking a duel with me? Inside the Ark of Omen, Abaddon, Vashtor, and even a servo skull gazed blankly at the monitor before them. Abaddon remained clad in his exquisite Terminator power armor, while Vashtor towered. His gaunt and skeletal figure brimming with sinewy muscle, a demon's head adorned with horns, and what appeared to be two red cybernetic eyes gleaming in their sockets. Behind him, the mundane flesh wings of a regular subspace demon had transformed into a pair of mechanical wings, intricately adorned with gears. In his grasp was no longer a sword, axe, or staff, but rather a mechanical hammer symbolizing craftsmanship. This very demon, poised to ascend to divinity, found himself utterly astounded by the group of green-skinned creatures on the surface. Yet it was not Abaddon or Vashtor who first spoke, but rather the servo skull, seemingly endowed with its own will, observing the unfolding scene. Its voice, devoid of the cold, electronic tone typical of the Mechanicum, was instead a distinctly refined sound capable of conveying emotion. The servo skull flitted about, then lifted its gaze, its red ocular implants pulsating with excitement. This is rather amusing. It must be recorded in my database. Filled with the exuberance of humanity witnessing something entertaining. The enthusiasm exhibited was almost exaggerated. However, Abaddon was already accustomed to this, for the voice belonged to an abominable intelligence named Olarak, discovered by Vashtor. Olarak, possessing independent consciousness, currently served as the core of the Ark of Omen, controlling the massive flagship, which was, in essence, Olarak's very form. It is capable of observing the Imperial Greenskins alongside Abaddon and Vashtor while simultaneously commanding the Harbinger of Doom, striking with a terrifying efficiency and precision upon the three factions engaged in battle on Astral. However, at this moment, the trio's attention is predominantly fixed on the Imperial Greenskins, a sight they could scarcely have imagined. Only when witnessing their own execution squads being transformed into aerial torches by the Greenskins does Abaddon finally withdraw his gaze. A flicker of anger igniting within his eyes. Why have you not incapacitated the greenskin machinery? Abaddon questions Vashtor with no trace of reverence. His words a direct reprimand of his partner's ineptitude. In truth, as one of the four gods chosen, Abaddon has always believed that it is not the four gods who control him, but rather he who utilizes their power. Naturally, the four gods merely smile in silence at this notion. If this is his attitude towards the gods, how much less respect could he possibly extend to a demigod like Vashtor? Vashtor, too, gazes blankly at the ground. For who could have anticipated that Astral would give rise to such a band of Imperial Greenskins? He even speculates whether the Emperor engaged in some unnameable transaction in the warp, for how else could these greenskins don Imperial helmets? Vashtor finds himself unable to respond to Abaddon, who had so carelessly sacrificed a cadre of elite executioners. Instead, he swiftly shifts his focus to the screens, eager to unravel the mystery of these Imperial Greenskins. Yet, as the visuals transition, Abaddon, who had previously been furious, suddenly commands a halt. Wait. Vashtor, puzzled, glances at Abaddon, who is now fixated on the screen, his gaze locked onto a human directing the greenskins at the front lines. Following Abaddon's line of sight, Vashtor quickly retrieves information and soon comprehends the situation. After a moment of observation, Abaddon abruptly straightens. I shall descend to the surface and personally slay this wretched servant of the corpse emperor. As he speaks, he turns to summon his retinue, disregarding Vashtor entirely. For on the screen, that very mortal commanding the greenskins has just leapt onto his vengeful spirit, only to inexplicably leap back, rendering the battlecruiser feel as though it were on holiday under the command of the Sith. Soon, within the harbinger of doom. A multitude of elite chaos Astartes begins to assemble, and following a brief preparation, a surge of warp energy envelopes Abaddon, who employs foul sorcery to transport himself directly to the entrance of the Arctic Foundry. Simultaneously, a chaos cultist is dispatched to convey the news of Abaddon seeking a duel with the Sith, which is promptly delivered to the command center. What? Abaddon wishes to duel me? The Sith stares in shock at the soldier who brings the message, while his companions, including Van Ross, share a look of bewilderment. After all, it is unprecedented for a formidable chaos warlord to seek a duel with a mere mortal. Just the mention of such a challenge would diminish Abaddon's stature, while the value of that mortal would soar immeasurably. Of course, if that mortal happens to be the Sith, the situation may be different. My lord, there is no necessity to accept this duel. Van Ross is the first to voice his opposition. Having finally seen the Sith return to a secure area, he is loath to witness him encounter any further peril. Even Shah Hansen, who stood nearby, nodded in agreement, unwilling to witness the last flicker of hope in their defense line be inexplicably thwarted by a duel. Meanwhile, Zeiss gazed at the monitor facing the entrance, observing the imposing figure of Abaddon clad in magnificent armor, and refrained from immediate dissent. Zeiss remained silent, yet those around him quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Realizing that he genuinely contemplated stepping outside to engage in combat, Van Ross and others, including Davidro, displayed signs of panic, eager to dissuade him. However, before they could voice their concerns, Zeiss had already raised his head and posed a query to Abaddon. Does he dare allow me to prepare before we duel? The onlookers exchanged glances, their intended words caught in their throats, ultimately only able to share a pained expression as they conveyed Zeiss's message to Abaddon. Their curiosity piqued regarding the preparations Zeiss intended to undertake. Outside, upon receiving the response from the servo skull, Abaddon unleashed a fierce slap, reducing the device to shambles, and turned toward the display mounted on the door with a sinister grin. Prepare as you wish, but do so swiftly. For I am eager to have the Corpse Emperor witness me wrenching your head off as a trophy. Brimming with confidence, Abaddon's loyal guards, however, displayed concern. War Marshal, the opponent possesses the blessings of both the Divine Emperor and the fearsome tyrant. Should we not exercise caution? The guard's warning was met with a stern glare from Abaddon, who coldly retorted to his subordinate. He has blessings, and so do I. He possesses two. I possess four. What? Am I to fear him? At this moment, Abaddon was still fixated on the scene he had witnessed in the hyperspace, oblivious to Zeiss's subsequent experiences. Although his loyal guards viewed the green-skinned soldiers obedient to Zeiss with a sense of foreboding, they were unable to articulate their unease and could only retreat awkwardly. During their exchange, the great doors finally swung open. Abaddon, grinning at the sight of his prey emerging, found his smile frozen in place upon encountering the massive figure stepping out with heavy strides. Ha! With the blood red of the fearsome tyrant at his waist, the golden radiance of the Divine Emperor enveloping him, and the iridescent glow of the sinister light illuminating him, Zeiss emerged clad in a 100-fold enhancement of divine armor, ultimately piloting a 100-fold aberrant mech. Abaddon's previously menacing grin morphed into one of sheer brilliance. After a prolonged silence, and under the astonished gaze of his guards, Abaddon abruptly straightened, his smile evaporating, his face a mask of disbelief. How do you also possess four? And who told you to bring out the aberrant mech? Chapter 83. Who told you to unleash the aberrant mech? Before the towering fortress gates, the distant tyrant was being repelled, while a wall of green-skinned stellar legionnaires stood behind. Besides Zeiss and Abaddon, only a handful of Abaddon's veteran guards remained at the gate. At that moment, a gust of frigid Arctic wind swept through, casting an unusual chill upon Abaddon, particularly as he beheld a human donned in the armor blessed by the Divine Emperor, wielding the fearsome tyrant's demonic sword. Radiating the iridescent glow of sinister light, and piloting the aberrant mech, this chill seemed to seep deep into his heart. At that moment, Abaddon indeed found no reason to smile. Faced with the silent gaze of his bodyguards behind him, Abaddon found himself at a loss for words. If one were to quantify the blessings previously bestowed by Abaddon, it was astonishing to discover that his counterpart, Sis, bore four of them. Among these, one was even the verdant-skinned deity. Abaddon's expression turned to one of utter stillness, momentarily speechless. Yet, while words eluded him, Sis, piloting the immensely enhanced Gaumau Titan, forcefully hammered his fists together in front of him. Witnessing the sparks erupting from the impact, Abaddon felt a jolt of anxiety, his gaze slightly lowering, a flicker of uncertainty passing through his mind. The Gaumau Titan was akin to the knightly mechs of the human empire, regarded as the most formidable ground unit. Throughout the extensive duration of Abaddon's campaigns, he had engaged with the Gaumau Titans on numerous occasions. However, comparing the one Sis commanded to those in his memory, Abaddon found it impossible to equate the two, apart from their similar appearance. Merely hearing the dull thud of Sis's strikes was enough for Abaddon to comprehend the devastating force behind such blows. A sudden chill coursed through him, halting his thoughts as he pondered how to extract himself from this awkward situation, only to be obscured by the shadow of a towering figure. Taken aback, Abaddon slowly lifted his gaze. So, you're Abaddon? The bodyguards behind him had retreated at some point. After all, being Abaddon's guards, they could discern that the human operating the Gaumau Titan was not someone they could hope to thwart. As Abaddon stared at the Titan above him, a human head protruding abruptly from its neck posed a question, leaving him momentarily dazed. Setting aside the provocation inherent in Sis's inquiry, the mere fact that Sis had approached him in the Gaumau Titan without his notice rendered Abaddon at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say, yet perhaps sensing Abaddon's discomfort, Sis graciously alleviated the tension. After posing his question, Sis raised his hand dramatically, obscuring the sun, and with a burst of green light, transformed Abaddon into a projectile, launching him into a distant, abandoned plastic wall, embedding him within. Silence ensued. Apart from the dust cloud generated by Abaddon's transformation into a projectile, the entire world, be it the green-skinned beings behind, the humans, or Abaddon's bodyguards before him, even the figures on the Harbinger of Doom, Vashtor and Auric, all remained mute, their expressions devoid of emotion as they observed the unfolding scene. Even Auric, lacking lips, seemed to resonate with a peculiar quietude. The only sound that permeated the air was the mournful whisper of the cold wind sweeping across the earth. It was not until Abaddon, gritting his teeth to suppress the urge to cough up blood, struggled to rise from the wall that he noticed the sunlight once more being obscured. Stunned, he stiffened, raising his neck to behold the Gaumau Titan's arm lifted once again, a surge of dread washing over him. Was it coming again? The same motion, the same sequence. The sole distinction this time being that Abaddon would not collide with plastic steel, but rather with a formidable sheet of ice. As he beheld the warlord transforming into a machine of ice destruction, the realm of chaos fell into profound silence, and the humans atop the city walls instinctively gaped, unable to fathom the spectacle before their eyes. Even Shahanson was momentarily taken aback, turning to his side to gaze at Van Ross, speechless at how he had managed to locate Sis first. Meanwhile, Abaddon, having finally emerged from the icy depths, could no longer contain his bloodlust, unleashing a torrent of crimson while brandishing his enchanted sword. With Horus Claw fully activated, he glared furiously at Sis. In that moment, he finally comprehended how Sis had approached him unnoticed. Abaddon looked up, only to witness the notoriously cumbersome Gaumau King springing from the ground, propelled by an exaggerated force and agility, charging directly towards him. Caught off guard, Abaddon could hardly process the absurdity of it all. His expression contorting with frustration. How could such a colossal being move with the agility of a flea? Abaddon felt an unspoken agony. After a lifetime of combat, he had always found ways to confront any adversary, be they primal entities or formidable demons. Yet, faced with the frenzied advance of Sis, he found himself at a loss for any means of retaliation. Should he wield his sword? Abaddon glanced at his blade, recalling the devastating blows Sis had unleashed upon his entry. Though he surmised that his enchanted sword could indeed inflict damage upon those green-skinned, iron-armed foes, the thought of absorbing the full force of that punch left him apprehensive. His sword might remain intact, but he would surely spill considerable blood. Resolutely, Abaddon sheathed his sword. He had always relied on his strength to dominate others, but now, confronted by Sis's raw power, he grasped the profound disparity that rendered combat exceedingly frustrating. Recognizing that close combat was unwise, Abaddon, true to his moniker as a battle commander, promptly opted for ranged tactics. As Sis's massive form descended upon him, Abaddon rolled and scrambled away, evading confrontation while maintaining distance. He drew upon memories of countless duels to devise a strategy suitable for the current predicament, channeling the techniques of past adversaries. Just as he raised Horus Claw to unleash a barrage of meticulously crafted explosive projectiles, Abaddon suddenly realized that his very action mirrored the day he had relentlessly pursued Kargath. Now, however, the roles were reversed. He had become the hunted, while Sis assumed the role of the pursuer. As Abaddon unleashed a series of explosive shells towards Sis, he couldn't suppress a sardonic remark about Kargath. It should have been you, Kargath, who was leaping about that day. Amidst the chaos, he managed to interject his quip. Yet as he observed Sis, despite the Gaumau King being blasted apart by the projectiles from Horus Claw, Sis charged on without so much as flinching. Abaddon swiftly stifled his sarcasm, ready to absorb further insights from Kargath's advanced dueling strategies. However, as he re-established distance and noted that Sis had not pursued him. A flicker of hope illuminated Abaddon's expression. Just as he prepared to intensify his firepower, he witnessed Sis, standing resolutely, retrieving from behind the Gaumau King an imposing greenskin supercannon. With an air of realization washing over him, Sis leveled the supercannon directly at Abaddon, leaving him in stunned disbelief. Can duels employ ranged weaponry? Why did you not mention this sooner? Chapter 84. Is this the beginning of a scramble for lives? On the ground looms a frantic shadow, reminiscent of an immense black rodent, trailing an exaggerated barrage of tracer fire. If one were to encapsulate the current scene, it would evoke an old saying from ancient Catera, using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Yet, before the Arctic gates of Astral, it appears as though a close-range artillery is pursuing the rodent. There is no alternative, for the sake of survival. Abaddon's attempts to evade the Sith's barrage are anything but graceful. Indeed, gazing upon the Sith's supercannon, glowing ominously green, Abaddon cannot help but suspect that this is merely a ploy by Mao urged to utilize him as a scapegoat against the four gods. Who would engage in such long-range firepower without ammunition? What is this? Normally, jesting would suffice, but have you truly resorted to pilfering bullets from the subspace? At this moment, all vestiges of confidence have deserted Abaddon, leaving no trace of his earlier sinister grin. He now finds himself scrambling for safety. Witnessing as a cannon blast obliterates a small hill, his expression one of sheer exasperation. Simultaneously, he curses himself for descending to seek a duel with the Sith just 1 hour prior. Finally, as Abaddon observes the Sith flatten yet another hill, poised as if ready to unleash a sweeping barrage, his desire to survive eclipses any yearning for a dignified exit. What? You inquire about achieving victory in the duel? Abaddon lowers his gaze, a profound realization dawning upon him. Apologies, but such mundane aspirations hold no allure for him. A wave of zen envelopes Abaddon, and as the sunlight above is once again eclipsed by shadow, he gazes at the Sith, who has leapt to obscure the star. He grits his teeth, lamenting the Sith's unseemly conduct, scarcely affording a glance at his hard-won bodyguards before rising to channel his inner blessings. Hastily utilizing the dark arts of subspace to transport himself back to the Ark of Omen before the cannon fires again. The exhausted Sith, witnessing this, finally releases the trigger, and the cannon, which had not ceased firing since its inception, emits a cloud of white smoke from its now red-hot barrel. The battlefield momentarily falls silent. But as the Sith sheaths the cannon and turns to regard the Arctic Foundry's gates, he pauses, observing Abaddon's guardians caught between himself and the dense defensive fire. These guardians, bewildered, glance at their fleeing leader, then survey the vast expanse, surrounded by the relentless Imperial forces. Particularly, one mortal, having observed their inactivity for an extended period, prepares to unleash the cannon once more. The guards exchange glances before suddenly drawing their weapons, swiftly executing Abaddon's most loyal follower in front of the crowd. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of the Sith and the Imperial forces, the desperate guardians pound their chests towards the Sith, exclaiming, "Long live the Sith!" The Ark of Omen, now in turmoil. Within the vast expanse of the bridge, reminiscent of a grand palace, a burst of subspace brilliance illuminated the center as Abaddon materialized. Ensuring that the Sith had not followed, he steadied himself on his feet, only to suddenly collapse, his legs giving way beneath him. He extended his arms to brace against the floor, striving to prevent himself from completely succumbing to the ground. No one dared to approach him at that moment. The fear of witnessing the warlord's disheveled state loomed large, as they dreaded the repercussions that would follow from his wrath. Even the aberrant crew members, paralyzed by fear, remained motionless, while both Vashtor and Olak stood transfixed, observing Abaddon's return in a state of disbelief. Olak refrained from deploying his servitor skull, fearful that any errant movement might be misconstrued as mockery of Abaddon's plight. After all, in the eyes of the onlookers, Abaddon had once boasted grandly on the bridge, only to lead his personal guard into a confrontation, where they were soundly thrashed by the enemy. Ultimately, he returned alone, a picture of disarray, with even his loyal followers unable to accompany him. Should such a tale circulate, the chaotic rebellion, tenuously held together by Abaddon's various schemes, would likely disintegrate at once. It was one thing to be defeated, it was another to insist on engagement, only to be met with a thorough beating. Finally, as Abaddon gradually regained his strength and rose to his feet, it was Vashtor who shattered the silence. "While you were engaged in your duel, our mission has been accomplished." Vashtor delicately reframed the harsh reality of their defeat as a mere duel. Abaddon shot him a piercing glance, and after a moment of contemplation, chose to feign ignorance of Vashtor's subtlety. "As long as the objective is achieved, what shall we do next?" Abaddon swiftly redirected the conversation. Vashtor exchanged a glance with Olak, who promptly obscured the image of Abaddon's guards chanting praises for the Sith. The fragments of the key have been gathered. I must now prepare for the reconstruction of the planet. You need to lure the mobile headquarters of the target as per our plan. Vashtor articulated the strategy known only to him and Abaddon. Though the crew remained bewildered, it did not hinder the faint glimmer of excitement on the faces of the two. Abaddon even gestured emphatically towards the viewport, his expression twisted with hatred as he declared, "Once the vault is opened, I shall return to rend the Emperor's lapdog to pieces." He gritted his teeth, yet those around him displayed no reaction. Faced with the warlord, who had just moments ago been thoroughly pummeled, his grand proclamations elicited no flicker of hope. Nevertheless, deep within, there lingered a certain expectation, not one rooted in the hope of Abaddon's success, but rather in the dread of witnessing the once mighty warlord bested by the Sith. Vashtor remained silent, merely observing Abaddon with an understanding of his mission, and without further ado, raised his hand. A ripple of subspace energy enveloped Abaddon, sending him forth from the ominous arc of his foreboding presence. Subsequently, Abaddon, positioned on the temporary cruiser flagship before the restoration of the Soul of Vengeance, observed as the colossal harbinger of doom, the Arc of Malice, vanished into the depths of its trajectory. With a retraction of his gaze, he cast a final glance at Astartes beneath him and issued a retreat order to the other Chaos fleets. However, amidst the flurry of activity on the bridge, a trembling mortal crew member approached hesitantly. "My lord, a warband has refused to withdraw." Abaddon, still caressing the bruise left by a blow from a tan, paused in surprise at this revelation, his anger swiftly directed toward the mortal who had brought him this disobedience. The mortal, sensing the rising ire, hastily presented the reasons for the warband's defiance in written form to Abaddon. Upon receiving the document, Abaddon merely glanced at it before a sudden realization struck him. The Thousand Sons warband? Ahriman. He could not help but murmur, a strange premonition bubbling within him. After all, at this juncture, aside from the Necrons, Ahriman's prolonged silence was rather unsettling. As Abaddon scrutinized the report, his frown deepened, even suppressing the urge to eliminate the mortal before him. "Let me annihilate Astartes, erasing the true cause behind the tan leadership of the Greenskins," he muttered under his breath. And as he contemplated, the confusion on his face gradually faded, replaced by a sardonic smirk. Simultaneously, a Thousand Sons psyker materialized on the bridge. The moment he appeared, he sought out Abaddon, urgency etched on his face. "Terra has received news of the Tan's allegiance to the Greenskins and their acceptance of the horrors of corruption. We must eradicate Astartes to obliterate the evidence. The Tan will be branded as traitors." The psyker's words, if overheard by the mortals on the ground, would likely induce a cold sweat, for in their eyes, the most terrifying nightmare imaginable was the Tan being driven to chaos by the Imperium. Abaddon, after a brief moment of astonishment, was left in sheer disbelief. Was Ahriman truly intent on troubling the Tan? No, it appeared that the seemingly tranquil Ahriman was, in fact, the most pragmatic of all. Abaddon could envision the Emperor's prophetic endorsement of the Tan echoing through the galaxy, while Ahriman would have altered the prophecy destined for Terra beyond recognition. As for the reason behind such actions, Abaddon's gaze darkened with malice, and he could not help but internally scoff. Who would have thought that the first to intervene would be the ever-quiet Ahriman? It seemed that as soon as the Tan became traitors, Ahriman would personally arrive bearing gifts, ships, armies, blessings, offering chaos itself. Abaddon was momentarily taken aback, only for a wave of frustration to wash over him, to deliver the Chaos War Master. Chapter 85, Titans rampant within Abaddon's temporary flagship. A Thousand Sons sorcerer clad in enigmatic blue power armor regarded him. As the Chaos War Master, Abaddon's forces were comprised of the traitorous war bands from various Chaos factions. Clearly, the sorcerer before him had been directly assigned by Ahriman. It is not merely the absolute obedience to their deities exhibited by other chaotic factions that distinguishes Abaddon. Upon realizing the treacherous intentions, he surprisingly refrained from immediate response. He remained rooted in place, lost in contemplation. The Thousand Sons sorcerer observed Abaddon silently. Unlike other chaotic sects, the followers of Tsinch often displayed remarkable patience, consistently maintaining an air of omniscience regarding the reactions and actions of those around them. Although many of their schemes frequently culminated in failure, do not question why, despite Tsinch's omniscience, they persistently falter. For if you inquire, they will fervently proclaim some grand design, as if defeat were merely an integral aspect of their plans. The Thousand Sons sorcerer did not urge Abaddon. After a moment of reflection, Abaddon surprisingly refrained from immediate action, instead countering with a query, "What benefit does this hold for me?" Engaging in a negotiation of sorts, yet the sorcerer, with an expression of anticipated understanding, unveiled a star chart, Gazing at the twinkling points upon the chart, the sorcerer spoke. Here lies the object you have long sought. Fulfill Tzeentch's command, and this coordinate shall be yours. Abaddon's countenance shifted, while he did not expect his plans with Vashtor to remain concealed from the four gods. The mention by Tzeentch instilled a sense of trepidation within him. After a serious examination of the star chart, and a period of profound contemplation, Abaddon finally straightened, making his way to the bridge while stating, "Transmit the coordinates to me." Upon reaching the command position, Abaddon's gaze fell upon the crew, who looked toward him. Yet his focus remained fixed on the ground beneath. Cease evacuation, deploy landing troops to the surface, and after clearing ground defenses, commence extermination of the planet's surface immediately. The thunderous roar of artillery echoed. The entire continent trembled. Even within the Arctic foundries, the vibrations of the structure were palpable. In the command center, the Imperial hierarchy was diligently formulating operational strategies, while the remnants of the fleet took refuge under the protective fire of the surface. Along the space elevator, reinforcements continuously streamed in from nearby star systems. SYTH stood within the command center, observing the outside world through windows and displays. Notably, at one defensive line that caught his attention, the banners of the Astral Army had changed 7 times within a mere 2 days. In stark contrast to humanity's defensive efforts in the Arctic, the external conflict was far more harrowing. Even without the aid of screens, merely gazing into the distance revealed that the entirety of Astral resembled an apocalyptic landscape. Countless towering factories loomed, their silhouettes set against an ever-changing backdrop of mushroom clouds from greenskins, chaos, and tyranids. Even the Imperials, who staunchly defended the Arctic, had succumbed to bloodlust, unleashing a barrage of high-yield nuclear weapons upon the devastated zones. This led to vast expanses of Astral becoming suffused with dense nuclear radiation. In addition to the radiation, there were tyrannid acid rains, chaotic distortions, and the searing flames of greenskins. Should you inquire why they did not opt for the more powerful and cleaner hydrogen bombs, rest assured, the Mechanicus would clarify that the nuclear ordnance deployed not only possessed the potency of hydrogen bombs, but also the terrifying radiation of dirty bombs. As for cleanliness, the followers of the Omnicia remain unperturbed by radiation. Even though the depths of the deployment zone are home to incessantly producing underground factories, the mechanized doctrine remains utterly unconcerned. They can simply wait for this labor force to succumb to nuclear radiation before dispatching a new contingent of workers. After all, if soldiers cannot survive for more than a few hours, what hope do the workers have of witnessing the dawn of another day? Should the workers insist on seeing the sun before their demise, the response is simple: unleash nuclear warheads directly above them. If that is insufficiently illuminating, I can easily deploy additional munitions. At present, only the Arctic boasts formidable void shields and anti-air defenses. Otherwise, it too would have long been subjected to a barrage of extinction weapons. Yet, even if one chooses to ignore the distant, surging mushroom clouds, a mere shift of Sis's gaze downward reveals several rows of titanic behemoths, reminiscent of moving mountains, slowly emerging from the horizon, accompanied by the colossal red sun, which quakes the earth beneath them. These are ranks upon ranks of colossal titans, the Tyranids, advancing relentlessly across the surface. The Tyranid bio-titans march in formation, their massive tails unleashing torrents of corrosive plasma akin to meteors. However, while the plasma travels slowly, they face artillery shells, massive as buildings, that strike with ferocity against the bio-titans' thick, chitinous exoskeletons. For directly opposite them stands an equally exaggerated line of super-ancient behemoths. These rugged, savage green-skinned titans respond to the Tyranids with their own colossal artillery, belching forth clouds of black smoke in a fierce counterattack. Beneath the feet of these monumental titans lies a multitude of medium titans, smaller vehicles, and an endless torrent of ground forces akin to grains of sand. The frenzied engagement of the Tyranids and the green-skinned forces has instilled a profound sense of despair, even among those who seek to establish control in specific zones solely for the purpose of chaotic extermination. For even if Abaddon were to deploy 2 Titan legions in one breath, cobbling together a mere 2 warlords for raiders and a dozen warhounds, it would be utterly insufficient to contend with the bloodthirsty Tyranids and green-skinned adversaries. Even without interference from the Arctic Empire, Abaddon has made no progress towards his objectives. Gazing at the orbital scene, witnessing the Empire's nurturing of such formidable forces, the Tyranids organizing their titans into formation, Abaddon inwardly seethed in anger at the tribunal for their inaction. What followed was a desperate onslaught of extinction weapons against an overwhelmingly terrifying enemy. Observing the unwavering confrontation between both sides, Abaddon gritted his teeth, compelled to dispatch more landing troops while casting a fierce glance at the Arctic. Regardless of who emerges victorious from this Titan clash, the next to face a brutal onslaught will undoubtedly be the Empire. At this moment, Abaddon could not help but feel a surge of anticipation for Sis, who was stationed in the Arctic. You may strike me, and I shall accept it. Yet in the face of such a cataclysmic battle between Titans, Abaddon harbored no belief that Sis could navigate this chaos with ease. Meanwhile, within the Arctic Command Center, even though Sis was not in command, merely observing the cataclysmic battlefield in the distance, he understood that once the enemy redirected their focus, it would spell the end for the Empire's defenders. As he observed Abaddon deploying a reasonably sized Titan legion, Zeiss could no longer contain himself and interrupted the senior commanders behind him. We are in the Forge world, do we not possess Titans? The bustling command platform fell into a brief hush at Zeiss's inquiry. After a moment of silence, it was the Forge Master and Shahansen who responded. The Forge Master summoned a servo skull, which promptly projected a battlefield far removed from the control zone. There, clad in a red gear robe, an innumerable assembly of mechanical clergy encircled the Titan, a behemoth even larger than biological Titans and super ancient giants, which lay prone, its shoulders supporting a fallen cathedral-like structure. Just from this fleeting glimpse, Zeiss discerned that the mechanical clergy had nearly expended the entirety of the billions of protective warriors in their attempt to salvage this Titan. Meanwhile, Shahansen explained beside the projection, Astalai also possesses a Titan legion, but it had collapsed long before our Lord's arrival due to excessive strain. The mechanical clergy are now hastily soothing the machine spirit, hoping for the Titan to rise once more. It is not merely a Titan, it is the divine mechanism. Shahansen's words were abruptly interrupted by the Forge Master, who sternly corrected his phrasing. Shahansen, despite the reprimand, merely sighed and turned to Zeiss with a serious expression. This indeed is a divine mechanism, for it is a relic from the dark technology era, the most potent terrestrial unit of the human empire, a walking divine punishment. A mobile bastion of faith, an Emperor-class Titan that surpasses even the battle generals and commanders. Chapter 86. The Divine Mechanism. Although each Emperor-class Titan is a treasure of the Empire, even if we were to acquire several more, they would pale in comparison to you, my lord. Shahansen pursued Zeiss, nearly at the brink of tears. While Van Ross hastily followed suit, his gaze fixed intently on Shahansen, as if he wished to extract a piece of flesh with his eyes. After Shahansen's introduction, Zeiss momentarily hesitated, confirming that the issue lay with the machine spirit. The Titan systems were entirely functional, and even the expended ammunition energy had been replenished by the mechanical clergy, rendering it in a state of full vitality. Accustomed to the shortcomings of subpar warships, Zeiss found himself compelled to personally soothe the machine spirit. Upon hearing this, the Forge Master leaped in excitement, affirming that nothing could please the machine spirit more than the blessing of the God Emperor. Moreover, with the return of the mechanical priests from the battlefront, rumors had begun to circulate within the mechanical clergy of Astalai that Zeiss was indeed the Omnicia. Though the Forge Master remained somewhat skeptical, he acknowledged that Zeiss's intervention was far preferable to that of the ordinary priests. Unfortunately for Shahansen and Van Ross, the two judges could only wish for Zeiss to retract his orders and remain safely in the Arctic, awaiting a moment when the situation became dire enough for the remnants of the Imperial fleet to prioritize Zeiss's evacuation. However, as Zeiss approached the exit, the assembled humans and green-skinned army erupted in jubilant cheers upon seeing him emerge, and Shahansen and Van Ross could not dissuade him. Gazing at the extraordinary green-skinned beings before him, distinct from the usual hue, and on the other side, the mortal troops bolstered by a plethora of mechanized vehicles, tanks, and even the formidable knights of the machine cult, the Sith finally turned to the two inquisitors behind him, extending his arms. Enough of this chatter. I have commandeered this Titan. Shahansen and Van Ross stood frozen, their voices caught in their throats as they beheld the resoluteness etched on the Sith's face. Moreover, the Sith's intentions were for the good of the Empire. Otherwise, they would be left to await the outcome of the conflict between the Greenskins and the Tyranids, leaving this Emperor-class Titan to be utterly overwhelmed and destroyed. If he could awaken the Imperial Titan beforehand, their defensive capabilities would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Of course, there was an unspoken reason that everyone understood, who wouldn't desire to pilot a divine machine. Soon, as the mortal troops brimming with Imperial vehicles assembled on the left, and a throng of green-skinned leaders and their raucous followers gathered on the right, the Sith stepped onto a Venom Blade-class heavy tank and slammed down on the throttle. He watched as the mixed assault force of humans and greenskins set forth. Van Ross and Shahansen lingered, reluctant to depart, even summoning a servo skull to examine the projections long after the Sith had vanished from sight. As they observed the Sith delve deeper into the battlefield, the ground around them beset by surging swarms of insects and greenskins, began to manifest an increasing number of annihilation mushroom clouds. Van Ross and Shahanson could only silently pray for the Emperor's protection. Far more colossal and robust than the Leman Russ, the Venom Blade, under the Sith's command, unleashed a devastating shot that obliterated a greenskin warlord attempting to seize his green crown. Witnessing their leader's sudden demise, the remaining greenskin youths stared blankly at the Sith, who simply pointed behind him. "You are now my kin." The greenskin youths, faces contorted with uncertainty, felt a strange dissonance in his proclamation, despite the Sith donning the green crown. Yet, as the Venom Blade crushed their former leader, they briefly pondered this before eagerly joining the powerful greenskin leader, who bore a human facade. With the inclusion of these greenskin youths, the ranks behind the Sith swelled, momentarily returning to the scale they had when departing from the Arctic. However, glancing back at the eclectic assembly of greenskins from diverse tribes, the Sith had no time to extend a welcome, for when yet another nuclear warhead, its origin uncertain, whether imperial or chaos, plummeted from the heavens, the Sith swiftly dove into the Venom Blade, sealing all doors and windows. The tremendous explosion erupted, accompanied by a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. As the ground heaved like turbulent waves, the radiation-laden air violently sweeping across the terrain, scattering debris. Even within the tank, the Sith felt the ferocity of the winds and the relentless impact of fragments against the armored plates. Once the explosion subsided, he emerged once more, only to find that the greenskin group, who had just joined him, had been hurled away beneath the orange-hued sky and the mushroom cloud, their fates uncertain. Gazing at the dwindling number of green-skinned beings, Zeiss gritted his teeth and turned to search for any nearby new arrivals. Yet, with the nuclear bomb having just fallen, the world lay in pristine silence, shrouded beneath a towering mushroom cloud that cast a pall of darkness over everything. Zeiss could discern no signs of life, save for the distant horizon where the tumult of the Tyranids and the green-skinned titans could be observed. However, it was precisely due to this clarity that Zeiss' gaze fell upon the farthest reaches of the land, the Emperor Titan, which, despite having fallen, resembled a majestic mountain range. Elated at this sight, Zeiss hastily directed his followers to approach. The Adeptus Mechanicus, evidently forewarned, retracted their defenses upon witnessing a human leading a mixed contingent of green-skinned and human troops, allowing Zeiss to enter their controlled area. Once within the confines of this protective zone, Zeiss was immediately struck by the sight of a group of utterly unarmed mechanical monks, who, after the demise of the Adeptus Mechanicus, fearlessly surged forward to temporarily fend off the encroaching green-skinned army intent on seizing technological artifacts. Nearby, a cadre of advanced mechanical priests, under the guidance of a sage, disregarded the blood splattering perilously close to them as they circled the Titan, holding incense burners aloft to soothe the machine spirits. In Zeiss' peripheral vision, he noted a clearing already piled high with the deceased mechanical priests, yet even in the face of such losses, the Mechanicus pressed on fervently, striving to rouse the Emperor Titan. With a resounding clang, a massive bell, propelled by several mechanical servants, was struck by the monks. Below, the servants, monks, and priests recited the Omnicia-s prayers under the sage's leadership. Strike the bell once, engage the lever, activate the pistons and pumps. The bell tolled repeatedly, prayers echoed fervently. Yet the Emperor Titan remained unresponsive. Zeiss, redirecting his attention, signaled to the incoming green-skinned horde, immediately assist the Adeptus Mechanicus in establishing a defensive line. Here, the Mechanicus had deployed an anti-air defense system at any cost, alleviating concerns of the extermination weapon looming overhead. With the support of Zeiss' troops, the priests, stained with the blood of their kin, could now earnestly soothe the machine spirits. However, when they completed another round of supplications and opened their eyes, they were met not with a responding Titan, but with a sleek vehicle approaching, from which emerged a mortal clad in gilded silver armor, confidently stepping onto the fallen grandeur of the cathedral. The Mechanicus was momentarily taken aback, and a servo skull swiftly approached, its voice filled with discontent. "My lord, if you wish to assist in soothing the machine spirits, it would be more fitting below, rather than in the control chamber." Zeiss disregarded the servo skull entirely, striding forward with a dozen black-clad sentinels, including two green-skinned leaders whose fervor had somewhat tempered as they made their way into the Titan's interior. Until the Sith arrived at the Titan command room, comparable to a bridge, he surveyed the surroundings and spotted the vacant socket on the mechanical throne linked to the machine spirit. Without hesitation, he seated himself upon it in the presence of the servo skull and, grasping the plug, responded at last. "Now, sound the great bell." With that, he connected the plug to the interface. The desolate earth, shrouded in radiation dust, bore witness to countless mushroom clouds that rose, obscuring the sun with their billowing darkness. The world was engulfed in gloom, save for the distant horizon that glowed with an orange-red light. On the far hills, the towering silhouette of the ancient giant emerged, colliding with the advancing biological titan, which shook the ground as it approached with its mighty limbs. The ancient giant staggered backward, reminiscent of the myth of Gong Gong breaking the Kunlun mountain as it pressed against the slope, stirring up clouds of dust and thunderous roars that swept away the ominous clouds and ashes from the sky. Above, more extinction weapons soared through the heavens. Surrounding him were the green-skinned Tyranids and even chaos, surging forward. Amidst this protracted apocalyptic battlefield, the great bell, having tolled countless times, once more resonated with a sonorous chime. Boom. The crowd of red-robed gears recited the prayers of the Omnicia in unison. With the tolling of the bell, levers were engaged, pistons and pumps activated. Steam burst forth from its limbs, and the long-dormant eyes of the Titan flickered to life with a crimson glow. Boom. At the second toll of the bell, buttons were pressed, turbines ignited, and life was infused. Gears began to turn as its massive arms embedded themselves into the earth. Its towering form slowly rose, casting a vast shadow as countless debris cascaded down from its surface. Boom. At the third toll of the bell, voices united in song, praising the god of all machines. The mechanical congregation raised their eyes to the sky, where the colossal machine obscured the sun, its towering cathedral upon its back. The Titan's head, positioned before the grand entrance of the cathedral, slowly turned, scanning for any imperial foes daring to tread upon human soil. There was no fervor akin to a state religion among the mechanized faithful. They merely gazed at the Sith, directly connected to the Emperor Titan, silently chanting the Sith's illustrious name in their hearts. Then, feeling himself transform into a mountain, the Sith unleashed the incineration cannon upon the row of biological titans that roared at him. The plasma's radiance overwhelmed all, as a tempestuous wind swept across the world. All eyes turned toward the Sith, instantly closing in apprehension. When they finally forced their eyes open, amidst the blinding light, a terrifying beam of light pierced through the earth, carving grotesque ravines before continuing unabated across the horizon. It burst forth from the atmosphere. Chapter 87. Let this world burn. No targeting equipment was needed any longer. The Imperial forces in the Arctic could only watch in stunned silence as the blinding white light flared on the horizon. In orbit, Abaddon beheld the beam of light that spanned the entire continent, ultimately paralleling into the atmosphere. His eyes, lost in a daze, could only rigidly shift backward, fixated on the colossal shadow at the beam's end. The bridge fell into an eerie silence, so profound that when Abaddon, after many years, cleared his parched throat, the entire bridge could hear it distinctly. Yet, at this moment, no one seemed to care about the disorientation of the commander. Their glazed eyes fixated instinctively on the surface below. As the radiant light gradually faded, the beam that had captivated the crew of the battleship vanished, plunging not only the fleet in orbit into an eerie silence, but also halting the fierce skirmish between the Greenskins and the Tyranids, who had been locked in combat just moments before. Countless Tyranids, whether on the ground or in the void of space, simultaneously turned their gaze from the western horizons towards the source of the ominous energy. The Greenskins stood dumbfounded, their attention captured by the overwhelming, waaagh-infused power, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. The only ones still brimming with fervor amidst the chaos were the Greenskins gathered at the feet of their leader, KSYSS. With wild enthusiasm for waaagh, they began to scavenge for any heavy weaponry they could find, frantically climbing onto the Titan. In a curious turn of events, under the astonished gaze of the mechanical overseers, these Greenskins swiftly constructed numerous firing points along the Titan's imposing form, adhering to their instinctual practices. Strangely enough, as these makeshift positions were established, the excitement of the Greenskin youths surged as they pulled the triggers, unleashing a terrifying force that sent tremors coursing through their bodies. Their exhilaration only intensified as they witnessed the spectacle, regardless of the presence of any enemies daring to approach. The KSYSS Greenskins unleashed a torrent of tracer rounds upon the vast battlefield beneath them, which erupted into miniature mushroom clouds upon impact. Simultaneously, the crisp sounds of explosions echoed across the planet, serving as a signal that shattered the silence. Without a moment's hesitation, the Titans of both the Tyranids and the Greenskins pivoted, charging towards the Emperor Titan. The Tyranids sought to eliminate the greatest threat, while the Greenskins aimed to seize the enemy's technological marvel. Meanwhile, the other forces of chaos began their retreat. On the command bridge, faced with the warning from the Thousand Suns sorcerer, Abaddon widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at the surface below with grave seriousness. Are you jesting? Me? Deal with that monstrosity. Why don't you go down yourself? Abaddon glared at the sorcerer, who found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter a situation not foretold in the prophecies. After berating the Thousand Suns sorcerer, Abaddon rushed to the command console, issuing frantic orders to the crew, who were already frantically operating their stations. Yes. Recall everyone immediately. Positions? Those things you built hardly qualify as positions in the face of that abomination. I'll say it once more. 1 hour, at most 1 hour. If the units are not back in orbit within that time, I will no longer wait. Abaddon's frantic declarations revealed a level of distress not seen in many years. The crew, fearing delay, worked with fervor, their eyes darting towards the surface outside the viewport. Realizing that witnessing a biological titan being struck into the atmosphere was a sight they would likely never see again in their lifetimes. Even the cold and efficient will of the hive mind hesitated when it beheld its biological titans either obliterated by the Emperor Titan's volcanic cannon in a single strike or flung away in a contest of strength. The hive, as the embodiment of this will, would occasionally pause in astonishment following yet another display of ingenuity from the Emperor Titan. Particularly striking was the moment when the swarm first witnessed its titan being cast out of the atmosphere, leaving them momentarily stunned, as if they had encountered an unimaginable sight. Frozen in place for a good 10 seconds. Then came the onslaught of Ultraman's monstrous minions. Regardless of how many biological titans charged forth or how much artillery the ancient behemoth unleashed, they were continuously reduced to mere fragments before the colossal Emperor Titan. Even attempts to dispatch numerous small units from the ground met with annihilation under the dense array of improvised firepower adorning the Titan's form. In this chaotic battlefield, the only faction that seemed to find any ease was the Imperial side, finally grasping the magnitude of what they were witnessing. After watching their Titan single-handedly dismantling waves of enemies, many among them quietly lifted their long cold cups of coffee, savoring the spectacle while taking slow sips. It was captivating, enthralling, and they hoped for more. Observing several comrades nearby who had even relinquished their grip on the control panels, Van Ross felt an inexplicable phrase bubble up within him. As he sensed a dryness in his throat, whether from natural parchedness or astonishment at the unfolding scene, he glanced around, preparing to fetch himself a cup of coffee. Yet, just as he began to immerse himself in the task, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd, compelling him to look back. He witnessed the fully charged exterminatus cannon aiming skyward, unleashing an extravagant beam of light. Its target was none other than Abaddon's temporary flagship, docked in orbit. As he watched the ship's hull pierced by the beam, and the ensuing chaos as individuals poured forth from the breach, he even spotted several elite Chaos Astartes clad in Terminator armor. Amidst the gaping hole, more transport vessels and escape pods fled in terror from the stricken warship. Silently, he quipped about the Sith treating Titans as terrestrial artillery, before inwardly beginning to pray for Abaddon, wishing for him to meet a most unpleasant fate at the hands of the Sith's exterminatus. Meanwhile, as Van Ross prayed, Abaddon stood upon the bridge, where everything was tossed about by the surging airflow from the lowering armor plates, gazing at the Titan Legion that had barely ascended before being obliterated by the Sith. Abaddon's eyes widened in horror, his sanity slipping away. The Thousand Suns sorcerer remained steadfast beside him, the potent psychic energy anchoring him in place. Despite Abaddon's increasingly deranged visage, the sorcerer pressed on, reminding him that the traitors still awaited the completion of their recent transaction. At this, Abaddon slowly turned his head. Fixing his gaze upon the anxious sorcerer, a manic grin slowly spreading across his face. Rest assured, is it not merely a matter of erasing traces? I shall assist in obliterating them for the traitor. Abaddon slowly began to speak, yet the wizard Qianzi, observing Abaddon's demeanor, was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. Without regard for status, Qianzi hastily interjected, provided that Lord cease. His words were abruptly cut short, as Abaddon's claw of Horus crushed the wizard's south skull at close range. Subsequently, facing the lifeless Qianzi, whether in fury directed at the fallen wizard or at the sinister forces behind him, Abaddon roared in rage. I am not my father. I am Abaddon, and the four gods cannot control me. With that proclamation, Abaddon turned his gaze towards the bridge, and with a fierce gesture towards Astral beneath him, commanded, deploy all extermination weaponry. I intend to utterly obliterate Astral, and that madman on the surface as well.